When Moke unexpectedly crossed over to the world of pirates, he initially viewed the slip fruit as his only hope to establish himself in the new world. After meticulously planning to board the pirate ship Alvita, he accidentally swallowed the paramecia-type absorption fruit during the heist. This underestimated devil fruit contained astonishing potential. By merely touching any material, his body could instantly assimilate and transform it. In a life-or-death moment, when he grasped the blade of a sword, he transformed into a steel body. Facing Akainu's devastating magma punches, the scalding lava actually became a part of him. Even more astonishingly, all absorbed energy would be returned to the enemy in multiples. Looking at the shocked Marine Admiral, Moke laughed heartily amidst the flames, who said one must pursue legendary fruits. This body that can contain everything is the true invincible weapon. Chapter 1. In the Pirate World Roommate. In One Piece, which beauty do you like the most? Hancock or Robin? Moke looked at his roommate with a hint of disdain. This question already said a lot. This guy just liked Hancock and Robin. Most importantly, he knew exactly why this guy liked them. Wasn't it just because they had high milk production? And he even called it a noble cause, saying no one should starve their kids. You're just lusting after their bodies and won't admit it. Seeing Moke silent, his roommate said in a very cringy manner, I'm the god of wishes. As long as you tell me which character you like, I can take you to the world of One Piece and give you supreme power. You can have both. Enjoy the blessings of many. Moke, this idiot roommate was truly something. Really. And knowing this guy, if he didn't answer, it would definitely never end. So after thinking for a moment, he answered, personally, I like Belmir, Nami, and Nojiko. Daskai and Kuina are also good. And Violet and Rebecca. Of course, Perona is also quite good. Huh? His roommate looked completely baffled because in his mind, among the people Moke mentioned, only Nami had some popularity. The others, sometimes he'd even forget about them. Just like Violet, Rebecca, Belmir, and Nojiko, their presence was extremely low. Only Perona's ability almost wiped out the Straw Hat crew, and her moves were so comical that they were memorable. He was very confused and asked why. Ahem, I have to say, this cringy roommate hasn't grown up yet. So he leaned in close and began to give him his first life lesson. As Moke spoke, his roommate's eyes got brighter and his expression more shocked, as if a door to a new world had opened. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. After a while, he said to Moke, damn, it really is you. You know how to have fun. At this moment, his admiration for Moke was like a torrent, endless and unstoppable, like the Yellow River flooding. It became uncontrollable. Then he waved his hand and said even more dramatically, I am the god of wishes, since you have sincerely answered. Then I will fulfill my earlier promise to you. Let's cross over. The next second, his roommate froze in place. Because Moke had disappeared. That's right, he had vanished. He was clearly right in front of him just a moment ago. But now, he had disappeared into thin air, as if Moke had never been there. His roommate was completely thrown off. Because he suspected he was hallucinating, he muttered subconsciously, could it be that playing League of Legends alone every day for a month consumed too much? And I started hallucinating? Otherwise, how could he explain a living person disappearing right in front of him? At this moment, his handsome face had turned pale with fright. In the world of One Piece, on a small island in the East Sea, a tall man was smoking in a corner of the island. He really couldn't believe that his cringy roommate had waved his hand and sent him to the world of One Piece. Could it be that this guy is really some kind of god of wishes? Are gods really this cringy? I have to say, this was even harder for him to believe than coming to the world of One Piece. Most importantly, could this idiot be a bit more reliable? Sending him to the world of One Piece was fine. But where's the promised supreme power? If that doesn't work, at least give him a golden finger. What about space? What about a system? What about a shop? What about 100 times training speed? Why not just give him one of those? Nothing at all. How is he supposed to survive in this world where the strong are revered? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, he had been in the world of One Piece for a month. He had gone from being confused at first, to being filled with passion, and then to accepting reality. His heart had grown cold. Being weak is a crime. Crocodile the weak have no right to speak of justice. Crocodile the so-called ideals can only be spoken by those who possess strength and can call it reality. Crocodile, what did I take from you? Money? Fame? Trust? Life? Rain? What do you want me to return? I have taken too much. Crocodile, these are classic quotes from Crocodile. No, in this world, they can be considered profound sayings. In this body, even if he trains, he can only be slightly stronger than an ordinary person. At most, he could go from 1 against a few to 1 against 10. If he wanted to show off, he could shout in this ordinary place that he could take on 30. That would work. But what good would that do? In the sea, he would just be an ant that could be crushed in an instant. Of course, there was another way to get stronger. That was the devil fruit. But how easy is it to get a devil fruit? And with his current strength, unless that cringy roommate suddenly had a change of heart and tossed one over to him, otherwise forget it. Going out to sea means death. Because he was too weak. So, reason triumphed over passion, and he resigned himself to fate. Just be a salted fish. Speaking of which, having a salted fish system would be fine too. You old 6. Moke cursed at the sky. Moke! Moke! At that moment, a rough voice sounded not far behind him. He turned to look and saw the village chief of the small island hurriedly walking towards him. Moke looked confused. After crossing over to this small island, it was this village chief who took him in. Moreover, this village chief was very open-minded. As long as he finished the assigned tasks, he basically wouldn't care where he went. Unless there was really something. Is there something wrong, chief? Moke was very grateful and respectful to the village chief who took him in. So, he immediately stood up. This action of Moke naturally caught the village chief's attention. He looked deeply at Moke, his eyes filled with a bit of guilt. Finally, he sighed and said, "Sigh, come with me." Moke nodded and followed him, feeling extremely puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, "Chief, what exactly happened?" The village chief was silent for a moment, then a conflicted expression appeared on his face. After a long time, he said, "Pirates have come." Moke froze in place. Having been in this world for a month, he had gained some understanding of it. Generally, when pirates come, there are 3 things: robbery, extortion, and conscription. The former belongs to the passing pirates. They act recklessly, burning, killing, and looting without hesitation. This could be ruled out first, because if it were them, the commotion would definitely be significant. Even if the place they are in is a bit remote, the noise would still be heard. The latter 2 refer to those pirates who have a fixed territory. Within this territory, they demand all the villages and towns to pay tributes. At the same time, they also require manpower to replenish their pirate crew, turning them into cannon fodder. And now what he has to face is likely. Chapter 2. The Yarlita Pirate Crew. Mock instinctively wanted to turn and leave Mock. Seeing this, the village chief's heart sank, and he immediately called out to him. Mock stopped upon hearing the voice and looked at the village chief. Noticing his conflicted expression and complex gaze, he could understand the village chief's dilemma at that moment. If he went, the village would lose 1 person to become cannon fodder for the pirates. However, he would definitely die. If he didn't go, then 1 more young person from the village would have to go instead. Those were all people the village chief had watched grow up. The village chief, coming to find him, indicated that he had made a decision deep down. After all, how could an outsider compare to the young people of the village? But he still chose to tell Mock. This was because there was a moment when his inner kindness and principles took the upper hand. After all, what he was doing was sending Mock to die in place of someone from the village. But when Mock chose to leave, he called out to him. Clearly, when it came to human life, he chose to break his own principles and become a villain. This is human nature. If there were no such life and death choices, he would definitely be a good person. But there are no buts here. Reality lay before him. And this choice of humanity was now placed before Mock. Because the village chief was old, if he wanted to leave, he would definitely not catch up with him. However, after today, he would inevitably face the village's targeting and hostility. He would have no place to stand on this small island anymore. Mock couldn't help but frown, as this was also a difficult choice. However, he decisively chose the latter because, at worst, he could find a way to leave the island by boat. After all, boarding a pirate ship was almost a guaranteed death sentence. Just look at those small minions in the original work. When one died, many followed. If he boarded a pirate ship, he would certainly be one of those many. The village chief saw that Mock had made up his mind and immediately added, "The one coming is the Yarlita pirate crew, led by Captain Yarlita, who has a bounty of 5 million berries. Even the average navy would retreat upon seeing her. If you board her ship, it should be it won't." He wanted to say, "It won't lead to death." However, he couldn't bring himself to say it, because even he felt embarrassed to hear those words. But he couldn't hesitate any longer. Otherwise, the village would have to send out one more young man. That was something he absolutely did not want to see. Who? Mock's eyes widened. He never expected that the one demanding money and people here would be her. She could be considered one of the more outstanding supporting characters in the Pirate King world. Then he thought of a key point, and excitement surged within him. He immediately asked, "Is she the one with a face full of freckles, a plump figure, an ugly appearance, and wielding an iron rod?" The village chief was slightly taken aback, surprised. "You know her?" At this moment, Mock was almost bursting with excitement. If Yarlita still looked the same, it meant she hadn't eaten that slippery devil fruit yet. And wouldn't he have a chance? Blackbeard could stay in the Whitebeard pirates for decades, just for that dark fruit. Mock wouldn't mind staying on Yarlita's ship for a while for that slippery fruit. Of course, with his strength, boarding Yarlita's pirate ship would be extremely dangerous. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. Previously, he saw no hope, so he resigned himself to fate. But now, the opportunity was right before him. As a transmigrator, if he still gave up, that would be too pathetic. He nodded and said to the village chief, "All right, I'll go." "What?" The village chief was shocked, looking at Mock with an odd gaze. The change in Mock was too great, and he couldn't help but think, could it be that this kid originally wanted to follow Yarlita? This wasn't just his imagination. After all, in this world, many people idolize pirates due to their fame and even chose to follow them. If that were the case, it would be wonderful, because then his inner guilt would lessen significantly. But he didn't ask, fearing an answer in the negative. After the two reached an agreement, they headed towards the only port on the small island. The village chief walked in front while Mock followed behind. The village chief seemed to remember something and immediately reminded him, "By the way, although Yarlita has a very violent personality, as long as you keep praising her beauty and cater to her every whim, she's much easier to deal with than other pirates. Once you board the ship, just flatter her, praise her to the skies. As long as she's happy, no one on the ship will bully you, even if you're just a newcomer." One must admit, the old man was quite clever. Soon, the port came into view, and the first thing they saw was the pirate ship of the Yarlita crew. It was impossible to miss, as it was too eye-catching. The entire ship was pink, and the sails were decorated with huge hearts. If it were another pretty female pirate, it might be acceptable. But with Yarlita's appearance paired with that pirate ship, it was simply, why hasn't that old guy come yet? We're still missing one. Did he forget the power of the iron rod in my hand? Yarlita was already getting a bit impatient. The village chief immediately rushed over. "Miss Yarlita, you are so beautiful and charming. How could I forget anyone but you?" Mock was directly stunned by the village chief's bold operation. Then he looked at Yarlita's face, her figure, and her fierce aura. How could the village chief flatter her like this, and so shamelessly? Is he not conscience-stricken? Impressive indeed. One must admit, the village chief had a firm grasp on Yarlita. As expected, Yarlita, who was originally showing anger, instantly turned to laughter upon hearing the village chief's sincere praise. "Old man, you still have an eye for talent, haha." Yarlita couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then she glanced at Mock, who had come with the village chief. "Is this the last one from your village?" There was a hint of scrutiny in her gaze. She could sense that this kid in front of her was quite different from the other young people on this small island. The village chief immediately nodded. "This is a capable hand from our village, and he greatly admires you." As he spoke, he made frantic eye signals to Mock. It was as if he was urging him to flatter her hard. Mock couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, but he forced a professional smile on his face and, with a guilty conscience, flattered her. "In my heart, you are like the stars in the sky, so brilliant, like the bright moon at night, so tender and gentle. Truly, there is no one in the world as beautiful as you." Village chief: "Kid, you have a bright future ahead." Chapter 3. The Treasure of the Great Pirate. Other villagers, but more shameless than the village chief. Pirates. Here comes the opponent. The position is unstable. At this moment, Yarlita's gaze towards Mock had shifted from scrutiny to immense satisfaction. Although her pirates praised her daily, none had ever made her feel as elated as this young man before her. "Haha." Yarlita laughed again, but this time, a hint of shyness appeared on her face. Mock felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, did I overdo it? If this woman takes a liking to me, I won't even have the ability to resist. Looking at Yarlita's freckled face and her barrel-shaped figure, Mock's face twitched. This was no longer just a matter of turning off the lights. It was a matter of life and death. Fortunately, what Mock feared did not happen, and Yarlita quickly regained her composure. However, Yarlita was still very friendly as she asked Mock, "What weapon are you skilled with?" Mock thought for a moment. "I'm skilled with firearms. I can hit every shot within 200 meters. He wasn't just boasting. During his university military training, he had ranked first in shooting among all students. Later, he caught the attention of his instructor and received special training. He had no trouble with a rifle at 200 meters. The instructor had said he had the potential to be a sharpshooter and even encouraged him to enlist in the military. Unfortunately, he had no interest in that. The instructor had lamented but respected his choice. Yarlita said, "All right, from now on, you are the captain of the sharpshooters on my ship." The pirates all gaped in disbelief. The village chief and the villagers were also dumbfounded. Is she that reckless? Even Mock was extremely shocked. He initially thought Yarlita would at least test his shooting skills. He never expected her to appoint him outright. Mock was left speechless. However, what struck him most was the freedom that came with being powerful. As long as you have absolute strength, every command you give will be obeyed by your subordinates, no matter how capricious or absurd it may be. Thus, Mock boarded Yarlita's pirate ship, becoming a proud pirate. Watching the Yarlita pirate crew sail away, the villagers all wore worried expressions. An old man couldn't hold back and expressed his concerns directly to the village chief. "Chief, do you think Mock will take revenge on the young people from our village?" "Yeah, my son Xiaohai also boarded the ship. Now Mock is the captain of the sharpshooters in Yarlita's crew. If he targets my son Xiaohai, won't he be doomed?" Woo-woo. A middle-aged woman started crying as she spoke, because this was highly likely to happen. The parents of several other young people also looked at the village chief, their eyes filled with hostility. Then their gazes shifted to a young man standing beside the village chief. This young man was the youngest among the eligible men in the village, and they had initially felt sympathy for him. But now, because of him, their children were in danger. Their stance had changed to cause several young people in the village to suffer because of one person was such an unwise choice. Even if they knew that becoming a pirate often led to death, without Mock's involvement, at least there was still hope in their hearts. But now, all that was left was despair. The village chief's expression changed as well. Previously, he had only thought about letting Mock take a spot to reduce the number of sacrifices in the village. But now he realized that this was a life-and-death question. No matter what he did, he would be criticized if he didn't let Mock take the spot. The villagers would say he couldn't distinguish between close and distant relationships. If he did let Mock take the spot, the villagers would say he was foolish for causing harm to several young men because of one person. However, if he allowed Mock to take the spot of their own children, they would surely have a different attitude. Such is human nature. Sigh. The village chief couldn't help but sigh, feeling incredibly heavy-hearted. He hadn't expected that by losing his inner kindness and his principles, he would only gain misunderstanding and blame from the villagers. At this moment, Captain Yarlita stood at the bow of the ship, holding half a map, gazing ahead. "Straw Hat Kid, just you wait. Once I find the treasure of Lilia, I can recruit troops and expand aggressively. And then you'll see." The treasure of Lilia? Standing not far from Yarlita, Mock immediately caught on to the key point. His eyes lit up because he thought the superhuman Nika Fruit that Yarlita obtained might just come from this treasure. Thinking of this possibility, Mock's hands clenched tightly. However, he suppressed his restless heart to avoid revealing anything. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Yarlita had circled the nearby waters countless times, and finally, a small island, only a few miles in circumference, appeared before them. Yarlita excitedly waved the iron rod in her hand. "Captain, bad news. A pirate ship has appeared on the left side. Yarlita was first taken aback. Then her expression changed dramatically as she quickly looked to the left. Mock did the same. They saw a very peculiar pirate ship speeding towards them. Why was it special? Because its bow resembled a large elephant. Upon closer inspection, the tip of the elephant's long trunk was actually topped with a clown's characteristic red nose. Looking even closer, they discovered that the red nose was actually a massive cannon. What the hell? Mock was completely stunned because the ship was so distinctive that it was instantly recognizable. This should be the pirate ship of Clown Buggy. Sure enough, when Mock looked at the pirate flag of the ship, It featured a skull representing pirates, which also had a red nose at this point. It was 100% certain that it was Clown Buggy. After all, such a pirate flag is unique in the world of One Piece. His gaze shifted back to Yarlita. So, these two guys are meeting here and then forming an alliance to take down Straw Hat Luffy? Therefore, Mock's eyes fell on the small island not far away, which was small beyond measure. Because, with this, the chances of finding the superhuman Nika Fruit on this small island skyrocketed. Mock was so excited that his whole body trembled. Many people might look down on the superhuman Nika Fruit. However, it must be said that some devil fruits are indeed underestimated. For example, the time-related slow fruit is such a powerful devil fruit, yet it ended up in the hands of Silver Fox Foxy, becoming a mere fish. Another example is the Nika Fruit that Yarlita ate, which not only has beautifying effects but can also deflect attacks. If developed to the extreme, it would be absolutely overpowered. Thus, the value of a devil fruit largely depends on who consumes it. Chapter 4. Paramecia Absorption Fruit. This is not just talk. Take Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Perispero for example. The former possesses the Paramecia Mochi fruit, while the latter has the Paramecia Nibble fruit. Mr. 3 has the Paramecia Wax fruit. These three fruits are quite similar, especially Charlotte Perispero and Mr. 3. Their development of the fruits is very similar. However, the difference in strength between the two is like heaven and earth. Therefore, except for a few specific devil fruits, it mainly depends on the person. Moreover, in Mock's view, this Paramecia slip fruit is significantly stronger than these three devil fruits. Clown Buggy? He is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. In the East Blue, there are only a handful of pirates with bounties over 10 million. And as a pirate from the East Blue, Yarlita is naturally well aware of these notorious pirates. She immediately recognized Clown Buggy's pirate flag, and her expression darkened. Bounty, to a certain extent, is also a proof of strength. Therefore, Yarlita became vigilant. She then looked at the small island in front of her, and then at Clown Buggy's pirate ship rapidly approaching. Now she was faced with a dilemma. If she went ashore, both sides would inevitably fight over the treasure. But if a battle broke out, it could very likely end in her defeat or even death. However, it was hard for her to give up the treasure that was right in front of her. Nevertheless, Yarlita quickly made a decision. With a wave of her hand, she said with a fierce expression, "Full speed ahead. We must reach the island before Clown Buggy and find the treasure." Not only her, but Mock also became tense. Although Clown Buggy is a minor character in One Piece, he is far from someone Mock can contend with now. Under Yarlita's command, the pirate ship immediately headed towards the small island and successfully landed before Clown Buggy could. Once ashore, Yarlita immediately followed the route on the treasure map and rushed towards the center of the island. The pirates, including Mock, followed closely behind her. Soon, a huge cave appeared before them. This is it. A glimmer of joy flashed in Yarlita's eyes, and she waved her hand, prompting all the pirates to rush into the cave. But when they entered the cave, they were dumbfounded. Before them were 6 branching paths. Clearly, which path to take should be on the half of the map that was missing from her. At this moment, she had no time to search one by one. So she immediately divided everyone into 6 groups to enter the 6 paths. Before entering, Mock had inconspicuously walked to the back. Once inside the cave, he took advantage of the others' inattention and quickly slipped to one side outside the entrance. He paid attention to everything happening inside the cave. And when he saw all the pirates split into 6 groups, a smile appeared on Mock's face. Because this situation was extremely favorable for him. Now, all he had to do was wait. As long as it wasn't Yarlita who found the Paramecia Devil Fruit, he had a great chance of success. Time passed slowly, until he saw Clown Buggy and his crew had also landed on the island. There was finally movement in the cave. "Captain, we found it. There are lots of treasures inside." A pirate rushed out from the 3rd path. Mock's eyes lit up, and then, in front of the surprised pirate, he boldly walked into the 3rd path. Since he was one of their own, they had no suspicions and merely thought he was eager to grab some benefits too. After all, they are pirates. Who isn't greedy for treasure? Moreover, there were still 7 or 8 brothers guarding inside. As Mock quickly rushed into the 3rd path, he hadn't reached the deepest part when he heard a scream. His expression changed. Clearly something had gone wrong inside. This was not what he wanted to see. Mach quickly rushed in. TSK, TSK. A devil fruit. It's actually a devil fruit. When Mach reached the deepest part, he saw a pirate standing there, holding a devil fruit and laughing maniacally. But at that moment, the smile on his face looked quite sinister. The most terrifying thing was that 6 pirates lay in pools of blood around him. 4 of them had been stabbed in the back, clearly having been ambushed quickly while the others were unsuspecting. And then he directly killed the other 2. Bang! Without thinking, Mach raised his gun and fired a shot. It hit the pirate squarely in the chest. That pirate only felt a pain in his chest and instinctively looked down, then turned to look at Mach. Upon seeing Mach, he froze for a moment. "It's you." At the moment he was shot, many people flashed through his mind, but Mach, these newcomers, were not among them. He slowly fell down. At that moment, his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Don't be deceived by his position as a minor captain in Yarlita's pirate crew. He was one of the few in the East Blue who knew about devil fruits. He knew that as long as he ate the devil fruit, he would immediately become a powerful figure in the East Blue. So, he did not hesitate to kill his subordinates nearby. This was his only chance to become stronger. After all, he was just an ordinary person, unable to be more ordinary. After more than a decade of hard training, he had only become a minor captain in Yarlita's pirate crew, managing 7 or 8 people. How could he give up such an opportunity? But unexpectedly, he had already gotten the devil fruit, but had no chance to eat it. Mach quickly walked over, snatched the devil fruit from his hand, and ate it directly. Then he cursed, "Idiot! Get it and eat it. What are you so proud of? Devil fruits should be eaten at the first opportunity. That's the best choice." "Captain." He completely closed his eyes, but before he died, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Yes, what a pointless pride. He should have eaten it immediately. However, Mach did not pay him any more attention. Instead, he began to carefully experience his changes. Before long, Mach couldn't help but widen his eyes. What the hell? It shouldn't be the Paramecia slip fruit. How did it turn into the Paramecia absorption fruit? Did I grab the wrong fruit? Or, because of his arrival, a butterfly effect occurred, causing changes in this world? But soon Mach became excited, because compared to the Paramecia slip fruit, this Paramecia absorption fruit is even more impressive. No, it's super impressive. What Gura fruit? What Yami fruit? What Goro fruit? All pale in comparison. Because the ability of this fruit is to absorb all materials it touches and then assimilate its body into the same material. Touch iron, become Iron Man, touch lightning, and like Enel, release thunder. It can even elementalize like a Logia user. If the Yami fruit is the most special existence among the Logia types, then this absorption fruit is definitely the most special existence among the Paramecia types. The Nika Fruit has to take a back seat. Chapter 5: The Might of the Fruit. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Mach's expression slightly changed, as the newcomers should be Yarlita and her subordinates. After all, someone had already gone to report. Plus, the gunshot he had just fired definitely alerted Yarlita, making her come over quickly. Mach touched the ground, and his body rapidly changed, its surface turning the same earthy yellow as the ground. Indeed, Mach's body had completely assimilated into the soil. At the moment the assimilation finished, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Mach's mouth. If consuming the devil fruit was just a preliminary understanding of its abilities, then experiencing it firsthand made him even more aware of its terrifying nature. He raised his hand, and the ground immediately began to change, rippling like the surface of water. The several corpses were submerged, disappearing without a trace, leaving not even a drop of blood behind. What a great ability for killing and looting. It even saves the step of digging a grave. When everything returned to calm, Yarlita rushed in with a group of people. She froze the moment she entered, for only Mach was present. This was strange. There should be 7 or 8 people in every wave. Although she was a hot-tempered person, she wasn't stupid. Feeling wary, she looked at Mach and said sternly, "Mach, why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" Mach's mouth slightly curved upward, revealing a hint of arrogance. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of a box, and he froze. At that moment, he noticed that those who followed Yarlita into the room were holding many treasures. Clearly, there was more than one path that contained treasures, and this box was one of them. Most importantly, he recognized this box. Just a moment ago, There was one at the feet of the squad leader from whom he had snatched the devil fruit. It was very likely used to contain the paramecia-type absorption fruit. If that was the case, then what was inside this box before him? A paramecia-type slippery fruit? But if that were true, then the slippery fruit would still exist. What about the paramecia-type absorption fruit he had eaten? Could it be that his delusional roommate arranged this for him? Seeing Mach not respond, Yarlita's face immediately darkened. She absolutely could not tolerate a lowly subordinate ignoring her. Angrily, she said, Mach, I'm asking you a question. Quickly tell me where the others went, or I'll let you taste the power of this iron rod. As she spoke, Yarlita stepped toward Mach, waving the iron rod in her hand. Mach's gaze finally returned to Yarlita. Looking at her still, plump body, his smile grew wider. With a stomp of his foot, Suddenly, a gasp came from behind Yarlita, and she instinctively turned her head. Just one glance, and Yarlita's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, because she saw a very strange scene. Two hands emerged from the ground at the feet of the little subordinate holding the treasure box. One hand struck the subordinate's chin hard, knocking him to the ground. The other hand snatched the treasure box from the subordinate's grasp. Finally, it withdrew back underground, disappearing along with the box before everyone's eyes. Hiss! A group of little subordinates couldn't help but gasp in shock, instinctively stepping back a few paces, as if distancing themselves from Mach would make them feel safer. A devil fruit user. Yarlita felt an immense shock in her heart at that moment. Why could the clown buggy have a bounty of over 10 million? Why could he dominate a region? Even the East Balloon Navy dared not provoke him lightly? Wasn't it simply because he was a devil fruit user? When she looked at Mach again, her expression had completely changed. The previous disdain had turned into seriousness and vigilance. But soon, she lost her composure again, because she immediately saw a hand emerging from the ground at Mach's feet, holding the treasure box that had just been snatched away, extending it toward Mach. After Mach took it, he opened it directly. Sure enough, there was a devil fruit inside. Yarlita's pupils trembled. She had never thought she could be so close to becoming powerful. Damn, she regretted it. At the same time, she glared hatefully at a little subordinate nearby. It was all this guy's fault. If she hadn't come over and said there were treasures here, she would have definitely checked the treasures obtained over there one by one. How could she have missed this devil fruit? Thus, she completely lost her reason and shouted, "Bastard! That's mine." She then charged at Mach, raising the iron rod to smash him, clearly intending to turn Mach into a meat pie. Boom! But just as she was about to strike Mach, a wall of earth as hard as iron surged from the ground, successfully blocking the blow. Not good. Yarlita, who had a bounty of several million as a pirate, naturally had plenty of combat experience and immediately sensed that something was wrong. But it was too late. Mach lightly exhaled, thrust. In the next moment, a long spear pierced out from the center of the earthen wall. This attack was too unexpected, and they were too close to each other. Additionally, she was already the type that relied on heavy strength. Even if she wanted to dodge, she couldn't. The long spear directly pierced through Yarlita's body. It should be noted that this was just the East Blue. Yarlita was merely a pirate with a bounty of a few million. There wouldn't be anyone like those in the New World who could survive after having a large hole blown through their body. Ship. The captain is, The little subordinates were all stunned. In their hearts, Yarlita was an invincible existence. After all, they had never seen anyone defeat Yarlita. Otherwise, they wouldn't have submitted to her. Run. The little subordinates finally reacted, each of them even throwing away the treasures in their hands without a second thought, turning to flee. But how could Mach let these guys go? Earth escape. Mudstone waterfall. The soil beneath Mach's feet seemed to come alive, swirling like waves toward the group of little subordinates, ultimately engulfing them. When everything returned to calm, the figures of the little subordinates became visible. However, at that moment, they were all wrapped in mud, maintaining the posture of fleeing. They looked like a series of mud statues. If no one broke the mud encasing them and rescued them, they would be corroded by the soil, ultimately turning into real mud statues. Chapter 6. Baki Moke looked at the scene and couldn't help but marvel again at how the devil fruit was truly a shortcut to becoming stronger. At this moment, his strength was likely unmatched in the East Blue. Even Smoker couldn't do anything against him. However, he still had a significant shortcoming. His own strength had not actually increased. He was relying on the power of the fruit. This situation made him vulnerable to being caught off guard and counterattacked. It was like Enel, who possessed strength close to that of an admiral, being defeated by Luffy, whose strength was far inferior. Although Enel's immunity to lightning damage was a crucial factor. Another important reason was that he relied too much on the devil fruit and neglected to train his own strength, leading to his physical weakness, which resulted in Luffy defeating him with a flurry of punches. Therefore, Moke needed to make up for this shortcoming. To do so, he had to find a suitable material to absorb and turn it into a permanent ability. That's right. The fruit's abilities are also divided into realms: domination, manipulation, and awakening. Just after eating it, the devil fruit's ability is like a person's innate talent. The ability can be freely controlled, and the techniques are merely a way for the user to utilize that ability. It's just like how Sabo, after eating the flame fruit, was able to use it effortlessly right away. By continuously developing the fruit's abilities, reaching a higher level of understanding and application of the fruit allows one to enter the manipulation realm. Once this realm is reached, the same technique will have a power that cannot be compared to before. It can be said that any ability user who reaches this realm can find a place even in the Grand Line. Lastly, there is the awakening of the fruit's ability. Once one reaches the awakening level, the ability and the user become one. The user can fully unleash the power of the devil fruit itself. Awakening is the strongest state among ability users. Anyone who reaches this level can become a well-known figure, even in the new world. However, very few ability users reach this level. Moke was currently at the initial domination realm. The absorption of the fruit in the domination realm allows one to absorb an entire object or material, turning it into a permanent ability. It can be seen as forming a permanent passive skill. For example, with the current Earth ability, he would immediately transform into a natural Earth fruit user. However, this was not what Moke wanted, because even if he became a natural type, he could only dominate in the East Blue in the first half of the Grand Line. Once he entered the New World, if he encountered someone with Haki, he would immediately be in trouble. Thus, Moke's original intention remained unchanged. He still wanted to enhance the potential of his own body. Only in this way could he improve his strength through training and constant battles. Aside from relying on the fruit's abilities, his gaze fell on the swords and blades on the ground. To be honest, swords were a good choice. As long as he absorbed one, he could transform into an Iron Man, and his body would change completely, gaining room for improvement. However, he looked down on ordinary swords. At the very least, they had to be famous swords, because if he absorbed one, his body strength would reach the level of a famous sword. Thinking of famous swords, Moke immediately thought of Rogue Town, where Smoker was located, because there are more than one famous sword there. The Snow Walk of Sora, the Sandai Kitetsu, and as Bonshu of the Rain were all good options. So, the next target was Rogue Town. Moke was a very decisive person. Once he had a goal, he wouldn't hesitate. He then took 2 boxes containing the devil fruits in his hands. One contained the Paramecia type slip fruit, and the other was filled with some small, valuable items. After all, no matter which world it was, money was indispensable. He then walked out. However, when he reached the ground, he found that Baki had already brought his subordinates to wait at the exit. The moment he saw Moke appear, his gaze immediately turned malicious. Moke also looked at the clown Baki, momentarily lost in thought. After all, this guy was the son of luck. Even having eaten the Paramecia-type lucky fruit, Bakara, he still wasn't as lucky as Baki. With a strength that was nothing to write home about, he had somehow become a warlord and even a Yonko. Just ask if you're convinced. In front of him, Luffy had to take a back seat. After all, Luffy had fought his way through, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had faced death multiple times. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, who knows how many times he would have died. But this guy was simply the king of luck. He had won effortlessly all the way to becoming a Yonko. Kid, hand over what you have in your hands, or else I'll make you wish you were never born. At this moment, Baki's face was filled with greed. If it were anyone else, Moke would have killed him outright. But this guy, forget it. The world would lose a lot of fun without him. Moreover, he was very perceptive. As long as you showed enough strength, he would disappear on his own. Therefore, Moke ignored Baki and instead stretched out his hand toward the sun. The blazing sun was high in the sky, and Moke could clearly feel the warmth of the sunlight. The next second, Moke's hand began to glow. He couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, it worked. He then looked at Baki and chuckled playfully. You're the clown Baki, right? As a great pirate of the East Blue, you should have the eternal pointer to Road Town, right? Devil Fruit user. Baki had followed the pirate King Roger. And although his strength was lacking, his knowledge was definitely not comparable to those ignorant pirates of the East Blue. So he immediately recognized the key point. His expression changed drastically, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. However, Baki only bowed to the strong. In front of others, he had a very arrogant personality. He then stared at Moke and coldly said, I do have the eternal pointer to Road Town, but who are you? Just because you say so, I have to hand it over? Moke was not angry at this, and instead said with a hint of malicious fun, Have you ever been kicked by light? Baki was taken aback for a moment, and then wore a face full of question marks. Finally, he scoffed. You think you are? Before he could finish, he saw light gathering on Moke's right leg, and soon his entire right leg was radiating light. Having seen Kizaru in action, he was genuinely intimidated. But he quickly regained his composure and roared, Kid, no matter what trick you're playing, you're going to die by my hand today. He knew very well that in this world, it was impossible for the same devil fruit to appear, since Kizaru was still alive and well. How could this guy have Kizaru's ability? At this moment, a person riding a unicycle and holding a long sword stepped forward and said, Captain Baki, why should you dirty your hand with such a guy? Moke glanced over and immediately recognized him. This person was Baki's capable subordinate, Kabeji. Upon hearing this, Baki glanced at Moke's glowing right leg and thought, let him go and test it out, that's not bad. Although the opponent couldn't possibly have Kizaru's light fruit, he was still an ability user nonetheless. He nodded and instructed, don't hold back. Kabeji nodded in response. He then unleashed his strongest move, Amazing Policewoman Trioed in Onsen Murder Incident. He used a spinning motion to create smoke and jumped into the air, aiming to slash down at Moke, with the intent of splitting him in two. Chapter 7. The third generation ghost/Mock stood there motionless, as if the attack was not directed at him. Kabaji was considered quite good among the pirates of the East Sea. Although his bounty was not even listed, his strength was somewhat stronger than that of Yarlita before she ate the devil fruit. After all, this guy had exchanged blows with Sora at least twice, while Yarlita was knocked out by Luffy. So, don't underestimate him. His speed was quite impressive. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Mock, and his long sword pierced directly through Mock's heart. Kabaji laughed proudly, but at that moment, Buggy's eyes nearly popped out as he exclaimed, Kabaji, get back. Kabaji looked confused. Hadn't he just taken care of the opponent? Why was the captain in such a hurry, telling him to retreat? Just then, he heard Mock's voice. It seems you really want to experience what it feels like to be kicked by light. Kabaji's pupils shrank sharply, and his face was filled with disbelief. He had just pierced the opponent's heart with that sword. How could this not kill him? Filled with shock, he looked at Mock, and his gaze fell on Mock's chest. In an instant, his expression changed drastically, and his gaze shifted from disbelief to horror. He realized that the spot where his long sword had pierced the guy was not even leaking a drop of blood. Then, the horror in his eyes turned to fear. Boom! In the next moment, Mock's leg swept out and struck Kabaji in the abdomen, sending him flying with tremendous force. You. At this moment, Buggy pointed at Mock, momentarily stunned into silence, because the ability Mock displayed at that moment was indistinguishable from Kizaru's, shattering his decades-long understanding of the devil fruit. He muttered, could it be that Kizaru is dead? After thinking it over, it seemed to be the only possibility, although it was really unlikely. After all, with Kizaru's speed, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. At this moment, Mock transformed into a beam of light and rushed to Buggy's side. By the time Buggy reacted, Mock had already reverted to his human form. Startled, Buggy's entire body fell apart and scattered in different directions. Hiss! Buggy gasped as a sharp pain shot through his head, causing him to stop. He turned back to see Mock stepping on his foot, grinning at him playfully. Sir, I was wrong. One must admit, Buggy really lived up to his name as a clown and was quick to submit. Mock, do you still want the treasure in my hand? It was all a misunderstanding, Buggy said with a face full of flattery and humility. He quickly presented the eternal pointer from Road Town with both hands. This is the eternal pointer from Road Town. You're quite perceptive. Mach took the eternal pointer from Roadtown, confirmed the direction, and transformed into a beam of light heading towards Roadtown. Phew! Seeing this, Buggy let out a deep sigh of relief, then immediately rushed towards Kabaji. But when he reached Kabaji's side, he found him lying on the ground, motionless, clearly having lost his breath. His pupils trembled. At that moment, he understood that he had truly dodged a bullet. A few days later, a beam of light descended upon Roadtown. It was Mach, whose target was very clear. He found someone to ask for the location of the weapon shop, and went straight there. Unexpectedly, he happened to see a woman wearing glasses entering the shop before him. Mach couldn't help but pause slightly, thinking, isn't that Dashiki? She had once been Sora's official match after Kuina. Moreover, running into her at the weapon shop was like a scene from her story with Sora. He never expected he would have such an encounter too. However, he wasn't the kind of person who would be unable to move just because he saw a woman. After a moment of surprise, he regained his composure and followed Dashiki inside. Upon entering, he saw the owner of the weapon shop, a bald man with a red nose. It was him. Mach couldn't help but smirk slightly. He then scanned the shop. He didn't stop at the knives displayed on the racks for even a moment. Finally, his gaze fell on a bucket where the least valuable knives were placed. If he remembered correctly, the third-generation Go/Slash was among them, and it was priced very cheaply, only 50,000 berries. Boss, I'm here to pick up Shiyu. At this moment, Dashiki had already approached the owner. The owner nodded, handing the Shiyu to Dashiki. Your Shiyu has been polished. The polishing fee is 5,000 berries. Dashiki did not pay immediately but pulled out the Shiyu and examined it carefully. She was a sword enthusiast, deeply obsessed with famous swords. The owner clearly understood Dashiki and did not rush her, instead turning his attention to Mach with a smile. Customer, what kind of sword are you looking for? I have all sorts here. Mach did not respond, but walked over to the bucket of knives and began to touch them one by one. When he touched a knife with a small white cloth strip on the hilt and sheath, Mach immediately felt a chilling yet domineering power. Ghostly energy. Such a thick, ghostly energy. Without a doubt, this was the third-generation Go/Slash. Mach directly took it out and drew it. Swish! A cold light flashed, and an even more domineering, ghostly energy rushed towards him, causing Mach to tremble. He had not expected this ghostly energy to possess soul-stirring power. He couldn't help but think of Sora's ghostly energy in the original story. Perhaps it came from the third-generation Go/Slash. Stop! Mach's actions successfully attracted the owner's attention. Upon seeing Mach attempting to touch the third-generation Go/Slash, he couldn't help but exclaim, Huh! Dashiki, who had been carefully examining the Shiyu, also looked over. Just a glance, and her eyes became bright and focused. She rushed to Mach's side, staring intently at the third-generation Go/Slash in his hand. Then she took out a book of sword records from her chest and quickly found the entry for the third-generation Go/Slash. Hilt, no through-eye, no-eye pins, has a carp mouth, with a small white cloth strip on the hilt and sheath. Blade length, 88 centimeters. Blade width, 7 centimeters. Blade edge, relatively long. With a large curve, no blood groove, the blade pattern is a typical flame flower pattern steel blade, made through folding and forging. That's right, this is the third-generation Go/Slash. However, Mach paid them no mind, as his hand was already caressing the blade of the third-generation Go/Slash. In the next moment, his ability activated. As he touched the third-generation Go/Slash, his hand instantly transformed into a blade shape, emanating the same ghostly energy as the third-generation Go/Slash. At that moment, he seemed to embody a slasher with a chilling, ghostly energy. This scene naturally caught the attention of both the owner and Dashiki. The two exclaimed in unison, Devil Fruit user? Mach then turned to the owner, lightly chuckling. I'll take this third-generation Go/Slash. How much is it? Upon hearing this, the owner's eyebrows raised. He then advised, since you know it's the third-generation Go/Slash, you should know it's a cursed sword. Its owners have never met a good end, you. Before the owner could finish, he was directly interrupted by Mach. The boss paused for a moment, then hesitated and said, the knives over there are all 50,000 berries. Since you picked it out from there, it means you have a connection. So, you only need to pay 50,000 berries. What? Dasky exclaimed in disbelief from the side, looking incredulous. Then, she straightened up and said, hurry up and buy it. Under normal circumstances, it's worth 10 million berries. Chapter 8. Deciding to learn swordsmanship. Moke then looked at Dasky and showed a brilliant smile. Thank you. He then turned to the shopkeeper. I'll take this sword. But I know you have another famous sword here, named Snowwalk. Bring it out for me to take a look. What? Dasky, who had been fixated on the third-generation Go/, couldn't help but exclaim again. At the same time, her gaze towards the shopkeeper became sharper. Huh? The shopkeeper was shocked. He never expected that the other party would even know about Snowwalk. It seemed that he had really come prepared. However, he quickly regained his composure. Rubbing his hands with a sly smile, he said, although I don't know how you found out that Snowwalk is with me. Since you know it, I assume you also know its value? Moke didn't waste words. He took out a sapphire from his pocket and flicked it with his thumb. The shopkeeper instinctively caught it. He was a businessman, and although he dealt in swords, a businessman's eye for value was still sharp. He immediately recognized that this sapphire was among the best of the best. Gulp. He couldn't help but swallow. The price of this sapphire was too high. If sold to those noble families, it could easily fetch tens of millions. Meanwhile, Snowwalk was only worth 10 million. Of course, a famous sword is also a luxury for swordsmen, often having a price without a market. No matter how high the price, it was still far less than this top-grade sapphire. Even with the third-generation Go/ added in, it would still be a huge profit. Huff! The shopkeeper took a deep breath and looked at Moke again, his expression completely different. The guy in front of him was too extravagant. He tentatively asked, are you planning to use this sapphire to exchange for Snowwalk and the third-generation Go/? Moke nodded. Snowwalk is worth about 10 million. Even if a swordsman particularly likes it and has money, it would be around 20 to 30 million at most. The third-generation Go/ is similar. It's enough. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper and Dasky's eyes lit up simultaneously. Being able to accurately state the market price of swords indicated that this person also understood swords, which made them both feel a bit more favorable towards him. The shopkeeper looked at Moke thoughtfully, then smiled and said, please wait a moment. After saying that, he turned and entered a room behind the counter. In a short while, he came out holding Snowwalk in both hands and handed it to Moke. From now on, it's yours. Moke looked at Snowwalk and couldn't help but feel delighted. Swords. Almost all men like them. After all, who didn't he have a dream of being a hero or a swordsman in their childhood? With his goal achieved, Moke naturally wouldn't linger here. After all, his target was the Grand Line, the New World. That's where his stage was. Moke hung the two swords at his waist and walked out of the weapon shop. Could you wait a moment? Dasky, seeing Moke about to leave, immediately followed him. She hadn't had a close look at the two swords yet. Of course, it would be even better if she could try them out. Unfortunately, Moke ignored her and quickened his pace to leave. However, Dasky didn't give up and sped up as well. Moke glanced back, his brow slightly furrowing. He had to admit, this woman was quite annoying. Moreover, right now, he was solely focused on improving his strength. Women, that was something to consider only after gaining enough power. Besides, once he had strength, what kind of woman wouldn't he be able to attract? Crash! At that moment, a person rushed out from around a corner and collided heavily with Moke. The other party let out a scream and cursed. Are you made of iron? So hard. It hurts like hell. Moke's face twitched. After absorbing the third-generation Go/ and assimilating it, he could indeed be considered made of iron. However, Moke looked at the guy who had fallen on the ground, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch, because this guy was also a celebrity from the original work. There was no helping it. This guy's features were too distinct. Just look at that grass-green rooster comb hairstyle. There were eye patterns under his right eye. He wore a nose ring, had a face like a demon, and his chest was tattooed with a black wing-like half-ring tattoo, with a short knife at his waist. Wasn't he this Bartolomeo, Luffy's superfan? Right? This guy was born in Fusha Village. Wait, something seems off, right? Bartolomeo hadn't eaten the barrier fruit at this time, had he? If everything followed the original plot, couldn't he snatch this barrier fruit as well? Oh my, that's right. In the entire world of One Piece, only these two devil fruits are the easiest to intercept. But the premise is that everything must return to the original plot. However, in the original work, this guy only started thinking about going to sea after seeing Luffy being executed by Buggy and Alvida. It was then that he began to idolize Luffy. Right now, he was just a small thug in Fusha Village. But the key is that Alvida was taken out by him. Buggy was also scared of him. And without Alvida as an ally, would he still cause a ruckus in Fusha village like in the original? Would he? If not, would Bartolomeo still go to sea? Wait a minute. Why must it be Buggy and Alvida? He could do it too, as long as he could suppress Luffy on Roger's execution platform. That would be enough. But for a barrier fruit facing off against Luffy, seems doable. Moke's eyes lit up. This is the barrier fruit. With it, he could cultivate a powerful subordinate. At this moment, Bartolomeo had already stood up, glaring fiercely at Moke. Kid, today you're going to. It's you, Bartolomeo. Dasky had already caught up and looked at Bartolomeo with a very unfriendly expression. As a marine from Fusha village, how could she not know a thug like Bartolomeo? After all, these guys were also a factor of unrest in Fusha village, and they would often keep an eye on them. Private Dasky. Bartolomeo's face stiffened, and he took a step back. At this moment, he was not yet the future supernova, just a small thug, and the Marines were his nemesis. Gulp. Bartolomeo couldn't help but swallow, then decisively turned and ran. While running, he shouted, "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." Seeing this, Dasky rolled her eyes and then looked at Moke with concern. "Are you okay?" Moke watched Bartolomeo's departing figure, then turned to Dasky. His gaze swept across the Shiyu in her hand, finally landing on the third-generation Ghost Slash and Snow Walk at his waist. His eyes flashed, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. That is, there was still some time before Luffy arrived. He couldn't just wait in Fusha village. He had to find something to do. For example, swordsmanship. After all, he couldn't have no combat ability apart from the Devil Fruit powers. The original work had already proven that comprehensive improvement is the key to being flawless, and swordsmanship was a good choice, although Dasky's strength was average. Teaching him some basic sword techniques wouldn't be a problem. But how to get Dasky to agree to teach him swordsmanship? Moke then smiled, took Snow Walk from his waist, and handed it to Dasky. "What is this?" Dasky was a bit confused by Moke's action, although it may be a bit presumptuous. "I would like to ask you to teach me swordsmanship. The snow will be the reward." Huh. Dasky, who was already confused, became even more bewildered, and Moku then patted the third-generation Ghost Cutter at his waist and smiled, saying, "You wouldn't want this third-generation Ghost Cutter to be tarnished in my hands, right?" This sounds a bit strange. It feels like something is off. Chapter 9 Invitation from Smoker time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Smoker looked at Tashigi, his gaze containing a hint of scrutiny. He noticed that Tashigi had often taken leave over the past 3 months, especially in the last half-month. Even when she was present, she frequently seemed distracted and completely out of it. "Tashigi, what's wrong with you?" Smoker couldn't help but ask. Normally, as long as it didn't affect work, he wouldn't interfere with his subordinates' personal matters, but now, it had already affected her performance. Tashigi shook her head in response. "It's nothing, Colonel Smoker." "Nothing?" Smoker's eyelids twitched. He wasn't blind. How could he not see the difference? So he pressed further. "What exactly happened? Why are you so preoccupied?" However, as soon as he said this, he recalled the recent rumors circulating in the base. It was said that Tashigi had been dating a man. Could it be true? Is she in love? Tashigi, however, answered a different question. "Colonel Smoker, do you think women are inherently inferior to men in swordsmanship?" Smoker was somewhat taken aback by her line of thought. It was clear he was momentarily stunned. However, he also began to see some underlying issues and comforted her. Women may lack physical strength compared to men, but that's all it is. After all, strength is just one factor in swordsmanship. So, you don't need to be discouraged. If you're lacking in strength, make up for it in other areas. As long as you keep working hard, your name will surely be among the sword masters in the future. Is that so? Tashigi's eyes initially brightened at his words, but quickly dimmed again. She murmured, "But how do I explain this to him? It's only been 3 months. What?" Smoker didn't catch that, his expression filled with confusion. At that moment, Tashigi turned and walked outside, her eyes showing a hint of disappointment. Smoker thought to himself, "This girl can't really be in love, can she?" Regardless, Tashigi really resembled a woman heartbroken over a relationship. But a heartbroken woman suddenly asking about swordsmanship? As someone who had been single for decades and relied solely on hard work, Smoker felt overwhelmed. He stood up, having made a decision. He needed to find out what was going on with Tashigi. He didn't want to see a promising subordinate like her just fall into despair. So, he followed her. In a small grove on the edge of Rogue Town, Moku was standing there polishing the Sandai Kitetsu. Shizuka leaned against a nearby tree. He had made an agreement with Tashigi that she would teach him swordsmanship for 3 months. After 3 months, Shizuka would belong to him. Today was the last day of that 3-month period. If previously Moku was just training in swordsmanship to make up for his own deficiencies, now he had become a qualified swordsman. Over these 3 months, he had fully immersed himself in this world, gaining the heart of a hero, the spirit of a strong person, and the soul of a sword master. He was no longer that university student who ate instant noodles and watched movies in the dorm. Huh? Moku perked up, turning his head to the side, and smiled. Tashigi, you're here. Tashigi tightened her grip on Shizuka's hilt. Over the past 3 months, the first month was spent teaching Moku the basics of swordsmanship, while the last 2 months were filled with continuous sparring. As a result, Moku's combat experience had skyrocketed. Tashigi bit her lip. Moku, you are the most talented swordsman I've ever seen. In just 3 months, you've achieved what took me 6 years. No, you have already found your own path in swordsmanship, while I am still stuck learning techniques. So, you have surpassed me. Today is the last day. It should come to an end. As she spoke, Tashigi walked over to Shizuka and held it in her hands. As a sword enthusiast, she felt a surge of joy in her heart because from today on, this sword would belong solely to her. This was what she deserved, as she had taught Moku swordsmanship without holding back during these 3 months. Then she looked at Moku. I know you've been holding back for the past half month. Before you leave, can you show me a technique that belongs to you? Moku nodded at her request, slightly bending his legs and taking a sword-drawing stance. In the next second, both he and the Sandai Kitetsu released a surge of spiritual energy. Even his eyes turned a dark green. Ai, demon flame slash. In an instant, Moku vanished from Tashigi's sight. When he reappeared, he was already 3 to 4 meters behind her, slowly sheathing the Sandai Kitetsu. Boom! At the same time, a 3-meter-tall tree next to Tashigi was cut down, and on the severed tree, a purple flame with a hint of green ignited, rapidly burning. Of course, this demon flame was formed from his spiritual energy. Tashigi's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. This guy couldn't even swing a sword correctly 3 months ago, but now he had unleashed such a powerful technique. It was only a step away from becoming a sword master. Not just her. Even Moku himself sometimes felt puzzled about why he had such extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. After thinking it over, he could only come up with one rather unreliable possibility, that he had absorbed the Sandai Kitetsu and transformed into a Kitetsu swordsman, which was why he had such outstanding talent in swordsmanship. Of course, there was another possibility. He originally possessed this talent in swordsmanship, but had never had the opportunity to practice in his previous life. However, he leaned more towards the former. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached, and Moku and Tashigi both looked over. When they saw who was coming, they both froze in surprise. It was none other than Colonel Smoker. Moku knew he would eventually run into him, but he didn't expect it to be here in this manner. Tashigi, on the other hand, felt a bit guilty. But the next second, both of them were dumbfounded. Smoker first addressed Tashigi. So this is your boyfriend? He then scrutinized Moku a few times and coldly said to him, You kid, since you're with Tashigi, you better treat her well. As a big man, how can you compete with your own woman? Huh? Moku was completely bewildered. Tashigi also had a blank expression, but her face quickly turned red. She shot a glance at Moku and then immediately ran to Smoker, explaining, Colonel Smoker, it's not what you think. I'm just here to teach him swordsmanship. You taught him swordsmanship? Smoker looked incredulous. He had just witnessed that kid sword strike, which was quite impressive. Even at the Navy headquarters, he could easily rank as a major. While Tashigi had talent in swordsmanship, she was still too inexperienced. With her current strength, it would be more plausible for that kid to teach her. Smoker's expression struck Tashigi's heart hard. However, she still explained the situation to Smoker. What? After hearing everything, Smoker exclaimed in surprise. When he looked at Moku again, his gaze had completely changed. With an expression of disbelief, he said, So, this guy is also a devil fruit user? So, This guy went from having no swordsmanship to this level in just 3 months? All right, Moku's talent in swordsmanship has truly amazed me. After all, he is Zephyr's disciple. As far as he knows, in his realm, along with the 2 realms above and below, there has never been such a freakish individual. Among all of Zephyr's students, only the original 3, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, had such monstrous talent. Huh. Smoker took a deep puff of a cigarette and then exhaled. For a moment, the smoke swirled around, but it also helped him calm down quite a bit. At this moment, when he looked at Moke, it was as if he were gazing at a rare treasure. Are you interested in joining the Navy? If you are willing, I will personally recommend you to the Navy headquarters. With your talent and strength, I can't guarantee much, but a position as a major in the headquarters is definitely possible. Of course, this is just your starting point. Chapter 10. V.S. Roronoa Zoro. Upon hearing this, Moke shook his head. Although joining the Navy was not bad, it was too restrictive. Just like Smoker in front of him, if the Navy headquarters ordered him to stay in Log Town, then he had to stay there. Most importantly, Moke did not want to be subordinate to anyone, let alone become a dog for the Celestial Dragons. So he shook his head without hesitation. Thank you for your consideration, but my ambitions lie elsewhere. As soon as these words were spoken, Smoker's expression changed slightly. The way he looked at Moke became sharper. In this world, one either became a Navy officer or a pirate. Other possibilities were minimal. Therefore, this kid's decisive rejection likely indicated that he had already made up his mind to go out to sea and become a pirate. With this kid's talent, once he became a pirate, he would surely become a significant threat. This was not what Smoker wanted to see. However, at this moment, Moke was not yet a pirate and had not committed any illegal acts or harmed anyone. His principles prevented him from eliminating this potential future threat in such a situation. Sigh. In the end, Smoker couldn't help but let out a sigh, thinking, I hope this kid, for the sake of Das Bonez, doesn't go down the wrong path. Just then, a Navy soldier hurried over. Huh. Smoker furrowed his brows. What's going on? The Navy soldier replied, We've spotted the Straw Hat crew. The Straw Hat Pirates. Smoker was initially surprised, but then his gaze sharpened. In his view, such individuals could not be allowed to leave the East Blue. Otherwise, they would surely grow up to become a headache for the Navy. One must know that a month ago, Luffy had defeated Arlong and was offered a bounty of 30 million, making him the highest bounty pirate in the East Blue. This was his first bounty. Naturally, he became a target of special attention for the Navy in Log Town. Swish! Both Das Bonez and Moke turned to look at the commotion. Das Bonez knew that there was an exceptional swordsman among the Straw Hat crew. Moke, on the other hand, became excited. He murmured to himself, They're finally here. Luffy, Roronoa Zoro, Nami, Usopp. Today is definitely going to be an interesting day. He couldn't wait any longer. Smoker turned to Das Bonez and said, Das Bonez, let's go. Yes, Captain Smoker. Das Bonez immediately followed Smoker. But as they passed by Moke, her gaze fell on him, filled with complexity. Moke, however, seemed oblivious, quietly watching her leave. He then pointed at the sun in the sky, feeling the warmth from the sunlight. The light element was immediately absorbed. Soon, Moke transformed into his light-based form again. After absorbing the Sandai Kitetsu, he gained a permanent ability. And after activating his Absorption Fruit ability, he could still absorb other substances to transform his body. However, when not using his ability, he would revert to his Kitetsu swordsman state. Swish! Moke transformed into a beam of light and headed straight for the town of Logtown. What was that? Moke did not intentionally avoid detection, so both Smoker and Das Bonez noticed the beam of light. Their pupils shrank simultaneously, feeling quite perplexed, especially Smoker, as he thought this beam resembled a natural type ability similar to his own. Moke quickly arrived in town and returned to the weapon shop. He knew that Roronoa Zoro would definitely go to that shop. Sure enough, when he walked into the weapon shop again, Roronoa Zoro was already there. However, the Sandai Kitetsu and the Yuki were already snatched up by him, so there were no famous swords left in the shop. Thus, in the end, he only bought 2 swords priced at 50,000 berries each. Of course, another reason was that he didn't have enough money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have settled for the worst swords in the shop. When the shop owner saw Moke arrive, his eyes lit up. Esteemed guest, what would you like to buy this time? Seeing Moke, the owner looked at him as if he were shining gold. Moke chuckled lightly. I'm not here to buy swords this time. He then pointed at Roronoa Zoro. I'm here for him. Huh? Roronoa Zoro looked surprised and then carefully examined Moke. After pondering for a while, he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. However, his gaze quickly landed on the Sandai Kitetsu at Moke's waist. His pupils slightly constricted, although he didn't recognize the sword. His instincts as a swordsman told him that it was a good sword. At the same time, he sensed a similar aura from Moke. It was the unique presence of a swordsman. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up, as he had already guessed the other party's intention. His hand instinctively rested on the hilt of the Wado Ikemanji and excitedly said, If you want to fight, then let's fight. The owner was momentarily taken aback, glancing back and forth between Roronoa Zoro and Moke, and then he quickly realized what was happening. He immediately said, I have a small sword testing arena behind my shop. How about? Before he could finish, the meaning was already clear. Moke and Roronoa Zoro nodded in unison. Okay, it was a perfect match. The two followed the owner through the door behind the counter, passed through a small storeroom, and arrived at a sword testing arena of about 50 square meters. Moke and Roronoa Zoro exchanged glances and nodded in satisfaction. This place was sufficient for their duel. They both moved to the center of the arena, standing about 4 to 5 meters apart, each assuming a sword-drawing posture. Roronoa Zoro's gaze fell once again on the Sandai Kitetsu. Fully aware that it was a good sword, the too ordinary sword in his hands would probably not be able to withstand it. So he decided to use his one-sword style. He altered his sword-drawing stance, gripping the hilt of the Wado Ikemanji with his right hand. In the next second, both drew their swords and charged at each other, simultaneously slashing towards one another. The Wado Ikemanji and Sandai Kitetsu clashed violently. The tremendous force caused both sides to be pushed back a few steps. This strike was evenly matched. Moke and Roronoa Zoro's eyes lit up simultaneously. Moke was pleased because he had gained an accurate assessment of his swordsmanship. He was also happy, realizing that his swordsmanship had reached the same starting line as the swordsmanship geniuses of this world. Moreover, with the enhancement of his devil fruit and 3 months of training, he was no longer inferior to Roronoa Zoro in terms of strength. At that moment, his state of mind completely transcended. His aura changed, becoming sharper, and he felt like a drawn sword. Roronoa Zoro naturally sensed Moke's change, but he did not retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified. This guy in front of him was the strongest swordsman he had encountered in the East Blue, excluding the one with hawk-like eyes. Chapter 11. Half a move lost clang. Clang, clang. The two were continuously swinging their swords, with the Sandai Kitetsu and Wado Ikemanji clashing together, producing the sound of metal striking metal. Their figures darted back and forth across the test sword arena. Good, good, good. The boss, who was watching from the side, looked at the two who were giving it their all with excitement in his eyes. He too had a dream of becoming a sword master, but unfortunately, he lacked the talent. However, being able to witness such a swordsmanship duel in his lifetime was enough to leave him without regrets. After another collision, both retreated a few steps. This time, neither rushed towards the other again, but instead stared intently at each other, trying to spot weaknesses and gather strength for a more powerful attack. One sword style, Flying Dragon, Flame. Roronoa Zoro exerted force with his legs and leaped into the air, placing the Wado Ikemanji behind him. A dragon-shaped sword technique formed, enveloping him within, as both man and dragon charged toward Moke. Seeing this move, Moke's pupils slightly contracted. It must be said that Zoro was indeed Zoro. Every technique was exceedingly domineering and dazzling, truly deserving of being one of the most popular characters in One Piece. Moreover, this move not only looked powerful, but its might was exceptional as well. If struck, the enemy's wound would erupt with high-temperature blue flames, completely burning the target to ashes. One sword style, Azura Slash. Moke, on the ground, also became excited. He took a deep breath, then slightly bent his body, holding the Sandai Kitetsu with his other hand and extending it behind him. The aura of the demon surged from his body and coalesced into Ashura wielding a long knife. Just as Roronoa Zoro's dragon-shaped sword technique was about to hit him, Moke decisively swung out the Sandai Kitetsu. The Shura, created from the demon aura, also swung the knife. Boom! Their attacks once again collided violently, creating a powerful force that swept outward from the two of them. The clothes on both of them rustled loudly. The boss felt as if he were in a typhoon of level 7 or 8, struggling to maintain his balance. Fortunately, there was a wall behind him. But even so, he still stared intensely at the two, afraid of missing a single moment. Clang! In the next second, Roronoa Zoro broke through Mach's Shura, and the Wadu Ikamanji slashed onto Mach's body. At this moment, Roronoa Zoro had already pulled back his strength. After all, they were sparring, not fighting to the death. However, even so, if that slash had landed fully, it would definitely have injured Mach. At least that was what both Roronoa Zoro and the weapon shop owner thought. But unexpectedly, when the Wadu Ikamanji struck Mach, it produced the sound of metal clashing. How is that possible? The boss couldn't help but exclaim, and then he remembered. This person before him was not just a swordsman, but also a devil fruit user. Roronoa Zoro was equally shocked. His gaze fell on the spot where he had slashed Mach. The clothing had torn, revealing Mach's fair skin, but there was not a single scratch. I lost. Mach, although defeated, was not discouraged in the slightest. In fact, he felt somewhat happy. How long had he been training? And what about Roronoa Zoro? This battle had shown that he had already attained swordsmanship strength capable of competing with Roronoa Zoro. He believed that when they met again, his sword skills would definitely surpass those of Roronoa Zoro. Mach sheathed the Sandai Kitetsu and then smiled at Roronoa Zoro. I assume you will head to the Grand Line as well. I'll look forward to seeing you again, and we can have another match then. All right. Roronoa Zoro immediately agreed without hesitation. After all, Mach was the only swordsman in the East Blue who was evenly matched with him, and he was very willing to have such a rival. Moreover, he did not think Mach's swordsmanship was much inferior to his own. He could tell that what Mach truly lacked was combat experience. Most importantly, if it came down to a real fight, he might be the one to lose, because the other party's body was as hard as iron. His strongest move had failed to inflict even a scratch on Mach. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that he, like Luffy, was also a devil fruit user? Mach left, as he had other matters to attend to. Challenging Roronoa Zoro was merely to clearly understand the level of his swordsmanship. Now, he quickly headed towards the execution platform, because no matter how the plot and characters changed because of him, one thing would absolutely not change. Luffy would definitely still go to the execution platform. And that was his opportunity. As expected, when he arrived at the execution platform, Bartolomeo and his childhood friend, Desire, were already at the square near the execution platform, especially Bartolomeo's distinctly unique appearance and outfit, which was very eye-catching and easy to spot. Soon, his gaze fell upon the execution platform. He saw a guy wearing a straw hat continuously climbing upwards. Sure enough, Mach's smile could no longer be contained. Mach touched the ground, activating his ability. His body immediately began to change, entering the natural type Mud state as facing Luffy. A character with an extraordinary protagonist aura required a more complete natural type. Then Mach softly uttered Mud Binding. In the next second, the soil beneath the execution platform seemed to come alive. It surged wildly, wrapping around the entire area beneath the execution platform and rapidly rising. It seemed to want to consume the entire execution platform. At this moment, Luffy had also noticed the abnormality below. His eyes widened in fear. After all, at this time, Luffy was not the version of himself from 2 years later. His experience was quite limited. The only ability user he had seen was the utterly weak Clown Buggy. However, Luffy was a very persistent person. He wouldn't stop his steps until he achieved what he wanted. He quickened his pace, rapidly climbing toward the highest point of the execution platform. However, under Mach's control, the rising speed of the soil was even faster. Just as Luffy reached the top of the execution platform, the soil had already reached up, directly engulfing the highest platform of the execution platform along with Luffy. Luffy was left with only his head sticking out, his expression turning frantic, because he realized that no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. It felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. At the same time, the soil beneath Mach surged like waves, lifting him to the same level as Luffy. You're a pirate, right? You should have been prepared for death long ago. As he spoke, Mach slowly drew the Sandai Kitetsu in his hand, preparing to strike him down. "Who are you?" Luffy panicked and struggled desperately. Even though he knew that struggling was futile, it was the instinct for survival. But when Mock's blade came down, Luffy instead calmed down and smiled down at him. It was this smile that shocked everyone present. Mock also smiled, because this was the effect he wanted. Chapter 12 Bartolomeo, you are really brave. Rumbling. At the same time, there was a thunderous sound in the sky, followed by a lightning bolt that struck Mock. However, everything was within Mock's expectations. Under this lightning, Mock was directly blasted apart, turning into countless mud particles that splattered everywhere. But soon, the countless mud particles quickly gathered together again. Mock had already returned to his original state, but at this moment, he was already on the ground, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. And he thought to himself, "Dragon, you old six, I knew you would pull this trick." This. In a corner of the square, Dasky looked shocked. Smoker also widened his eyes and turned to Dasky. "Didn't you say he is similar to a user of the Chop Chop Fruit?" "Similar to a user of the Chop Chop Fruit." My foot. That was clearly elementalization. This is obviously a Logia user, probably the Logia Mud Fruit user. At this moment, Smoker's gaze towards Mock changed significantly. A swordsmanship genius, plus a Logia user. If such a guy joins the Navy, he will surely achieve great things in the future. Perhaps he will be one of the future admirals. Then, his gaze fell on Luffy. His expression immediately turned cold. The most important thing now is this guy. Dasky follow. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a cloud of smoke and headed towards Luffy at high speed. Just at this moment, Luffy had already escaped from danger. He had also seen the Navy personnel, and most importantly, Nami and Usopp had already arrived. They grabbed Luffy and ran. Mock watched Smoker and Dasky chase after Luffy, and saw Bartolomeo looking at Luffy with admiration. He couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, and couldn't help but smile. He never expected that you were not only a powerful swordsman, but also a user of the Logia Mud Fruit. I wonder when the owner of the weapon shop had come to Mock's side. With a smiling face, the owner's gaze towards Mock carried a bit of flattery and ingratiation. Mock turned to look at the owner, feeling a bit puzzled, as he didn't understand why this guy was here. So he asked, "Is there something you need?" The owner hesitated for a moment, but immediately made up his mind. "It's like this. My wife has a sister named Ada. She's a chef who loves to cook. To pursue better culinary skills, she went to the Grand Line. She said there are better ingredients there, and she wants to experience it. If you go to the Grand Line and happen to pass by Chef Island, please help me and my wife find out her whereabouts, because her last news was from there." After finishing, the owner bowed deeply to Mock. Mock was very surprised because in the original story, the owner didn't mention this to Roronoa Zoro. It seems that because of him, this world has already undergone some changes. Because of this, he suddenly wanted to see what the change really looked like. So he nodded. "Don't worry, I will go to Chef Island. I will help you find Ada." The owner was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He had just asked for help if Mock passed by Chef Island to find Ada's whereabouts, because he understood very well that he didn't have the face to make Mock go to Chef Island specifically to help him find Ada. This. Coming back to his senses, the owner showed an expression of disbelief. Then he was overjoyed. "Thank you so much." Just like in the original story, with the help of the Super Dad Dragon, Luffy and his crew successfully broke out of Road Town and headed towards the Grand Line. Soon they went upstream and climbed up Reverse Mountain. Thus, they took their first step into the Grand Line. At this moment, Mock's attention was already on Bartolomeo. He wanted to see how this guy's Paramecia barrier fruit came about. Time passed little by little, and with Smoker also leaving with Luffy, Road Town became a chaotic place. After all, Road Town could become the weakest and most stable existence in the EC, and Smoker played a significant role in this. And now, without Smoker's deterrence, whether it's pirates or thugs like Bartolomeo, they could act recklessly. Especially Bartolomeo, who was originally a lawless character. Once Smoker left, no one could restrain him anymore. "Boss, I've got news. The one coming to Road Town is Colonel Wild Dog from EC Base Number 12. "Who?" Bartolomeo was taken aback. The three major pests of the EC Navy, Colonel Monka, Colonel Mouse, and this Colonel Wild Dog. Only Smoker, this fool, wouldn't know. And the people below already knew very well. However, to be fair, these three guys are indeed the three major pests of the EC. But their strength, One is weaker than the other. Bartolomeo laughed. Just in time for me to set sail, I can use their heads to make a name for myself. At the same time, it can also be considered as removing a threat for Road Town. After all, he was born in Road Town, and he didn't want this Colonel Wild Dog to eventually take the highest position in Road Town. Otherwise, the entire Road Town would probably live in hell. Watching Bartolomeo from the shadows, Mock raised an eyebrow. What kind of place is Road Town? Is the throat of the East Sea, and the Navy headquarters would never allow a weakling to sit in this position. Even if the character is not good, the strength must be there. Even if not as strong as Smoker, they must have enough strength to deter the pirates of the East Sea. Otherwise, all of Smoker's efforts over the years would have been in vain. Bartolomeo has some strength, but it's only against ordinary people. Against someone who can replace Smoker. There is only one way to die. Damn. At this moment, Mock was really puzzled. Could there be some kind of reasoning behind this? Or did this guy obtain the barrier fruit before this? Otherwise, he didn't believe that the current Bartolomeo could defeat the person sent by the Navy to replace Smoker. 3 days later, a small warship entered the port of Road Town. Soon, a group of Navy personnel disembarked, led by a very tall Navy colonel. TSK. And when they walked out of the port and arrived in the town, Bartolomeo and a group of people surrounded them. Glaring disdainfully at Colonel Wild Dog, he arrogantly said, "Colonel Wild Dog, I know you've embezzled quite a bit. Hand some out for the brothers. Otherwise, you won't get past today." In the shadows, Mock twitched at this scene. Bartolomeo is really brave. Chapter 13. Colonel Wild Dog. Colonel Wild Dog seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world at that moment, bursting into loud laughter. Bartolomeo, however, had a stiff expression because Colonel Wild Dog's laughter truly stimulated him, even giving him a very uneasy feeling. Shave. In an instant, Colonel Wild Dog vanished from his original spot and reappeared right in front of Bartolomeo, so close that he could hit Bartolomeo's face with a single swing of his hand. 6 styles. Mock couldn't help but slightly widen his pupils in the shadows. When it comes to the Navy, the 6 styles is something that cannot be avoided. It can be said that most Navy officers, except for those who use swords, are familiar with several techniques of the 6 styles. Even some sword users know the 6 styles. However, it must be said that any Navy officer who masters the 6 styles is not a weakling. This is because not everyone can cultivate the 6 styles. One must reach a power level of 500. Don't underestimate this power level of 500. For example, the power level used to test the combat effectiveness of Navy personnel is also a standard to prove a person's strength in battle. The most ordinary Navy soldier has a power level of 10, and anything above 500 is considered superhuman. Look at the people in CP9. Only a few have power levels of 5 or 600. Of course, this number is not rare or top tier. However, in the first half of the Grand Line, it can be considered to possess some strength. Not to mention in the weakest East Blue, it is absolutely a strong power and a crushing one at that. Bartolomeo's eyes widened in fear. He instinctively retreated, but how could he compete with a Navy officer who had mastered the 6 styles? Boom! Colonel Wild Dog kicked out directly, landing a blow to Bartolomeo's abdomen. With immense force, Bartolomeo flew away like a kite with a broken string. Colonel Wild Dog did not stop there. Shave. A kick sent out. Shave. Another kick. The same simple and direct technique. Yet none of the little minions Bartolomeo brought managed to withstand even a single move. Impossible, this can't be happening. At this moment, Bartolomeo, who had already fallen 7 or 8 meters away, looked horrified and terrified. Soon, nearly 100 little minions were all lying on the ground, some with broken legs, some with broken arms, or even broken ribs. It was clear that Colonel Wild Dog showed no mercy. Finally, he walked step by step toward Bartolomeo, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a mocking smile. Bartolomeo, frightened, jumped up from the ground, enduring the pain and retreating step by step. At the same time, he still couldn't believe it. How could it be possible? You couldn't even defeat that guy Sheeping. Sheeping? Upon hearing this, Colonel Wild Dog seemed to recall something and couldn't help but laugh joyfully. I say, who gave you such courage as a little minion to dare to make a move against me? So you know the guy Sheeping? Now that I think about it, it makes sense. That guy Sheeping is from Road Town, and like these people in front of me, he is just a little thug. It's not surprising that someone knows him. But that guy is his white glove. Losing to Sheeping that time was just for show. After all, the guy pulled off a big score. He couldn't be left alive. Moreover, that time was just a chance encounter at sea. I couldn't really catch that guy, could I? That would just be asking for trouble. After letting him go, I would find an opportunity to silently kill him. Then, I would take all the money he stole back for myself and use that money to establish some connections. The loss of that little reputation is nothing compared to these. Otherwise, how would he be sitting in this top position in the East Blue? With this position, he could rake in more wealth. By then, the money for establishing connections would increase, and he would naturally rise faster afterward. What a great deal. But unexpectedly, this garbage gave him the illusion that he was weak. Come on. Although he is not as good as Smoker, he is at least a Navy cadet on the same level as Smoker. His strength may not mean much in the Grand Line, but in this East Blue, once Smoker leaves, who else is his opponent? There is not a single capable one. Just like these rabble in front of him, he could easily wipe them out. I'll fight you. At this moment, Bartolomeo had finally regained his senses. His eyes were filled with madness, and his face was twisted, because he understood that he had no way out except to fight to the death. Even if he died, at least he wanted to die with some dignity. So Bartolomeo lunged at Colonel Wild Dog. Unfortunately, in Colonel Wild Dog's eyes, Bartolomeo's movements were as slow as a turtle. Colonel Wild Dog easily dodged with a flash. After Bartolomeo missed his attack, he brushed past him, and Colonel Wild Dog lifted his leg for a kick, landing squarely on Bartolomeo's rear. With powerful force, Bartolomeo was kicked away once again. The corner of Colonel Wild Dog's mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing a cold smile. At the same time, he scanned the surroundings. To him, Bartolomeo was no different from those little minions, and he could easily take him out in one move. The situation was like a cat playing with a mouse, meant to intimidate everyone in Rogue Town, no matter whether they were local thugs or incoming pirates. He wanted them to understand that even though Smoker had left Rogue Town, Colonel Wild Dog was still here. It was still not a place they could mess around in. However, he did not notice that the direction Bartolomeo flew towards was precisely where his subordinates were. Those subordinates were just some ordinary Navy soldiers, and one of them, caught off guard, was knocked over by Bartolomeo. Instantly, they fell over. At that moment, one person's box dropped to the ground. A fruit that looked somewhat like an apple rolled to Bartolomeo's side. Holy crap! Mock's eyes lit up. Colonel Wild Dog's expression also changed. He probably never expected such a blunder to occur. That was the devil fruit he had accidentally obtained, which he intended to use to establish connections. Bartolomeo was momentarily stunned, then quickly grabbed the devil fruit. Without a second thought, he stuffed it into his mouth. You dare! Shave! In an instant, Colonel Wild Dog vanished from the spot. But no matter how fast he was, there was still some distance to cover. Perhaps in the original story, he was just a step too slow, allowing Bartolomeo to eat the devil fruit, which would lead Bartolomeo to turn the tide. Not to mention defeating Colonel Wild Dog. At least he would be able to leave safely. However, at this moment, no one could outrun Mock, plus he was already prepared. So, having absorbed sunlight early on, he transformed into a beam of light and arrived at Bartolomeo's side before he could eat the devil fruit, snatching it away from Bartolomeo's hands. Who are you? Colonel Wild Dog came to a sudden stop, looking at Mock with eyes full of wariness. He recognized at a glance that Mock possessed a Logia-type ability, similar to Admiral Kazuru's Pika Pika no Mi ability. This made him take Mock seriously and be cautious. Chapter 14 Accident Who I Am Doesn't Matter. What matters is. This devil fruit is mine now, thank you. As he said this, he couldn't help but shake the devil fruit in his hand. Bartolomeo, it's already in hand. I thought I was hitting the jackpot at first, but in the end, Colonel Wild Dog, I'm so angry I could grind my teeth. This is the key he would use to break through above. If it weren't for the fear of Mock's ability, he would have already acted. However, since the opponent already knows this is a devil fruit, naturally, it can't be returned, which means both sides must fight. Shave Colonel Wild Dog is also a very decisive person. After making his decision, he stopped talking. He disappeared from everyone's sight once again, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Mock. Finger gun. He pointed his index finger like a gun, aiming at the center of Mock's forehead. Clang. Mock didn't choose to dodge, but prepared to counterattack, relying on his ability. just as Colonel Wild Dog's finger struck Mach's forehead. Mach's Sandai Kitetsu was drawn, slicing through the air with a cold light. But just as it was about to hit Colonel Wild Dog, he once again used Shave, entering a high-speed movement state. Thus, he dodged Mach's strike and reappeared 10 meters away. At this moment, the look in his eyes towards Mach changed again, filled with shock and confusion. You really are a Logia user, but Admiral Kazuru is still alive and well. How did you obtain the Pika Pika no Mi? He had never heard of a Logia-type devil fruit similar to the Pika Pika no Mi originally. He thought Mach only possessed a Paramecia-type devil fruit similar to the Pika Pika no Mi, at most having similar movement and attack methods. But after that last blow, he had confirmed that this guy was indeed a Logia user. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have elementalization. Mach grinned. That's none of your business. By the way, have you ever been kicked by light? As soon as he finished speaking, light elements gathered at Mach's feet, making his entire right leg shine brightly. This is bad. Colonel Wild Dog's face changed dramatically. Shave! At the same time, Mach had already kicked out his right leg, sending a beam of light shooting forth. Boom! Having dodged in advance, Colonel Wild Dog saw the beam pass through the spot where he had just stood, striking a military ship at the port. Its immense power directly pierced through the entire hull of the ship. With a thunderous roar, it split in two and quickly sank. Hiss! Colonel Wild Dog couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he had been hit, he would have been either dead or severely injured. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. However, being trained by Zephyr, even if his character was lacking, his strength was still there, and his courage was greater. The pressure Mach brought him not only didn't make him shrink back, but instead ignited his fighting spirit. He stared intently at Mach. Ever since I was assigned to the East Blue as the deputy commander, it's been a long time since I've had a good fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Mach's body underwent a transformation. Gray fur sprouted all over him, and his hands began to turn into claws. Now, he finally understood why this guy was called Colonel Wild Dog. Because this guy was a Zoan-type wild dog fruit user. Shave! In the next instant, Colonel Wild Dog disappeared again. Grass! I have to say, using Shave myself feels great. But when the opponent uses it, it becomes quite a headache. Mach could only be fully on guard. When he reappeared, he was already behind Mach. Finger gun. Clang. This time, he didn't choose to use elementalization. Because when Wild Dog used his ability, he felt a vague unease in his heart. Therefore, he swung the Sandai Kitetsu behind him to strike accurately at Colonel Wild Dog's finger. What Mach didn't expect was that an extremely terrifying force transmitted from Colonel Wild Dog's finger, shaking Mach's hand. I have to say, Zoan-type devil fruits are really too suitable for martial artists. Not to mention other aspects, just the enhancement in strength is terrifying. However, what shocked Mach the most was not just this, because at this moment, when he turned his head, he saw that Colonel Wild Dog's finger was actually wrapped in hockey. What the hell, this is the East Blue. Hockey wrapped around his body. Is it really that outrageous? Mach was frantically complaining in his heart, while also feeling extremely fortunate. Most importantly, he kept reminding himself not to underestimate anyone in the future and not to overly rely on elementalization. If he was careful, he could end up in a tragic situation like falling into an iron block illusion. Mach instantly transformed into a beam of light, creating some distance between the two. At this moment, the way he looked at Colonel Wild Dog had changed a bit. Colonel Wild Dog's mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly, revealing a hint of pride. This was his last trump card. He had awakened hockey not long ago. Although it was only at the most basic level and could barely wrap around his fists, it was already enough. This was also his trump card for confidently rising to the rank of Rear Admiral. At this moment, Mach also felt the rising fighting spirit, shining. In the next second, light elements gathered around Mach, making him appear like a small sun. The bright light made it impossible for everyone to look directly at him, as a single glance would make their eyes feel like they were on fire, painful to the point of not being able to open. One sword style, Demon Flame Flash. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mach combined the demonic energy from Sandai Kitetsu and unleashed it, merging into one. Swish! Mach's figure flashed and disappeared, reappearing behind Colonel Wild Dog, slowly sheathing the Sandai Kitetsu. When the light around Mach dissipated, a wound exploded on Colonel Wild Dog's body, and blood gushed out wildly. Colonel Wild Dog looked incredulous. He had absolute confidence in his strength in this East Blue. He never expected. Damn it. Colonel Wild Dog couldn't he help but curse softly. I have to say, Mach's move is really a headache. It makes it impossible to see. And he had awakened hockey, not observation hockey. How could he evade the opponent's attack in a situation where he couldn't see? Hurricane kick. Colonel Wild Dog spun around and unleashed a hurricane kick strike. Clang. Mach's reaction wasn't slow either. The Sandai Kitetsu was instantly drawn and swung, forcibly blocking the attack. However, the immense impact caused him to retreat 4 or 5 meters. Shave. And how could Colonel Wild Dog miss such a good opportunity? Using Shave, he appeared directly behind Mach, finger gun. His index finger aimed at Mach's back of the head and poked forward. Chapter 15. Entering the Grand Line, however, in the next moment, he froze in place. His fingers were less than 10 centimeters away from Mach's head. But Colonel Wild Dog found that at this moment, he was completely unable to move. He looked down and saw that, for some unknown reason, his entire body had already been entangled and bound by the soil that had surged up from the ground. At this moment, he wore an expression of shock and confusion. Just then, Mach's third-generation Guetu drew a beautiful arc in the air, slashing towards Colonel Wild Dog's neck. This is bad. Colonel Wild Dog's face changed drastically. At this moment, he had already lost the ability to move and could not dodge at all. He could only watch helplessly as the third-generation Guetu drew closer to him. Iron block. With no other choice, he could only choose to defend passively. The third-generation Guetu swept across Colonel Wild Dog's neck, and clearly his iron block could not withstand Mach's blow. First, a wound slowly appeared, followed by a spurt of blood. No, it can't be. Colonel Wild Dog was in disbelief. This guy in front of him clearly possessed a nature-type fruit similar to the glint fruit. How could he control the soil? However, at this moment, he noticed that he did not know when, but the skin of this guy in front of him was no longer so shiny. Instead, it had become dull and even slightly yellowish. Unfortunately, it was all too late. At this moment, Mach had a smile on his face. Just when he had taken the full force of Colonel Wild Dog's stormy kick and was forced back 4 or 5 meters, he had taken the opportunity to touch the ground with his hand, transforming from glint to mud abilities. Moreover, the iron block was indeed the strongest illusion. This guy was directly broken through by his full-powered strike of ghostly energy, dead as a doornail. Crack. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a person was taking pictures of Mach, very professionally finding a suitable angle to capture the moment Mach sheathed his sword, exuding an air of disdain for the world. At the same time, Mach was searching for Bartolomeo's figure, only to find that he had long since disappeared. Mach couldn't help but be stunned, muttering, "Truly worthy of an important character. Their life is resilient." However, now, there was no need to stay in Rogue Town any longer. He pointed his hand at the sun and once again transformed into his glint ability. Finally, he turned into a beam of light and shot straight toward Reverse Mountain. He quickly rushed into the Grand Line and soon arrived at the first small island. On the Grand Line, there were several routes to choose from, and on the first small island of each route, there were underground forces selling information. One could almost buy the Eternal Pointer for all the small islands, albeit at a high price. Therefore, as soon as Mach landed on the small island, he immediately found a tavern. As Mach entered, a waiter greeted him with a big smile. "What can I get for you?" Mach cut to the chase and said, "I want an Eternal Pointer to Chef Island." After finishing, he couldn't help but sniff the air as a fragrant aroma wafted towards him, whetting his appetite. So he added, "And bring me a table of your most famous dishes." "All right, you can sit anywhere. I'll be right back." Mach casually chose an empty table to sit down. However, a group of people all turned to look at Mach, some with malicious glances. They even let out bursts of cold laughter. Another clueless newcomer has arrived, probably still dreaming about becoming the Pirate King. Aren't newcomers always like this? So naive. Mach raised an eyebrow, scanning everyone present with a disdainful look. It should be known that the old-timers here were basically all washed-up losers who had lost their courage. They could only put on a show in front of newcomers. "Hey," one burly man stood up and walked toward Mach. "Kid, The eternal pointer to a specific island isn't cheap. You seem to have some money. Why not pay for our table as well? Leave some money for me to spend. How about it? Although it sounded like a question, the tone was undeniably commanding. Mock sat there, looking up at the man. Seeing his confident demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. You, who only dare to nestle in the first small island at the entrance of the Grand Line, dare to mock those who have dreams. Although most of those guys aren't good people, they're still much stronger than you losers. Silence. The tavern instantly fell into a state of silence. No matter if it was the newcomer or those who originally intended to watch the show, everyone had their expressions frozen on their faces, because Mock's words were like a slap to their faces. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Mock changed. It was no longer one of spectators, but rather one of hostility, as if they wanted to devour Mock, especially the burly man, whose eyes widened in anger. But just as he was about to explode, he met Mock's gaze. At this moment, Mock's pupils had turned purple, and ghostly energy surged from his body, sweeping outwards. The first to bear the brunt was the burly man, who barely uttered a word before he felt as if he was struck hard. His face turned pale, and his body swayed. All his other words were forced back down. Hiss! Everyone present felt a chill sweep through, making them shiver involuntarily. Most importantly, the aura of this kid had changed. It brought them unprecedented pressure. They couldn't help but gasp. After all, they were all pirates who had ventured through the seas. They had some experience and could tell they had encountered a tough opponent today. Mock coldly declared, "Leave all your belongings behind, and you may leave. Otherwise, today you will pay with your lives for offending me." The faces of the crowd stiffened. They had intended to bully a newcomer and share a piece of the pie. Who would have thought they would be robbed instead? Everyone was dumbfounded. But these were all blood-stained pirates, and greed was their nature. How could they easily hand over their money? Crash! One pirate sitting by the window broke it and leaped out. Boom! But before he could celebrate, the crowd in the tavern saw Mock's index finger aimed at him, gathering a large amount of light elements. Then a beam of light shot out, directly piercing through the back of the escaping pirate. The momentum did not diminish and crashed into a large tree 100 meters away. The terrifying power directly snapped the tree in half. Because the tavern's windows were quite large, most people clearly saw everything. The tavern once again fell into silence. Gulp. Hiss. Some people swallowed hard, and others gasped. Once they regained their senses, their gazes towards Mock had completely changed. There was no longer any disdain or unwillingness. Only awe remained. Immediately, everyone respectfully placed all their belongings on Mock's table before retreating. Chapter 16, Blackbeard Ha Ha. At this moment, a very distinctive laugh echoed from a corner of the tavern. What the hell? As the laughter erupted, Mock's expression remained unchanged, but his heart raced. In One Piece, many characters have very unique laughs, and just by hearing them, one can tell who they are. For example, this laugh right now undoubtedly belongs to Blackbeard, one of the future 4 emperors. Mock's pupils constricted sharply. He never expected to encounter such a big boss right after entering the Grand Line. With his current strength, he was no match for him. Phew! Mock slowly exhaled to calm himself down and then turned to look at the corner where the laughter came from. Sure enough, a big man who had been facing away from him turned to look at him, his eyes filled with a hint of appreciation. Next to him sat a frail-looking guy on the brink of death. It's Poison Q. Mock recognized him at a glance. The initial 4 commanders under Blackbeard were Lafitte, Jesus Burgess, Van Augur, and this Poison Q. But why is Blackbeard here at the entrance of the Grand Line? No, on the contrary. This is the entrance of the 4 seas. If he remembers correctly, one of Blackbeard's 4 commanders, Lafitte, was born in the West Sea, originally a West Sea police officer. Nicknamed the Devil Sheriff, the Devil Policeman. He is also the navigator of the Blackbeard Pirates and will be the captain of the 5th ship in the future. Given that Blackbeard has only Poison Q by his side, does that mean this is the time when Blackbeard goes to the West Sea and successfully recruits Lafitte? But what is this guy going to the West Sea for? Is it really just to recruit Lafitte? Is Lafitte really worth such a trip for Blackbeard? At this point, most people in the tavern had already run away. Blackbeard stood up from his seat and walked toward Mock, carefully sizing him up. You're absolutely right. These guys who can even abandon their dreams have no right to insult those who have dreams. Mock silently furrowed his brows. Ha ha! Seeing that Mock did not respond immediately, Blackbeard added, "How about joining my pirate crew?" He had seen Mock's earlier performance. Not only did he have an imposing presence that could intimidate others at a glance, but he also possessed powerful devil fruit abilities. Then his gaze fell on the Sandai Kitetsu in Mock's hand, suggesting that he likely had decent swordsmanship. Such a person was worth recruiting. After a moment of silence, Mock smiled and, with a hint of youthful bravado, replied, "That won't do. My dream is to become the Pirate King." Ha ha ha. Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback by Mock's words. Then he burst into loud laughter. The way he looked at Mock changed, becoming more scrutinizing. Finally, he said meaningfully, "I look forward to our next meeting." With that, he walked out of the tavern, understanding that this young man before him was not someone who would bow down to others. Poison Q followed closely behind. After leaving the tavern, Poison Q glanced back and said to Blackbeard, "This kid is still inexperienced, but he will eventually become a rival." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Blackbeard. "In the vast sea, there are countless people like him. Should I kill them all? Can I even kill them?" At this point, he turned back to look and said with great authority, "Moreover, if he really does stand against me one day, I will personally take his head." Ha ha. In Blackbeard's eyes, Mock was not even a rival at this moment. Or rather, whether Mock could ever reach a level to stand against him was still an unknown. Phew. After Blackbeard left, Mock couldn't help but take a deep breath. To be honest, at this moment, he did not want to confront Blackbeard head-on, as there was no chance of victory. However, he had already prepared to take action. But, TSK, Mock's hand, which was resting on the hilt of the Sandai Kitetsu, tightened. The desire to become stronger had never been as intense as it was now. His strength was insufficient. He didn't even have the qualifications to be someone else's opponent. Or rather, others didn't even have the interest to attack him. Not long after Blackbeard left, the waiter came over. "This is the eternal pointer to Chef Island, 300,000 berries." Mock's face twitched. It wasn't that he didn't have the 300,000 berries, but he sighed inwardly, realizing that the black market was truly too shady. To know that the two swords that Sora bought in Lowtown only cost a total of 100,000 berries. However, he still paid up readily because he was short on money. Then he asked, "Do you have any information for sale?" The waiter nodded, "Of course. But are you looking for someone or trying to learn about something?" Mock replied, "Chef Ada, born in Lowtown, East Sea. She has appeared on Chef Island before. I need all her current information." The waiter said, "Please wait a moment," and turned to leave. Mock frowned slightly, as he felt that this waiter was somewhat different from before. He no longer wore a somewhat humble smile, but instead had a hint of subtle pride. This left Mock puzzled about what had caused this change. He had just displayed his strength, and logically, the waiter should be more awed by him. Interesting. Mock watched the waiter's departing figure, a meaningful expression on his face. Soon, the waiter returned, holding a piece of paper and politely smiling. "The chef Ada you're looking for is quite a character, so the price is a bit high. In the underground world, the price of information is often based on a person's strength and status." Oh, Mock showed a hint of surprise on his face. Originally, he had only agreed to look for her because he had received 2 famous swords from the weapon dealer. He didn't expect to get an unexpected surprise. As long as the information is accurate, the price is not a problem. The waiter extended a finger. 1,000,000 berries. After saying this, he took out a din mushi. "It's a bit expensive, but there's a reason for the price. Once we receive your million, our people will keep an eye on her. If her location changes, we will notify you immediately until you find her." Mock was momentarily stunned. This service was indeed worth the price. So he nodded and then pulled out a sapphire from his pocket. The waiter took it, examined it carefully, and made a judgment in his mind. Although it was a bit ordinary, it was still worth 1,000,000. He then handed the paper to Mock. "Chef Ada, 30 years old. For those who like this book, please give more feedback and urge updates. Thank you all." Chapter 17. 7 Warlords. Chef Ada, 30 years old. Once the captain of the culinary god pirates, a dual-wielding swordsman, and an exceptional cook, her strength is formidable as well. She has a bounty of 130 million. She won first place in the culinary competition on Chef Island back in the day. However, on that very day, she was set up, resulting in the deaths and injuries of her crew, and she was the only one who miraculously survived. Consequently, her temper became extraordinarily volatile, and she would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. She is still on Chef Island now, because she firmly believes that the person who plotted against her is still there. This is the content written on the paper, and Mock's eyes widened in surprise. He never expected that Chef Ada had a bounty exceeding 100 million. This amount is on par with the supernovas. Moreover, this bounty is from a few years ago, as she has been searching for the murderer on Chef Island all these years. Therefore, her bounty has remained unchanged. Interesting. Mock immediately said, "What about the information on the person who plotted against her back then? If you have it, bring it to me. I want to buy it too." The waiter was slightly taken aback, then narrowed his eyes. "Since this is your first time cooperating with us, and you have the potential to become a premium customer, I'll make an exception and remind you once. Anyone who buys this information will also have their own information appear in that person's hands. So are you sure?" Mock was momentarily stunned, then narrowed his eyes. The information hinted at by this guy was not ordinary. First, he was not the first person to buy information on a murderer from the underground world. Second, the murderer has quite a background. Since Ada is still on Chef Island, it indicates that the person who bought the information was either dealt with or backed down after learning the identity of the murderer. Nonetheless, he nodded. "Thank you, but please bring me the information. I'm quite curious." Waiter, "All right, but the price is a bit high. After all, everyone knows that this information could likely bring a pirate with a bounty over 100 million under your command." Saying this, he shot Mock a meaningful smile, as if saying, "Aren't you also thinking along those lines?" Upon hearing this, Mock couldn't help but smile. "Oh? Then I'd like to know how much she is worth in your underground world." Waiter, 10 million berries. Mock's eyes lit up, the higher the price. The stronger Ada's abilities must be. So upon hearing this price, he was instead pleased. He then pulled out a string of jewelry necklaces. This should cover 10 million berries. "Waiter, please wait a moment." At this moment, the smile on his face became a bit more sincere. Selling information worth over 10 million would naturally earn him a considerable bonus. Soon, the waiter returned with the information once again. New world, under Don Quixote da Flamingo. Member of the Don Quixote family, Gladius. A paramecia-type bomb fruit user, with a bounty of 31 million. In reality, he possesses strength exceeding 100 million. He ambushed Ada using the bomb fruit's abilities, killing everyone in the culinary god pirates except for the captain, Ada, and successfully seized the devil fruit from her hands. Damn! Mock couldn't help but show a shocked expression. He never expected that the attacker would be Gladius from the Don Quixote family. No wonder. He has Doflamingo and the entire Don Quixote family backing him. But what kind of devil fruit could attract Gladius to take action? Moreover, Gladius chose to ambush instead of confronting her directly, and he didn't manage to kill Ada completely to eliminate future threats. This indicates Ada's strength. This means Gladius's strength is inferior to hers. Yet he wasn't deemed worthy enough for Doflamingo to make a personal visit, thus leading to the current situation. Mock immediately felt that spending this money was worthwhile. He also felt that recruiting Chef Ada as his first partner would be a good choice. Suddenly, Mock thought of something and added, "By the way, give me a route map to Chef Island." The waiter chuckled lightly, then took out a map from his pocket and handed it over. "This route map is a personal gift from me to you." Mock's eyes flashed. "Thank you." Then he added, "Now, shouldn't we get to the main topic?" The waiter was slightly taken aback, then laughed. "You're quite perceptive. You've noticed that?" Huff. The waiter took a deep breath and straightened his clothes. "Now I officially invite you to join our Baroque Works on behalf of Baroque Works. With your strength. Once you join Baroque Works, you will immediately become a senior agent." Damn. First, it was Doflamingo's Don Quixote family. Then it was Crocodile's Baroque Works. Truly impressive. It makes sense in the Underground Information Network. In the New World, everyone looks to Doflamingo, while in the first half of the Grand Line, they look to Crocodile's Baroque Works. However, he had no intention of becoming a subordinate to Crocodile. Just as he was about to speak, the waiter added, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You can listen to the conditions we offer. First, information sharing. All information you need will be provided to you for free. Additionally, if anyone poses a threat to you or someone comes to buy information about you, you will be notified immediately. Even personnel will be dispatched to assist you. Second, Once you join, as long as you complete the tasks assigned by Baroque Works, you can act freely at other times. Moreover, upon completing tasks, Baroque Works will provide very generous rewards. Third, you can choose the form of cooperation. Information will be prioritized for you, and if someone is targeting you, you will be alerted. However, you'll need to pay in berries. Of course, you will also need to complete certain tasks. If you choose this form, you have the choice. Not every task must be completed. In a year, you only need to choose 2 or 3 tasks from those assigned to you. I must say, the third form of cooperation is quite appealing. However, it's unnecessary. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Information can simply be bought with berries. After all, no matter how nice it sounds, agreeing would mean being under Crocodile's Baroque Works. Therefore, Mok decisively refused. The waiter could only leave regretfully. Mok, however, began to look at the route map to Chef Island, and soon the names of 2 small islands made him pause. Whiskey Peak and Asco Island. It must be said that this route overlaps somewhat with the one Luffy took. The former is the lair of bounty hunters, where Princess Vivi and Luffy would go. The latter is the small island where the Holy Sword is located, especially the latter, which holds significant allure for Mok. The Holy Sword is quite mysterious and powerful. It can heal wounds automatically, enhance the strength of oneself and companions, and even control hearts, uniting man and sword. Incredible. If he could absorb it, his strength would undoubtedly reach a new level. However, he also wants to visit Whiskey Peak, not to meet Princess Vivi or Luffy again, but because there is a famous sword, Hanajo, which, if I remember correctly, seems to be in the hands of an agent from Baroque Works. In the original story, it was ultimately obtained by Dazbones. Since he wants to recruit Ada, besides the information about the murderer, he should also have a decent gift for their first meeting, right? And for a swordsman, is there a more suitable gift than a famous sword? Chapter 18. The shocked naval headquarters. After having a hearty meal at the tavern, Moke rested for another night. Early the next morning, Moke transformed into a beam of light and headed towards Reverse Mount. Naval headquarters. Admiral Sengoku couldn't help but stand up in shock, exclaiming, "What?" At that moment, Carp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, who were in his office, turned to look at him. Carp even forgot to put the donut he was holding into his mouth, as he rarely saw Sengoku so flustered. Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned slightly, as he had a bad premonition that something major must have happened. He immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Sengoku hung up the phone bug and slowly exhaled to collect himself. Colonel Wild Dog, who succeeded Smoker in the East Blue, has been killed. How could this happen? Carp exclaimed in surprise, as he often visited the East Blue and was quite familiar with it. There are only a few pirates with any real power in the entire East Blue. However, none of them had the guts or the strength to kill the highest authority of the East Blue Navy. It was clear that Tsuru thought the same way. If there were any decent strongmen among the East Blue pirates, they wouldn't be known as the weakest of the 4 seas. So with some doubts, he asked, "Could it be that a strong person has emerged in the East Blue?" Sengoku nodded. Moke, age unknown, birthplace unknown, possesses excellent swordsmanship and is also a devil fruit user. He paused for a moment before adding, "According to intelligence, his swordsmanship was learned from Smoker's subordinate, Lieutenant Tashiji. The devil fruit he possesses is very special. It not only has the abilities of light and earth, but also possesses elementalization unique to the Logia type." Huh? Tsuru and Carp both showed expressions of astonishment. Carp bluntly said, "Sengoku, you must have misheard. How can it be a Logia user who controls both light and earth at the same time?" Even Sengoku himself began to doubt. If he hadn't just confirmed it multiple times, he would never have believed it. No, even after confirming it several times, deep down, it was still hard to believe. He muttered to himself, Logia is a natural element in nature. How could 2 natural abilities appear in the same person? Could it be that such a devil fruit really exists? Or does this person possess 2 different devil fruit abilities? But either way, it was beyond their understanding. Vice Admiral Teru then snapped back to reality and said to Sengoku, "Since this person's swordsmanship was learned from Smoker's subordinate, Tashiji, why not ask them? Perhaps they would know what's going on." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Smoker, who was fully pursuing the Straw Hat crew, was staring out at the sea in a daze. Soon, A soldier rushed over holding a phone bug and respectfully said, "Colonel Smoker, it's Admiral Sengoku." Smoker's pupils contracted at the words. Not only him, but Tashigi beside him also looked over, her face filled with worry. Smoker was known for his actions before reporting. Otherwise, the naval headquarters would never have allowed him to pursue the Straw Hat crew. Now it seemed like trouble was brewing. After all, it wouldn't be Sengoku himself calling otherwise. But there was no turning back now. He could only brace himself and take the phone bug. "Admiral Sengoku, this is Smoker." "Sengoku, do you know about this Mo person?" Smoker and Tashigi both froze, as they had prepared to be reprimanded. At the same time, they were extremely puzzled as to why Admiral Sengoku was asking about Moke. After regaining their composure, although they still had doubts, they immediately answered, "We have a certain understanding. He is a friend of my subordinate, Lieutenant Tashigi. Not only does he possess terrifying talent in swordsmanship, but he also has a very special devil fruit ability." "Sengoku, tell me more." Smoker looked at Tashigi, who immediately understood. 3 months ago, I met him at the weapon shop in Lowtown. He bought 2 famous swords at once and used one of them as payment for me to teach him swordsmanship, which I agreed to. At that time, he knew nothing about swordsmanship. 3 months later, his swordsmanship has far surpassed mine, just a step away from becoming a swordmaster. His talent for swordsmanship is something I've never seen in my life. Even the vice admirals in the headquarters who are skilled in swordsmanship are nowhere near his talent. The devil fruit ability is very special. When we first met at the weapon shop, he displayed abilities similar to the superhuman type chop fruit, able to turn people into blades. Later, when we were capturing the Straw Hat crew, he also helped out, and at that time, he showed abilities of elementalization and controlling earth. She glanced at Smoker and then added, "Smoker, and I speculate that he might possess multiple devil fruit abilities." "What?" Tashigi's words drew an exclamation from Sengoku. The phone bug instantly transformed back into Tsuru's form. This guy actually has such terrifying talent in swordsmanship and possesses an ability similar to the superhuman type chop fruit that combined with earth and light means he is a 3-ability user with terrifying swordsmanship talent. The key is that these 3 abilities are stronger than the other, especially the light element ability similar to the Pika Pika no Mi. It's practically a copy of Kizuru. Anyone who faces such a person would have a massive headache because they would have the final say in whether to fight or flee. This is trouble. At this moment, Smoker couldn't help but ask, "Admiral Sengoku, what has this kid done to make you personally call?" Sengoku bluntly said, "Because this guy killed a wild dog colonel who was supposed to take your place." "What?" Smoker and Tashigi both exclaimed in shock, while both were also filled with confusion. Tashigi said, "No way. I've spent 3 months with him, and I can tell he doesn't have any malice towards the Navy." "Sengoku, he stole the devil fruit that the wild dog colonel was supposed to hand over." As soon as these words were spoken, Smoker and Tashigi's pupils shrank. Devil fruit, aside from the celestial dragons, are the most important strategic resources in any faction, because one devil fruit can quickly cultivate a strong individual or directly recruit a powerful ally. Therefore, this information carries a lot of weight. Tashigi clenched the snow sword in her hand, her face filled with anger. "I absolutely cannot allow a famous sword to fall into the hands of such a guy. One day, I will reclaim the Sandai Kitetsu from him." Back in Admiral Sengoku's office, he had already hung up the phone bug. However, at this moment, his brows were furrowed even tighter. Just 1 step away from becoming a swordmaster in 3 months? What kind of swordsmanship talent is this? And his abilities? Sengoku felt a headache coming on. Vice Admiral Tsuru, on the other hand, wore a serious expression. After all, her good sister, Peach Rabbit, didn't have such swordsmanship talent. Including Carp, the 3 fell into a brief silence. Then, Vice Admiral Tsuru was the first to speak. "Sengoku, I suggest we put a bounty on him." Chapter 19. The Bounty of the Warring States. Soon, Admiral Crane was the first to speak. "Warring States. I suggest we put a bounty of 100 million berries." 100 million berries? Carp exclaimed, not because he hadn't seen the world, but because this was a first bounty. Admiral Crane nodded. "That's right, a direct bounty of 100 million berries." After receiving a clear answer, Carp was momentarily taken aback. He then smiled. This young man, named Moke, not only possessed a terrifying talent for swordsmanship, but was also suspected to be a user of 3 devil fruits. A bounty of 100 million is really not high at all. Just one natural type ability, like the Goro Goro no Mi, is worth 1 billion. However, Karp did not express his opinion immediately, but pondered for a long time. After coming to a decision in his heart, Warring States said, why not directly set a bounty of 300 million berries and elevate him to the heavens? Karp and Admiral Crane looked at Warring States in unison, especially Admiral Crane, who knew that Warring States was usually very steady. The 100 million berries she just mentioned was a suitable amount based on Warring States' personality, something he could accept. Unexpectedly, Warring States had broken from his usual calm demeanor. Suddenly, a gleam of wisdom flashed in Admiral Crane's eyes, mixed with some surprise. Are you planning to include him in the 7 warlords of the sea? Upon hearing this, Karp couldn't help but curl his lips. He expressed disdain towards the 7 warlords of the sea. However, he did not speak up to stop it. Warring States, that's right. Given his relationship with Smoker and Tashigi, the chances of him agreeing are quite high. Of course, he must first survive this wave. Otherwise, no matter how high his talent or how many devil fruit abilities he has, it would be useless. Admiral Crane smiled. Then let's add some fuel to the fire and showcase his 3 devil fruit abilities on his bounty notice. Moreover, it should be clearly stated that he is a user of 3 devil fruits and is suspected of having mastered the method of possessing multiple devil fruit abilities. As soon as these words were spoken, Warring States was first stunned. Then he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He could already see various forces flocking towards Moke. Meanwhile, in the New World, Doflamingo had already received underground intelligence. A natural type user similar to the Goro Goro no Mi. Just for this, he dares to oppose me, Doflamingo. Newcomers really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. He looked over at Gladius. That little cook is your hidden asset. This time, get rid of her as well. Gladius nodded. Understood, young master. A few days later, at Reverse Mountain, a pirate ship adorned with a straw hat sailed into the harbor. At that moment, a newspaper-seeking seagull flew over their heads. Nami, seeing this, directly threw out a coin. The newspaper-seeking seagull caught it and dropped a newspaper right in front of Nami. Nami picked it up, and upon seeing it, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She immediately exclaimed, Luffy, come here and take a look. Is it him that you and Zoro encountered in Town? Swish! Nami's words immediately caught the attention of everyone on the ship. They all walked over to look at the newspaper. They saw a bounty notice featuring a figure sheathing his sword, looking down upon the world, appearing before their eyes. Then there was the large bounty amount, a full 300 million. Luffy shouted even louder, Yes, yes, yes. It's this guy who helped the Navy capture me in Town. But isn't this guy part of the Navy? Why is he being put on a bounty? Zoro nodded. That's right, he's the one I had a sword duel with. I didn't expect him to have such a high bounty. A swordsmanship genius, a user of 3 devil fruits? He then focused on a line of text at the bottom of the bounty notice. After reading it, his eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief, and he muttered to himself. As expected, he didn't use his full strength back then. At the same time, a blue-haired girl approached with some curiosity. Meanwhile, a beam of light fell onto their deck, transforming into a person. The newcomer was, of course, Moke. At this moment, he glanced at everyone present. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Princess Weiwei. Everyone was there. He hadn't expected it to be such a coincidence, arriving at Reverse Mountain at the same time. After all, he was 3 months late compared to this group. Also, they could only rely on their ship to sail. Moreover, they didn't have a permanent pointer. They were essentially relying entirely on luck. Unlike him, who had a clear route and a definite permanent pointer. Could he not be fast? Hey, do you still want to fight? Luffy immediately assumed a fighting stance. Clearly, Moke had left a deep impression on him. Nami and Usopp, frightened, hid behind Zoro. Sanji, on the other hand, swiftly positioned himself in front of Princess Weiwei, looking like a devoted admirer. Princess Weiwei, don't worry. I won't let him hurt you at all. Moke! To be honest, among the entire Straw Hat Pirates, he looked down on Sanji the most. Although Nami and Usopp were timid, they would step up when necessary. But Sanji, as long as there was a beautiful woman, would kneel and lick without hesitation. Even when he knew his friends were in danger, he wouldn't fight back, dragging things out endlessly. If it weren't for the fact that every member of the Straw Hat Pirates had a protagonist halo by the time he dealt with Nami and Usopp, who had little strength, they would have long since died countless times. In the name of being a gentleman, he wouldn't fight women. In reality, he was just a purebred lickspittle, and a shameless one at that. Don't get excited. I won't fight with you this time. Moke's words had not yet finished when a person fell from the sky, landing on the deck, staring intensely at Moke. The person's eyes sparkled with greed, as if Moke was not a person but a rare treasure. Then he chuckled. I didn't expect to finally find you. What good luck. Who are you? Moke asked, completely puzzled, as he had never seen this person before. It was Zoro who took the newspaper from Nami's hand behind him and threw it to Moke. It should be because of this. Moke took a look. Good heavens. Really good heavens. Not only was there a direct bounty of 300 million, but it also said he was a user of 3 devil fruits and had a method of possessing multiple devil fruits. Damn, isn't that putting him on the hot seat? Warring states, you old schemer. The newcomer laughed. Now that you've seen the newspaper, you should know why I came. Hand over the method to use multiple devil fruits, or else. The words were not finished, but the meaning was already very clear. Haha, Vulture. This is not something you can monopolize. Why not share it together? At this moment, a group of people stepped out, standing at the bottom of the ship. They stared at Moke. The 2 leading figures were a man and a woman, with the man looking like a rock singer. Chapter 20. The Great Chaos. The woman was tall and had short golden hair. She wore a yellow hat and lemon slice-shaped earrings, a yellow dress with lemon slice patterns, and white high heels. Her hands were adorned with white gloves, and she held a yellow and blue striped umbrella. She was charming and always wore a smile. In terms of appearance, she could be considered a sweet girl. However, when it came to fighting, she was absolutely ruthless. Mock recognized at a glance that this couple was the senior agents Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine from the Baroque Works. Behind them were Mr. 7, Miss Father's Day, Mr. 8, Miss Monday, and of course Mr. 11. Mock's gaze fell directly on the knife in Mr. 11's hand. If nothing unexpected happened, this knife was the Hanabi. As for these people, he didn't take any of them seriously. Not to mention them, even Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were the same. 2 little trash. What a waste of the Paramecia-type Bomb Fruit and the Paramecia-type Kilo Fruit, both of which were quite good devil fruits. The vulture-faced man also showed a hint of disdain. You have a bounty of 10 million berries, and you have a bounty of 5 million berries. Do you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Who gave you the guts? Baroque Works? Whoosh. Mock had already transformed into a beam of light. And before anyone could react, he was already by Mr. 11's side, snatching the Hanabi from his hand and admiring it. Mr. 11 was so startled that he took 7 or 8 steps back, immediately furious. Give me back the Hanabi. Mr. 7, Miss Father's Day, and Mr. 8. Miss Monday exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes, and then they tacitly took a few steps back. Bastard. Mr. 5 Jim and Miss Valentine Machida were also furious, as Mock's act of ignoring them was a humiliation in their eyes. Especially Jim, if looks could kill. Mock would have been dead countless times already. Nose-picking phantasm. Jim stuck his hand into his nose, digging and digging until he pulled out a huge booger. He then used the power of the Bomb Fruit to launch the booger at Mock. Once hit, it would explode violently with considerable power. However, that was disgustingly gross. Such a strong devil fruit, reduced to a few levels because of him. He didn't even have the desire to swing his knife. Once again, he transformed into a beam of light, dodging this disgusting attack. At the same time, he was already in front of Jim, his index finger pointing at his forehead. Light elements rapidly gathered on his index finger. Not good. Jim's face changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but there was simply no time. Just then, Mock felt a gust of wind coming at him, and his expression changed slightly. He exerted strength in his legs and retreated 7 or 8 meters. At that moment, a tall, muscular figure with a shaved head and dressed in monk-like attire stood where he had just been. Emeré uno das bones. Mock couldn't help but show a look of surprise, not expecting that Crocodile would even send him out. It should be known that Das Bones was Crocodile's top subordinate. Das Bones also looked at Mock, with a hint of scrutiny on his face. I originally thought you were just lucky to have eaten a powerful fruit. Now it seems you have some strength to have dodged my micro dust slash. As Das Bonez spoke, a woman with a big hairdo stepped out, swaying with each step, and looked at Mock with a profound expression. The Navy's bounty isn't just a rumor. Hey, I say, you Baroque works really have enough. At this moment, the first arriving vulture jumped down and landed between the two groups, looking arrogant, as if no one present mattered to him. However, Des Bonez didn't even glance at him. His gaze remained fixed on Mock. Jim, Ichida, this guy is up to you. Mock looked at the guys in front of him. Each of them looked like they had him figured out. He immediately realized a problem. He hadn't showcased his combat achievements. Therefore, even if his bounty was high, these guys wouldn't take him seriously. Thus, he needed a battle that could intimidate most people. Otherwise, any cat or dog would come looking for him. Now he truly understood the power of being overhyped. Foam daisy slash. Das Bonez transformed his palm and fingers into blades, placing his hand between his wrists, then pounced towards Mock. Mock's eyelids twitched. At this moment, he finally realized that Das Bonez had not awakened his hockey yet. So no matter how strong he was, he couldn't inflict any damage on him. So, why did Crocodile send Das Bonez over? This was not just any lackey. Suddenly, Mock had a hypothesis in his mind. Could it be that Crocodile also came? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, because no one understood the invincibility of the Logia type better than him. Therefore, Mock didn't dodge at all and allowed Das Bonez's attack to hit him. Just as he expected, under his elemental form, Das Bonez couldn't inflict any damage on him at all. Das Bonez's pupils involuntarily contracted. You really are a Logia user. Hey, do you all treat me as if I don't exist? The vulture spread a pair of wings behind him. This guy turned out to be a rare Zoan-type fruit user. Clearly, he was also about to take action, as he wouldn't allow his prey to be snatched away by others. But just then he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye, and his whole body trembled. He immediately turned to look, and when he saw the newcomer clearly, fear appeared in his eyes. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Without even thinking, he chose to flee. However, a figure quickly caught up to him, and an iron hook plunged fiercely into the vulture's abdomen. Where are you running? Just now, you were acting as if you didn't care about Baroque works. The vulture spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly desperate, and exclaimed, So the one behind Baroque works is you. The newcomer was none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile grinned and said, You know too much, so die. Chapter 21, Mock versus Crocodile. As soon as the words were spoken, he directly killed the man without the slightest hesitation. It must be said that Crocodile's entrance was quite imposing and stylish. Das Bonez exchanged a glance with Jim and Machida, then leaped onto the Straw Hat Crew's pirate ship, confronting them. Clearly, they had no intention of leaving any survivors. The Straw Hat Crew also understood that these people were not here for a friendly visit. In an instant, the two groups were on high alert. At this moment, Mock was staring intently at Crocodile. I really didn't expect you to come too, Crocodile replied. A natural type ability, user similar to the Mara no Mi, is worth my personal visit. Mock was somewhat taken aback. If he remembered correctly, Das Bonez was the only one from Baroque works he had personally invited. However, the current situation was quite troublesome, but he would not back down. Pointing at Das Bonez, he said, So, if I refuse to join Baroque works, does that mean I'll meet the same fate as that guy? Crocodile's lips curled slightly. That's why I enjoy talking to smart people. There's no need for too much nonsense, so what's your choice? Upon hearing this, Mock transformed into a beam of light and left the scene. He wasn't escaping. He was hiding the package containing 2 devil fruits and a lot of jewelry. After all, he was about to face Crocodile. He couldn't fight at full strength while carrying those. He quickly returned to his original position, facing Crocodile head-on. Seeing Mock come and go, Crocodile thoughtfully glanced in the direction Mock had just gone. Crocodile said meaningfully, It seems you have something very important in that package. Is it the devil fruit you stole from East Blue's Captain Dog? It must be said that Crocodile was very astute, having guessed it right away. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack. Crocodile enlarged his arm, transforming it into a crescent-shaped sand blade to slash at Mock. Mock's pupils slightly contracted. Crocodile's crescent-shaped sand attack was quite terrifying. If hit by the sand blade, all moisture would be drained, leaving the victim powerless and turning them into a dehydrated mummy. Only Luffy, with his protagonist's halo, could survive being drained. Anyone else would definitely die after losing all their moisture. Water is the source of life. It's not just a saying. No one can live without water. However, this move was useless against him. Naturally, as long as it wasn't haki or sea stone, all attacks wouldn't cause him any harm. Sure enough, the sand blade sliced Mach in half. But so what? He would recover immediately. Crocodile brushed past Mach, and at that moment the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. But this smile carried a hint of ferocity. His right hand, with a golden hook, aimed for the back of Mach's shoulder. Clang just then Mach, who had been standing still and allowing the attack to hit him, suddenly drew his sword, the Sandai Kitetsu, and countered the strike. The two stepped back, each showing different expressions. Mach's eyes were fixed on Crocodile's golden hook, which was now wrapped in haki. Damn! Mach was greatly shocked, but also felt it was only natural. What kind of person was Crocodile? He was someone who dared to take action against Whitebeard and later teamed up with Mihawk to form the Cross Guild. How could he not know haki? If he didn't tea, that would be outrageous. Crocodile looked at Mach with even more appreciation. He had just used a sand blade to numb Mach, making him think that he, like Das Bones, couldn't inflict effective damage on a natural type user. Unexpectedly, the kid counterattacked on the second strike. This indicated that everything was within this kid's expectations, while he himself seemed a bit embarrassed. It seems you are aware of Haki's existence. Then you should understand. At this moment, only I can inflict damage on you, while you're powerless against me. So will you still be stubborn? After saying this, his aura suddenly changed, carrying a hint of killing intent. Just a reminder, my patience isn't very good. Opportunities 1T always be given to you. Maybe the next time I strike will be your death. Haha Mach couldn't help but laugh heartily. If it were another natural type user, that would indeed be the case. But for you, Crocodile, that is not necessarily true, because he hadn't awakened haki. If it were any other natural, he would indeed be powerless. What do you mean? Crocodile raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of anxiety in his heart. As a natural type user of the Sand Fruit, he understood that his ability was different from other natural types. It had a significant flaw. Mach then asked meaningfully, Crocodile, do you usually take baths? Have you experienced the feeling of surfing? Crocodile's face darkened instantly because the implication of Mach's words was already very clear. At this moment, Crocodile's gaze towards Mach also changed. If he had any intention of recruiting him before, he was now genuinely intent on killing. He could not allow his flaw to be discovered by others. You want to die? Then I'll grant you that wish. Crocodile transformed his lower body into sand and swiftly charged at Mach, moving at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Mach, the golden hook wrapped in haki, thrusting toward him without hesitation. Mach was already prepared. He crouched down and successfully dodged the attack. At the same time, his hand touched the ground, and his body underwent an instantaneous transformation. In the next moment, the ground surged and transformed into a massive fist, striking directly at Crocodile. This sudden attack caught Crocodile off guard. However, he quickly retaliated, swinging his golden hook to meet it. Clearly, he intended to go for a head-on clash. But he never expected that when his golden hook collided with the fist emerging from the ground, it would sink into the mud as if it had struck a quagmire. His arm was immediately engulfed by the muddy fist. Not good. Crocodile's expression changed drastically as he abruptly halted his attack and decisively elementalized. Meanwhile, Mach couldn't suppress his smile, as this was just the beginning. The real show was yet to come. Sure enough, Crocodile's expression changed again, even showing a hint of horror in his eyes. He realized that his arm, trapped in the muddy fist, was unable to elementalize. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" Chapter 22. Defeating Crocodile. Even more terrifying was that this giant mud fist seemed to transform into an endless black hole, continuously devouring everything around it. Desert Greatsword. At this moment, Crocodile no longer dared to underestimate Mach. He transformed his arm into a sand blade and charged towards the point where the mud fist connected with the ground. It was clear that he aimed to sever the entire mud fist, thus depriving Mach of control over it, allowing him to escape. Swish! This move was undoubtedly one of Crocodile's strongest attacks. Not only was it incredibly fast, but its power was also terrifying. He successfully achieved his goal, severing the mud fist from the ground. Boom! But at that moment, the mud fist unexpectedly exploded. Mud splattered everywhere, and naturally, the first target was Crocodile, who was closest. In an instant, he was enveloped in mud. Now, one sword style, Azura slash. Mach had been waiting for this moment. In an instant, he unleashed the spirit of his third-generation sword, and a figure holding a demon blade materialized behind him. Swish! This slash. It directly struck Crocodile's abdomen, which was covered in mud. Blood sprayed out from beneath the mud. How is this possible? Crocodile exclaimed. At the same time, he shook off the mud on his body and realized the key point. The area where the mud had fallen away was wet. Crocodile's pupils constricted sharply. When he looked at Mach again, his expression changed. Sure enough, this guy had already discovered his flaw. He absolutely could not let him live. At this moment, Crocodile's intent to kill Mach intensified. However, Mach laughed, knowing that wherever there were green plants on the ground, there must be a water source underground. Where there was water, the soil was wet. He could create and control the mud he came into contact with. Therefore, for him, dealing with Crocodile only required the moist soil deep underground. Of course, he had just used dry soil to cover the moist soil, allowing Crocodile to let his guard down and fall into the trap he had set. Crocodile's arm, trapped in a mud fist, could not elementalize because it was wet from a moisture in the mud. Infinite swamp. As Crocodile's killing intent surged, Mach could not miss such a great opportunity. He directly unleashed his ultimate move, and under the effect of his ability, the ground transformed into a swamp, causing Crocodile's feet to sink into it. Crocodile's expression changed drastically. The surface cracked, not daring to be careless. Crocodile reached out with his right hand to touch the ground that had become swamp. The water in the swamp was immediately absorbed. This move was Crocodile's signature technique, the one he used to create deserts, capable of making the entire earth crack and absorbing the moisture from buildings and trees, turning them into a desert. However, when Crocodile looked up, his expression changed again, because Mach's figure had disappeared from sight. At the same time, the entire port began to shake violently. Then he saw the water in the sea surging upward. Not good. Although Crocodile did not know what would happen next, he knew it was definitely not a good sign. He decisively retreated. Boom! It proved he was right, as in the next moment, more than 10 gigantic mud hands emerged from the sea. Each mud hand was a full 20 meters tall. Moreover, each hand carried a large volume of seawater splashing toward it. The more than 10 giant hands brought with them waves of seawater, crashing toward Crocodile. Crocodile's eyes nearly popped out. He had never seen a devil fruit user attack this way. Mach, who had already fled to a high place, chuckled. The abilities of devil fruit users were inherently loathed by the sea, but as long as their bodies were not largely covered by seawater, they could still use their powers. Furthermore, it was also fine for the powers used to come into contact with seawater, even like Big Mom, who could create waves with her powers. Therefore, it was not surprising that Mach could do this now. At this moment, Crocodile had no way to retreat. He could fly, but as a Logia user, he had to elementalize to do so. However, most of his body was wet, making it impossible for him to elementalize. Naturally, he could not fly. Crocodile's face darkened. Desert Treasure Blade. Crocodile transformed his arm into a giant sand blade, releasing a sharpness capable of cutting through the ground and even the desert. This time, his target was the oncoming seawater. At this moment, he had only one option, to cut through the seawater in front of him, allowing it to pass by on either side, giving him a glimmer of hope. Swish! The sand blade shot out, directly aimed at the waves. At the same time, the more than 10 giant mud hands seemed to lose control and crashed into the sea. Their massive size caused the surface of the sea to rise once again, creating another wave that swept toward Crocodile. Thus, while the first wave of seawater was successfully cut through by Crocodile's sandblade, he was forced to face the second wave. Crocodile's expression turned extremely ugly, but he had no choice but to use the sandblade again, attempting to cut through this second wave as well. However, the loss of control of the mud hands also indicated that Mach had transformed his ability, becoming a shimmering form that flew high into the air. He pointed his finger at Crocodile, who was fully focused on the waves. Laser beam. A beam of light shot out. Boom! The laser beam struck Crocodile directly, resulting in a violent explosion. Then, Crocodile was engulfed by the second wave of seawater that followed closely behind. When everything returned to calm, Crocodile's figure had long since vanished. Mach descended from the air, standing there for a long time, murmuring, "Crocodile is dead?" The formidable warlord was taken down, just like that? Even Mach found it hard to believe. On the Mary, Des Bones widened his eyes in shock. He knew that, in his mind, Crocodile was the very definition of a strong person. It was precisely because of this that when Crocodile personally invited him, he agreed without hesitation. But now, damn it, Des Bones couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had been fiercely battling Zoro, but now he had lost all fighting spirit, because the battle had lost its meaning. How could this be? At that moment, a woman wearing a cowboy hat stood in a distant corner, her eyes filled with astonishment. She could not believe that Crocodile, as a warlord, had actually died at the hands of a newcomer. Chapter 23. Robin joins This is Crocodile, a warlord of the sea. And like the one who haunts her dreams, he is also a Logia user. Such beings have always been seen as unbeatable in his eyes. Robin gazed at the distant Mach with flickering eyes. Her background is one that inspires sympathy. At a very young age, all her kin were slaughtered, leaving her to struggle alone in this world. Her childhood was filled with pain, and she was not only labeled as the child of the devil wherever she went, but also had a bounty of tens of millions of berries on her head due to the Navy's pursuit. Thus, she was hunted everywhere she went. She was constantly searching for a protector to provide temporary shelter, while simultaneously experiencing betrayal after betrayal, which shaped her current distrustful personality. Her relationship with Crocodile was purely one of mutual exploitation. She needed Crocodile's protection while also wishing to find the historical texts of the Alabasta Kingdom. Crocodile, on the other hand, needed Robin's ability to read ancient texts to find the Pluton. Now, however, with Crocodile dead, her means of compensation was gone. Therefore, she urgently needed a new protector, one even stronger than Crocodile. Was there someone suitable? The new recruits setting sail were in dire need of various information and strong, useful partners. Was there anyone more suitable than her? The corners of Robin's mouth involuntarily lifted, for she had a good idea at that moment. Meanwhile, Mach, who had successfully dealt with Crocodile, was heading towards the place where he had hidden the items. Upon reaching the hiding spot, he saw a beautiful woman sitting by, looking at him with a playful expression, as if she had been waiting for him. Mach's pupils constricted sharply, for he recognized her at first glance. This was the beloved of all fans of the sea, Nika Robin. At this moment, she had a wheat-colored complexion, long black hair, wearing a white cowboy hat and a matching white women's trench coat. Underneath, she wore a purple crop top that was open in the middle, held together by shoelaces. Her cleavage was a striking highlight. Below, she wore a matching purple miniskirt that perfectly outlined her long, straight legs. It must be said that although she was not as enchanting as she would be a few years later, she had her own allure at this moment. However, the question remained, how did she know he had hidden the items here? This meant she had been on this island for a while, silently observing the situation, and now she chose to appear here. Mach's pupils slightly constricted as a hypothesis formed in his mind. Nika Robin, I wonder what your intentions are in coming here. Seeing Mach directly reveal her identity, Robin's expression changed slightly, but she quickly composed herself. Then, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a charming smile. I'm here to seek your cooperation. Cooperation? This was something Mach had not anticipated. He thought she would simply board his ship like in the original story with Luffy. Nika Robin continued, I have control over all the intelligence networks of the Baroque works under Crocodile, including the agents. Of course, except for Des Bones and a few others who appeared today. After all, they already know that M0 is Crocodile. But I'm confident I can persuade them to continue working for Baroque Works. Oh, wow. Mach's eyes brightened. He had never expected Robin would come up with such a move. This was completely different from how she joined the Straw Hat Pirates in the original story. Although Crocodile only had 3 capable subordinates, namely M, R1, M, R2, and M, R3, the entire Baroque Works had a large number of intelligence personnel. While they may not be strong in combat, they still had a knack for gathering information in the first half of the Grand Line. Having a vast intelligence organization at his disposal was indeed a good thing. Mock's gaze towards Robin changed. So what do I have to pay? Robin fell silent for a moment, then replied directly, when I need it, you must protect me. Mock smiled. You mean from the Navy? Robin's pupils constricted, as she suddenly felt that this guy in front of her understood her very well. At this moment, she began to hesitate. But Mock quickly added meaningfully, as long as you truly join my side, without any ulterior motives in your heart, then you are my partner. Even if an admiral from the Navy comes, I will protect you. I will not go back on my word. Robin was taken aback, looking at Mock in shock. At this moment, she completely understood. This person before her was fully aware of her past, and yet, he was still willing to accept her. This made her feel somewhat. She had encountered similar situations before, where people would say one thing, but then betray her the moment they turn away. However, looking into Mock's sincere eyes strangely brought her some comfort. Mock had already reached the place where the items were hidden, holding them in his hands. He smiled lightly at Robin. If Crocodile could protect you, do you think I'm any less than him? Even if we take a step back, you have brought me the intelligence network that Crocodile painstakingly built. That alone is worth me protecting you. Listening to Mock's words, Robin thought carefully and found it to be true. Her heart felt a little more at ease. Mock then scrutinized Robin and after a moment of silence said, How about this? You send M, R1M, R2, and M, R3 to Aska Island to seize the holy sword on that island. After succeeding, deliver it to Chef Island. And you, help me find Van Oka and Gizes Bages. One is a sniper, the other is a boxing king. Robin's expression stiffened as she understood. This was a test. For her. For M. R1M, R2M, R3, and even for Baroque Works, it was a test. Robin nodded and then smiled. From now on, you'll be Mr. Zero of Baroque Works, and your words will be the highest command of Baroque Works. Mock then shifted the conversation. Can you really persuade Des Bones? To be honest, he valued Des Bones highly. If that guy's ability were to awaken, it would be absolutely terrifying. And he had that potential. Robin nodded, of course. Mock nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I look forward to seeing you on Chef Island. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's face was darker than ever. He had already received the information that Mock had killed Crocodile. Admiral Tsaru said, now that he has killed Crocodile, he has proven his strength to the world. I suggest we immediately send Smoker and Tashiji to invite him to join the warlords of the sea. After finishing, she added, we must do it before he has another conflict with the Navy. Chapter 24, Chef Maiden Island. After Mock stepped onto the island, his eyes lit up. Now, he finally understood why this place was called Chef Maiden Island. Because there were indeed chef maidens everywhere. Intellectual and elegant women, sexy ladies, and those who looked mischievous. Lolas. All kinds of Lolas. Cute ones, world-weary ones, and various charming mature women and young girls. Goodness, even someone like him, who had experienced an information explosion, was momentarily dumbfounded. Gulp. Mock couldn't help but swallow. This was definitely a daughter kingdom that wasn't a daughter kingdom. It was simply a paradise and a peril for men. Because in such a place, every man wanted to come. However, the first man rarely lived long. Don't ask why. Wow, that is really big. A big pineapple, a real big pineapple. And that waist is really slender. If she twisted her body, it would be heavenly. This. Wow, that butt is really perky. What is a peach? But this is it. If she were pressed on the table. With his current strength, if he wanted to, it would be a problem to take all the chef maidens of Chef Maiden Island into his harem. Without facts, it's called fantasy. With strength, it's called facing temptation. At this moment, he finally understood King Zhou, wine pools, and meat forest. Isn't that just natural? Who? Mock took a few deep breaths, trying hard to calm himself down. At the same time, he constantly reminded himself, women only affect the speed of drawing the sword. Stay calm. He then asked the chef maiden, do you know Ada? Ada? The chef maiden was taken aback at first, then immediately scrutinized Mock with a hint of caution. What do you want with Ada? Mock, I come from Rog Town in the East Sea, entrusted by her brother-in-law. If I pass by Chef Maiden Island, I want to see her. After all, she hasn't been in touch with them for many years. The chef maiden was slightly taken aback, then her expression darkened. Ada was one of the 3 guardians of their Chef Maiden Island. and she had sacrificed a lot for the island and for these chef maidens. Because of this, sigh. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. She then said, "Please wait a moment. I'll ask Ada if she's willing to see you." Mock, "Thank you." At the same time, he secretly muttered in his heart, "Ada is quite famous on this island. Moreover, it seems she is highly respected." Soon, a tall woman wearing a veil walked towards him. "Ada?" Mock was a bit confused because in the Pirate King, there are rarely women who wear veils. The newcomer nodded. "You are the one entrusted by my brother-in-law?" Mock nodded and then waved the third-generation ghost cutter in his hand. The third-generation ghost cutter? It was obtained from your brother-in-law. Ada's expression changed slightly because Mock's words revealed that her brother-in-law was the owner of the weapon shop. This made her trust him a little. However, she had been through too much over the years. It wasn't so easy to trust someone. So she asked again, "Do you have any other proof?" Mock, "Your brother-in-law said that originally, Shui would have been the most suitable master for you. But your sister completely disagreed with you leaving Rogtown. So, at this point, Ada completely believed him. Because this matter was known only to her and her sister and brother-in-law. So, when she looked at Mock, her gaze became much friendlier, as if meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land. "Ada, how are my sister and brother-in-law?" Mock nodded. "Except your brother-in-law has a bit less hair on his head. Everything else is quite good." Ada couldn't help but laugh. "If you said that in front of my brother-in-law, he would definitely get angry with you." After saying that, she added, "I really appreciate you coming here specifically. I don't have much to repay you. How about I make you a delicious meal to enjoy some good food?" Mock's eyes brightened. Great. He also wanted to try the culinary skills of a chef maiden on his future ship. Ada led Mock into a luxurious restaurant. "Mock, may I ask, why did you suddenly stop contacting us after going out to sea?" Ada's body stiffened at the words. "Because I..." Just then, a voluptuous woman walked over. "Ada, Sister Hella, this is not your fault. It's the fault of those despicable slave catchers." Mock wasn't stupid. How could he not understand after hearing this? In such a place filled with beautiful ladies, and they were all in uniforms. If there weren't a few strong individuals to hold the fort, these beauties couldn't be protected at all. After all, in the world of pirates, beautiful women are also a kind of wealth. Not to mention pirates. Just those who specialize in capturing beautiful women from all over the world, sending them to auction houses, to nobles, or even to the celestial dragon slave catchers. That would be enough for them to drink a pot of tea. After all, these beauties could be exchanged for a large sum of belly. It was simply faster than robbery. Listening to the conversation between the two and seeing Ada's veiled face, one could roughly guess that she was injured in a battle while protecting the chef maiden named Hella. Moreover, she was hurt on her face. For a woman, her face is almost equivalent to her life. Although he sympathized with Ada's experience and admired her loyalty to her companions, he was secretly pleased, because Ada's facial injury increased his chances of winning her over. So, he said directly, "Would you be willing to join my pirate crew, Ada? If you agree, I will take revenge for your former companions. Moreover, I will heal your facial injury. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Ada's expression changed. The way she looked at Mock was different now. "So you're just like those others. Your real purpose is to pull me into your own pirate crew." Mock was very honest. "At first, I didn't have that intention, but along the way, I learned about your strength. Just now I got to know your character. Plus, I happen to have what you need and information. So it's hard not to be tempted." Ada frowned, about to speak. Hella was overjoyed and interrupted. "You can heal her facial injury?" You know, Ada's disfigurement has always been her heartache. Therefore, for her, nothing is more important than Ada regaining her beauty. Mock thought for a moment. The slippery fruit has a beautifying effect. The pancake face and the freckles could be changed. What a wound. So he nodded. "I can't say I have a 100 guarantee, but I have an 80 to 90 chance." Obviously, he didn't want to make a definitive statement. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. Hella was excited. "Great. I agree for her. Ada, Sister Hella, if those slave catchers..." Before Ada could finish speaking, she was directly interrupted by Hella. "Don't worry, I'm here with Siki." After saying that, she added, "Besides, aren't you going to take revenge for your companions? Sooner or later, you will leave, right?" Upon hearing this, Ada's heart trembled. But thinking of all the chef maidens on Chef Maiden Island, she hesitated. But, Chapter 25, The Awakening of Conquerors. Haki. Mach shrugged. I still have to stay here for a while, so I'll take care of that slave-catching team for you. You? Ada and Hela looked at Mach simultaneously, their eyes filled with skepticism. The only person in the world with multiple devil fruit abilities really has the right to say that. At that moment, a tall woman from the Longhand tribe walked out from the side. However, the look she gave Mach was filled with a hint of reverence. Multiple devil fruit abilities? Isn't it said that a person can only eat one devil fruit? Ada and Hela looked confused, even doubting whether they had heard wrong. If it weren't for the fact that the newcomer was their older sister, Cece's, they would have refuted it long ago. The newcomer continued, and not long ago, he defeated the warlord crocodile. I suppose your new bounty will be spread across the world in the next few days. What? Ada and Hela exclaimed in unison, and when they looked at Mach again, their expressions had completely changed. If Mach truly had such strength, then those slave-catching teams were indeed nothing. Cece's rolled her eyes and then looked at Mach. Because most of the people who come here have ulterior motives, I went to check the underground intelligence. I didn't expect to receive such a big surprise. She added, as long as you can really heal Ada's injury, I will support her joining your pirate crew. Ada. Cece's. Ada, to be honest, I've already found out who harmed your companions from the underground forces. Upon hearing this, Ada's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Cece's. Cece's, with a hint of apology, said, this matter shouldn't have been kept from you. It's just that I chose to remain silent before, because that guy is far beyond what you can handle. You're so impulsive. I was afraid you would do something foolish. At this point, she turned her gaze to Mach. But now, you have the capital to contend with that guy. Mach narrowed his eyes, and he had to admit that someone who could keep an entire chef crew in check was indeed not simple. He quickly got to the point. However, Mach was already prepared. One of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was indeed Ada's enemy, as the crew that ambushed her back then belonged to Doflamingo's subordinate, Gladius. Ada's expression changed drastically. Indeed, this guy was not something she could contend with. Alone, she could not compete. Mach noticed the change in Ada's expression and immediately added, I can also say very frankly that even if Ada doesn't join my pirate crew, I will eventually confront Doflamingo. So, you don't need to doubt that I am deceiving Ada in this regard. Then he took out a box from the package in his hand and handed it to Ada. This is my sincerity. Cece's, Ada, and Hela exchanged glances, and then Ada took the box and opened it. She was first taken aback, and then exclaimed, a devil fruit. Mach, this is the paramecia type slippery fruit. After eating it, your skin will become incredibly smooth, and you can even bounce off attacks. Most importantly, it is one of the few devil fruits that can truly transform a person. To put it bluntly, even the ugliest person will turn into an extraordinary beauty or handsome man after consuming it. There's such a devil fruit? Cece's Ada, and Hela's eyes widened in disbelief. Ada trembled as she held the devil fruit in her hand, then looked at Mach, and finally made up her mind. She brought the devil fruit to her mouth and took a bite. Soon, something magical happened. With complete sincerity, Mach successfully brought Chef Ada under his command. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3 had arrived at Chef Island and secretly found Mach. Mr. 1 handed the holy sword to Mach. Mach looked at Mr. 1 and then at Robin. Curious. I'm quite interested to know how you convinced him. Robin blinked and revealed a charming smile. That's a secret. Mach chuckled lightly at this, but did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he took the holy sword and reached out to touch its blade. Be careful. Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3's expressions changed dramatically. These 3 had suffered losses from this holy sword before. If it weren't for them suppressing it with the power of the orb, they wouldn't even have been able to bring it out. Ha ha! Mach laughed heartily. It seems you have suffered from it before, but to me, it's just a supplement. As he spoke, he touched the holy sword in front of everyone. Boom! The strange power of the holy sword seemed to be stimulated and immediately surged toward Mach's body. But in the next second, Mach absorbed this power, trying to assimilate himself into the same strange force. However, the ghostly energy of the Sandai, Kitetsu, within his body suddenly felt pressure. It seemed unwilling to be replaced and was resisting with all its might. For a moment, neither side could do anything to the other. Seeing this scene, Mach showed a look of surprise. He didn't rush to intervene, but instead watched the two tigers contend. In the end, he discovered that the two forces were beginning to merge. His eyes lit up, and he immediately activated his Devil Fruit ability. With the interference of the Devil Fruit's power, the two forces truly began to merge. It possessed the domineering nature of ghostly energy, along with the strangeness of the Holy Sword. At the same time, Mach felt that his control over his abilities had reached a new realm. The strange power from the Holy Sword and the ghostly energy of the Sandai Kitetsu were all absorbed into his body. This time, it was no longer just a simple absorption of a little, then transforming his body into the same substance. Instead, it was a complete absorption, turning it into something for his own use. In the end, the entire Holy Sword entered Mach's body and transformed into a tattoo of a Holy Sword on his chest. The ghostly energy from the Sandai Kitetsu had also disappeared, turning into an ordinary short blade. Yet these two powers were continuously refining Mach's body. Mach even felt that all aspects of his body were rapidly improving. Most importantly, at the moment the Holy Sword entered his body, aside from the strange power, there was also an incredibly domineering force. Though it was very weak, it definitely existed. Although it entered Mach's body along with the Holy Sword, it was constantly rejecting him. What is this? Mach was extremely puzzled and then used his evolved Devil Fruit ability to absorb it frantically. Finally, a strand was successfully absorbed. The strand shot directly into his mind. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from Mach's body, sweeping around him like a wave. Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3 were the first to bear the brunt, their faces turning pale. Robin even stumbled, almost collapsing. Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 26. Unity of Man and Sword Indeed. The domineering power on the Holy Sword is Conqueror's Haki, and the Holy Sword can only be possessed by those who have Conqueror's Haki. Otherwise, one will only be controlled by the Holy Sword, becoming its puppet. Only when encountering a more powerful Devil Fruit ability like Mach's can one avoid being controlled. The strand of Conqueror's Haki on the Holy Sword is also stained from the battles fought by the previous king wielding the sword, just like the Black Blade. The difference is that the Black Blade is wrapped in Armament Haki, while the Holy Sword is wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. Of course, the Devil Fruit ability can absorb the Conqueror's Haki on the Holy Sword because this strand of Conqueror's Haki is ownerless. However, the most important thing is that once the Holy Sword enters the body, one immediately enters the unity of man and sword. The swordsmanship cultivation directly skyrockets. Just like in the original work with Zoro, after the Holy Sword entered his body, he leaped 2 realms, entering the 3rd realm of swordsman, the Flying Slash, which allows him to unleash sword energy outside of his body. Regarding the division of swordsmanship realms, the first stage is the beginner swordsman. Initially, Zoro can be considered in this realm when he was in Kaishiro's dojo and before encountering Mr. 1. Simply put, as long as one can pick up a sword and has sword techniques, they can be called a beginner swordsman, which is the most basic level of swordsmanship. However, Zoro's appearance is at the pinnacle of this level, just one step away from the second stage. The second stage is the swordsman. It was only when Zoro fought against Mr. 1 from Baroque Works that he comprehended the ability to cut steel, thus entering the second stage and becoming a steel-cutting swordsman. The third stage is the swordmaster. The Flying Slash is something that every swordmaster can achieve. It directly unleashes sword energy outside of the body. Zoro achieved this after reaching Skypiea. The fourth stage, which is the final realm, is the Black Blade. One must at least reach the intermediate level of Armament Haki to possibly attain this. This involves wrapping Armament Haki around the sword to the extent of hardening it. Only those who can achieve Armament Haki hardening require Intermediate Haki. Truly accomplishing the feat of cutting through anything, as long as the strength of the Haki is inferior to one's own. It can be cut in 2 with a single slash. Now, Mach has also directly reached the third stage. This means that Mach is now a genuine sword master. Mach took a deep breath, and then the Sandai Kitetsu instantly came out of its sheath, aiming at the sea and slashing. A slash that was 2 meters high shot out, creating a gash on the sea surface, shocking Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3. Then, Mach closed his eyes again. As he focused, he realized that his Devil Fruit ability had reached a new level. His swordsmanship had jumped 2 realms, entering the realm of the Swordmaster. His body also underwent a qualitative change under the influence of the Holy Sword and the Sandai Kitetsu spirit. At this moment, Mach truly had the confidence to compete with the real monsters of this world, rather than playing tricks like when he fought Crocodile. Soon, he noticed his Conqueror's Haki gradually growing stronger. After absorbing that strand of Conqueror's Haki, he successfully awakened his own Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, after the awakening, with the aid of his Devil Fruit ability, he began to devour that strand of Conqueror's Haki. Ha ha! Mach couldn't help but burst into laughter, because he thought of a question. If Conqueror's Haki could do this, then what about Armament Haki? Moria, I'm coming. Are you ready? TSK, TSK. He was looking forward to whether he could successfully awaken Armament Haki after absorbing the ownerless Armament Haki, just like with Conqueror's Haki. Even more so, he was eager to see how strong his Armament Haki would be after successfully awakening it and absorbing all the Armament Haki from the Black Blade. After calming down, Mach said to Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3. Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, return to the original base and continue your information business. Also, infiltrate the new world. I hope that by the time I enter the new world, your information network there has made some progress. The 4 responded in unison, yes. Mach added, also, don't forget to improve your own strength. You're still too weak now. When your strength reaches the level of 300 million, then you'll be qualified to stand in the open and become a member of my crew. Hearing this, Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3's expressions changed. Especially Mr. 1, who was a very strong-willed person. Someone is coming. After reaching the Sword Master realm, Mach became incredibly sharp, and then he gestured to the 4. They immediately understood. After all, they could not expose their relationship with Mach yet. So, they quickly left. Soon, 2 tall figures appeared in front of Mach. The person on the left had 4 X-shaped scars, with 2 on his face and neck, a split and curl beard, and brown flowing hair that hung down to his shoulders. Most peculiarly, his left eye had no pupil. The person on the right had a mohawk hairstyle, dark purple long hair tied back into a bun. He had a handlebar mustache, wore a light purple striped suit, a dark blue shirt underneath, and a white tie. He wore a white naval coat and had a katana at his waist. These 2 individuals were very distinctive, and Mach recognized them at a glance. They were Vice Admiral Doberman and the Weasel. These 2 were elite Vice Admirals from the Navy headquarters. Their unexpected arrival surprised him. Doberman and the Weasel had clearly recognized Mach as well, and their expressions changed simultaneously. Doberman said coldly, "It seems that the one who just unleashed Conqueror's Haki here is you." While saying this, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The Weasel did the same. Having 2 Vice Admirals from the headquarters come together is quite flattering. Mach also placed his hand on the hilt of the Sandai Kitetsu. Hearing this, the Weasel's mouth curved slightly upwards. Just happened to come to this Cook Island with Doberman to enjoy the food. But running into you is indeed unexpected. Both sides had locked onto each other, and tensions rose. Brew, brew. At that moment, the sound of a din, mushy rang out from the Weasel. The Weasel looked puzzled, and Doberman was equally surprised. They couldn't figure out who would be calling at this time. The Weasel glanced at Mach and ultimately chose to answer the call. "This is the Weasel." "Who is it?" The next second, the din mushy appeared with a cigar. "Vice Admiral Weasel, this is Smoker. I encountered your subordinate on the island. So I specifically called to inform you. If you encounter Mach, don't engage yet. Admiral Sengoku asked me to invite him to join the 7 warlords of the sea." The Weasel, Doberman. This call really comes at the right time. The 2 exchanged glances. Then the Weasel said, "Smoker, I have never received a call from you before." After saying this, without waiting for Smoker to respond, he hung up. Chapter 27, Crushing Not Good. Smoker's expression changed drastically as he turned to a nearby Navy officer and asked, "Did you see Admiral Weasel leave in that direction?" The nearby Navy officer instinctively pointed in a direction. Smoker immediately transformed into smoke and rushed toward that direction, with Tashiji following closely behind. Oh no! Mach was somewhat surprised, as Weasel's intentions were already very clear. He wanted to kill him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to act this way. Mach slowly drew out the Sandai Kitetsu. Since the other party wanted him dead, he naturally wouldn't hold back. After all, with his significantly increased strength, He wasn't afraid of a one-on-two situation. Moreover, these two individuals in front of him were powerful Navy vice admirals, making them perfect practice targets. The first to strike among the three was Doberman, who also drew his long sword. Haki immediately wrapped around the blade, as he understood that this guy in front of him was a Logia user, and without Haki's coating, any attack would deal no damage to him. With a burst of energy in his legs, Doberman shot forward like a cannonball. His speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Mach. The long sword swung down fiercely at Mach, as if he intended to cleave him in two. Mach didn't show any weakness either, swinging his Sandai Kitetsu to meet the attack. Clang! This clash was straightforward, with no fancy moves, just pure force. Under the powerful recoil, Mach's body trembled slightly, while Doberman was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps. A smile appeared on Mach's lips at this moment. He could face off against a Navy Vice Admiral and easily gain the upper hand. It was all thanks to his own strength. As expected, with the enhancement of the dual swords, his body was no longer on the same level as before. TCH. Although Doberman was at a disadvantage, he looked unconvinced. He swung his sword fiercely, and a slashing attack shot out rapidly toward Mach. Mach, however, stood there motionless, as if the attack wasn't aimed at him at all. Both Doberman and Weasel looked at Mach, who seemed to have given up resisting, with puzzled expressions. In the next moment, Doberman's slash struck Mach hard. However, Mach at that moment was like a black hole, completely absorbing the attack without any trace. Doberman and Weasel, who had seen many things, were still shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of ability is this? Not good." Rich combat experience gave Doberman an extraordinary intuition, and that intuition told him that Mach was extremely dangerous at this moment. He was on high alert. Sure enough, in the next second, Mach swung his Sandai Kitetsu, unleashing a slash that was twice as powerful as before. Not only that, but the speed had also doubled. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Fortunately, he was already prepared. Seeing this, Doberman raised his sword directly in front of him. Boom! Under the powerful strike that was twice as strong, Doberman could only barely hold on. His entire body was forced backward, leaving deep drag marks on the ground. Doberman. Seeing Mach suppress Doberman with one move, Weasel could no longer stand idly by and showed a worried expression. At the same time, he swung his sword fiercely, unleashing a slash even more powerful than Doberman's. The target was Mach's slash. This was an attempt to help Doberman, but how could Mach let that happen? He swung his Sandai Kitetsu again, launching a slash to successfully block Weasel's attack. At this moment, Doberman was also at the end of his strength. He shouted loudly, unleashing all his power, barely managing to send Mach's slash into the sky. Phew! Afterward, Doberman stood there panting heavily. At this moment, the way he looked at Mach had completely changed. Previously, when they saw the intelligence about Mach eliminating Crocodile, they truly believed that Mach had exploited Crocodile's fear of water and took advantage of his underestimation and carelessness to turn the tables on him. They thought that if they had another chance, Mach would have no opportunity against Crocodile at all. But now it seemed they were wrong. Putting everything else aside, just Mach's swordsmanship and that special ability could compete with Crocodile. Not to mention, he was also a multi-fruit user. Gulp! Doberman couldn't help but swallow hard. At this moment, he realized that they might have kicked a hard steel plate. Whoosh! Weasel quickly moved to Doberman's side, as he understood that in a one-on-one, they probably had no chance at all. Only by joining forces could they have a chance to fight. He exchanged glances with Doberman. In the next second, both of them swung their swords together. One vertical and one horizontal slash shot toward Mach, one after the other. At this time, Mach sheathed his Sandai Kitetsu and assumed a stance for drawing his sword. Just as the two slashes were about to hit him, he moved. One sword style, Demon Flame Slash. Mach instantly vanished from his spot, entering his state. The two slashes were directly cut apart. Not good. The expressions of Doberman and Weasel changed drastically, and their pupils shook violently. Although their observation Haki had captured Mach's figure moving at high speed, Mach's speed was simply too fast. When Mach's figure reappeared, he was already behind Doberman and Weasel, slowly sheathing his Sandai Kitetsu. A wound appeared on Doberman's chest, and blood gushed out. Then, flames ignited from the wound. Although Weasel wasn't injured, his hand holding the sword was trembling uncontrollably. The gap in strength between the two was immediately evident. The former, even with observation hockey capturing Mok's figure, still couldn't avoid the attack. The latter, however, managed to block it with his trembling hand, which already indicated that it wasn't easy for Weasel to take that hit. Mok, however, raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold smile, with a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He wasn't merciful for those who wanted to kill him. He would never hold back. Absolute void. Mok activated his ability, instantly absorbing all the oxygen within 100 meters, turning the area into a death zone for living beings. Although Doberman and Weasel were still breathing, they found it ineffective. A suffocating sensation washed over them. They exchanged a look, fear flashing in their eyes. They were scared. But they also understood that there was no turning back. They could only fight to the death for a glimmer of hope. The two held their breaths, revealing fierce expressions on their faces, gripping their swords tightly. Their momentum changed. Chapter 28, joining the 7 warlords stop. Just at that critical moment, Smoker rushed in within 100 meters. As soon as he entered, he immediately noticed something was off, and his expression changed drastically. Woo! Following closely behind, Tashigi also rushed in, quickly covering her neck with both hands and painfully collapsing to the ground. Sigh. This scene naturally caught Mok's eye. Although he had hired Tashigi to teach him swordsmanship in exchange for snow, she was still his mentor in that regard. There was some bond there. He couldn't just kill her too. In the end, Mok still reigned in his abilities. Phew. Doberman and the Weasel seemed to have found relief, breathing easily. Smoker and Tashigi also recovered. At this moment, when they looked at Mok, their gazes were completely different because they understood that at this moment, they were no longer on the same level as Mok, especially Tashigi. However, she was quite stubborn and angrily confronted Mok. How could you kill Colonel Wild Dog? He is a Navy colonel. By the end, her gaze fell on the Sandai Kitetsu in Mok's hand. Your actions are dishonoring it. Hearing this, Mok couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He had to admit this girl was really too naive. So, he didn't indulge her and replied bluntly. So, it's only the Navy that can act as they please in the East Blue? When you talk about the Sandai Kitetsu, you should understand what kind of person that Colonel Wild Dog is. A guy like that, still wrapped in justice. What a joke. What do you mean? Tashigi looked confused. Smoker's expression changed slightly, and his eyes became complicated. Unlike Tashigi, he understood much of the darkness in the world, but he was also somewhat pleased in his heart. Because with this, Mok wasn't just motivated by a devil fruit to kill. He had goodness in his heart. Just based on that, him sitting in the position of the 7 warlords was far better than other pirates. Phew. Smoker took a deep puff from his cigar and then slowly exhaled. Finally, he looked at Doberman and the Weasel with a hint of warning. Admiral Sengoku has ordered I, along with Tashigi, invite Mok to join the warlords of the sea. By the end, his gaze had shifted to Mok. Are you willing? 7 warlords? Mok was surprised upon hearing this. He really didn't expect Sengoku to play this card. Having read the original work, he naturally understood that the warlords of the sea would eventually be disbanded. They would even be targeted and hunted down one by the Navy, leading to the warlords banding together to form a new Yonko force. If he joined the 7 warlords, could he use that identity to pull in 1 or 2 of them, or even bring them all under his command, especially the Empress? Thinking of this woman, Mok suddenly felt that it wouldn't be a bad idea to slow down a bit with the sword in his hand. Seeing Mok silent, Tashigi immediately played the emotional card. Based on the time we've spent together, think about it carefully. Colonel Smoker, and I don't want to face you with swords one day. At this moment, Mok had already made his decision. So he immediately responded, I was targeting Colonel Wild Dog, not the entire Navy. Moreover, we have a bond from you teaching me swordsmanship, so I agree to join. Great. That's wonderful. Smoker and Tashigi couldn't help but be overjoyed. Doberman, Weasel. The two suddenly felt that the fight they just had was somewhat not worth it. Their injuries were all for nothing. They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Shall we go? However, Mok glanced at the knives in the hands of Doberman and the Weasel. He could tell that those knives were not ordinary items. They were definitely not inferior to his Sandai Kitetsu, especially the one in the Weasel's hand. Sigh. What a pity. If Smoker had come a little later, perhaps those two knives would have been part of his collection. Smoker took out a Din Din Mushi and handed it to Mach. This is a Din Din Mushi that connects directly to Admiral Sengoku. Every warlord has one. Mach took it, and at the moment he received this Din Din Mushi, he officially became a member of the Warlords of the Sea. At this time, Smoker handed over a bounty notice. Mach's pupils constricted. He understood this was a letter of intent. However, the person on this bounty notice was indeed extraordinary. A month later, Ada exclaimed, "Captain, your talent in swordsmanship really makes Ada feel inferior." In this month, Mach had been asking Ada about the dual-wielding style. The progress was so fast that Ada was almost questioning her life. Ada handed a sword named Hanajo to Mach. "Captain, now you are also a dual-wielder." This Hanajo is still. Before she could finish, Mach interrupted her directly. "This is your joining gift to the pirate crew. How can it be taken back? Moreover, my second sword will be in hand soon. However, we need to complete the task given by the Navy headquarters. After all, we are now warlords. We should at least put on a show." Upon hearing this, Ada couldn't help but chuckle. Right? Dragging it out is somewhat unreasonable. At this moment, not only had her facial injuries healed, but she had also become even more beautiful. Confidence returned to her. She then added, "After you deal with this guy, are you going to recruit strong allies to strengthen the pirate crew?" By the end, her eyes sparkled, because she understood that to defeat Doflamingo and his crew, just relying on her and the captain was not enough. Only by joining forces with more strong partners could they annihilate him. Mach nodded. "A month has passed, and I believe the information I want will soon be delivered. At that time, I will bring you 2 strong partners. However, at this point," he shifted the topic, "but before that, I need to get my second famous sword." As a swordsman, he naturally loved swords. So Ada's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "I'm curious, which famous sword can make the captain value it so much?" "You won't be disappointed," Mach said, standing up and gazing into the distance. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. They finally arrived, those guys. Ada followed Mach's gaze, her expression suddenly changing. The killing intent in her eyes was not hidden at all. Through gritted teeth, she said, "Those guys have finally come." Mach chuckled softly. Didn't he buy information from the underground forces and know they were coming? Which is why he specifically waited here. So don't get excited. Their outcome is already determined. Chapter 29. Yashi, y'all. Yuji's small ship docked at the port. Leading the way were 3 remarkably similar-looking individuals, the 3 leaders of this slave-catching team. Ada's expression turned extremely serious as he reminded, "Captain, these are 3 of the 10 officers of the sea hunting group. They are siblings, the eldest sister Yashi, a paramecia-type user of the cold fruit, the second brother Yal, a Zoan-type user of the snow fruit, and the youngest brother Eg, a swordsman whose strength rivals that of my previous self." Moke narrowed his eyes slightly. It must be said that this was indeed the largest slave-catching team dedicated to hunting nobles and celestial dragons. That's right. The ones eyeing this place were the Sea Hunting Group, one of the 3 largest slave-catching teams in the world of One Piece. These guys hunt everything: handsome men, beautiful women, rare races, and even the captains of pirate crews. It can be said that once they set their sights on someone, there is nothing they cannot capture and nothing they cannot buy. As one of the 3 largest slave-catching teams in the world of pirates, the strength of the Sea Hunting Group is no joke. Just looking at the youngest brother Eg, whose strength can match that of the previous Ada, indicates that his power is also at the billion level. Furthermore, the eldest sister Yashi and the second brother Yal, one a paramecia-type user of the cold fruit and the other a Zoan-type user of the snow fruit, are also quite formidable. With such strength, they even surpass most of the pirate crews among the future supernovas. And this is just 3 of the 10 officers of the Sea Hunting Group. It is evident how powerful the Sea Hunting Group is, and it indirectly reflects the strength of the entire slave-catching industry. With a swish, Yashi and Iji leaped off the pirate ship and landed in front of Moke and Ada. The 3 of them first set their gaze on Ada. There was no helping it. Ada had both beauty and a captivating figure, with curves that made her both sexy and enchanting, yet also exuding the aura of a swordsman. She appeared exceptionally heroic, a perfect blend of contrasting qualities. She could definitely be described as a uniquely beautiful woman, especially after consuming the paramecia-type slippery fruit. Her beauty had reached a new height. In the entire pirate world, only the Empress Hancock could be compared to her. Such beauty left even Yashi, Yal, and Yiji, who had captured many beautiful women, momentarily stunned. Soon, their eyes lit up in unison. Yashi was particularly delighted, saying, "I never expected to find such a rare gem on this Cook's Island." She then turned to her younger brother Yiji. "Finally, we can get you a devil fruit this time. When that happens, your strength will definitely surpass that of our siblings." Y'all couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha ha. The three of them knew that Yiji had the best innate talent. It was because of Yiji that he and Yashi had managed to capture slaves that satisfied the celestial dragons, thereby earning them devil fruits, making them formidable forces. Now, it was time for their younger brother to shine. When that time comes, Yiji's strength would skyrocket, and perhaps he would become the fourth largest slave-catching group. At this moment, ambition flickered in his eyes. Among the three, only the youngest brother, Yiji, remained calm. He felt a sense of familiarity from Ada, and his gaze fell upon the two swords at her waist, causing his pupils to constrict. He suddenly looked up, somewhat alarmed. "You are dual sword Ada?" After saying this, he added, "No wonder you felt familiar to me. It's you." "What?" Yashi and Yal exclaimed in surprise. Their expressions changed drastically, and they became alert. They were all experienced individuals. A person's sudden change was likely due to having consumed a devil fruit. Given that dual sword Ada's strength was already on par with their younger brother, it was certain that her power had greatly increased after eating a devil fruit, if they were not careful. Fortunately, the three of them had a tacit understanding that was hard for others to match. So, even if Ada's strength increased significantly, they were not afraid. Hey. Are you three guys so captivated by the beauty that you can't take your eyes off her? Do you treat me like I'm air?" Moke, standing aside, was somewhat speechless. After all, he was now a warlord of the sea. Was it really okay to ignore him like this? Only then did the three turn their heads to look at him. Upon seeing Moke, their expressions changed dramatically, and their pupils trembled. The eldest sister, Yashi, exclaimed, "The new warlord of the sea, Moke." Moke couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. He pointed at Iji and turned to Ada, saying, "He was the one who hurt you, right? So you can take your revenge on him. As for the other two, leave them to me." "Captain, thank you." Moke's words spoke directly to her heart. Yashi, Yal, and Iji exchanged glances, and then they simultaneously launched their attacks with great tacit understanding. Iji's long knife was drawn in an instant, and with a burst of power in his legs, he dashed towards Moke in the blink of an eye. Ice lock. Yashi stomped her foot, and the ground was instantly frozen, rapidly advancing towards Ada. Everywhere it passed, the ground was encased in ice. The Zoan-type snow fruit user Yal instantly transformed into his beastman form. In the next moment, he disappeared from his original position, reappearing behind Moke. His fingers shot forward like a spear, aimed directly at the back of Moke's head. It must be said that the cooperation of these three was impressive. The most resilient Zoan-type user Yal was there to hold them off. While the other two executed a strong attack and control, it was simply perfect. If it were anyone else, they would have indeed fallen into their trap. Moke drew his third-generation Kitetsu in an instant and swung it fiercely, delivering a slash directly towards Yashi. The ground was cleaved apart in the wake of the strike, as if it would split the earth itself. Faced with such a terrifying slash, Yashi's expression changed drastically, and she had no choice but to halt her attack on Ada. The freezing power stopped just 3 to 4 meters in front of Ada. At the same time, Moke's third-generation Kitetsu did not retract but continued its swing, targeting Yal's thrusting finger. "Bastard!" Yal cursed softly, quickly stopping his attack just in time to narrowly evade Moke's sword. At this moment, Ada only had Yiji to deal with. She couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, drawing her large sword to block Yiji's attack. The blade of her sword traced a cold light through the air, aimed at Yiji's neck. Yiji's pupils constricted. Ada's sword was incredibly fast, with an odd angle that made it extremely difficult to evade. He was secretly shocked, realizing that this person's swordsmanship had improved again. Chapter 30. Annihilation. At the corner of Ada's mouth, a slight smile appeared. For the past month, she had been teaching the captain the dual-wielding technique. During this time, the captain often sparred with her, quickly improving his combat experience with dual blades. Therefore, in this month, not only the captain improved, but she did as well. After all, for her, the captain was a great sparring partner. However, EG was not an easy opponent. At the critical moment, he leaned back. Whoosh! The blade flashed with a cold light, leaving a wound on EG's neck, but it wasn't fatal. Even so, it scared EG quite a bit. In a life-and-death situation, all of EG's strength erupted in an instant, forcing Ada back, while he himself retreated a few steps, creating distance between them. This scene was witnessed by Yashi and Yal, who couldn't help but exclaim in shock and worry. You should be more worried about yourselves. Mach swung the third-generation sword, unleashing a terrifying slash aimed at Yal this time. Iron block. This strike came too quickly for Yal to dodge. He could only defend passively, and even then, he predicted the position where Mach's slash would land, wrapping it in armament hockey. Ice Dragon. At this moment, Yashi dared not let Mach continue attacking and launched a powerful counterattack. Mach's slash hit Yal first, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Mach's mouth. The Marine 6 styles actually appeared on a slave capture team member. Yet, for ordinary Marines wanting to learn it, the conditions were extremely harsh. In other words, risking life and limb was less useful than capturing a beautiful woman. How ironic. After all, they specialized in capturing slaves for nobles and celestial dragons. As long as they pleased the celestial dragons, wanting the Marines 6 styles was just a matter of a word from them. However, this guy probably didn't know that Iron Block was the first illusion of pirates. Whoosh! Mach's slash directly broke through Yal's defense, leaving a wound that penetrated his body and was deep enough to see his bones. Blood gushed out. At the same time, Yashi's Ice Dragon was already less than a meter away from Mach. However, Mach seemed oblivious. It was as if he couldn't dodge in time, allowing the Ice Dragon to slam into him. Good. Yashi couldn't help but feel overjoyed. She was very confident in her abilities. Anyone struck by her Ice Dragon would be eternally frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. It was known that her power was on par with the Marine Admiral Akiji. The difference in level was simply that one could elementalize, while the other could not. That's all. But at this moment, Mach's mouth curled into a slight smile, giving her a bad premonition. The next second, she saw a bizarre sight. The Ice Dragon, which was at least 7 or 8 meters long, seemed to crash into an entrance to another space upon hitting Mach, rapidly disappearing. Or perhaps Mach's body was like another space, directly enclosing the entire Ice Dragon. What made her scalp tingle was that Mach's body began to rapidly change, becoming an ice sculpture. She could swear to the heavens that this absolutely could not be caused by her Ice Dragon's freezing. The next second, an Ice Dragon, twice as large as the previous one, burst forth from Mach's back. However, the target was not Yashi, but the heavily injured Yal. If it weren't for the time difference, it would be as if Yashi's Ice Dragon had passed through Mach's body and doubled in size as it charged towards Yal. Not good. Yashi's expression changed drastically, and she felt a sense of despair. She was powerless to stop it, while Yal was filled with boundless fear, as he could only watch helplessly as the Ice Dragon, over 10 meters long, loomed larger in his eyes. Boom! The Ice Dragon crashed heavily into Yal, and under the tremendous impact, he was directly sent flying. The Ice Dragon did not disappear, but continued to ram Yal, freezing everything in its path, trees and more, instantly, then shattering them into pieces. It finally came to a stop 200 meters away, beneath a small hill. However, due to the powerful impact, Yal was already deeply embedded in the hill. At this moment, he was completely limp. Blood flowed from his eyes, mouth, and ears. From the wound deep enough to see bone, one could even see his internal organs frozen in ice. He was evidently dead beyond any doubt. Yal! Yashi couldn't help but cry out in despair, followed by a surge of hatred that clouded her usual rationality. She waved her hands. Ice extinction. Countless ice shards appeared out of thin air, hovering above her head. Then, like raindrops, they fell towards Mach. No matter what they encountered, whether ground or trees, everything would be frozen. Soon, everything within 100 meters of Mach was encased in ice. That area seemed to become a separate realm, an ice-encased world. However, in that world, a figure stood leisurely. Mach looked at Yashi as if she were a fool. Are you stupid? That ice dragon couldn't even scratch me. Do you really think these ice shards can hurt me? As soon as he finished speaking, Mach raised his hand, and countless ice shards appeared above his head. Yashi was completely dumbfounded. Then, the rain of ice shards descended upon her. Ice shield. Seeing this, Yashi decisively used her ability to create an enormous ice shield in front of her. Crack, crack. The ice shards appeared so tiny against the massive ice shield that they couldn't possibly shake it. At this moment, Mach's body, infused with the bizarre power of the holy sword, erupted with ghostly energy, coalescing into a Shura standing behind Mach. One sword style, Shura slash. Mach and Shura simultaneously swung their blades, unleashing an even stronger, more ferocious, and sharper slash. Wherever it passed, nothing could withstand it, even carving a trench in the ground. Yashi's ice shield was split in two, and then the slash struck Yashi. A massive wound pierced through Yashi's entire body, blood gushed out, staining the area red. No. At the same time, Yuji, who was fighting Ada, saw this scene and let out a desperate roar. Ada couldn't help but sneer. You have feelings too? How laughable. As she said this, her face was filled with mockery. Then she continued, well, having feelings allows you to deeply experience the pain of losing loved ones. Only then can you understand how painful it is for those whose loved ones have been captured by you. As she spoke, Ada unleashed her strongest attack, dual wielding. Chapter 31. The Call of the Warring States. The Twin Blade Style Dragon Tooth. At that moment, Ada lunged forward with her twin blades, and a dragon-shaped special slash formed. Her two blades were positioned where the dragon's teeth would be. This is also why this move is called Dragon Tooth. When I saw this move, his expression changed dramatically, instinctively wanting to dodge. However, just as he moved, the direction of the dragon-shaped slash changed as well. I immediately understood that this move could only be taken head-on. Gritting his teeth, he raised his katana in front of him, and his whole body sank slightly. Clang. The next second, Ada's twin blade stabbed fiercely onto Ice Katana. Under the powerful impact, I was pushed backward, leaving two deep grooves from his legs on the ground. Unfortunately, he ultimately could not block it. In the last moment, his hands could not withstand the force, and, with a tremble, the blade that blocked Ada's twin blades shifted slightly, leading to Ada breaking through his defense. Ada's twin blades pierced deeply into Ice's chest, penetrating through. A mouthful of blood spurted from Ice's mouth, and he revealed a sinister smile. The Sea Hunter Corps will not let you go, you. Ada, upon hearing this, showed no interest in his dying threats and directly withdrew her twin blades. Blood gushed forth. I collapsed to the ground. Ada, however, smiled, for the crisis at Chef Girl Island was finally over. Her heart was set at ease, allowing her to leave without worries. Then she walked in front of I, took the knife from his hand, and began to admire it closely. The long knife, Tsukikage, one of the 50 fine blades, had long made her envious. She then glanced at the Hanajo in her hand. Thus, her twin blades had already become famous swords. For a twin blade swordsman, this was undoubtedly something to be proud of. As for the Sea Hunter Corps, she didn't care at all. After all, her captain was a warlord, and her strength had greatly increased. Who was afraid of whom? At that moment, Moke had boarded the ship of the three siblings. It was a small ship like the Sunny Mary, very suitable for Moke's current pirate crew of only 2 members. The key point was that upon careful inspection, he found that the ship was actually made of high-quality wood. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Before he built his own pirate ship, this ship would definitely be a good transition. Moke couldn't help but smile. These 3 sisters must have specially brought us a ship. Brew, brew, brew. At that moment, Ada approached carrying a package. The transponder snail in the package was constantly ringing. Moke's smile widened. It seems Sengoku can't wait any longer. Sure enough, after connecting, Sengoku's voice immediately rang out from the transponder snail. Moke, it's been a month. Are you still at Chef Girl Island? Your time is running out. If you can't achieve the goal I gave you within half a month, then our agreement will not stand. At that time, before he finished speaking, Moke understood his meaning. This was the token of his allegiance after becoming a warlord. If he failed to complete it, his position as a warlord would naturally be lost. Moke, isn't there a group of reckless slave catchers attacking the Chef Girl Island under my protection? So, I've taken my time, but I've already locked onto the target. He won't escape. Sengoku. That's good. After hanging up the transponder snail, Ada frowned slightly. Captain, half a month is a bit tight. How about? Moke waved his hand. Proceed as planned. We need to wait for Mr. 3 to send news of success regarding the target. Otherwise, if we go, we won't be able to take action for now. Mr. 3? Ada looked surprised. Moke did not hide it. He's a member of my intelligence organization. You'll meet him later. You'll be interacting with each other often. Ada's eyes lit up. Moke actually had an intelligence organization. This was something she had never expected. However, the larger Moke's influence, the better it was for her. She felt immense joy. However, she was just a bit curious as to why it had to be Mr. 3. Isn't he an intelligence operative? The Navy had already informed them of the target's location. Normally, there would be no need for him. Moke's mouth curled into a slight smile. The target Sengoku had given him was indeed a cunning plan, and his intentions were truly sinister. However, for him, it was like sending a general to him. When he learned that Sengoku's target was this guy, he had woken up laughing from dreams several times. 10 days later, Moke had arrived at the Devil's Triangle Sea, and his target was none other than Gecko Moria, who was aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. However, as Moke entered, he couldn't help but frown slightly, because the Devil's Triangle Sea was filled with thick fog, making it impossible to determine the direction. Moke felt a bit helpless. This is troublesome. Ada's eyes twitched, and she proposed her first suggestion since joining the crew. Captain, I think the first thing we should do after getting out is to find a navigator. Moke nodded, fully agreeing. That makes sense. After we sort this place out and deal with the target Sengoku gave us, getting a navigator should move up the agenda. But for now, Moke extended his right hand, touching the pervasive fog here. Immediately, Ada was astonished to see Moke's entire figure becoming somewhat ethereal. Then, she witnessed something she would never forget in her life. The surrounding fog seemed to be under some sort of control, dispersing in all directions. Especially above, a ray of sunlight shone through. Captain, what are you doing? Moke smiled softly. I am a superhuman-type user of the Absorption Fruit. Whatever material I come into contact with, my body will transform into that. At the same time, I will also possess similar fruit abilities. For example, if I absorb a piece of iron, I will become akin to an iron fruit user. Likewise, if I absorb the fog here, I will have the ability of a natural-type fog fruit. Controlling fog becomes effortless, right? What? Ada couldn't help but exclaim. Her eyes filled with shock. Now she understood that the so-called multiple fruit abilities on Moke's bounty notice were a complete misunderstanding by the Navy regarding Moke's fruit power. However, does such a devil fruit really exist in this world? Doesn't that mean he possesses many abilities? Fire, light, magma, ice, earth, so many. At this moment, Ada felt incredibly fortunate, grateful for joining the captain's pirate crew, possessing such a devil fruit ability, becoming an emperor, or even a pirate king. Isn't it just a matter of time? What S.A. Doflamingo compared to that? Chapter 32 One Strike Kill on the terrifying three-masted ship. Moonlight Moria and his three subordinates, Absalom, Hogback, and Perona, all looked up at the sky with shocked expressions. Their terrifying three-masted ship was anchored in the heart of the Devil's Triangle. Although this location was not shrouded in fog like others directly above, it was still covered in mist year-round. Now, however, the mist had cleared, and the blazing sun shone down on them. The sunlight made the entire terrifying three-masted ship bright, causing them to squint their eyes. Hee. Moonlight Moria let out a strange laugh, then looked puzzled. Strange. The Devil's Triangle has been covered in rain and fog for hundreds of years. How could it suddenly clear up? Hogback nodded. The Devil's Triangle is very similar to the Doldrums. It's a region with very stable weather, so there shouldn't be such a big change. As he spoke, he felt an uneasy premonition for some reason. Absalom shrugged. Who cares? It doesn't affect us much, does it? Hee. Perona also gave her trademark smile. But at that moment, she looked a bit confused. Coupled with her naturally silly demeanor, she appeared quite adorable. At this time, Moonlight Moria finally regained his composure. He turned to Absalom and said, Absalom, go to the edge of the ship and see if the mist over the sea is cleared as well. Understood. Meanwhile, Mach and Ada had arrived at the port of the terrifying three-masted ship. Ada widened her eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Captain, is this really the terrifying three-masted ship?" If it weren't for the mist being gone, she would have started to doubt Mach's words. No, even now she had some self-doubt, wondering if there was something wrong with her eyes. Mach nodded. Not only was Ada shocked, but he was also extremely taken aback. Although he had seen the anime and knew how terrifying this three-masted ship was, like a small island, it was only when he saw it in person that he could truly appreciate it. It truly deserved its reputation as the largest pirate ship in the world. Suddenly, he felt that this terrifying three-masted ship, as a secret base, was a pretty good choice. Thinking of this, he initially just wanted to grab a knife and leave. But now he felt that occupying this place as an intelligence base for Robin and the others was indeed a good idea. What is that? Ada was shocked again because she saw an enormous spider. The key was that this spider had the upper body of a human. It had to be said that this once again overturned her understanding of the world. Trash! Mach scoffed, knowing that this was a zombie created by Moonlight Moria. He raised his hand and sliced it in half with one strike. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Moonlight Moria, who once roamed the seas as a great pirate, is now reduced to this. Who is this brat, daring to belittle our captain? He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A figure appeared at the spot where the spider had just been. After glancing at the slain spider, he turned his sharp gaze towards Mach and Ada. However, when he saw Ada, he became excited, his eyes turning into hearts. Clearly, he had developed an interest. Then, he leaped into the air with a powerful push from his legs and landed steadily in front of Mach and Ada. Absalom was a perverted lunatic who often used his abilities to spy on women, preferring weak women over strong ones, and frequently made sarcastic comments about Perona and Sindori. At this moment, Mach and Ada recognized the newcomer, a long-haired man dressed in luxurious but terrifying clothing. One of the 3 freaks, Absalom? Mach recognized him immediately but felt a strong dislike for this guy. After all, Absalom was a perverted lunatic who often used his abilities to spy on women. Compared to him, Sanji seemed much more innocent. Among pirates, he was one of the most wanted to be killed, consistently ranking second, only behind Momonosuke. No, perhaps one could say that before Momonosuke appeared, he was the one everyone wanted to kill. He had once behaved lewdly towards Robin upon his first appearance, and later tried to take advantage of Nami while she was bathing. At that time, Nami was completely naked. He had pressed her against the wall. If it weren't for Sanji arriving in time, this guy would have succeeded. But one thing that couldn't be ignored was that this guy had seen Nami naked. Mother Mud, can you tolerate this? Mach leaned closer to Ada's ear and said, "This guy is one of Moonlight Moria's 3 officers, a paramecia-type, transparent fruit user. He's a pervert who uses his fruit abilities to spy on women." Upon hearing this, Ada's face darkened. Her gaze towards Absalom changed. She despised people like him who took advantage of women without any bottom line. Killing intent surged. Hanakazuki and CHZ B. Mitsuhide drew their swords in an instant. The cold light flashing. 2-sword flow, rapid slash. Ada entered a high-speed movement state, making her appear as if she had vanished into thin air in the eyes of ordinary people. Not good. Absalom, who had originally been leering, suddenly felt a bad premonition and became fully alert. But it was already too late. At that moment, Ada had appeared behind him. Hanakazuki and CHZ B. Mitsuhide were slowly sheathed. Pucci, an X-shaped wound appeared on Absalom's chest, deep enough to see the bone. And the massive wound divided his entire chest into 4 parts. How is this possible? Absalom crashed to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that this woman possessed such strength. After all, he was one of the 3 officers under the 7 warlords of the sea. He couldn't even block a single strike. Not only him, but even Ada herself found it hard to believe. She turned to Mach, incredulously asking, "Captain, is this guy really one of the 3 major officers under the 7 warlords of the sea?" She had encountered officers under the 7 warlords before, like that gladiolus who had ambushed her, killed all her companions, and nearly took her life. Although she hated him to the core, Gladiolus's strength was undeniable. Now looking at this guy in front of her, the two were not even on the same level. Mach replied, "Indeed, but don't compare him to Doflamingo's subordinates. They're not on the same level at all. After all, this is only the first half of the Grand Line, while Doflamingo is in the New World. Chapter 33. Instant defeat. At the same time, Moonlight Moria's expression darkened because he saw a shadow floating back. This meant that the zombie he had created was killed. Hagabak and Perona exchanged glances, and their eyes changed slightly. They reached a conclusion. There was an intruder. Moonlight Moria looked at Perona. Go check it out. After saying this, he added, don't go in person, use your abilities. Hee hee hee. Perona let out her signature laughter and then activated her powers. Negative, negative, negative. One by one, ghosts were created by her, and under her control, they headed towards the port. On the way, they collided head-on with Moke and Ada, who had already landed on the island. Ghosts! Ada's eyes nearly popped out. It must be said that in the world of pirates, many people were indeed afraid of such things. Brooke's soul separation had scared quite a few people. So, Ada's reaction was understandable. Moke immediately reminded her, Moonlight Moria has 3 subordinates, known as the 3 oddities. The first oddity is Absalom, who you just killed. The other 2 are Hagabak and Perona. The ghost in front of you was created by Perona. She is a paramecia-type ghost fruit user. There's such a devil fruit? Ada couldn't help but widen her eyes, looking incredulous. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Just then, a very distinctive laugh came from behind them, and judging by the sound, it was rapidly approaching. Oh no. Moke's eyes lit up, thinking, how could I forget this guy? He then smiled and turned to Ada. Soon, you'll see an even more amazing fruit user. Huh? Ada looked confused, but she quickly realized who Moke was referring to and turned to look behind her. When a running skeleton appeared in her line of sight, she was completely stunned. All right, she had to admit that those ghosts weren't so scary after all. Moke, Brooke is a character who has died once. Died once? Ada was taken aback, feeling puzzled, but looking at Brooke's skeleton frame, she mumbled, that makes sense. With a body like this, it's hard to believe he hasn't died completely. Moke, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. This guy is a paramecia-type Yomi Yomi Nomi user. After being killed, he can resurrect once. Although she was somewhat prepared for this, Ada was still shocked. Really? Negative, negative, negative. Meanwhile, the ghosts were getting closer to them, and Moke reminded her, Ada, you should pay attention to this side. Ada turned to look at the floating ghosts again, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Although this devil fruit surprised her, it was just a surprise. The previous Absalom, who was also one of Moonlight Moria's 3 oddities, hadn't been able to take a single hit from her. His strength was just too weak. It was a waste of such powerful devil fruits. The paramecia-type transparent fruit and this paramecia-type ghost fruit were not inferior to her own paramecia-type slippery fruit at all. Huazhou, with a long saber drawn, bent his legs slightly and charged forward. His target was the floating ghosts. Swish! Just as both sides were about to collide, he swung his dual sabers, drawing several cold glimmers in the air. Not good. Ada's expression changed drastically because the few slashes she had just executed didn't destroy the ghosts at all. They didn't even hurt the ghosts in the slightest. As if the ghosts had no physical form. Her dual sabers passed right through them. The key was that this was too sudden. Coupled with her previous arrogant mindset, she had already lost her momentum. She couldn't even retreat to dodge. She could only watch helplessly as those ghosts collided with her. However, these ghosts still had no physical form, passing right through her body. In that instant, she felt all her negative emotions surge to her heart, shattering her will and the spirit of a swordsman. She knelt down. I shouldn't be living in this world. If there's a next life, I would rather be a little bird. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. At this moment, Brooke had already arrived, looking at Ada, who was kneeling on the ground, and couldn't help but laugh and schadenfreude. Then he became serious. Perona's ability is really troublesome. Over the years, I don't know how many people have been affected. Negative. 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 At this time, the ghost turned in another direction and floated towards Moke. Moke squinted. Conqueror's Haki. A ghostly aura surged within Moke, his pupils turning purple-red, even igniting like purple flames. At the same time, the Conqueror's Haki erupted instantly. The ghostly aura already had a similar intimidation effect to Conqueror's Haki, and after merging with the mysterious power of the Holy Sword, it became even stronger. Combined with the Conqueror's Haki, it was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Far away in the castle, Perona couldn't help but scream. She knew that she had visual contact with the ghosts. Alternatively, they could be seen as part of her soul. Therefore, she not only saw Moke clearly, but also felt the intimidation coming from him. Her already pale face became even paler, and a cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Who? She took a few deep breaths, barely managing to calm herself down. Conqueror's Haki? Brooke also exclaimed. As an old-timer, he immediately recognized it, and his gaze towards Moke changed. What was that just now? At this moment, Ada also recovered from her negative state and immediately stood up, though her face was extremely grim. At the same time, she was still quite puzzled. Moke chuckled lightly. Those Perona's negative ghosts, which have no physical form. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against them. Moreover, once they pass through you, you'll fall into an endless abyss of negativity, at the mercy of others. If you had come alone today, you might have had to pay the price here. Ada's pupils constricted. Moke immediately added, I deliberately didn't remind you. Remember, there are many devil fruit users in the new world, and their abilities are all strange and varied. If you're not careful, you might fall into their traps. So, from now on, even if the person you're facing seems weak, you must go all out. When attacking an ability user, your sword must be wrapped in haki. Remember. Ada nodded solemnly at Moke's words. She had to admit that the feeling of negativity she just experienced would likely haunt her for a lifetime. She didn't want to experience it again. This lesson, Chapter 34. Brooke joins this lesson is truly unforgettable for a lifetime. Immediately, Ada looked at Brooke. A living skeleton is indeed a great spectacle. Just now, Ada was kneeling on the ground, and Brooke had not clearly seen Ada's true form. Now that Ada was standing and looking at him, Brooke was instantly stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful and enchanting woman. After regaining his senses, he blushed and shyly approached Ada, saying, Can I see your underwear? Ada, for a moment, she was at a loss for words. But soon, a fierce anger ignited in her eyes. Perverted skeleton, Godi. Brooke was kicked away. TSK. Mock couldn't help but chuckle. The Straw Hat Pirates have two idiots, Sanji and Brooke. The former has no bottom line, and the latter is just a curious man. It's harmless. When facing a woman, he can be ruthless, unlike Sanji, who goes weak at the knees at the sight of a woman. To be honest, Brooke's strength was a bit weak at this time. However, even if he was weak, he could still reach the level of a high-ranking officer of Doflamingo. Moreover, he was stronger than several of them. The most important thing was that Brooke's potential was quite good. His speed of improvement was not slow, and 2 years later in the original story, his strength was barely acceptable. Plus, he needed manpower now. Also, both he and Ada were swordsmen. Wouldn't it be easy to improve Brooke's strength? They could take turns beating him up and see if he couldn't improve. After careful consideration, Mock made an invitation. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to retrieve your shadow, right? How about this? I help you get your shadow back, and you join my pirate crew? Brooke, who was knocked to the ground, immediately stood up. Yo-ho-ho-ho, sure. Brooke had been here many times before, and each time ended in failure. So, he knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to retrieve his shadow on his own. Ada was surprised. She never expected that the captain would take in this perverted skeleton. Mock, this guy is a decent swordsman, just one step away from being a swordmaster. Once he joins, you can teach him well. I think his strength will improve quickly. By then, we'll have another capable fighter to deal with Doflamingo. After hearing this, Ada, who had been a bit emotional, immediately entered sage mode, and her gaze towards Brooke changed a little. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooke once again let out his signature laugh. But at this moment, his laughter was somewhat weak. He instinctively took 2 steps back, because Ada's gaze gave him an unfriendly premonition. In the castle, Perona had also regained her senses, and, at this moment, she couldn't care about anything else. She ran out and released all the zombie generals under Absalom's command. The zombie generals were definitely the backbone of Moria's zombie army, so her speed was fast. As Mock, Ada, and Brooke just arrived in front of the castle, they were already blocked at the entrance. The 2 leading figures were Ryuma and Captain John. These 2 were the strongest among the zombie generals, although one of them, Jiro, was missing compared to the original story. However, these 2 were more than enough for Brooke at this point. Turning to Ada, Mock said, the 2 zombies ahead, one is Ryuma, and the other is Captain John. They were remarkable figures even in life, and even though they have become zombies now, they still possess considerable strength. Just right for Brook to practice his skills. You can watch from the side. After saying this, he added, as long as he doesn't die, don't interfere, even if he gets broken bones. A little milk will help him recover. Brook, hey, is this how a person talks? Ada nodded seriously upon hearing this. Brook, actually, there's no need to be so serious. Mach chuckled lightly and then said, you all play here. I will go meet Moria. Saying this, he transformed into mist and dispersed into the air. The next second, Ryuma felt his grip loosen. Looking down, he found that his sword was gone. Ada happened to see the scene as well. Her eyes brightened. So the captain is interested in his sword. I'm really curious about what kind of sword it is. Then her gaze fell on Captain John's double swords. The two in front of her were both recognized by the captain, and they were said to be remarkable figures in life. These two really did wield swords. So, the sword in Ryuma's hand must be a good sword. And Captain John's sword wouldn't be too bad either. Therefore, she became interested in the double swords in John's hand. Although she couldn't use that many herself, they could definitely be collected. Who doesn't have a hobby? It seemed that Moria also sensed that something was happening and actually came out from the center of the castle. He coincidentally ran into Mach, and both were momentarily stunned, as neither expected to suddenly encounter the other. After regaining his senses, Mach shook his head at Moria. Moria was once a notable figure. 23 years ago, he was only 27 years old and dared to challenge Kaido. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Kaido and lost all his companions, which drove him into a deep existential crisis. After that, due to his depressed will, he began to doubt his own strength and only thought of relying on external means, leading to a continuous decline in his own abilities. He had completely lost the ambition he once had, leaving only his fat body. Moria narrowed his pupils slightly. As one of the warlords of the sea, he was among the first to receive news of new members joining the warlords of the sea. So, he immediately recognized Mach. He wasn't foolish. Mach's sudden arrival definitely wasn't for a friendly visit. His eyes narrowed, and he sneered, then questioned, what have you done to Absalom? Absalom had yet to return, and now this guy had barged into the castle and appeared before him, making him feel an ominous premonition. Upon hearing this, Mach casually replied, killed him. Moria's pupils trembled, and he roared, you little brat, you're looking for death. It must be said that Moria was truly furious. Shadow Box. Moria transformed his shadow into flying bats and surrounded Mach with these bat shadows. Mach's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. He transformed into mist and scattered away. The next second, where he had been standing, those bat shadows formed a black box-like cube. If he had reacted just a bit slower, he would have been trapped in there. It must be said that Moria still had some skills. Moreover, his devil fruit, the shadow fruit, was quite powerful. What a pity. The dissipating mist reformed into a human shape on Moria's left side. Then his gaze fell on the shadow beneath Moria's feet, as Moria's attacks were basically all formed from shadows. He looked down at his own shadow, deep in thought. Chapter 35. The Abyss Hell. This shadow ability doesn't seem impossible. I'll find an opportunity to try it. Flying bats. Under the moonlight, Moria once again split his shadow, forming a large number of bat-shaped shadows. They all flew towards Mach. Mach looked puzzled. There was no need to use such a similar move again. It was too cheap. It was completely useless against him. He transformed into mist once more, successfully dodging all the attacks. The mist then gathered into a human form to the left of Moonlight Moria. Horn Knife Shadow. Moonlight Moria seemed to have anticipated this, launching an attack in an instant. He transformed his shadow into a spear and thrust it towards Mach. In the original work, this attack had considerable power, even capable of piercing Oz's offspring, who was larger than a giant. This was considered one of Moonlight Moria's strongest attacks. However, he was not facing the small Oz from the Whitebeard pirates now. Mach's Autumn Water instantly drew out, and he firmly blocked the attack with a handblade. Upon seeing this, Moonlight Moria's pupils constricted. He knew Mach wouldn't be easily defeated, but he didn't expect his strongest attack to be so easily blocked. It must be said, Mach's strength was far beyond his expectations. Swish! Mach was not one to just take hits without fighting back. Another famous sword, the third-generation Go Slash, was drawn and a cold light flashed. A horizontal slash shot out, aimed directly at Moonlight Moria. Mach was determined to hit this time. To be honest, if it were the old Moonlight Moria, dodging would have been no problem at all. But the current Moonlight Moria was so heavy that moving was a struggle. How could he possibly dodge? Just as Mach expected, Moonlight Moria's expression changed drastically as he watched the incoming slash. Shadow Warrior. Suddenly, the spot where Moonlight Moria was about to be struck transformed into a shadow. Mach's slash seemed to cut through a phantom without a physical existence, passing right through. It crashed into the wall of a nearby castle, instantly slicing a deep cut into it. Mach's pupils slightly constricted upon seeing this. He remembered Moonlight Moria's Shadow Warrior ability, which allowed him to swap positions with his shadow, and could also exchange parts of his body with the shadow. In other words, Moonlight Moria had just swapped his abdomen with his shadow. This technique was indeed very useful for dodging an opponent's attacks. All right, I underestimated you a bit. Mach became serious at this moment. As he said this, a large amount of mist emanated from him, and in an instant, the entire hall was filled with thick mist, severely impairing Moonlight Moria's vision. Moonlight Moria's expression became tense. Mach's move effectively disabled his vision. This situation was extremely unfavorable for him. TSK. But then, amidst the thick mist, Mach's eerie laughter rang out. Moonlight Moria twitched his ears and shouted, "Horn Knife Shadow." He transformed his shadow into a spear again and thrust it towards the source of the sound. Swish! At that moment, another slash broke through the layers of mist and struck hard against Moonlight Moria's hefty body. Moonlight Moria couldn't help but cry out in pain. Swish, swish, swish. Mach continuously changed positions within the mist. Each time he moved, he would unleash a slash. From different directions and angles, he slashed at Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria kept crying out in pain, filled with anger as he roared, "Kid, if you have the guts, come out and face me." TSK. Moonlight Moria, what do you think of my mist concealment technique? Mach laughed triumphantly. This technique, he learned from Zabuza Momochi in Naruto. That guy loved to use this move, but must be said it was incredibly satisfying to use on others. However, just a Moonlight Moria, even if he gave up this advantageous position for a face-to-face duel, what was there to fear? Mach swung his knife, dispersing the mist. Autumn water returned to its sheath, and holding the third-generation Ghost Slash, he declared, "One sword style, Ghost Flash." Mach instantly entered high-speed movement, charging towards Moonlight Moria. Swish! Mach brushed past Moonlight Moria, and the third-generation Ghost Slash left a trail of blood on Moonlight Moria's body. But it wasn't over. Mach made a sharp turn, and the third-generation Ghost Slash again caused another wound on Moonlight Moria. One slash, two slashes, three slashes. Mach circled around Moonlight Moria, delivering a total of 13 slashes, each one cutting a massive wound on Moonlight Moria's body. When Mach finished the Ghost Flash and reappeared, Moonlight Moria was already covered in wounds, blood staining his entire body. Moonlight Moria could no longer hold on, half kneeling on the ground, his face filled with fear. Except for 23 years ago when he faced Kaido, he had never felt so powerless. Moonlight Moria knew he had no more retreat left. It was either fight to the death or accept his fate and wait to die. Accepting fate was impossible, and waiting to die was even less so. So, he could only fight. Go big. Directly go big. Shadow Gathering Land. This was Moonlight Moria's strongest move, utilizing the ability of his Devil Fruit to absorb all the shadows he controlled into his body. In the original work, he absorbed the shadows of 1,000 people during the final battle, causing himself to grow larger and increase his power, with terrifying destructive capabilities. However, this required immense mental strength to control. Without sufficient mental strength, he would lose consciousness or go berserk. To be honest, this move of Moonlight Moria was indeed powerful. If his mental strength and willpower were up to par, he could have been formidable. In the original work, he lost control after absorbing the shadows of 1,000 people. And it wasn't until Luffy hit him with several gum-gum rocket cannons that forced out half of the shadows inside him that he regained consciousness. If this guy hadn't given up on honing his own strength and trained his mental fortitude, using this move might have allowed him to contend with Kaido. Although this move relies somewhat on external power, it truly is effective. However, Mach had no intention of stopping him. Watching Moonlight Moria continuously absorb shadows and grow stronger, Mach couldn't help but feel excited, muttering, "Now that's more like it. After all, he's one of the 7 warlords." As Moonlight Moria continued to absorb shadows, his body rapidly expanded. By the end, he was as large as a giant. He was so massive that the castle could no longer contain him, and a corner was directly broken apart. Mach, however, had already exited the castle. He tightly gripped his swords, and when Moonlight Moria reached his limit, he drew both blades, two-sword style, Abyss Hell. Chapter 36, Target Whitebeard 2, Dual-Wielding Abaddon. All the demonic energy within Mach surged out in an instant, manifesting a phantom of Abaddon around him. Mach stood as if he were a god of demons in the realm of Abaddon, majestic and fierce, looking down on everything. Boom! Purple demonic flames ignited on his dual blades. Mach slowly crossed Shio Shui and Sandai Kitetsu in front of him, then swung back violently. A massive X-shaped, blazing special slash shot out at high speed, catching Moonlight Moria off guard. This unique attack struck hard at his chest, leaving an enormous X-shaped gash. Strangely, although the wound was deep enough to see bone, not a drop of blood flowed out. The purple flames seemed to have a life of their own, desperately burrowing into the wound. Ah! Moonlight Moria let out a horrifying scream. The shadows he had just absorbed surged out from the wound, and his body rapidly shrank back to its original size. At this moment, Moonlight Moria knelt on both knees, continuously spitting out blood. He understood. He had lost, utterly and completely, because Mach had waited for him to reach his limit. Otherwise, Mach would have struck long ago. The defeated have no right to speak. This is the rule of this world. Cough, cough, cough. However, I want to ask you for something, if possible. Please, please, spare Hogback and Perona. Cough, cough. Just as he spoke, Moonlight Moria coughed violently, blood gushing from his mouth. And then he fell to the ground with a thud. Thus, one of the 7 warlords is gone. Mach looked at Moonlight Moria with some emotion. He truly did not expect that this guy would care about Hogback and Perona before dying. Sigh. He couldn't help but sigh and mutter softly. In light of your concern for your companions, I'll give you some face and let Perona go. But that perverted Dr. Hogback should still go with you. If he continues to live, who knows what crazy things he would do for his wife, Sindori. As Mach walked toward the direction where Ada and Brook were, his transponder snail rang. Beep beep. Mach paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Because this transponder snail belonged to the Baroque works, and the only people who could contact this snail were Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3. And now, the one calling was either Robin or Mr. 2. No matter who it was good news. With this thought, Mach felt even better and answered, "This is Mr. 0. The voice of Mr. 2 came through the transponder snail. "Mr. 0, this is Mr. 2. I have arrived at Sia Island and have locked onto the target." Mach nodded in satisfaction. "Great. You arrived 2 or 3 days earlier than I expected. Stay hidden and don't let anyone see your true identity." "Mr. 2, don't worry, Mr. 0. When I came, I changed my face. In fact, I changed it more than once. Right now, I'm wearing the face of a resident of the island. I didn't even wear a ballet outfit, so absolutely no one will recognize me." Mach was even more satisfied. "Good. Then wait there. I'll be done here, and we'll arrive at Sia Island in 3 to 4 days. I have to say, Mr. 2's ability is simply the best for gathering intelligence." On the ship, just after Mach hung up the transponder snail, Ada and Brook came over, escorting Perona. At this moment, Perona saw the distant corpse of Moonlight Moria, her pupils shrinking to the size of needles, trembling as if an earthquake had struck. In her heart, Moonlight Moria was an invincible being. She never expected that he was now just a cold corpse. Mach showed a surprised expression. "You finished it so quickly?" "Ada, well, that skeleton and that dragon horse, Captain John, practiced a bit. The rest I took care of." Hearing this, Mach nodded. With Ada's awakened, armed color swordsman strength, dealing with those people was like child's play. Then his gaze fell on Brook, whose skull, leg bones and arm bones were already cracked, clearly injured badly. TSK. Looks like he was really put through the ringer. However, this was good for him. Ada was excited. Captain, are we going to deal with that target now? Mach nodded. Coincidentally, Mr. 2 just called. It's time for us to go. While speaking, he looked at Perona. Ada immediately understood. Captain, although this girl has owned strength isn't much, her fruit ability is quite useful. Why not? Take her in like Brook. It would also be a good fighting force against Doflamingo. Mach looked at Perona and then at Ada, somewhat surprised. She agreed to join? Ada turned to look at Perona, who immediately seemed stimulated and nodded repeatedly. I'll join. Mach's expression turned playful. It seemed Perona had suffered quite a bit under Ada and was close to developing a psychological shadow. Then he went with the flow. Then it settled. From now on, she will be our companion. Finally, his gaze fell on Perona, and he meaningfully said, however, if you want to become my companion, your current strength isn't enough. You need to improve your own strength. Perona. Yes, Captain. Brook cast a sympathetic glance at Perona. He had a first-hand experience and understood what kind of days lay ahead. It would be dreadful. For days passed in the blink of an eye. Mach and his crew arrived at the port of Sia Island on their pirate ship. Finally, they arrived. Brook and Perona. Over these 4 days, they were practically beaten in turns by Mach and Ada. It was truly a human tragedy. So, they were more eager to reach Sia Island than Mach and Ada. However, they were also very curious. Who was the captain here for? At this moment, Mach took out 2 bounty notices. Whitebeard 2, Edward Weevil, bounty of 480 million berries. Miss Backen, bounty of 230 million berries. What? Brook and Perona's eyes nearly popped out, because one had a bounty of 33 million berries and the other 41 million berries. Therefore, for them, whether it was 480 million berries or 230 million berries, they were beings they could not contend with. Gulp. The 2 instinctively swallowed. At this moment, they understood one thing. Joining a powerful pirate crew like Mach's, they might have to face enemies of this caliber in the future. The 2 exchanged a glance, and determination surged in their hearts. They had to get stronger, because in such battles, without strength, they could die, and they didn't want to die. So they could only keep striving to become stronger and keep up with the captain and at his pace. Chapter 37. The Scheme That's Right. The target given by Sengoku is Edward Weevil, Miss Backen. For him, Sengoku has practically delivered a great gift. Captain. At this moment, a person with a lewd face quickly approached. Captain. Huh? Perona, Brook, and Ada all exchanged glances, then looked at Moke in unison, as if to say, does our pirate crew really have such a lewd person? Not to mention them. Even the corners of Moke's mouth twitched a few times. This face is comparable to Kizuru's. However, he knew who had arrived, so he went straight to the point. Mr. 2, where are Edward Weevil and Miss Backen? Mr. 2, Captain. They're staying at a hotel on this island. Moke. So this is why they have been on this island for more than half a month? Mr. 2 nodded. Miss Backen should be looking for a treasure on this island. Treasure? Moke was somewhat surprised. He rose to prominence in this world because of a treasure. Could it be that he could snag another one here? He couldn't help but smile. Do you know what kind of treasure it is? Mr. 2. It seems to be left behind by a captain named John. John? Moke turned to Ada and Brook, because if he remembered correctly, the captain named John had been turned into a zombie general by Gecko Moria. He was defeated by these 2. This guy's 2 swords are collectibles of the pirate crew and are still displayed on the sword rack in the ship's collection room. At this moment, Ada also reacted. He turned back to the pirate ship and took out the 2 swords. Moke carefully examined them. He noticed that the cloth wrapped around the sword handles seemed to have been changed. It wasn't the original, as there were older traces in the finer details. Interesting. Moke directly pulled off all the cloth from the sword handles, and then he discovered that there was a groove in the middle of the handles, about the thickness of a pinky finger. Hidden in the groove were 2 pieces of paper. Moke immediately took them out. One recorded his life experiences, and the other recorded the location of his treasure while he was alive. Ada, Perona, Brook, and Mr. 2 all curiously gathered around. Then Ada asked with some confusion, Captain, since these 2 pieces of paper are here, how did Miss Backen know about them? Moke thought for a moment. Miss Backen and this Captain John were originally in the same pirate crew. Perhaps there was a connection between them. Or maybe Miss Bakken got other information from somewhere. At this moment, Moke was also a bit excited. The treasure of Captain John was the treasure that the clown buggy sought in the original story. It should yield significant gains. Then, Moke handed the 2 swords to Mr. 2. Use these 2 swords to find a way to lure out Miss Bakken. He didn't want a battle to break out in a crowded area, as it would affect many innocent people. Mr. 2, yes, Captain. Time passed little by little, and the sun had reached due south. Finally, they saw an exceptionally tall person walking towards them, and as he approached, a short figure also appeared in everyone's sight. The tall figure had a white mustache that curved upward like a crescent moon, resembling Whitebeard, with a stout and plump body, an ugly appearance, a nose that always dripped mucus, and thick lips. The short figure was an old lady with heavily painted red lips, wearing sunglasses, leaning on a cane, and with a wrinkled face, dressed in a leopard print coat. These 2 were too distinctive. Moke recognized them at a glance. The newcomers were Edward Weevil and Miss Bakken, and at this moment, Mr. 2 was being held by Edward Weevil. Miss Bakken then saw Moke's group. Her gaze fell on Moke, and a hint of seriousness appeared on her face. She looked at Mr. 2. Did you steal those 2 swords from their ship? Mr. 2 nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I snuck on board to steal them while they were on the island buying supplies, and there was only one person on the ship. Upon hearing this, Miss Bakken turned to Moke, her eyes becoming sharp, and she sternly said, Hand over Captain John. Before she could finish her sentence, Mr. 2 made a move. Taking advantage of Weevil's inattention, he immediately activated his ability. Wax poured out from his hands and bound Weevil. He then dashed toward Moke. Miss Bakken was momentarily stunned, then furious. She wasn't stupid. She immediately understood that they had been schemed against. Weevil, this guy deceived us. Kill him for Mom. Weevil, who had been bound, was still dazed by the sudden change. Upon hearing Miss Bakken's words, his demeanor instantly transformed. A powerful force shattered the wax, binding him. He then swung his sword at the fleeing Mr. 2, unleashing a terrifying slash aimed at Mr. 2. Wherever the slash passed, the ground was cut open, demonstrating the terrifying power of the attack. Moke's autumn water was instantly drawn, and he swung it forward. A similarly terrifying slash met the incoming attack. He successfully blocked the fatal blow from Mr. 2. Hiss! Mr. 2, who escaped the calamity, couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a chill running from his feet to his head. Now he finally understood why Mr. 0 repeatedly warned him not to confront the enemy head-on. This level of power was completely beyond what someone of his caliber could withstand. Miss Bakken's pupils constricted sharply. At this moment, she had to face Moke seriously, because the strength that Moke displayed was no less than Weevil's, and Weevil was her greatest reliance. Moke, noticing her gaze, couldn't help but smile. I'm here to recognize my relatives. Huh? Miss Bakken looked bewildered. However, soon Miss Bakken's expression changed again, as a large amount of mist surged from Moke, enveloping the surroundings. It made it impossible for her and Weevil to see anything. Weevil shouted, Mom, I can't see anything. Not good. Miss Bakken, truly a clever old fox, immediately reacted. Weevil, fall back. But before she could finish her sentence, a chill had already settled on her neck. She realized someone had placed a knife against her throat. Gulp. Miss Bakken swallowed hard. She didn't even know how the opponent had gotten close. Crash. The person, of course, was Moke. Mom. At this moment, Weevil's observation hockey detected something unusual, and he entered a berserk state. Chapter 38. 2 big kicks for you seeing this. Moke raised his leg and kicked Miss Bakken in front of him, sending her flying. He then shouted, Adder, Perona, Brook, Mr. 2, proceed as planned. Adder, Perona, Brook. And Mr. 2 understood and immediately rushed towards the kicked Miss Bakken. Passive Ghost. Perona launched the first attack. On Moke's side, after they all moved away, he waved his hand to dispel the mist. He was about to confront Weevil head-on. He wanted to test just how strong he had become. Previously, Moonlight Moria was too weak, and before he could fully exert himself, that guy had already fallen. Weevil in front of him was a decent opponent. Weevil first turned his head to look around. Where's Mom? Where's Mom? Finally, his gaze landed on Moke. Where's Mom? With a swoosh, he raised his enormous sword and swung it directly at Moke. Moke squinted, sheathing Chioshui and inserting it into his waist. Then he transformed into the // fruit state. He wanted to test how strong his body had become, crossing his arms above his head. Clang! Weevil's sword struck heavily against his arms. Moke immediately felt Weevil's terrifying strength as his legs bent down. The ground beneath him could not withstand such terrifying force and shattered. When Kizaru chased Weevil, he once remarked that Weevil had combat power comparable to a young Whitebeard. Later, Weevil was taken down by Green Bull. Therefore, Moke had always believed that Weevil was strong, but definitely not at the level Kizaru claimed, having combat power equal to that of a young Whitebeard. It was an exaggeration, absolutely exaggerated. Otherwise, how could he have been taken down by Green Bull? It should be noted that Green Bull, although an admiral, was scared away by red-haired Shanks with just a glance of Conqueror's haki, which was quite embarrassing. Now, after personally experiencing Weevil's terrifying power, Moke truly understood that Kizaru's mention of combat power might refer to Whitebeard when he had eaten the Tremor fruit and relied solely on his incredible strength to fight. Clang! Weevil's sword was still pressing down, and finally, Moke's arms were pushed down as well. The sword slashed down heavily on Moke's shoulder. However, it did not injure Moke at all. It's worth noting that in his // fruit state, he had the defense of a famous sword. To break through his defense, one must possess the strength to cut through a famous sword. Weevil was strong, but he was far from reaching that level. Purely seeing this scene, Weevil had a hint of confusion in his eyes. He then became even angrier, retracting his sword, and once again raised the enormous sword high. Finally, he slashed down at Moke once more. This time, his sword was already enveloped in armament haki. Seeing this, Moke's pupils constricted slightly. Armament haki. He did not dare to be careless and instantly enveloped himself in armament haki. At this moment, he seemed to transform into a black sword, and his aura changed significantly. Originally, he had gone to Moonlight Moria to obtain Shoshui, and he got it to enhance his armament haki. How could he not absorb it? Therefore, he successfully awakened armament haki, and to wrap Shoshui into a black sword required an immense amount of armament haki. All that immense armament haki was now his. At this moment, not to mention techniques, just in terms of the quantity of armament haki, there were very few people in the entire world of One Piece who could compare to him. It's estimated that only Dracul Mihawk, who wrapped his famous sword into a black sword, and Monkey D. Garp, who swept through the world with his iron fists, were stronger than him in armament haki. Clang! Weevil's sword slashed down again, and the power was still terrifying. However, with top-tier armament haki, he successfully blocked it. That's right, Moke was much stronger than Weevil in armament haki. Instead, it made up for the power gap between the two. "Huh!" Moke shouted, and all his strength erupted instantly, forcibly pushing Weevil's sword away. Weevil was pushed back 4 or 5 steps before he stopped. It must be said that although Weevil was simple-minded, he was not at all foolish in battle. After stabilizing his stance, he struck again. Moke did not show any weakness either, but this time he chose to draw Choshue to meet the attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out again as the terrifying power continuously collided between the two swords. A gust of wind formed, sweeping around them and making their clothes rustle. This time, both of them were evenly matched. Ha ha! Weevil became excited, filled with battle intent. At the same time, he realized how significant armament haki was in battle. It was enough to reverse the situation. Now he desperately wanted to learn the techniques of armament haki and conqueror's haki. He believed that once he mastered these two forms of haki, his strength would advance further. One sword style, Rising Dragon Slash. There were many tall people in the pirate world, and in this regard, he, standing at only 185 meters, was at a disadvantage. So he developed this special technique. Suddenly, all the ghostly energy erupted from his body, transforming into a dragon-shaped slash that shot toward the sky. Under this powerful strike, Weevil's great sword was directly pushed back, and the sword in his hand was raised high. At this moment, Weevil's chest was wide open. Swoosh! Moke leaped up and swung both swords simultaneously, striking hard at Weevil's chest. Bang! With immense power, Weevil was sent flying, crashing down several meters away. However, Moke used the back of the sword this time. When Sengoku informed him, he had already regarded Weevil as his capable subordinate. So how could he truly hurt him? Roar! Weevil, who was sent flying, was furious. After flipping over, he immediately charged at Moke with his great sword raised high and then slashed down at Moke with a powerful strike. Stop! At this moment, a short old woman came over and sternly intervened. Weevil's great sword came to a halt, and he looked at the newcomer in surprise. Then he was incredibly delighted. Mom? Moke also looked over and saw that the newcomer was indeed Miss Backen. Miss Backen gave Moke a meaningful glance and then looked at Weevil. Weevil. It was a misunderstanding just now. This is your older brother, Moke. From now on, you must listen to your brother like you listen to your mom, okay? Older brother? Weevil turned to look at Moke, and in his dazed state, he looked even more confused. Moke's face twitched. This title was truly extraordinary. It should be noted that Weevil was quite a bit older than him. He was just taking advantage of Weevil's simplicity. Otherwise, anyone else would have given him 2 big kicks. Chapter 39. Sengoku's defense breached. Miss Backen's expression darkened. Isn't Weibel calling anyone? Weibel immediately said weakly, Mom, don't be angry. Then he called out to Moke, Big brother. Miss Backen nodded with satisfaction. Remember, starting today, when Mom is not around, you must listen to your big brother, understand? Weibel nodded, but his limited brain still puzzled. Why isn't Mom here? Miss Backen replied, I need to find your dad, Whitebeard. Don't worry. After I sort things out with him, I'll come back to pick you up. By then, you two will be able to recognize each other as father and son. Moke, this reason is really something. Aren't you afraid Whitebeard will come over and punch you? Oh, Weibel nodded, seeming to understand. Miss Backen immediately added, Don't worry. Mom will contact you every day using the phone bug. Phone bug? Weibel tilted his head, looking confused. However, regardless of anything else, the fact that Moke was his big brother was already settled. At the Navy headquarters, Major Brand-New hurriedly entered Admiral Sengoku's office. Admiral Sengoku, I have urgent intelligence. Saying this, he respectfully handed a piece of information to Sengoku. Sengoku raised an eyebrow, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. This urgent intel coming at this moment must be about Moke handling Weibel. However, after reading just the beginning of the intel, Sengoku's smile froze, and his expression turned stiff. Immediately, anger surged within him, and he slammed the table, shouting, Bastard. He quickly dialed Moke's phone bug, and it was soon connected. This is Sengoku. Moke's voice came from the other end. Admiral Sengoku, it seems the Navy's intelligence is impressive. I just finished, and you already got the news. Sengoku suppressed his anger. I told you to deal with Weibel, not to take him as a subordinate. Moke replied calmly, What's the problem? Anyway, from now on, he is no longer a problem for the Navy. Isn't that right? After saying this, he added, No. It should be said that from this moment on, he is also a part of the Navy's combat power. Shouldn't you be happy? You. Sengoku was completely at a loss for words. On the surface, Moke's statement had no flaws. Who is Moke? He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And the 7 warlords of the sea are allies of the Navy. Now that Weibel is his subordinate, it's definitely good for the Navy. However, that's just on the surface. In reality, the Navy does not wish for the influence of the 7 warlords to become too strong. And Moke himself is already quite powerful among the 7 warlords. Now, adding another one with the same level of strength as Weibel makes it somewhat uncontrollable. This is something he absolutely does not want to see. But some things, some words, you can do, but you can't put them on the surface. So, for a moment, he didn't know how to refute. He couldn't say, you are my ally, but you can't increase your power. That would be too shameless. Moreover, saying it wouldn't help. Crack. Sengoku angrily hung up the phone. Phew. Sengoku took a few deep breaths to suppress his anger. He then picked up the information again to continue reading. Adder. Bounty over 100 million. Skeleton swordsman? Where did this come from? Investigate. Perona? Paramecia type, ghost fruit user. Bounty over 40 million. Now adding Weibel, 480 million berries. How long has it been? Moke's strength is growing a bit too fast. Wait, Perona? Isn't she a crew member of Gecko Moria? Normally, there aren't many pirates with bounties that he remembers this well. However, every 7 warlord is someone he has carefully selected, so he knows their strength and their crew very well. Perona is indeed a crew member of Gecko Moria. His expression changed slightly. Although Gecko Moria's strength has diminished, he is still not to be underestimated. Moreover, he is also a 7 warlord. The 7 warlords, although part of the same organization, are each unruly. None of them would submit to the other. If they all unite, it would be serious trouble. He suddenly looked up at Major Brand New. Immediately, send Kuma to Gecko Moria's place to see what has happened there. He couldn't believe that Gecko Moria would let his crew follow Moke for no reason. Hearing this, Major Brand-New's expression became serious. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. He immediately left to give Kuma the order. On the other side, after hanging up, Moke pouted, still calling himself an admiral, with no dignity at all. Ho ho ho. Hearing Moke's words, Perona and Brook both burst into their signature laughter. Moke was drawn to their laughter and turned to look at them. As soon as he saw them, his expression changed. Careless. He immediately issued an order. Miss Backen, come with me. Huh? Adder, Brook, Perona, and Miss Backen, Mr. 2, all showed surprised expressions, especially Mr. 2, because the previous plan was not like this. He should have taken the opportunity to leave. However, he did not question it, knowing that Moke had his reasons. So, he immediately followed Moke onto the ship. Once on board, Moke said, Perona has revealed herself, and the Navy will definitely know now. They will send someone to Gecko Moria. So I must go back once. Now, you need to become me. Remember, you have to create some commotion on this small island to let everyone see that I am here. Understand? Mr. 2 immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. After all, the captain is a 7 warlord, and it wouldn't make sense to take down another 7 warlord. Unless the captain no longer wanted to be a 7 warlord, this matter couldn't be exposed. So Mr. 2 nodded, understood, Captain. After giving his instructions, Moke absorbed the surrounding air, turning into an air person, dispersing into the atmosphere. To Mr. 2, it seemed as if Moke had simply vanished. A few seconds later, Moke was already soaring at a height of 100 meters, absorbing sunlight and transforming into a glittering abilities user. Finally, he turned into a beam of light, heading towards the Devil's Triangle, because only at the speed of light could he possibly return to the terrifying 3-mast sail before the Navy arrived. Chapter 40, dealing with the bear in the Devil's Triangle. Atop the terrifying 3-way sail, a beam of light descended from the sky, landing within the castle. Shortly after, a burly figure wearing a trapezoidal white hat and holding a book with Bible written on the cover appeared out of thin air. Mock's pupils involuntarily contracted as he observed everything in the castle. With a hint of shock, he whispered, Bear? Indeed, the visitor was Bartholomew Kuma. Bartholomew Kuma, hailing from the South Sea, was the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom. He was known to the world as a tyrant and later joined the Revolutionary Army as an officer for certain reasons. He eventually became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Before a major event, he voluntarily underwent complete transformation by Dr. Vegapunk, losing his self-awareness and becoming a rented slave of the Celestial Dragons. After being rescued by Sabo and others, he returned to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. He was a tragic figure, deserving of sympathy. However, he never quite understood why he agreed to become a cyborg. What a convoluted decision. Perhaps their ideals and goals were different, making it hard to empathize. Bear, you're not welcome here. Mock did not reveal himself, but remained within the castle. Kuma looked at the castle with a hint of confusion. Suddenly, countless shadow bats rushed out from the castle towards Kuma outside. They flew at incredible speed, reaching Kuma in an instant, about to envelop him. With a flash, Kuma's figure vanished, reappearing several meters away. Wow, instant téléportation. Mock watched from within the castle, feeling envious. One must admit, Kuma's paramecia-type pawpaw fruit was a highly practical devil fruit, combining both attack and support. When used, his palms would sprout paw-like pads that could repel anything they touched, including attacks from opponents and sword strikes. It could also eject all pain and fatigue from a target's body, forming a red paw-shaped bubble that could be transferred to other targets, causing them to bear the original target's pain and fatigue. Kuma had many questions in his heart. Although he still had his own thoughts at that moment and was not completely obeying the Navy's orders, he also felt a curiosity to investigate further. Pressure cannon. Kuma opted for a strong attack. Utilizing his fruit's ability, he struck the air at high speed, sending a powerful paw-shaped shockwave towards the castle walls. Shadow slash. Mock turned the shadow beneath his feet into a shadow-based slash that shot out to meet Kuma's pressure cannon. Boom! When the two collided, a violent explosion erupted, generating a strong shockwave that swept outward. Kuma's clothes flapped loudly in the wind. Interesting. At that moment, Kuma's curiosity intensified because the strength displayed by the castle's Moria exceeded his previous understanding of him. However, he confirmed that it was indeed the ability of the Shadow Fruit. Thus, he had no doubt that the person in the castle was Moria himself. After all, people could lie, but devil fruits could not. Kuma then glanced at the other side of the castle, noticing the slash marks on the wall and the corner that had been broken through. It was clear that a fierce battle had taken place not long ago. Suddenly, Kuma's gaze froze as he caught sight of two corpses lying quietly not far away. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be two of Moria's subordinates from the Three Shadows. All right, with the presence of these two corpses, the relationship between Moria and Mach was already self-evident. It was definitely a fight to the death. Kuma's mind formed a hypothesis. He murmured, "This guy couldn't have been beaten up by Mach and is now taking his anger out on me. Could he? Or perhaps he's injured and too ashamed to show his face. After all, getting beaten by a junior would be quite embarrassing. Forget it." Kuma instantly teleported away. His mission was accomplished upon seeing the two corpses. As for why Perona was following Mach, it no longer mattered. Surely, Moria wouldn't use the lives of his two capable subordinates to stage a play with Mach, right? After a long while, Kuma finally exited the castle. He then glanced at the distant corpses of Absalom and Hogback. He had intentionally left these two bodies there to ensure that anyone who saw them would have most of their doubts dispelled, coupled with his display of shadow-like abilities. It was highly likely that this matter would be kept under wraps. In the Marine Admiral's office, Sengoku felt a weight lift from his heart upon receiving Kuma's report. Moria's subordinates consisted of only 3 crew members, Perona, Absalom, and Hogback. Given Moria's experience, he would definitely not use the lives of 2 of them for theatrics. Muttering to himself, he said, "Looks like I was overthinking it." However, Mach needs to be kept in check, and the first half of the Grand Line cannot accommodate someone like him. Let him go to the New World to fight with those there. With that thought, he devised a plan in his mind. At that moment, Moksten in Mushirang. He paused for a moment, then immediately answered. The Den Den Mushi transformed into Robin's image. "Mr. Zero, I have found information on Gizaz Bages." "Oh." Mach's eyes lit up. He quickly asked, "Where is this guy?" Robin replied, "On Champion Island in the New World." "Champion Island?" Mach displayed a puzzled expression. Robin explained, "Champion Island, originally named Garen Island, is where fighters hold combat competitions. Each champion of the fights is born here. So the island's name gradually changed to Champion Island. Right now, he is participating in a fighting competition there, and he will be staying on the island for at least half a month." Mach nodded. "Got it. Well done." He then added, "Don't forget about Van Auger, and it would be best if you could find a capable navigator." Robin assured him, "Mr. Zero, don't worry. I've already got some news on Van Auger. It won't be long before we find him. As for a capable navigator, I'll keep an eye out." After ending the call, Mach contacted Adder. "You all set out now, targeting Champion Island. We will meet there. Perhaps we can find a quite capable partner there." Adder's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "All right, I will take my people there right away." Chapter 41 Ambush. Moke's mouth involuntarily curled up because this attempt confirmed that even his own shadow could be absorbed and transformed into power. What else was there that couldn't be absorbed? I have to say, this attempt gave him a new understanding of his Absorption Fruit ability. In his mind, a new idea emerged. If this idea could succeed, he would gain another extremely powerful ability. However, it was time to head to the New World. His target was Caesar Kuran. The intelligence network there had not yet been established, so he could only rely on the underground world's intelligence system to search. This was also the reason he sent Ada and the others to Champion Island first. Therefore, he had to temporarily part ways with Ada's group. This would save time. And why did he need to find Caesar Kuran? Because there was a dragon fruit there. Looking at how Momonosuke in the original work gained initial mastery after eating the dragon fruit, it was almost equivalent to Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit. Such a fruit was naturally something he wanted to obtain. At that time, he could get Giza's Bayas to eat it. Giza's Bayas would immediately gain significant strength, reaching the level of a Shichibukai, becoming another capable member of his pirate crew. By then, he and Weevil would be the 2 vice emperors of his crew. Therefore, this artificial devil fruit was something he was determined to acquire. Moke transformed into a beam of light and headed towards the comm belt. Yes, he chose to cross the comm belt to reach the new world directly. Soon, he found a small island to land on. He quickly located a tavern, one filled with pirates. The waiter saw Moke and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Sir, what do you need?" "Moke, do you have information on M. Caesar Curon?" The waiter was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood that Moke wasn't there to drink, but to look for someone. This was a big business. He immediately said, "Please wait a moment. I will check." Moke nodded and casually found an empty seat to sit down. Hey. That guy seems to be the newly appointed Shichibukai Moke. Moke's entrance immediately attracted the attention of some pirates in the tavern. Among them, someone recognized Moke's identity. Their eyes filled with a mix of shock and then respect. Although Shichibukai were not as powerful as the four emperors, they were still a symbol of strength and status. However, some people looked at Moke with a hint of provocation. There were even those who seemed eager to try their luck. In the new world, there would always be those who were strong yet arrogant, and of course, those who, with a bit of strength, could not recognize their own foolishness. However, in a corner, a tall, muscular guy paused in his eating. He turned to glance at Moke, his eyes flashing with coldness. Even his sunglasses couldn't conceal it. Moke sensed something and turned to look at that person. He only saw a side profile with black short hair and lightning-shaped sideburns. Moke raised an eyebrow because, for some reason, this guy gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Then, Moke shook his head. He didn't have any acquaintances in this world, so he didn't think much of it. Soon, the waiter returned, but he had an additional box in his hand. "Sir, this is the information about M. Caesar Curon. This guy's identity is quite special, so it's a bit pricey." Moke casually asked, "How much?" "Waiter, 2 million berry." Moke didn't waste any time and directly pulled out a piece of jewelry worth about the same and handed it over. The waiter received it with a big smile, carefully checked it, and then handed the information about M. Caesar Curon to Moke. After reading the information, Moke smiled lightly at the waiter. "Then I'll take an eternal pointer to Sicily." Right at this point in time, Punk Hazard hadn't become Ice Fire Island yet. So, he could only find M. Caesar Curon, not Punk Hazard. And according to the information, M. Caesar Curon was indeed in Sicily at this time. The waiter pulled out another box from his pocket and handed it to Moke. "This is the eternal pointer you wanted, 100,000 berry." Seeing this, Moke couldn't help but smile and nodded in satisfaction. "Your service is really thoughtful." Saying this, he gave the waiter 100,000 berry and also tipped him 10,000 berry. The waiter's smile immediately became sincere. "Sir, do you need anything to eat?" "Moke, 3 dishes each of meat and vegetables." "Waiter, then I will serve you our restaurant's most famous dishes." After eating, Moke walked out of the tavern and headed towards the edge of the town. When he walked about 7 or 8 miles outside the town, Moke stopped and turned to look back. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a cold smile. "You follow me all the way, come out." Ha ha ha. 2 figures walked out from a relatively concealed spot on the right side, laughing wildly. Moke couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth upon seeing them. One was very tall and thin, like a stick. The other was very short and fat, like a ball. However, their gaze towards Moke still carried a hint of seriousness. Clearly, the title of Shichibukai still had a certain deterrent effect. The tall one: "We are the brothers pirate crew, Rocky and Martin, with bounties of 230 million berry and 210 million berry." "Moke, so what?" Rocky and Martin exchanged glances, then grinned maliciously. "So, we brothers want to borrow your head for a while." Hee. Moke laughed. Neither of them had bounties over 300 million. He really didn't know who gave him the guts. "Martin, bro, I feel like this guy is mocking us." "Rocky, then let him know the power of our brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them transformed. Rocky grew a layer of gray short fur, turning into a human beast form. Martin sprouted fangs from his mouth. Goodness. Both were Zoan-type users, one being the Zoan-type gray dog fruit user, and the other the Zoan-type wild boar fruit user. Immediately, Rocky charged at Moke as fast as lightning. Martin, being the powerhouse type, followed closely behind Rocky, charging at Moke. With each step he took, the ground shook. But don't underestimate him. Although his speed wasn't as fast as Rocky's, he wasn't slow either. He could be called a nimble fat guy. Interesting. Moke became intrigued. The autumn water in his hand instantly unsheathed, and a slash shot out towards the charging Rocky. Rocky dodged skillfully, easily avoiding the attack. Behind him, Martin was bold. He directly revealed his true form, transforming into an enormous wild boar, charging straight. Chapter 42, Virgo Boom. This guy took the hit head-on. However, under the immense impact, he was forcefully knocked back over 10 meters before stabilizing his stance. Finally, he suddenly thrust his head upward. Mach's slash was directly pushed into the air and ultimately exploded in the sky, scattering a patch of clouds. At the same time, Loki had already charged to Mach's left side, delivering a powerful whip kick directly to Mach's abdomen. Mach easily blocked it with his weapon, Chioshui. However, Loki's quick reflexes allowed him to use the recoil to execute a 360-degree spin, delivering another kick aimed fiercely at Mach's back of the head. Swish! He was fast, but Mach was faster. With a reverse slash of Chioshui, he aimed directly at Loki's leg. Not good. Loki's pupils constricted, realizing he had no time to dodge. Armament hockey. No matter how reckless he was, he couldn't afford to take a blade with his flesh. After all, he wasn't the strongest creature, Kaido. The armament hockey wrapped around his leg. Bang! Even so, when he was struck, he felt an overwhelmingly powerful force. His entire being lost focus, and he spun around, crashing hard to the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. This demonstrated just how terrifying the power of Mach's sword strike was. Loki's leg trembled slightly, but he quickly slapped the ground with both hands, propelling himself back up. When he looked at Mach again, his gaze had completely changed. There was no longer arrogance, only wariness. He then glanced at his brother, as he believed that only his brother could match this guy in terms of strength. At this moment, Martin also looked at him, and the two exchanged a tacit nod. Finally, the two of them moved in unison. Loki slightly bent his legs and then shot up into the sky. His legs aimed at Mach, unleashing a series of gale foot slashes towards him. Damn! Mach was taken aback, muttering, "Now, if you don't know the 6 styles, you won't be able to be a villain anymore?" The previous slave hunting team was the same. Roar! Meanwhile, Martin, transformed into a giant wild boar, opened his mouth as a force gathered within. Finally, an energy ball shot towards Mach. Mach couldn't help but sneer. "Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Today, I'll let you experience how sharp my blade is." Dark energy surged from Mach as he became serious. Swish! He first charged at the energy ball with a slash, unleashing an incredibly powerful strike that split the energy ball in half, and without losing momentum, continued towards Martin. He then continuously swung Chioshui, weaving a sword net in front of him, blocking all the gale foot slashes. Roar! Martin let out another loud roar, fearlessly charging towards Mach's strike again, attempting to withstand it like he did before. Unfortunately, he didn't understand that a serious Mach was beyond what he could withstand. He charged in, and his 2 tusks were directly severed. He was sent flying, crashing over 10 meters away, reverting back to his original form. On him, there was a massive wound from the top of his head to his abdomen, almost splitting him in 2. Loki couldn't help but cry out in pain. When he looked at Mach again, his eyes were filled with hatred and fear. If Mach could take Martin out in one strike, he had the power to do the same to him. However, at this moment, Mach furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze not even glancing at Loki but fixed intensely on another corner. "I originally thought you were with them. Now it seems you want to fish in troubled waters." What? Loki was shocked, never expecting that while they were tracking Mach, someone was hiding in the shadows following them. With a cold laugh, a tall figure stepped out, truly worthy of the 7 warlords, so vigilant. What the hell? Mach now recognized the newcomer as Virgo, one of Doflamingo's trusted aides. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him as he recalled the figure from the tavern. In hindsight, it must have been this guy. No wonder it felt familiar. Although he had never seen this guy, he was still familiar with him from the original work, as he was quite a prominent character in One Piece. However, why was this guy here? At this moment, Virgo glanced at Martin, who was already down, then looked at Loki in the air and added, "I should thank you for helping me complete half of my task. You saved me a lot of trouble." Mach was initially puzzled, but he quickly understood. This guy, Virgo, was targeting Loki and Martin. Virgo, the rear admiral? Loki felt even more uneasy. Virgo smiled faintly, You should have anticipated this day since the day you and Rear Admiral Martin defected. Mock's eyes narrowed. It turned out Loki and Martin were Navy traitors. I knew it. No matter how advanced the Six Styles were, they were still Navy secrets and couldn't possibly be something a pirate would know. Boom! Virgo moved, the ground beneath him collapsing as he rapidly charged towards Loki in the air. Loki's expression changed drastically, his face turning fierce. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Armament hockey. His leg wrapped in hockey again, and he kicked towards the charging Virgo. You really are this naive, thinking that by eating a devil fruit, you can team up to kill the 7 warlords and take their place? You think you can fight me? Let me tell you now, trash is trash. No matter what devil fruit you eat, you're still just trash. As soon as he finished speaking, he swept his leg out. The 2 legs collided fiercely in midair. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out, causing Loki to grit his teeth in pain. At the same time, his leg could no longer withstand Virgo's attack. Bang! Loki was violently kicked away. With a successful strike, Virgo would not let go easily. He charged after Loki, delivering a fatal blow. Mock's pupils involuntarily contracted. Virgo truly deserved to be Doflamingo's top subordinate. His strength was formidable. However, he indeed had such strength in the original work. He single-handedly dominated Smoker and Law. If he hadn't been so careless, or perhaps overly confident in his armament hockey, or underestimated Law's abilities, he wouldn't have given Law any chance to counterattack. Whoosh! A slash came directly towards Mock. Chapter 43. Overpowering Virgo. Mock swung his blade casually, directly slicing away the lightning strike. Then, he looked at Virgo with an expression of disbelief. You're a vice admiral of the Navy, and I'm one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If I remember correctly, we were supposed to be allies, right? What do you mean by attacking me? The key point was that he had also been ambushed. What a dog act. Virgo raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Indeed, being with naive people can make one naive too. You actually thought of taking the opportunity to kill this kid and catch me off guard. Mock still looked confused. Is there a grudge between us that I don't know about? Suddenly, he thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and his eyes narrowed as he spoke a name. Caesar Courant. That's right. This guy is one of Doflamingo's people, and Caesar Courant is one of Doflamingo's most important cards. Virgo naturally knew this. And in the tavern, this guy must have heard about my intention to buy information on Caesar Courant from the underground forces. That's why he targeted me. Virgo's expression immediately changed, and his gaze at Mock was now filled with killing intent. As a pirate who had been a spy in the Navy for so many years and had risen to the rank of vice admiral, his mind was extremely sharp. So when Mock mentioned Caesar Courant, he instantly understood that Mock knew something. At the very least, Mock had connected him with Caesar Courant. Just based on that, even if it meant fighting to the death today, Mock had to stay here. Virgo was a very decisive person, and he had already made up his mind. He immediately acted, his feet kicking in the air as he rapidly descended towards Mock on the ground. His speed was incredibly fast, and with a jade green bamboo stick in hand, he coated it with hockey and struck towards Mock's head. Heck, to be honest, he also wanted to take down Virgo. After all, this guy is one of Doflamingo's trusted subordinates. However, his identity as a Navy officer made him hesitant. After all, as a warlord of the sea, it wasn't yet time to completely fall out with the Navy. But since Virgo struck first, that was another story. He couldn't just stand there and take a beating, could he? Virgo's strength was so formidable. If he didn't hold back, he could easily kill him. Even Sengoku couldn't blame him for that. Mock swung his autumn water to meet the attack, simultaneously wrapping it in hockey. Clang! The weapons of the two clashed fiercely in midair, with powerful energy continuously colliding between them, creating waves of shock that swept outward. Not only were their clothes flapping loudly, but the ground beneath them also shattered apart. When they separated, Virgo's gaze fell on Mock's autumn water. Looking at the hockey wrapped around it, his pupils slightly constricted. Martial arts and hockey had always been his pride. The Navy's 6 styles, even the genius Rob Lucci from CP9, couldn't gain an upper hand against him. In terms of hockey, apart from Iron Fist Carp and Black Arm Zephyr, even the admirals of the Navy would fall short compared to him. It could be said that his hockey had reached the highest level. The only drawback was that he hadn't mastered the technique of emitting haki outward. Otherwise, his strength could easily make him a candidate for admiral. This was the source of his confidence. However, at this moment, the haki of the guy before him seemed to be even stronger. This guy is so young, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt this guy couldn't be left alive. Shave. Virgo instantly vanished from his original position, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Mock's left side. He swung his bamboo stick again, aiming for Mock's face. Autumn water was held horizontally, easily blocking the attack. Then, the third-generation ghost cut was drawn, carving a beautiful and chilling arc in front of him. Iron block. Virgo's expression changed slightly, and he immediately used a defensive technique from his 6 styles. Clang. The third-generation ghost cut was blocked, and Virgo suffered no damage at all. The only result was that he was forced back a few steps by Mock's strength. Virgo sneered, "Your haki is slightly stronger than mine, but I still have the iron block from the 6 styles as a defense. You still can't break through my defense." Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in Mock's eyes. Is that so? One sword style, Azura slash. He first sheathed autumn water, inserting it into his waist. Holding the third-generation ghost cut, a fierce aura surged, forming a figure behind him that held the third-generation ghost cut. Swish! Mock slashed out, aiming straight for Virgo. Not good. Virgo's expression changed drastically. He truly hadn't expected Mock to have such a bizarre power. However, this was not enough to make him retreat. He positioned his bamboo stick in front of him, ready for defense. Intimidation. But at that moment, a fierce aura surged from Mock's eyes, turning them purple. Just one glance made Virgo feel tremendous pressure. Boom! Almost simultaneously, a terrifying force erupted from Mock, sweeping outward. Conqueror's haki. Under the dual pressure, even someone as strong as Virgo was greatly affected, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Swish! Even more terrifyingly, the bamboo stick wrapped in haki in his hand was actually split in 2 under Mock's blade. Yes, it was severed. Virgo's pupils shook. It was evident how shocked he was inside. The most crucial point was that Mock's blade came at him without losing momentum. With his bamboo stick cut in half, he no longer had the confidence to take this blow with his body. Shave, however, he had stepped up through battles with an extraordinarily rich combat experience. So at the last moment, he successfully entered a high-speed movement state, disappearing just before the third-generation ghost cut. He had narrowly escaped this strike. When he reappeared, he was already over 10 meters away. Huff! Virgo couldn't help but take a deep breath. But soon, his expression turned grave again, because he noticed Mock had also vanished from his original position. Not good. The next moment, his observation haki caught Mock's position, and he quickly looked up. Sure enough, he saw Mock. There was no joy in his heart. Instead, his heart felt like it was in his throat. One sword style, Demon Dragon Annihilation. A special slash that was 6 to 7 meters high, engulfed in blazing demonic flames. Most importantly, this attack was as fast as lightning. Almost in an instant, it was before Virgo, giving him no chance to evade. Virgo's pupils shrank to pinpoints. At this moment, he had no other choice. Haki Iron Block. Chapter 44. Reversed Powers, Absorbing Memories Boom. Under this attack, Virgo barely held on for a moment before being engulfed by the ghost dragon. When everything returned to calm, a massive pit with a diameter of 20 meters appeared on the ground, and Virgo lay in the center. However, at this moment, he was far from the composure and confidence he had before. There was no longer any dominance, only embarrassment and misery. His clothes were completely torn, and there was a huge wound on his chest, with ghost flames burning on it. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. Virgo couldn't help but let out a laugh, but sounded somewhat twisted. It seems that not only those 2 brothers are naive. His gaze then fell on Moku. It seems that not only the young master, but even the Navy headquarters have greatly misjudged your strength. Your current power is already approaching that of the strongest warlord, Hawkeye. Moku pressed the 3rd generation of Ghost Slash against Virgo's throat. Virgo seemed to have resigned himself, closing his eyes, as he had already lost the strength to resist. Moku frowned slightly. To be honest, many fans of the sea felt sorry for Virgo. It was too early for such a character to exit the stage. There was no way. Whether it was his unique black and purple special arm color that could cover his entire body, or his ability to single-handedly dominate Smoker and Law, everything was so eye-catching. It would be a pity to just kill him. Imoku made a decision in his heart, and he saw the holy sword tattoo on his chest begin to emit a strong light. Finally, it surged into Virgo's body through the third generation of Ghost Slash. It should be noted that the strange power of the holy sword has the ability to control people's hearts. Virgo instantly felt as if he had been hit hard and began to struggle. At that moment, Imoku's hand was already pressed on his head. Memory absorption. Virgo was struggling against the strange power of the holy sword, but he could no longer resist the power of the fruit. His will was completely destroyed. Virgo screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Imoku's face turned pale, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. At this moment, a large amount of Virgo's memories poured into his brain like a flood. Damn, I was careless. It seems this move cannot be used recklessly. No, it's best not to use it in the future. However, this time he did not give up. Gritting his teeth, he persisted, but in the end, his head felt like it was about to explode. This was the lifetime of memories of a person, even those hidden deep within that the person might not even remember. It was too overwhelming. When the last trace of memory from Virgo was absorbed, Imoku's body swayed, and his eyes were already bloodshot. Memory returned. Imoku returned the memories, but the returned memories had been altered by Imoku. Many were fabricated by him, and he left Virgo's memories about Doflamingo's group firmly in his mind. Huff, huff. After everything was completed, Imoku was panting heavily and sat down to rest. At that moment, he truly experienced what it meant to have a headache. Really, his head was pounding. He was in this state, and Virgo, who had been affected even more, had lost consciousness. Fortunately, Imoku had already healed his injuries using the power of the holy sword. Otherwise, he would have likely died. After a long time, Virgo slowly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, a trace of confusion flashed in his gaze. When he saw Imoku sitting beside him, his expression immediately became serious. He stood up respectfully. Young master. Imoku had also recovered somewhat, but still felt a little dizzy. There would definitely not be a next time. This feeling was too uncomfortable. He then looked at Virgo, finally revealing a smile. This time, the suffering was not in vain. The strongest cadre and best spy under Doflamingo was now his. He nodded in satisfaction. Take these two brothers back to the Navy. After some time, I will send you a devil fruit. I hope your position in the Navy will rise even further by then. Virgo frowned slightly upon hearing this, but then nodded. Yes, young master. Imoku, I know you don't want to eat the devil fruit, but the one I give you is very suitable for a physical technique expert. And you must understand, the devil fruit is just a means to become stronger. It won't affect your training. Virgo nodded again. He left to return to G1. However, Imoku was very happy. This way, he had a hidden piece in the Navy. Moreover, it was an absolutely loyal subordinate. He really wanted to have a few more loyal subordinates like this. But just thinking about the feeling he just had made him decisively give up. He didn't want his head to explode. Even if it didn't explode, he was afraid of becoming a big-headed person like Vegapunk. Half a month later, Imoku arrived at Champion Island. This is a sacred place for physical technique practitioners, so it is a lawless land. No matter which force, they would not easily cause trouble here. Because disturbing this place is equivalent to disturbing the entire community of physical technique practitioners. As soon as he set foot on the island, a person immediately approached him. May I ask if you are here to participate in the fighting competition or to watch the fighting competition? Imoku was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. It should be noted that while absorbing Virgo's memories, he also acquired the training methods from Virgo's memories, including the 6 styles and the armed color training. The reason it took him half a month to come here was to convert these training methods into his own strength. Therefore, he suddenly became interested. Can I still register? As far as I know, the fighting competition here has already started. Our fighting competition has 2 methods. One is to fight step by step up the ranks. The other is the challenge mode. The former is not possible now. However, if you are confident in your strength, you can choose the latter. Before Imoku could speak, someone beside him burst out laughing. Ollie, this guy has dual swords at his waist. At first glance, he's a swordsman. How could you suggest participating in the fighting competition? Are you trying to make others laugh to death? The young man named Ali, who was in front of Moku, turned red. He was a newcomer in the port reception and was here to solicit customers for the first time today. In his nervousness, he made such a big joke. It's over. He was afraid he would become the laughingstock of this industry for the whole year. Moku, however, became even more interested. Come on, tell me specifically how this second challenge works. Ali was taken aback and then thought, just treat it as practice. Moreover, this person in front of him, even if he wasn't a physical technique expert, was not someone he could provoke. So, he immediately began to explain, on Champion Island, there are usually 3 to 4 champions residing. You can choose to challenge them, and if you defeat them, you can challenge the champion of this round. Chapter 45. The Baboon King Ali then weakly asked, do you really want to challenge the champions from previous years? Just to clarify, we only accept challenges from martial artists and fighters here. Upon hearing this, Mock laughed. Who doesn't know a few moves of martial arts? Where do I sign up? Ali and the people around him all looked over. In all the years they had been here, it was their first time encountering a swordsman participating in a fighting competition. This was interesting. Everyone had a gossiping heart, looking at Mock with shining eyes. Ali quickly realized that this guy was serious. He immediately said, please follow me. I'll take you there right now. Under Ali's guidance, Mock soon arrived at the very center of Champion Island. There stood a very large bell. Ali, you just need to ring this champion bell, and the champions on the island will hear it. As soon as they do, they will appear. However, let me remind you again, once you ring this bell, you cannot take it back. More importantly, you must challenge using martial arts. Otherwise, if you break the rules of Champion Island, you will be attacked by all the fighters on the island. Interesting. Mock walked over without hesitation. Hey. Look at what that swordsman is about to do. Soon someone noticed Mock's actions, looking shocked. Is he going to ring the champion bell? He must be here to cause trouble. A swordsman challenging the fighting champion? That's simply asking for death. TSK. It's been a long time since anyone rang the champion bell. Who cares if he's a swordsman or a fighter? Anyway, it's going to be exciting to watch. That's true. And a swordsman daring to ring the champion bell must at least be a master swordsman. Mock ignored what the people were saying and walked straight over. Then he kicked the bell. Boom! The dull sound of the bell resonated throughout the entire fighting city. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over, and no one continued what they were doing. They all looked toward the center of the city, where the champion bell was located. Someone is challenging the champion? Everyone's eyes lit up, and many quickly rushed toward the center of the city, because anyone who rings the champion bell will have to fight in the arena next to it. Boom! On Mock's side, a figure descended from the sky. The powerful impact directly created a large pit in the ground. The newcomer was a towering giant nearly 4 meters tall, standing in front of Mock. He was wearing nothing but a fighting vest, and his muscles were bulging. However, Mock could tell that this wasn't the kind of dead muscle from working out. That was the source of terrifying power. The strongest champion, the Baboon King. Everyone was first stunned, then one by one exclaimed in surprise. They recognized that the person in front of them was the strongest of all champions in 100 years. It's over. This guy is done for. It's actually the Baboon King. Oh my God. This swordsman is so unlucky. He has rarely appeared in recent years. The strongest champion? The Baboon King? Mock looked at the person in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Because the target this time, Giza's Bayez, didn't have such a title. He wanted to see just how strong this guy was. The Baboon King, however, looked down at Mock from his height advantage. His gaze fell on the twin swords at Mock's waist, and his brows furrowed. But he still confirmed. Did you ring the champion bell? Mock nodded. The Baboon King's expression instantly changed, and he angrily said, Kid, you came to Champion Island to cause trouble, didn't you? It's over. The Baboon King is about to get angry. TSK. Today is going to be a good show. Hurry up and buy tickets. They'll be sold out soon, and then you won't be able to see the excitement. Smart people quickly ran toward the ticket booth for the arena. Mock, however, calmly smiled, then turned his hand, pointing his index finger at the Baboon King. Flying finger gun. A wave of energy shot out, extremely fast, and, in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Baboon King. The Baboon King squinted his eyes, somewhat surprised. The Navy's 6 styles? As he spoke, it seemed as though he didn't see the wave of energy at all. He stood there straight until it was about to hit him. His body trembled slightly, and a shock wave erupted from him, directly shattering Mach's energy wave. 8 burst fist. A glimmer flashed in Mach's eyes, equally surprised. TSK, TSK. The Baboon King chuckled. You have some knowledge. This move I won in a bet with Green Pepper 10 years ago. Then he changed the subject, his expression becoming meaningful. But you, kid, are also a bit interesting. A dual-wielding swordsman who even knows the 6 styles is quite rare. However, since you know martial arts, that doesn't break the rules. A bet? Mach was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, immediately catching the key point. The Baboon King laughed heartily. I'm not just a fighting champion. I'm also a gambling king. I win every bet and have never lost a single match. So what do you think? Are you interested in betting with me? Mach was also intrigued. What are we betting on? The Baboon King. I have an agreement with an old friend for a bet, and the time is almost up. If you lose, you'll have to guard Champion Island for a year. How about that? I will lose? Ha ha, cough cough. The Baboon King seemed to have heard the biggest joke, bursting into laughter. But he quickly realized something, suppressing his laughter with a cough. Then if I lose, you could do whatever you want with me. Upon hearing this, Mach couldn't help but laugh. Then if you lose, you will join my pirate crew. How about that? The Baboon King was stunned, then looked at Mach with a changed expression. You didn't come to Champion Island just to challenge me, did you? Mach, I came here for another person. You are a pleasant surprise. A plaisante surprise? The Baboon King laughed, meaningfully saying, you are also my pleasant surprise. If I win, I will have a Shichibukai to help me guard this place. Ha ha, Mach was taken aback. It turned out this guy recognized him long ago. The plan was to have him guard Champion Island while he went out to gamble with his old friend. But, are you so sure you have me figured out? The Baboon King. Under normal circumstances, I really might not be able to defeat you. But the rules here only allow martial arts and physical techniques, so you can't use your swordsmanship, and naturally, you can't use your Logia Fruit abilities. Your strength is directly reduced by more than half. If that's the case, I still might not be able to beat you. Mixing with you isn't unacceptable either. Ha ha! Mach also burst into laughter. Then let's give it a try. Chapter 46. The Strongest Animal System. Baboon King. Come with me. As soon as the words fell, the Baboon King exerted force with his legs, leaping into the air and landing in the nearby fighting arena. Mach followed closely behind, arriving in the fighting area as well. Their arrival caused those still competing in the arena to automatically step back. This is the rule of the fighting arena. When the champion enters, everyone must leave the field, regardless of whether a match is ongoing. Among those stepping back was none other than Giza's Bagus. Mach noticed this and couldn't help but glance at him, a slight smile creeping onto his face. It seems this Champion Island is his lucky island. Not only did it allow him to find Giza's Bagus, but might also lead him to encounter someone even stronger. His attention then returned to the Baboon King. Baboon King, let us begin. After saying this, he beckoned Mach with a finger. According to the rules, the challenger strikes first. Shave! Mach instantly disappeared from his spot, reappearing in front of the Baboon King. With a burst of energy, he jumped into the air and kicked towards the Baboon King. The Baboon King stood still, effortlessly raising his arm to block the kick. He then chuckled at Mach, saying, if this is all you can do in physical combat, you might just have to stay here to guard the island. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his power, sending Mach flying backward. He then targeted Mach with a powerful punch, 8-slam punch. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted from his fist, heading towards the flying Mach. TCH. You underestimate me too much. Mach crossed his arms in front of his chest, easily blocking the attack. He then kicked out his right leg, executing a powerful gale foot slash aimed at the Baboon King. The Baboon King's expression changed slightly, as the force of this gale foot slash was quite impressive, reaching a level he had to take seriously. He looked at Mach and said in a deep voice, I underestimated you. He then threw another punch, but this time it was enveloped in armament hockey. Crash! Mach's gale foot slash was directly shattered, showcasing the power of that punch. At the same time, Mach stepped several times in the air, accelerating towards the Baboon King on the ground. Dragon Claw. Mach's hand formed a dragon claw shape. His hands were now also enveloped in armament hockey. You want to clash with me head-on? The Baboon King smiled again. throwing another punch to meet Mach's dragon claw. Boom! Their claw and fist collided fiercely, unleashing powerful shockwaves that swept outward. The surroundings felt as if they were struck by a forceful typhoon. The spectators had to lower their bodies to stay seated amidst the strong winds. One claw, another claw, and yet another claw. One punch, another punch, and yet another punch. The two continued to exchange blows, but neither could gain the upper hand. Eventually, they both retreated, standing about 7 to 8 meters apart. The Baboon King looked at Mach with a completely different expression. I must say, your physical skills are quite impressive, already possessing the strength of an average fighting champion. However, at this point, he twisted his neck, producing the sound of cracking joints. That was just a warm-up. Now it truly begins. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body underwent a transformation, growing long fur and ultimately taking on a hybrid human-beast form of a baboon. With a hint of pride, he declared, I am a user of the animal system baboon fruit. Don't be too surprised next. Mach, what is so surprising about being an animal system baboon fruit user? Isn't the use of devil fruit abilities prohibited? This is pure cheating. The Baboon King seemed to see through Mach's thoughts. According to the rules of the fighting arena, fruits that can enhance the body, like the animal system, can be used. Unfortunately for you, you don't have one. So, it seems the one destined to lose is you. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Mach had transformed into a form similar to the cut fruit. One side of his arms and legs had turned into sharp blades, and his body had become an incredibly hard metallic blade. Mach laughed. Although mine is a paramecia type, it also enhances the body, so it should be usable, right? This. The Baboon King was dumbfounded, but then he laughed again. Even if you have it. So what? Soon, you will understand the power of the animal system baboon fruit. You should know I call it the strongest animal system. The strongest animal system? Baboon King? Mach felt very puzzled. This fruit is just an ordinary devil fruit. Nothing special. It can't even compare to zoan types, let alone ancient types. Even among ordinary animal systems, it doesn't stand out. Tigers, lions, rhinos, elephants. Which of them isn't stronger? However, despite his confusion, Mach did not stop attacking. Shave. Mach disappeared once again, reappearing in front of the Baboon King. Dragon Claw. With its blade-like form, the Dragon Claw was definitely more powerful. But the next second, the Baboon King also vanished from his spot, leaving Mach hitting empty air, leaving him stunned. Because if he wasn't mistaken, the Baboon King also used Shave. The next moment, Mach felt a gust of wind coming from behind. His expression changed drastically, and he reflexively pointed back. However, he was met with a large dragon claw. A finger and a claw collided fiercely once more, and under the powerful force, both were pushed back several steps. At this moment, Mach's pupils narrowed to pinpoints. He had an idea, but needed to confirm it. Immediately, he launched a flying kick, sending a massive gale foot shooting towards the distant Baboon King. Shave! The Baboon King vanished once more, reappearing at Mach's left side, also kicking out with a slightly faster gale foot aimed at Mach. What the hell? Pirate King version of Kakashi? Mach was shocked, as he had now confirmed that this guy could replicate his moves. How incredible! However, how could this animal system baboon fruit, or rather, the Baboon King as he claimed, possibly have such an ability? It couldn't be that the baboons in One Piece are different from ordinary animals, right? Wait, it seems there is something different. He suddenly thought of the baboons from the eagle family. Oh right, those baboons can replicate their opponent's moves. Just like how Zoro's moves were learned by one of those baboons in an instant. So, does that mean the person who eats the animal system baboon fruit also possesses such abilities? What the hell? That title of the strongest animal system does seem somewhat justified. Chapter 47. The mysterious person appears. The Baboon King laughed proudly. I can learn your moves just by looking at them. Whatever you can do, I can do too. And what you can't do, I can do as well. How do you expect to defeat me? As soon as he finished speaking, the Baboon King slightly bent his legs and then charged towards Mach. Fishman Karate, 7,000 tile spinning kick. When he reached Mach, he spun 360 degrees in the air and kicked at him. Shave! Mach adjusted his speed and dodged the attack, appearing on the Baboon King's left side. Suddenly, A ghostly aura surged from him. Raging Foot Ghost Flame slash. A special slash combining Ghost Flame and Raging Foot slashed towards the Baboon King, arriving in the blink of an eye. Armament Hockey. Fishman Karate. Tangled Tile Straight Punch. The Baboon King utilized a straight punch, creating a 360-degree shockwave that formed an all-around defense combined with an offensive move. Boom! The shockwave collided violently with the slash. However, the shockwave was easily torn apart like a piece of paper. Seeing this, the Baboon King showed a shocked expression, but he reacted quickly, using Shave to dodge the attack. Immediately after, he unleashed another Raging Foot slash towards Mach. There was no hesitation in his counterattack. Mach once again executed the Raging Foot Ghost Flame slash. The two Raging Foot slashes collided directly. However, Mach's Raging Foot Ghost Flame slash remained formidable. The Baboon King's Raging Foot slash was cut apart just like the previous shockwave, splitting into two. Meanwhile, the Raging Foot Ghost Flame slash continued towards the Baboon King. How is this possible? The Baboon King exclaimed. Mach smirked slightly. You may be able to see through and even learn others' moves at a glance. But you forgot, your own strength is the foundation. If your own strength is lacking, even if you learn others' moves, it won't change your inadequacies. One must admit, this fruit ability is indeed impressive. It allows the user to save a lot of time and energy in training moves. Moreover, it can collect numerous moves to face various situations. In such circumstances, you can dominate those with similar strength. You might even overcome those who are slightly stronger than you. But in the face of absolute strength, everything is just a cloud. Shave. At this moment, Mach no longer held back and went all out. Entering high-speed movement, Mach charged towards the Baboon King. Finger Gun Dragon Claw. This time, his armament Haki exploded directly, wrapping around his hands. At the same time, the ghostly aura also wrapped around his hands. The combination of these two terrifying powers elevated Mach's attack to its peak. The Baboon King's face changed drastically. One must say, Mach's words were quite reasonable. However, he still felt a bit unconvinced. Who is he? He is the strongest fighting champion of Champion Island in a century. How could he lose to someone who cannot use their strongest power? If that were the case, what would he be? Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed. At the same time, he unleashed his strongest trump card. Armament Haki External Release. Armament Haki wrapped around his fists, and then he punched out, meeting Mach's Dragon Claw. For his final strongest strike, he chose the punch he was most proficient in. Boom! The two attacks collided violently. The Baboon King's face stiffened as he felt an unmatched power coming from Mach's hands. Mach's expression also tightened as he too suffered a heavy blow. Clang! He was directly sent flying, but he didn't suffer any damage. He flipped in the air and landed steadily back on the ground. He looked at the Baboon King with some surprise. If he wasn't mistaken, that punch just now was an Armament Haki External Release, right? He was surprised, but the Baboon King was shocked. No, he was questioning his life. To know that punch was thrown with all his strength. Yet, he never expected that he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Good heavens, he broke his own defense. What a mess. Realizing this too late, he discovered he had dug himself a pit. He initially thought he had gained a great advantage, but now it turned out he had put himself at a disadvantage. Mach also sensed that the Baboon King had lost his fighting spirit and couldn't help but smile. Are you admitting defeat? The Baboon King, with a dark expression, replied, You are such a freak. This fight is a bit unsatisfactory. Who knew this guy's body was so tough? He could withstand my strongest move without a scratch. It's truly unbelievable. In the whole world, only Kaido could achieve that. Mach, do you keep your word? The Baboon King rolled his eyes. I always keep my word. But before that, I have to fulfill my bet with an old friend. After it's over, I will come find you. Mach nodded without hesitation. Of course. After speaking, his gaze fell on Giza's Bayas, who was at the side. The Baboon King immediately realized something and looked in the direction of Mach's gaze. Raising an eyebrow, Giza's Bayas, it seems you are here for him. Good eye. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be this year's fighting champion. Moreover, judging from the strength he has displayed, he is quite outstanding among past fighting champions. No wonder you made a special trip. Ya ha ha ha. Giza's Bayas also noticed that the two were looking at him and couldn't help but let out his signature laugh. To be honest, he had watched the entire battle between the two, and it had stirred his blood. But he also understood that both of these guys had strength above him, especially Mach, a swordsman who was capable of overpowering the strongest champion known as the Baboon King with sheer physical prowess, was simply unbelievable. Mach, if you want to quickly improve your strength, you can't be limited to this small champion island. You need to go out and see the strong from all over the world. As long as you are willing, join my pirate crew, and I will take you to battle against the world strong. What do you say? Giza's Baez was taken aback for a moment. He truly hadn't expected Mach to extend an invitation to him. Then he burst into his signature laugh again. Yah! Amidst the laughter, he walked towards Mach. Although he didn't answer, his actions spoke volumes. Mach was somewhat surprised. He really hadn't expected Giza's Baez to agree so readily. Giza's Baez stood in front of Mach. Captain. Then he excitedly glanced at the Baboon King. In his view, was there anything more exciting than being able to challenge the champion with the title of the strongest champion at any time? Moreover, there was also a captain with equally terrifying physical skills. For a fighter, the temptation was too great. After all, becoming a champion on this champion island was already thrilling. However, at that moment, a unique voice sounded from the side. Chapter 48. Don Quixote da Flamingo, huh? Another person with a signature laugh. And if you're a fan of the sea, anyone who hears this signature laugh will immediately know who it is. Mach is the same. Turning around, he saw a rather arrogant guy striding towards him. With golden hair, sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped pants, and pointed shoes, he walked with a swagger. Who else could it be but the notorious pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo? Damn, how'd this guy end up here? Mach immediately looked at Giza's Baez. Right? He bought the Eternal Pointer to Champion Island from the underground forces to find this guy, maybe even from Doflamingo's crew. Conversely, the information he needed about Champion Island was naturally laid out in front of Doflamingo. Thinking of this, Mach's pupils constricted slightly. Indeed, he needed his own intelligence system. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient. If things went wrong, his intelligence could be completely exposed to others. However, if this guy came for him, what did it mean? Giza's Baez and Baboon King Burns exchanged glances. They both thought, what day is it today? Two warlords suddenly appeared on Champion Island. Soon Doflamingo arrived in front of the three, laughing once again. He extended his long tongue and licked his lips, showing a hint of madness. You've got quite the skills. You've managed to recruit two good crew members at once. Just now, he had witnessed the battle between Mach and the Baboon King. Both their strengths were impressive, especially Mach, who hadn't even used his Nika Fruit abilities or swordsmanship, yet had defeated the Baboon King, known as the strongest champion. Originally, he had come to deal with Mach. After all, Mach had taken in the chef Ada, which had formed an opposition between them. That Ada would never give up on seeking revenge against him and the Don Quixote family. Naturally, the two sides would clash. Since that was the case, it would be better to take this opportunity to eliminate Mach and cut off future troubles. After all, once Mach was dead, Ada alone wouldn't be a threat. However, the strength Mach had just displayed made him feel quite tricky. He was confident he could defeat Mach, but he no longer had certainty about successfully killing him. Nevertheless, he still needed to make an appearance to intimidate. Otherwise, people might really think Doflamingo was easy to bully. A terrifying power erupted from Doflamingo, sweeping outward. Wherever it passed, people seemed to have their souls taken away, collapsing one after another, with only a few barely maintaining consciousness. Those few appeared pale, as if they had suffered some kind of injury. Baboon King Burns and Giza's Baez's pupils shrank slightly. Conqueror's haki. At the same time, both were greatly affected. Seeing this, Mach couldn't help but smirk slightly, revealing a playful smile. This guy, is he trying to intimidate him? What is there to fear? Conqueror's haki erupted instantly. Crack, crack. The two's Conqueror's haki clashed repeatedly, creating a terrifying shockwave that swept across the arena. Even the solid walls of the fighting arena began to crack under the shockwave. Meanwhile, a substance resembling black lightning continuously flashed and collided between the two. Doflamingo's expression tightened. He truly hadn't expected Mach to possess Conqueror's haki as well. However, he again extended his tongue to lick his lips. At this moment, He could feel that Mock's Conqueror's haki had probably just awakened not long ago, far inferior to his own. Thus, he became even more deranged. The eyes under the black glasses began to glow red. Then, Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki erupted fiercely, pressing Mock's Conqueror's haki back towards him. Ultimately, only a circle around Mock remained under his control. It was clear that in this clash of Conqueror's haki, Mock was at a disadvantage. Mock felt the pressure, but did not waver in his belief. He felt demonic energy surge from his body, and purple flames flickered in his eyes. He opened his eyes wide. Intimidation. The demonic energy and Conqueror's haki complemented each other, actually pushing Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki back. Doflamingo's eyes glowed even brighter, but it quickly faded, even stopping his Conqueror's haki first. Mock was a bit confused. He thought this guy was about to make a move. After a moment of silence, Doflamingo asked, "Are you looking for M. Caesar Courant?" Mock was speechless. This guy's intelligence is truly remarkable. He even knows about this matter. So, he must have come because of that. After all, M. Caesar Courant is the foundation of his cooperation with Kaido. Mock did not deny it and nodded. "Is he your man? Looks like you've recruited a good crew member. But don't worry, I'm looking for him. Just to get something from him. Not for him as a person." "Something?" Doflamingo looked puzzled. Mock waved his hand. "Don't worry. That thing is dispensable for both you and him. Of course, if he doesn't give it to me when I go to get it. Then I'll have to take it." Hearing this, Doflamingo's pupils shrank sharply. At the same time, he was filled with confusion about what this thing could be that made Mock willing to turn against him completely. However, Mock's attitude made it hard for him to tolerate it, and he angrily said, "Kid, don't be too arrogant." Unexpectedly, Mock changed his tone. "Let us not be so hostile. I have a business proposal for you." "Huh?" Doflamingo almost threw his back out, darkening his face as he said, "Are you messing with me?" Mock looked sincere. "I really want to do business with you." "Oh." Doflamingo became interested. "Go on." "Mock, devil fruits. In the underground world, that's your business. What do you think? Are you interested?" "Devil fruit?" Doflamingo's pupils narrowed to the size of pinpoints. Then he said meaningfully, "Hey, it seems you're after something big. I'm afraid a warlord alone won't satisfy you. Mock, we can also collaborate on intelligence." After saying that, he added, "Berries are not an issue." Doflamingo looked deeply at Mock and said with profound meaning, "I remember, your Captain-S chef has a blood feud with my Don Quixote family. Can you just ignore that?" "Mock, that's our issue with Gladius." Doflamingo's expression slightly changed. He understood. The feud between Ada and Gladius should be resolved by the two of them alone. Neither he nor Mock should interfere. That was Mock's intention. After pondering for a moment, "How many devil fruits do you want?" "Mock, I'll take as many as you have." Doflamingo, "Kid, do you have that many berries?" "Mock, as long as I want. I can even buy your entire Dressrosa kingdom." This was just talk. Berries? He didn't have many, but he had two places where gold was everywhere. Chapter 49, Blind Hero Wait. Speaking of gold, how could he forget that guy in the sky? That guy, in terms of attack, is definitely at the general level. What he lacks is self-defense and haki. As long as he puts effort into these 2 points, there are only a handful of people in the world who could defeat him. TSK. Mock laughed. On the sky island, Enel inexplicably shivered. He couldn't help but show a look of confusion. Since he ate the natural type rumble fruit, he had never shivered before. After hearing Mock's words, Don Quixote Doflamingo was first taken aback, then showed a shocked expression. By his Dressrosa kingdom? What a big talk. Does he know how much berries his Dressrosa kingdom earns in a day? Are the young people nowadays so arrogant? At this moment, Mock changed his tone. "I'm serious. 4 ordinary Zoan and Paramecia fruits, 200 million each. If they are special, like ancient, mythical, or Logia types, we can negotiate a different price." After saying this, if you're worried, you can choose the transaction location. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's expression became serious. "Are you serious, kid?" "Mock, of course." Doflamingo fell silent. After a long while, he took out a din mushy from his pocket and threw it to Mock. "Once you prepare the devil fruits, I will notify you." After that, he glanced deeply at Mock and added, "I hope you're not joking, or I will make you regret living in this world." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Doflamingo left, Jizes Bagus asked with some confusion, "Captain, are you really going to buy devil fruit from him?" Baboon King burns. "I feel something is off. Is this guy planning to play black against black?" Mock chuckled, "I don't know, but I actually want to try black against black." Baboon King burns and Jizes Bagus exchanged glances. All right, they were worried for nothing. No, maybe he had already anticipated that in the end, who would scheme against whom was uncertain. Baboon King Burns immediately reacted and was about to speak, but Mock seemed to see through his thoughts. Even if he is not honest, in the face of absolute strength, he can only suffer. Meanwhile, a person had already appeared beside Doflamingo, and that was Gladius. "Young master, are we really going to sell devil fruits to them?" He. Doflamingo let out his signature laugh. "How could I give devil fruits to those destined to be enemies? I'll take advantage of the transaction to make a profit, and then wipe them out, killing two birds with one stone." Gladius was taken aback at first, then hesitantly said, "Young master, relying solely on our Don Quixote family to completely eliminate Mock-S group, I'm afraid." Although he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't deny the strength of Mock-S group. They were indeed quite formidable. Doflamingo's expression stiffened upon hearing this, but he immediately laughed. This time, among the items traded with Kaido, there are not only artificial devil fruits, but also several Zoan devil fruits, including a mythical type. Therefore, he will personally come for this transaction. At that time, I will use his hands. Gladius was overjoyed upon hearing this. Great, that's wonderful. If Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world and one of the four emperors of the New World, is involved, he is an absolute overlord. Mock-S group is strong, but compared to Kaido-S beast pirates, they are far behind. He could already envision the demise of Mock-S group. He couldn't help but laugh along with Doflamingo. Sure enough, the young master is amazing. Gladius. "So, young master, where should we arrange to meet him?" Doflamingo. "Do we need to arrange? He looking for him. Caesar Clown? Just give him a message, and he will come to us." Gladius instantly understood upon hearing this. They would use the location of the trade with Kaido as the location where Caesar Clown was delivering it to Mock. At that time, they wouldn't even need to say anything. If the transaction was disrupted, with Kaido's explosive temper, he would wipe out Mock and his group in an instant. Brew. The den mushy in Mock's arms rang. "Mr. Zero, this is Miss All Sunday. I've arrived at the Devil's Triangle with my team, and everything is proceeding as you instructed." Mock nodded in satisfaction. "Besides changing the stronghold of the intelligence organization, you also need to recruit some capable personnel into the working society so that your intelligence organization can develop in the New World." Robin, yes. Then Robin thought of something and immediately added, "Mr. Zero, Caesar Clown seems to have noticed something. He has disappeared. Of course, it's also possible that someone is covering his tracks." Mock, "I already know this. It should be Doflamingo. He knows someone is investigating him. Caesar Clown's whereabouts. So, he took action." Robin was astonished. "Doflamingo? If I remember correctly, he is also one of the 7 warlords, right?" Mock became famous for killing one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile. Previously, he dealt with Gecko Moria, and now he is facing Doflamingo. If he also takes down Doflamingo, then half of the 7 warlords would have died at his hands. A killer of the 7 warlords? Thinking of this, Robin couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Just after hanging up the den mushy with Robin, it rang again immediately. "Captain, this is Ada. We've arrived at Champion Island. Have you arrived?" Mock laughed. "I'm here." As he spoke, he looked at Baboon King Burns and Jizes Bagus, and I've found 2 very good partners. 2. Ada was surprised. Besides Jizes Bagus, who else is there? Jizes Bagus was also surprised. "Captain, you really came for me." Mock patted his shoulder. "That means you're famous." Then he said to Ada, "We are at the fighting arena on the island. You can come over." After saying this, Mock seemed to think of something and turned to Baboon King Burns. "By the way, where did you arrange the gambling? Is it far from here?" Baboon King Burns, Golden City. "What?" Mock was surprised. "Is it the Golden City with the largest entertainment city in the world?" Baboon King Burns nodded. "Yes. I made the bet with Blind Hero there." Mock stood frozen for a moment, then slowly turned his head. Who did you just say you made the bet with? Chapter 50, Magic Valley Town, haha. Do you know him? Baboon King Burns, said the captain with a surprised expression. Haha, his reputation isn't exactly prominent. It's fair to say he's a nobody. I really don't understand how the captain knows about him. Ha. Moke couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a stroke of luck. I never expected to unexpectedly recruit such a skilled individual as Baboon King Burns and have this kind of harvest. Truly a windfall. Baboon King Burns raised an eyebrow. Captain, are you interested in him? Could it be that he possesses extraordinary strength? Moke looked at Baboon King Burns in astonishment. You're his gambling buddy, and you don't know what kind of strength he has. Baboon King Burns felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, scratching his nose. This guy is simply cursed, so in gambling, all you have to do is bet the opposite. It saves effort and worry, and you always win. Who would want a gambling buddy like that? Moke found himself unable to refute this. He quickly laughed again. In that case, let's go meet him together. After all, who has a grudge against Bailey? Ha. Everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Who doesn't like Bailey? Baboon King Burns was indeed planning to go to Golden Island for a big win. However, Baboon King Burns' brows furrowed again. That's right, he wanted to win big. But if everyone went, Moke, Geezes Bages, Weibel, Brooke, Perona, Ada, and him, 7 people in total. If everyone wins big, it might attract the attention of the Golden Island's master, Guild Tesoro. This guy is not to be trifled with. Thus, he couldn't help but show a hesitant expression. Captain, the master of Golden Island, Guild Tesoro, is a big shot in the underground world. We still have to deal with Doflamingo. If we run into him again, it might not end well. Upon hearing this, Moke's eyes narrowed, but they sparkled with excitement. Who doesn't know Guild Tesoro in the Sea World, known as the Golden Emperor? If we really talk about it, this guy is quite a legend. He established the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro, and became a recognized independent kingdom by the world government. He is a business genius controlling numerous industries around the world. His wealth accounts for 20 of the entire world, straddling both the legal and illegal realms. In the underground world, he is the Golden Emperor who wields money to control the dark world, with his influence spanning the globe. On the surface, he is the king of an independent kingdom recognized by the world government, using the power of money to manipulate the celestial dragons and even the world government itself. He rose from being a penniless slave to the world's richest man, becoming a king in the underground forces, capable of freely manipulating the celestial dragons and utilizing the power of the world government. You say that's not impressive? Absolutely impressive. He has a saying, "Those without money will accomplish nothing, only to be dominated." This statement is brutal yet realistic, revealing the essence of every world. However, if such a person could be brought under our command, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. To take over his Grand Tesoro. Even if we can't win him over, obtaining the wealth within would still be a huge gain. Indeed, Guild Tesoro is an extraordinary figure, possessing not only remarkable strength, but also powerful influence. To take him and his Grand Tesoro, we must have sufficient strength. With just us, it might be a bit difficult. You all go ahead. I'll find a capable hand. Then we can really make a scene. You want to fight for Grand Tesoro? Baboon King Burns widened his eyes in shock. Ha. Moke laughed heartily. Our pirate crew needs our own territory too. I see that Guild Tesoro's largest entertainment venue is a good choice. However, he also understood that occupying the place would likely make the world government and the celestial dragons uneasy. Although he had great confidence in his strength, he wasn't so arrogant as to think he could hold on to that territory against the special targeting of the world government and the celestial dragons with their current strength and influence. The challenge isn't just taking it, but maintaining it long term. We must recruit 2 more strong allies. Moke suddenly thought of something and turned to Baboon King Burns. By the way, do you have any rubber? Or ceramics? Baboon King Burns. Magic Valley Town. Blackbeard, Poison Q, and Lafitte had just landed on the island, walking along the road to Magic Valley Town. Blackbeard was in a surprisingly good mood because he had found a rather good crew member in the West Sea. The key point was that Lafitte had come up with a rather shocking plan that excited him. Now, all he needed was to find a bountied individual to send as a gift to Sengoku's desk at the Navy headquarters. Then the job would be half done. Hee. Blackbeard chuckled, but then his smile froze. His observation hockey detected a person's presence, and this person's aura was incredibly terrifying. Even he had to be cautious. He turned his head to look into the sky, and then he saw a beam of light descending into the Magic Valley town ahead. Light? Blackbeard raised an eyebrow. The light reminded him of two people. One was the Marine Admiral, the light fruit user Kazu, and the other was the newly appointed warlord of the sea with multiple powers, Moke. But no matter who it was, they had to be treated with caution. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, who could it be, and what are they doing here? At the same time, on the other side of the island, the Straw Hat crew had also landed and was heading toward Magic Valley Town. Already in Magic Valley Town, Moke slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a playful smile. Magic Valley Town. Truly a place of special significance. He never expected that Robin had already been recruited by him, and Crocodile had been killed by him. The plot had long since changed, and the future emperors, Blackbeard and Luffy, would actually meet in this place. Interesting. He walked into the only tavern in Magic Valley Town. Upon entering, he saw a group of pirates shouting. Goodness. Moke recognized them at a glance. It was none other than Doflamingo's crazy little fanboy, Bellamy. It seemed this guy was destined to get beaten up. Chapter 51. What the hell? Why is he coming at me? But sometimes the plot doesn't change, yet it does. For example, right now, at the moment Mock came over, Bellamy's first mate, Sachi's, heard the noise and instinctively turned his head to take a glance. Then he casually turned back. However, he immediately turned to look again. His gaze fell on the two knives in Mock's hands. He was also a knife wielder. Although the knife he used was a curved blade similar to a Nepalese knife, he considered himself a swordsman. And swordsmen have an innate fondness for good blades, famous swords. So, with just one glance, he found it hard to look away. Sachi's arrogantly said, Hey kid, show me the knife at your waist. Me? Mock looked incredulous. Shouldn't this guy be worried about the trouble that Luffy would bring soon? Why is he fixating on him? Sachi's nodded. Yeah, it's you. Hand over the knife. Swish. Bellamy, along with his subordinates Rebus, Muriai, and Eddie, all looked over. Their eyes held a hint of mockery, as they realized that Sachi's was interested in Mock's knife. Mock couldn't help but laugh. You want my knife? You can come and take it yourself, and see if you have the ability. Upon hearing this, Sachi's became furious and arrogantly said, Do you know my captain has a bounty of 55 million berries? Finally, someone in the tavern recognized Mock and exclaimed in shock, He is the new warlord Mock, with a bounty of 300 million. What? Sachi's froze in place. Gulp. After realizing it, he swallowed hard and took several steps back in terror, as if only by distancing himself from Mock could he feel a bit secure. Bellamy's expression changed as well. His gaze towards Mock transformed entirely. The Doflamingo he admired was also a warlord. This meant that the guy in front of him was on the same level as the Doflamingo he idolized. Hiss! He took a deep breath and glanced at Sachi's, who was already scared out of his wits, his mind racing. He was thinking about how to save his captain. Swish! But in the next moment, a cold light flashed. Then Sachi's received a wound across his chest that nearly cut him in half. Blood splattered, and he slowly fell down. Seeing Sachi's being killed, Bellamy couldn't help but feel anger rise within him. However, what he faced was Mock's domineering demeanor that looked down on the world. Gulp! Bellamy couldn't help but swallow again, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Mock, however, looked disdainful. Things that bully the weak and fear the strong will only ever reign in this small Magic Valley town. Bellamy clenched his fists, as this was the greatest humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. It was precisely this that ignited his madness as a pirate. Spring Sniper. Bellamy transformed both of his calves into springs, then pressed the spring-like legs against the ground, storing a large amount of elastic potential energy in his feet. Then he released that energy, converting potential energy into kinetic energy. In an instant, he sprang towards Mock. The more energy he stored, the stronger the power of the strike. However, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how he executed it, it was all in vain. People saw Mock reach out a hand and directly grab Bellamy's neck as he bounced towards him. To be honest, this guy still had some potential, but it was only a bit. It's just a pity for this ability. If developed well, it could be quite good. Crack! Mock exerted force, directly breaking Bellamy's neck. Then, as if throwing away garbage, he tossed him out of the tavern. Outside the tavern, Blackbeard, Toxin Q, and Lafitte just happened to arrive outside the tavern. Bellamy was thrown right in front of them. Blackbeard, Lafitte, Toxin question. They all looked into the tavern and met Mock's gaze. The three of them changed their expressions slightly, and then Blackbeard laughed again. I really didn't expect to run into you here, the newly appointed warlord Mock. At this moment, his gaze had turned unfriendly. It should be known that this guy in front of him had killed Crocodile to sit in the position of warlord. So, if he killed this guy in front of him, he could also take the position of warlord, right? As for Mock's multiple abilities, in his view, they were not much different from having one ability, because in front of his dark fruit ability, they were all the same. Mock slightly furrowed his brows. Blackbeard's killing intent was not concealed at all. Even a fool could see it. He couldn't help but think, this guy doesn't want to fight him, does he? Right? At this moment, this guy should be aiming for the position of warlord. Then, is he planning to take his head as a bargaining chip? Who gave him the guts? If Blackbeard had the tremor fruit, he would truly have some reservations. But without it, what was there to fear? His hand was already resting on the handles of Sandai, Kitetsu, and Aoshi. Swish. However, unexpectedly, the first to strike was Lafitte. He drew his sword and immediately slashed towards Mock in the tavern. Mock didn't even raise his eyes. The Sandai Kitetsu instantly drew out, cutting through the air with a cold gleam. Lafitte's slash was easily sliced apart like paper. Blackbeard's pupils involuntarily constricted. Lafitte was someone he personally recruited. Therefore, he was very aware of Lafitte's strength. A swordsman not inferior to the captains under Whitebeard. Of course, he couldn't compare with the strongest among the captains like Marco or Ace. But even so, such strength was enough to make a name for himself in the New World. But he didn't expect Lafitte's attack to be so easily defeated by Mock. At this moment, his gaze towards Mock changed a bit. In his arrogance, there was a hint of vigilance. Lafitte retreated. This guy was not someone he could handle right now. Saying this, Blackbeard stepped forward, staring at Mock, Warlord Mock. Mock's lips curled slightly as he walked out of the tavern, standing in front of Blackbeard, playfully saying, Marshal D. Teach, originally a member of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, killed the 4th Division Captain Sachis to seize the dark fruit. Now you're being hunted by the Whitebeard Pirates. In this situation, you still dare to provoke me? At this point, he turned to Lafitte. Come with me. Following him, there's no future. Just right, my pirate crew is short of a navigator. Chapter 52 vs. Blackbeard Lafitte. Poison question. Speechless. Blackbeard, whose face was already hard to look at, is even worse now. Of course, losing his crew is an absolute humiliation for a pirate captain. You're looking for death. At this moment, Blackbeard has already extended his left hand, secretly activating his darkness fruit ability. A black vortex, resembling a fan, appears in his hand. Mock's face changes slightly, as he instantly feels an incredibly strong suction pulling him towards Blackbeard. Having watched the anime, he naturally understands that this is Blackbeard's signature move, Dark Water. It utilizes a black hole-like infinite gravitational pull to draw opponents towards the user, making escape impossible regardless of the distance, even at the speed of light. Moreover, once in contact with the user, the opponent's Devil Fruit ability becomes ineffective, and it can absorb attacks from Devil Fruits, but only small-scale attacks. This move is undoubtedly a nemesis for all Devil Fruit users. However, he is not someone like Ace who relies solely on his fruit. Armament Haki. In an instant, Armament Haki envelopes his entire body, completely isolating the pull of the darkness fruit. Blackbeard's eyes nearly pop out. Even the New World, even when he was in the Whitebeard Pirates, he had rarely seen anyone fully wrapped in Armament Haki. He was immediately a loss. This move directly caused his darkness fruit to lose half its power. Swish. At the same time, Mock moved, and his 3rd-generation sword, Inma, was instantly unsheathed. One sword style, Demon Flash. Mock enters a high-speed movement state, and when he reappears, he is already behind Blackbeard. Puff. A wound appears on Blackbeard's chest, blood gushing out. Mock's mouth involuntarily curves into a slight smile. As expected, just as Whitebeard said, Blackbeard is too arrogant. In their first exchange, he was so careless. Blackbeard's pupils constrict sharply. Then he laughs heartily, as if he wasn't the one injured. He immediately turns around, uses his legs to push off, and explodes towards Mock's back. One must admit that Blackbeard is indeed formidable. Even without the darkness fruit, his strength cannot be underestimated. He truly deserves to have left scars on Shank's face. However, Mock swiftly counterattacks with Enma. It can be described as quick, accurate, and stable, and directly blocks Blackbeard's assault. But immediately, Mock feels as if he has been struck hard. His entire body is sent flying. After more than 10 meters, Mock stabilizes himself, flipping in the air before landing back on the ground, facing Blackbeard. With armament hockey released, Mock's eyes narrow involuntarily. If it weren't for his strong armament hockey, he would probably have suffered from that attack. At this moment, both of them become vigilant. After both have taken hits, neither dares to underestimate the other. The autumn water sword slowly unsheathes, and Mock assumes an attacking posture, his eyes shining with purple flames. Two-sword style, dragon tooth. The demonic aura surges, transforming into a dragon. The third-generation Enma and autumn water are positioned as the dragon's teeth. Then, he charges forward, unstoppable. Wherever he passes, it's like breaking bamboo. Even the air is torn apart, forming two powerful gusts on either side. Armament hockey. Blackbeard wraps both hands in armament hockey, then pushes off with his legs, leaping up to meet Mock's demon dragon. His fists collide fiercely with the dual swords. The powerful force continuously clashes between the two, creating shockwaves that sweep outward. Boom! Where the shockwaves pass, the ground cannot bear such terrifying power and collapses directly. The street is utterly destroyed. The shops on the street, including that tavern, instantly turn to ruins. The shattered debris of the buildings is lifted into the air by the shockwaves, only to be destroyed again by the next shockwave, becoming even smaller fragments. The pirates in the tavern are all sent flying into the sky by the shockwaves. Each wave causes them immense harm. At this moment, they all have vacant expressions, losing consciousness. Lafitte and Poison Q have already retreated, but they are still significantly affected by the shockwaves. Lafitte is fine. As a swordsman, such shockwaves cannot harm him. But Poison Q is different. His already unappealing face looks even worse now, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes are filled with relief. Cough, cough. Luckily, we withdrew in time. Otherwise, I fear I wouldn't be able to withstand such waves. Lafitte nods. Indeed, even he wouldn't dare stand too close between the two. Ha ha! As the two are in a stalemate, Blackbeard once again lets out his signature laugh. I must say, I really underestimated you. Your strength is enough to rival the strongest under the four emperors. Mock, the strongest under the four emperors? Like Katakuri or Marco, the vice admirals? Vice admiral? Haha. That's quite an accurate description. Blackbeard laughs even more joyfully. Then he changes his tone. However, just like that, you will still be a soul under my command. Conqueror's Haki. A terrifying force erupts from Blackbeard, sweeping outward. Mock, being the first target, naturally feels the greatest impact. His expression changes slightly. Then, his own Conqueror's Haki erupts as well. Crack! The two Conquerors' Haki collide. Blackbeard's pupils shrink to needle points. You also possess the aura of a king? Break! Mock shouts loudly, fully unleashing his power. His dual swords slice through the armament hockey around Blackbeard's fists, leaving two deep wounds that expose the bone. Fortunately, Blackbeard reacts quickly and retracts his fists at a critical moment. Otherwise, both fists would have been severed. Blackbeard takes several steps back, creating distance from Mock. At this moment, his gaze towards Mock changes. Your armament hockey. I must admit, it truly astonishes me. Mock, however, smirks slightly. His armament hockey is inherited from the once great swordsman Ryuma. That was enough to forge autumn water into a black blade. Just thinking about it shows how terrifying it is. Dark Hole. Blackbeard understands that there is no longer a need to test further. He supports himself with one hand on the ground and releases darkness widely. Anyone or anything touched by the darkness will be drawn in and disappear into it. Mock's expression changes slightly, and he pushes off with his legs, launching into the sky and using moonwalk to hover in midair. Once sucked into Blackbeard's darkness, one will be compressed and crushed with infinite force. equivalent to a small black hole. In the original work, when Blackbeard showed his ability to ace, he instantly turned a town into nothingness with this move. It's evident how terrifying this move is. Therefore, Mach dares not underestimate it. Chapter 53. The challenge from Zoro. Mach extended his hand towards the sun, and under the sunlight, his body began to transform into a light element. Focus. In an instant, Mach changed the direction of the surrounding light, all converging into his hand. Soon, a sphere of light began to form. But that was not the end. The range of gathered light grew larger and larger. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, until all the light above the entire island was concentrated in Mach's hand. Boom! Under the terrifying focus of light, even the air had ignited. Outside the light sphere, there was an additional ring of white flames. Strangely, the entire island was devoid of any light. It was as if night had fallen. Even more bizarre was that the light sphere was dazzling, yet the surroundings were completely dark, a realm of shadows. It truly echoed the saying, absolute brightness equals absolute darkness. Because in the presence of absolute brightness, there could be no trace of any different color. As more and more light converged, the volume of the light sphere rapidly increased. When all the light of the island was in his hand, the light sphere had already reached a size of 20 meters, and with the outer layer of burning flames, it measured over 100 meters. In the air, it resembled a small sun. Blackbeard on the ground felt his pupils shake, muttering, "This move feels oddly familiar. I thought Captain Ace had come." At this moment, Blackbeard dared not be careless any longer. He unleashed his strongest move, transforming the darkness he had just released into a massive dark sphere resembling a black hole. "Huh!" The two shouted almost simultaneously. Mach, Holy Light, Flame, Emperor. Blackbeard, Dark Star. One of them threw the fiery sphere towards the ground, while Blackbeard hurled the black sphere towards the sky. The Straw Hat crew, who were walking towards the town, had their eyes nearly popping out. This level of battle had far exceeded their comprehension at that moment. Whether it was Luffy or Zoro, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp, the timid trio, had already huddled together, their tongues sticking out in fear. Run! Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were the first to react, turning around and each carrying one of the timid trio, taking off in a mad dash, fearing they would be too late. But it was clear that it was already too late. Over there, Sanji pointed to a small hillside on the left. They immediately changed direction and rushed towards it. Rumble. At the same time, the two spheres collided violently in midair. It was as if the entire world was divided into one of light and one of darkness, two distinctly separate realms. When everything returned to calm, Blackbeard had already vanished without a trace. Mach! Well, that was quite the escape. But then Mach thought to himself, that's normal. Who is this guy? Marshal D. Teach, of the D clan, of future Yonko. Even now, without having consumed the Tremor fruit, he managed to escape after injuring red-haired Shanks. This shows just how powerful he is. Luffy and his group stood up from behind a hillside. Originally, this small hillside was more than 10 meters high. Now it had been completely flattened, leaving only half a meter above ground. If they hadn't been tightly pressed to the ground, they might have ended up like the hillside. Hiss! Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, one and all gasped in shock. Because just a moment ago, it was a beautiful little island, and now it had turned into a barren wasteland. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. No, even having seen it, they could hardly believe it. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, the timid trio, instinctively rubbed their eyes, as if doubting whether they were hallucinating or seeing things. Gulp. Luffy swallowed hard, feeling somewhat shaken about life. He had never wavered before, but now he was beginning to doubt. Facing such a powerful being, could he really defeat such a strong opponent and become the Pirate King? Could he? He couldn't help but look at Zoro, and at that moment he deeply understood the feelings Zoro had when facing Mihawk, filled with admiration but also despair. Whoosh! Just then, a beam of light descended from the sky, landing in front of Luffy and the others. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper jumped in fright, instinctively hiding behind Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, peeking out to observe. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, however, were fixated on the newcomer. When they recognized Mach's appearance, their eyes widened in disbelief, especially Zoro, whose eyes were filled with incredulity. "One of the two fighters just now was you?" Before Mach could respond, Zoro muttered softly, "How is that possible?" Luffy also wore an expression of disbelief, and then, with a hint of fear, started to back away. If he had truly experienced the terror of a Logia user, he certainly wouldn't have any power to resist at this moment. Mach smiled broadly. "Luffy, Zoro, it's good to see you again." Chopper looked at Luffy and Zoro, his eyes filled with surprise. "So it's someone we know. You scared me." Luffy, on the other hand, looked tense. "Are you the one sent by that smoke guy to capture me?" "What?" Chopper, who had just felt relieved, froze in place. Nami peeked out and said, "That shouldn't be the case. He is a pirate now too." "Sanji, but he is a warlord of the sea, part of the Navy." Zoro, however, stepped forward seriously. "I want to have another match with you." "Huh?" Zoro's words were too unexpected. "Wait, why say another? Did you compete with this guy before?" Everyone involuntarily widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, that duel just now had truly exceeded their comprehension. In their eyes, although Zoro was strong, he was still far from his kind of monster. "Huh?" Mach was momentarily taken aback. He then laughed and nodded, "Sure." With Mach's agreement, a smile appeared on Zoro's face. He then drew two of the three swords he carried. "Oh!" Mach immediately recognized the three swords in Zoro's hands. Aside from the one that was still sheathed, the other two were also not ordinary swords. TSK, truly worthy of being the second in command of the main character group. Even without Sandai Kitetsu and Shusui, he still had other adventures. Swish! Mach unsheathed Sandai Kitetsu as well. Seeing this, Zoro took the initiative to launch an attack, two-sword style, Bull Needle. Chapter 54. Sky Island charging forward like a bull, Zoro unleashed countless thrusts, a rare forward attack style of his. His speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he reached Mach's front. As he brushed past Mach, he slashed with both swords in quick succession. One must say, Mach was indeed formidable. In that instant, he managed to slash 13 times consecutively. This could definitely be considered a technique for instant kills. If it were an ordinary person, it would be no surprise if they were taken out in an instant. But who was he facing now? Mach, the already established swordsman Mach. Although in terms of swordsmanship, he was still far behind Mihawk, whom Zoro had fought before. He was nowhere near the Zoro of now. Mach wielded his Sandai Kitetsu, effortlessly blocking each of those 13 attacks. He didn't even need to move his feet, which showcased the gap between the two at that moment. Zoro's pupils narrowed to pinpoints. He remembered that back in Logtown, he had slightly outperformed this guy in swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, in a short time, Mach had already surpassed him and left him behind. Zoro had always had great confidence in his talent in swordsmanship, but now. However, Zoro was still Zoro. He quickly adjusted his mindset and once again assumed an attacking posture. But first he sheathed both swords. Chanting, "Divide the desolate self of the world into two-sword style, Iato, Rashomon." This move was an Iato / executed with two swords extremely fast. It would silently strike the enemy, making it impossible to see how the sword was drawn. Clang! Mach raised his Sandai Kitetsu in front of him, perfectly blocking Zoro's strike. It was still so effortless. Zoro's pupils involuntarily narrowed again. After two attacks, he experienced once more the feeling of being dominated by Mihawk. Zoro couldn't help but grip the handles of his swords tightly. He then drew Wado Ikemanji and spoke. 36 troubles in 1 life, 72 troubles in 2 lives. 108 troubles in 3 lives, 3-sword style, 108 troubles Phoenix. Once this was activated, 3 swords unleashed 3 waves of blue slashes. Then, they formed a massive sword wave like a phoenix, flying towards Mach. Oh wow! Flying slash. This indicated that at this moment, Zoro had also preliminarily reached the level of a swordsman, but the difference between swordsmen was still vast. Mach remained standing there, unmoved, casually swinging his Sandai Kitetsu, and a slash immediately shot out to meet Zoro's special attack. In the next second, the 2 slashes collided violently. However, Zoro's slash was easily cut like paper, while Mach's slash maintained its momentum, continuing toward Zoro. Zoro's expression changed drastically. He crossed his swords in front of his chest, desperately blocking the strike. The immense force made Zoro feel an overwhelming power. Nevertheless, with unwavering will, he held firm. His legs left deep marks on the ground. In the end, he exerted all his strength to send Mox flying into the sky. Whoosh! After a short while, he was already exhausted, panting heavily. Mach then spoke. You've also preliminarily stepped into the realm of a swordsman. However, there is still a considerable gap between us. Our competition can wait until we meet again. Zoro's face turned extremely grim upon hearing this, but he understood that the gap between him and Mach was too great at this moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's a deal." Mach then looked at Luffy, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Earlier, he had been worried about how to convince Enel to join his pirate crew. After all, this guy was quite proud. It wouldn't be easy to recruit him as a member of the crew. Not only did he need strength, but he also needed a compelling reason to sway him. Now, he had one. TSK. Mach was so happy he was almost jumping. He then transformed into a beam of light, heading towards Long Ring Long Land. Because as long as he reached Long Ring Long Land, he could fly directly upwards to reach the Sky Island. After all, the Sky Island was almost directly above Long Ring Long Land. The speed of light is incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Long Ring Long Land. Then he shot up into the sky, heading toward the Sky Island. In the Sky Island Temple, Enel suddenly opened his eyes. His observation haki could be said to be among the top few in the entire pirate world. He could even cover the entire Sky Island with his observation haki, monitoring everyone who entered the Sky Island. Every person who arrived at the Sky Island was similarly under his surveillance. Therefore, as soon as Mach entered the Sky Island, he had already noticed. He looked up ahead because his observation haki told him that someone was rapidly approaching him. The speed was incredibly fast, and they were even flying in the air. This shocked him greatly. He murmured, "A strong person from the Blue Sea?" Swish! Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure had already landed right in front of him. Enel's pupils involuntarily shrank sharply because this speed was no less than his own. Most importantly, the first thing he saw was a beam of light. It wasn't until this beam landed in front of him that it transformed into a human form. This. Enel was greatly shocked because this ability was too similar to his own. The difference was that he controlled lightning, while this guy in front of him controlled light. But isn't this the power of a god? How could this guy possess it? Could it be that he is the god of the Blue Sea? One must say, Enel's strength was terrifying, but his knowledge was truly limited. The Sky Island was like a prison that confined him, causing his understanding to be limited solely to the Sky Island. Using the phrase "a frog at the bottom of a well" to describe him was the most appropriate. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Why do you possess the power of a god?" The power of a god? Mach was taken aback, then realized what Enel was talking about. He couldn't help but laugh. "You're talking about your ability to control lightning and my recent use of light, right?" Enel narrowed his eyes. "You know I can control lightning?" Mach did not answer this question, but continued. "This is not the power of a god. It's the power of a devil fruit." Devil fruit? Enel looked puzzled. Mach took out the barrier fruit. "Like this one, of course, you ate a Logia type, so there will be some differences. But you definitely acquired the ability to control lightning after eating a devil fruit. However, I think you must have regarded it as an ordinary fruit at that time." Upon hearing this, Enel's expression changed slightly. Because Mach was right, he did acquire his godly ability after eating a fruit. He then raised an eyebrow. "So what? Regardless of whether it is the power of a god or not, I am now the god of the Sky Island." "God?" Mach showed a disdainful expression and then said playfully, "Then let's make a bet." "Enel, what bet?" "Mach, you will lose to a Blue Sea person whose strength is no match for yours." Upon hearing this, Enel's face darkened. "I am the all-powerful god. Don't say someone whose strength is far inferior to mine. Even you, who are also a god, are not my opponent." Crackling. Electricity crackled in Enel's hands. Chapter 55. Hammer Luffy electrifying 20 million volts. A column of electricity appeared in Enel's hand and instantly struck Mach. Mach was already prepared. He activated his Absorption Fruit ability and, to Enel's shock, absorbed all 20 million volts into his body. "How is that possible?" Enel exclaimed, crackling. Next, something even more astonishing happened. Mach's body began to transform, electric arcs dancing around him. Finally, he raised his hand and released a column of electricity, hitting Enel directly. Enel could feel it. This was a full 40 million volts, twice the amount he had just attacked with. What he couldn't accept was that Mach now extended his hand, electricity flickering in his palm. Clearly, Mach now possessed the same ability to control electricity as he did. Enel was dumbfounded. His greatest reliance was the ability to control electricity. Losing this advantage meant his strength would drop by half. What a joke. However, he quickly regained his confidence. His electricity couldn't harm Mach, so why would Mach's electricity harm him? They could just end up at a stalemate. Mach was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood Enel's thoughts. Intimidation. Dark energy surged from Mach, and his pupils flickered with purple flames. At the same time, his conqueror's haki erupted, sweeping through the entire temple. Enel was at the forefront. Under the dual impact of the dark energy intimidation and the conqueror's haki, Enel, who had never experienced such an attack, felt momentarily blank. Swish! Mach's third-generation Ghost Slash was unsheathed in that instant, enveloped in haki. By the time Enel came to his senses, Mach's sword had already returned to its sheath. Hiss! Enel gasped sharply, feeling pain for the first time since eating the fruit and gaining the power of a god. This filled him with great unease. He looked down, and his pupils shrank to the size of pinheads, trembling as if an earthquake had struck. There was a small, shallow wound on his chest. Although it was not deep, the blood flowing from it stimulated his nerves. He was injured. He was actually injured. He then looked up at Mach with disbelief in his eyes, as if witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world. How could you possibly hurt me? I am a god, an all-powerful god. Mach had already sheathed his sword, but immediately wrapped haki around his entire body. I just told you, you're not a god. You're just a user of a Logia fruit. And this thing called haki specializes in countering Logia. Enel looked at Mach's haki, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of disbelief. Mach continued, you can try to elementalize your hand. Enel fell silent for a moment, but chose to go ahead with it. Then, he witnessed an unforgettable sight. His elementalized hand was gripped in Mach's hand. The element had actually failed. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. Enel sat in the temple, still struggling to believe. There was so much more to this world than he had known. The Sky Island was just one special island among many. And above the blue sea, there were people like him. Magma, light, ice, mud, wind. Good. He could accept all this. After all, one was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. But this guy said that someone from the blue sea would come in a few days and give him a good beating. The key was that this person was actually far weaker than him. This was ridiculous. He was curious to see what kind of person it would be. Oh, someone really is coming. Enel's observation, haki, caught the presence of someone approaching. He couldn't believe that he, with his strength, would be unable to defeat someone much weaker than him. Boom! Wow! After transporting the gold back to the Sky Island, Mach showed a surprised expression. Swish! Mach transformed into a current and arrived at the temple. There, he saw Enel already knocked down to the ground, even unconscious. Meanwhile, Luffy looked like he hadn't had enough of the fight. Mach couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, this guy's a Nika Fruit user, completely countering you. And you still don't believe it. It's you. Upon seeing Mach, Luffy showed a surprised expression. He then tilted his head. Do you know this guy? Mach nodded slightly, acknowledging it. He then lifted Enel to leave, but unexpectedly, Luffy quickly stepped in front of Mach. You can't take him away. Huh? Mach looked at Luffy in confusion. What do you mean? Are you going to kill him? Luffy replied. He must agree to leave the Sky Island. Otherwise, I'll have to beat him up again. He waved his hand as he spoke. Mach was stunned. He suddenly understood why Enel left the Sky Island for the moon in the original story. Moreover, he realized why Luffy's group could leave the Sky Island so easily. Indeed, if Enel didn't agree to leave the Sky Island, unless they killed him, once they left, the Sky Island would still be under Enel's control. In the original story, Enel was probably driven to despair by Luffy. Mach, don't worry. I will take him away from the Sky Island. No, he must answer in person. Luffy had a stubborn streak. Wow. Mach looked at Luffy, full of youthful zeal, and couldn't help but twitch. This kid has gone too far. He doesn't really think that just because he defeated Enel, he can spar with him, does he? Mock raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and playfully said, "Luffy, how long has it been since you felt your grandpa's loving iron fist?" Huh? Luffy looked puzzled, but replied, "A long time." He then quickly realized, "You know about my grandpa's loving iron fist?" He remembered that only 3 people knew about his grandpa's loving iron fist: himself, Ace, and Sabo. He even shrank his neck, indicating how much psychological shadow the loving iron fist had left on him. Mock waved his hand. "Don't worry about how I know. Just know that I'm going to let you relive the experience of the loving iron fist." Haki hardening. Mock's fist was enveloped in haki, and then with a shave, he instantly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Luffy. Boom! A fist slammed down on Luffy's head. Ouch! Luffy clutched his head, crying out in pain. Boom! Clearly, Mock had no intention of letting him off that easily. One punch after another. It hurts. Luffy was being hammered, running around, holding his head. Chapter 56. Ace is captured in the distance. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper looked at each other in shock. Nami weakly asked, "Should we go help?" Usopp looked terrified. Chopper was completely stiff. They remembered the scene in Magic Valley Town all too well. Going up there was no different from seeking death. Zoro raised an eyebrow. If this guy really wanted to kill, Luffy would have been dead long ago. Sanji nodded, as if he were in the position of an elder teaching a younger. Don't ask him how he knew. He had been taught like this by Red-Leg Zeph since he was young. Mock left with Enel. Luffy held his head, looking pitifully in the direction Mock had left, mumbling, "Why does this guy's punch hurt just like Grandpa's? It's so painful." Mock, now on Long Island, waited for Enel to wake up. After about 10 minutes, a news bird flew overhead, and Mock took out a coin from his pocket and tossed it into the sky. The news bird immediately caught it. Soon, a newspaper fell down, and when Mock caught it and looked, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Commander Portgas D. Ace captured. Marshal D. Teach becomes a Shichibukai. Damn, Mock was truly stunned. The plot had already changed beyond recognition. He didn't expect Ace to still fall into Blackbeard's hands. Marshal D. Teach had also become a Shichibukai. One had to say, Marshal D. Teach was impressive. Just recently, he had been beaten up, and now he had captured Ace. Moreover, this guy should be just like in the original story, planning to attack Impel Down. Interesting, very interesting. Just then, his transponder snail rang. When he answered, Sengoku's voice came through. "This is Sengoku." Mock's heart stirred, and he immediately guessed why Sengoku was calling. He smiled and said, "Are you going to deal with Whitebeard?" Sengoku's face darkened. "How did you know?" He hadn't said anything. Mock glanced at the newspaper in his hand. That bird Morgan has already published the news of Ace's capture. If I can't guess what your navy is planning, then I really must be stupid. Hearing this, Sengoku's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse, "Bastard." Unfortunately, Morgan was not under their navy's control. Even as fleet admiral, Sengoku was helpless. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku calmed himself down. "Since you already know, let's not beat around the bush. Come to Marine headquarters in 3 days to participate in the Shichibukai meeting." All right, Mock agreed without hesitation, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. The timing was just perfect. Once the news of Ace's execution is announced, it would be his time to take down Gold City. At that point, the Marine headquarters and the world government wouldn't have the energy to manage it. TSK. One had to say, Blackbeard did a great job drawing the firepower that was about to be aimed at him away. At this moment, Enel slowly sat up, and when he saw Mock, his face darkened. In a deep voice, he said, "Although I really don't want to admit it, I did lose to someone who is far weaker than me." Saying this, he turned to Mock and seriously asked, "If I join your pirate crew, can you really teach me that haki?" Mock nodded, "Of course." "Enel, will you also take me to see the strong ones in the Blue Sea?" Mock handed over the newspaper. "Coincidentally, a major event just happened recently. I believe a great battle will occur soon. At that time, I'll take you to see." Enel's eyes lit up. Losing to someone much weaker than him was a significant blow to him. Therefore, he urgently needed to improve his strength and gain a correct understanding of this world. "Are there many strong people?" Mock nodded a lot. "The highest combat power of the Navy is there. The Shichibukai like me, the world's greatest swordsman, and even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest in the world, will come. Enel's eyes shone even brighter, and he became excited. Finally, his gaze fell on the newspaper. Firefist Ace? Mach, Port Gas D Ace. The 2nd Division commander of the White-Beard Pirates. He, like you, is a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, and his strength is probably not much different from yours. It's just that you're lightning, and he is fire. However, you are very similar. Both have developed their abilities to a very high level, but have not awakened the Busashoka Haki, and your physical strength is relatively weak. In short, relying too much on your Devil Fruit abilities has left you with vulnerabilities. This is why this guy, despite having extremely strong power, was captured so easily. It's also the reason you lost to someone far weaker than you. Because once your Devil Fruit abilities can inflict harm on others, or if you temporarily lose your abilities, your strength will suffer a significant loss. Upon hearing this, Enel fell silent for a moment. He had to admit that Mach hit the nail on the head. The White-Beard Pirates? Is that the White-Beard you just mentioned? The one known as the strongest in the world? Mach, yes. Enel fell silent. A fellow Logia-type user, someone whose strength was not far from his own, was just a captain under White-Beard. He looked at Mach again. It seemed that joining Mach's pirate crew and becoming the vice-captain was not that hard to accept after all. So he nodded. I am willing to join your pirate crew. After saying that, he added, but you have to teach me that Busashoka Haki. Ha ha. Mach couldn't help but burst into laughter, finally winning over this proud guy. In Gold City, Mr. Tanaka stood in front of Guild Tesoro. Reporting, this time, some remarkable figures have come. Guild Tesoro looked astonished. Oh, tell me, who has come to make you so serious? Mr. Tanaka, Edward Weevil, with a bounty of 480 million berries, was once listed as a candidate for the Shichibukai by the Navy headquarters. Baboon King Burns, the strongest champion in Champion Island for a century, with a bounty of 320 million berries. The two-sword chef Ada, with a bounty of 130 million berries. Although Jesus Bagus has only a bounty of 20 million berries, he is the new champion of Champion Island. Also, Brook and Perona, although they are obscure, are both Devil Fruit users. The key point is that their captain is the new Shichibukai, Mach. After hearing this, Guild Tesoro's expression became serious, and he raised an eyebrow. The Shichibukai Mach, the candidate Shichibukai Weevil, the strongest champion Burns, indeed a bit troublesome. That's right, only these three could catch his eye. As for the others, even the over 100 million bounty Ada was not worth his attention, let alone the 20 million bounties of Jesus Bagus, Brook, and Perona. Chapter 57. The Gathering of Gamblers. Although he was quite arrogant, he indeed had such strength. Guild Tesoro's supernatural golden fruit had already reached the awakened level. His power was absolutely on par with that of the 7 warlords, not much inferior to Don Quixote Doflamingo. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Mr. Tanaka and said, "Let Bakala go and keep an eye on things." Then he added, "Let them win a bit." Mr. Tanaka immediately understood. A little money to let these guys have fun and then leave. Don't let them lose money. If things get tense, it could be troublesome. This wasn't a sign of weakness from Guild Tesoro, but rather a question of worth. With their level of strength, if a fight broke out in the city, the losses would be substantial. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't engage in a fight in the city, unless it could be resolved easily and quickly. Besides, Guild Tesoro had plenty of berries. Anything that could be solved with berries was not a problem. The Baboon King Burns quickly arrived at the casino with a group of people and soon found Ishao, who was already at the casino. He walked over immediately. "Ishao, we need to have some fun today." Ishao replied, "You finally made it. My gambling skills have improved recently. This time, who wins and who loses is really uncertain." "Ha!" The Baboon King Burns couldn't help but laugh, then turned to Jesus Bagus, Brook, and Ada, saying, "You guys find a place to have fun. I'll catch up with this old friend. Brook, yo-ho-ho-ho. I'm going to play roulette. Perona, hoka-hoko. I'm going to play fruit slots." Weevil followed closely behind Perona, as she was the one who needed protection the most among them. So, before Moke left, he had instructed him to stay close to Perona. Jesus Bagus and Ada exchanged glances. One liked fighting while the other enjoyed cooking. They had no interest in gambling, so they chose to follow Brook and Perona respectively. After they left, Ishao asked the Baboon King Burns about his puzzlement. "Why did you bring so many people this time? In the past, You and I were both lone wolves. The Baboon King Burns didn't hide it and recounted the events leading up to this moment. Finally, he smiled bitterly. I consider this to be your fault. I ended up bringing myself along for your gambling contract. Ishao. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. His brows furrowed because he didn't have a good impression of pirates. In his view, pirates were reckless individuals, committing all sorts of atrocities. Moke had already communicated with the Baboon King Burns, so the Baboon King advised, "Why not join our pirate crew? We can gamble every day." Ishao raised an eyebrow. "I want to comment on your choice, but I could never become a pirate." The Baboon King Burns, "I know you well enough. If the pirate crew I joined was made up of those who committed heinous acts, I wouldn't even approach you." Ishao couldn't help but laugh. "Are you trying to tell me that there are good pirates?" The Baboon King Burns, "I don't know about good ones, but those like Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks aren't considered bad, right?" Ishao fell silent. These two pirate crews treated the inhabitants of their islands quite well. As long as they paid a certain amount of berries each year, they would receive protection. They wouldn't arbitrarily bully ordinary people, especially red-haired. The Baboon King Burns immediately added, "Our captain may be a pirate, but he wants to establish a peaceful kingdom. Therefore, he needs a person with a sense of justice to be the peacekeeper of the kingdom. I think you're quite suitable. Moreover, if you join, you can execute your sense of justice in this kingdom, even on all the islands controlled by our pirate crew. Think about it." "What?" Ishao was shocked, and when he came to his senses, his expression changed. He tentatively asked, "Your captain isn't a member of the Revolutionary Army, is he?" Because the Baboon King Burns' words sounded a lot like those of Dragon's Revolutionary Army. The Baboon King Burns, "No. Our captain said he just wants to protect the people in his controlled areas, not to overthrow the world government, because that would lead to greater casualties and plunge the entire world into chaos." However, there was one thing he didn't say. As long as he possessed absolute strength, if he directly eliminated all the celestial dragons in the world, he would become the new creator and rule the whole world. Why overthrow the world government? As long as he became the new celestial dragon, the world government would be his. Ishao's expression changed again. He had a sense of justice, and logically speaking, dragons revolutionaries were more suitable for him. But why did he ultimately choose the Navy? It was simple. He didn't want the entire world to fall into war. He joined the Navy to change the entire organization with his actions, thereby influencing the world government. It must be said that he was somewhat swayed. At this moment, he had already entertained the thought of joining a certain force, realizing that even if he was strong, he couldn't help more people alone. Seeing that Ishao didn't immediately refuse, the Baboon King Burns' eyes lit up. This indicated that Ishao was seriously considering it. He had taken the first successful step. He immediately said, "Our captain is the newly appointed 7 warlords, backed by the world government and the Navy, plus his strength and us few crew members. I believe it won't be long before we establish a force. If you join, we can create our own world nation, and then your sense of justice can be implemented throughout the world nation." Ishao's expression shifted subtly. The Baboon King Burns, our captain, also said, "Rather than unrealistically thinking about saving the whole world, it's better to protect as much as possible within one's capabilities and ensure that the people of the kingdom live peaceful lives." Ishao's expression completely changed, but he still didn't speak. "Haha, let us go. Let us gamble a bit." The Baboon King Burns understood that Ishao wouldn't give an answer so quickly. So, he didn't rush for a reply and led Ishao to a high-stakes gambling table. An old man wearing a top hat, who had been facing away from Ishao and the Baboon King Burns, was having a good time gambling. Just as the Baboon King Burns was pulling Ishao away, he turned his face, glanced at the Baboon King Burns and Ishao. A strange light flickered in his eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. "Interesting. I came over to have some fun, but didn't expect to see such an intriguing matter." The 7 Warlords Moke. Chapter 58. Getting a haircut with Enel, he soon scanned his surroundings, his eyes filled with amazement. Truly worthy of being the world's #1 entertainment city. It is magnificent, making money hand over fist. If our revolutionary army could take this place and possess the world's largest treasury, would we still worry about funding? Just thinking about it made him excited. It seems he needs to observe carefully and then report to Dragon. Let's see if we can take down Guild Tesoro and make this place serve the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, 2 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, landing in this golden city. Who could that be? Mr. Tanaka, from a distance, happened to witness this scene. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Are there others with the same abilities in the world? This was beyond his comprehension. He immediately dashed towards the 2, as he was a user of the Pika Pika no Mi. So even in this bustling entertainment city, he faced no obstacles. When he tracked down the 2, Mr. Tanaka couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "Mock?" Enel was temporarily ignored by him. But at that moment, Enel turned to glance at him. That disdainful demeanor instantly intimidated him. He could sense that this guy not only had a proud expression, but also possessed extraordinary strength. As just that one glance made all the hairs on his body stand on end. Gulp! He couldn't help but swallow, filled with horror. Could this guy also be one of Mock's crew? If he were to add Weevil, Baboon King Burns, Ada, and Giza's Bagus, their strength would be quite considerable. Although the numbers are small, each one is an elite. Perhaps this is another red-haired pirate crew. Wait, his gaze fell on Mock once more. If he remembered correctly, the Navy's bounty notice stated that he was a multiple ability user, but only 3 abilities were confirmed: Earth, Light, and a slashing-like ability. But what was that lightning just now? Could it be that this guy has another ability? Huff! Mr. Tanaka took a deep breath. And what about the group beside him? Could they also be Logia users? Moreover, one that controls electricity? Could it be the legendary Raijin Fruit, known as the most destructive Logia? Just thinking about this made Mr. Tanaka's scalp tingle. No, I must report to Tesoro immediately. Enel, someone was just watching us. Don't we need to deal with him? Mock waved his hand. This is the largest entertainment city in the world. We should enjoy ourselves properly. Starting a fight now would be such a waste. Enjoy? What do you mean? Enel looked puzzled. Mock showed a smile like Jiges and patted Enel's shoulder. Today the captain will show you a good time. I guarantee you'll enjoy it like an emperor. Enel looked even more confused. Soon, Mock took Enel to a tavern, which was not only lavishly decorated, but also had several young ladies in revealing outfits of various styles standing at the entrance. Hey there, boys, want to have some fun? Mock, young and handsome, had his strength increased after coming to this world, now exuding a unique charm that set him apart. Enel, looking quite good himself, especially with that disdainful posture, clearly appeared to be a big shot. Young, handsome, and with plenty of belly. What could be more attractive to them? So the young ladies looked at the 2, their eyes sparkling with interest, eager to get closer so they could let the 2 experience their firm yet soft embraces. One of the leading ladies immediately came over. What would you like to play, boys? Mock smoothly wrapped his arm around the girl's waist and playfully said, "What do you think we came here for?" Not to mention, her waist was really slim and quite soft. Mock glanced down and noted that her hips were also quite perky. How naughty. This woman knew how to play her cards right. Not only did she not shy away, but she also rubbed her soft parts against Mock's arm. Goodness, the amount of, well, it was a bit lacking. At that moment, Mock saw a woman walking out from inside, and his inner thoughts did a complete turnaround. She had light purple hair and wore a black dress that was low-cut in the front, the cleavage deep and unending. The skirt was quite short, just at the thigh, with slits on both sides. The key was that she swayed her hips with every step, especially her perky and bouncy rear. Oh my, every step made it jiggle. Extremely eye-catching, coupled with her curvy figure. Mock suddenly felt that after being in this world for so long, it was a good choice to relax a bit. So he asked the woman in his arms, "Who is that?" The woman lightly punched Mock's chest. "You really are annoying, hugging me and thinking about someone else." However, this woman had sharp eyes and knew how to gauge the situation perfectly, immediately adding, "This is our best songstress, very famous." Mock suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. "What is her name?" The woman replied, "Karina. Brothers with a picture, please provide one." Karina, the best songstress. Wow. Mock suddenly remembered. Isn't she a friend of Nami in the original work? They called each other Little Thief Cat and Vixen. You could say that only names can be mistaken, but not nicknames. This Karina truly is a vixen. She's the one. Ah, the woman looked surprised. Then weakly said, "She is a songstress who only sings, unlike us." As she spoke, there was a hint of envy in her brows. in this dog-eat-dog place. Having a choice is such a luxury. Mach, however, released the woman and walked towards Karina. Karina was a very alert woman and immediately sensed something, looking towards Mach. When she saw Mach, she was momentarily stunned, then her eyes lit up because she recognized him at a glance. Mach was the new warlord. However, her heart had already changed. To her, Mach was a walking treasure. She not only didn't fear Mach's identity as a warlord, but instead swayed her waist and approached. "Dear guest, what are you planning to do here? I can be your guide." This completely caught Mach off guard. In both of his lives, it was the first time a woman he had his eye on threw herself at him. Interesting. After regaining his senses, he quickly understood what this woman meant. After all, like Nami, she was also a treasure thief. She was likely after the treasure on him. However, he wouldn't be at a loss. Why be afraid? Chapter 59. Confrontation. Mach naturally wrapped his arms around Karina, who didn't even have time to react. Her waist was already in Mach's hands, and her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. She struggled subtly, trying to break free from Mach's grip, but to her surprise, she couldn't escape at all. So she resigned herself to it, secretly cursing in her heart. "Damn man. I'll let you take advantage for now, but later I'll make sure to rob you blind. Just wait and see my power." At that moment, Mach noticed a woman with red hair walking towards them, also wearing a dress. However, this one was long, reaching her calves. The fitted dress perfectly showcased her figure, curvy and alluring. An S-shaped silhouette. This was exactly what it meant. Moreover, as she walked, it seemed that each step stirred one's desires. Her graceful figure perfectly embodied the essence of seduction. Mach couldn't help but smile wickedly. Another beautiful woman has arrived. He then turned to the other beautiful girls and said, "I'll leave my brother in your care. Make sure to serve him well. If you do, there will be rewards." "Don't worry, we'll make sure your brother is comfortable," one of the women replied. With that, the woman in Mach's arms subtly slipped away, directing the other beauties to surround Enelu. He was uninterested in women, so he looked at the approaching women with some annoyance. Mach, however, said, "This is also a form of training. You can't refuse." "Enelu, women can be used for training? How come he didn't know that?" After arranging for Enelu, Mach ignored him and walked towards the newcomer with Karina in his arms. The newcomer met Mach's gaze, raising an eyebrow with a hint of arrogance. "There are rules here, and I hope you can follow them." After finishing, her gaze swept over Karina, who was in Mach's embrace. "She is a songstress, not someone to entertain you." "Who is she?" "Bakera. She is one of the 2 top executives under Tezzalo, with an extraordinary status. Here, she is truly 1 person below and 10,000 above. Moreover, she shares a bond with Tezzalo that goes beyond mere partnership. Therefore, even when facing Mach, she maintained a high and mighty demeanor. It's worth noting that they can manipulate both the celestial dragons and the world government. A warlord really isn't much to fear. If it weren't for the potential losses far exceeding the benefits, what would they have to fear? Mach's gaze roamed unabashedly over Bakera's body, and she immediately frowned. In the entire entertainment city, no one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to her. She reiterated, "I hope you can follow the rules here otherwise." Before she could finish, Mach interrupted her. "What if Karina is willing?" As he spoke, his hand slid down her slim waist, gently patting her perky, round backside. Karina stiffened, completely caught off guard by Mach's shamelessness. This won't do. She had to get him out of here. She needed to find a place to divert his attention. Otherwise, wouldn't he take advantage of her today? She immediately laughed delicately. "My lord, the night is still young. Why don't we go play at the casino and then come back to have some fun with the sisters?" Mach squeezed her waist, praising "Not bad, very bouncy." He then turned to Bakera and said, "That guy Tezzalo has no future. Why not join my pirate crew?" A cold laugh echoed at that moment. Mach, Karina, and Bakera all looked over to see a tall man approaching. He had gray-green hair, wore pink clothes and pants, and had purple sunglasses. Most importantly, he was adorned in gold chains, gold earrings, and so on. He exuded the aura of a nouveau riche. "Tezzalo?" Karina couldn't help but exclaim. Having been in this place for a long time, she knew very well what kind of person Tezzalo was. There was even a time when she witnessed world government personnel helping him deal with a few pirates causing trouble. Can you believe that? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have dared to believe it. No, even having seen it, she still found it hard to believe deep down. Therefore, she had always harbored fear towards Tezelo. Bakera, however, had a slight smile on her lips. In her eyes, there was nothing in this world that Tezelo couldn't handle. Tezelo slowly walked up to Mok, his face serious as he stared at him. Kid, I admit you have some strength and a few decent subordinates. However, this place is not somewhere you can act recklessly. After saying that, he added, if you're here to have fun, I welcome you with open arms. But if you're here to cause trouble, do you believe that with just one call, I can have you lose your position as a warlord? And show some respect to my crew. Your crew? Mok raised an eyebrow at Bakera, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. There's no denying that Tezelo's words weren't an exaggeration. Under his money ability, he could indeed do that. But why should he be afraid? Mok's eyes flickered, thinking, the timing isn't right yet. Let you be arrogant for a while. When the news of the Marines wanting to execute Ace comes out, I will make your woman kneel and sing conquer. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Bakera again. No wonder she had a charm that was so alluring. It turned out she was a married woman. He wouldn't believe for a second that Tezelo and Bakera had a purely professional relationship. When a man possesses strength, status, power, and wealth, the allure of women is an inevitable topic. Unless he is not a man. But he likes it, as long as one is a man. Who doesn't have a heart for beautiful women? He is no exception. However, on the surface, Mok waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so tense. I'm here simply because King Baboon Burns made an agreement with an old friend to come here for a gamble. So I brought my other crew members to enjoy the largest entertainment city in your world. Then he changed the subject. However, I'm a very free-spirited person. The thing I dislike the most is when someone tells me about rules. Bakera is your crew member, so I won't say anything. But this lady beside me is a songstress. What, can't we have fun? He said something bold. As a queen of a nation, if I take a liking to her. Even the king must yield his chambers for me to enjoy myself and be a one-night king. As he said this, his gaze fixed directly on Bakera. Her expression darkened immediately, and it wasn't just her. Tezelo's face also turned grim, because no matter how you heard it, there seemed to be a hidden meaning in those words. Chapter 60. The energy of Tezelo, this kind of thing, is something a man cannot tolerate, even if it's just a metaphor. Guild Tezelo gave a deep glance at Mok and finally said coldly, have fun. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Then, Guild Tezelo turned to Bakera and said, let us go. TSK, TSK. Seeing this, Mok couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times. Then he looked at the cute Karina in his arms and asked, sweetheart, what did you say we should go have fun? At this moment, Karina realized that today she had probably provoked a ruthless person. Even Guild Tezelo had been put in his place. Gulp. Karina swallowed hard, and her palms began to sweat nervously. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself down, saying, how about we go to the casino first? Mok patted her on her shapely backside, saying, that sounds reasonable, let us go. But then he quickly changed the subject. I'm still short a secretary on my ship. Do you want to join? Secretary? Karina looked puzzled. When did a pirate crew need a secretary? ISNT, that's something only companies or wealthy individuals have. More importantly, such secretaries are usually not very proper. They tend to be the kind that only work when there is something to do. Thinking of this, Karina's expression flushed with embarrassment, and her eyes showed a hint of shyness. However, she also felt a bit angry. Of course, she was a very smart person. At this moment, she had already realized a reality. The decision-making power had actually been out of her hands since the moment Mok took an interest in her. Unless she found a chance to escape, she could only be at the mercy of others. She clenched her fists. Her mind raced. Mok, however, seemed to see through her thoughts. You're not inferior to Bakera, yet she is one of the power holders here, possessing countless riches. And you can only use your beauty to steal some wealth. Are you willing to accept that? At this point, Mok looked at her and changed the topic. If I gave you a chance to become like her, would you seize it? Smack. Mok gave her a firm slap on her shapely backside, and waves of sensation rolled through her. Startled, Karina squealed and covered her back, only to realize that Mok had already let her go. Mok looked at Karina meaningfully and said, think it over. As he spoke, he gave her a signal to lead the way. Karina immediately obediently led Mok, while internally she struggled. because she understood that Moke was giving her a choice. Bakara was indignant. Tezelo, this guy is too much. Are we just going to let him go? Guild Tezelo squinted his eyes and sneered. How could that be? If he dares to provoke me, he must pay the price. With that, he dialed the phone bug. This is Tezelo. The other party responded. I know. What do you want to discuss with this call? Guild Tezelo. The new Shichibukai Moke is here with his crew. I hope you send someone to deal with him. The other party showed surprise. The new Shichibukai Moke? Has he provoked you? Guild Tezelo replied somewhat irritably. I'm asking you if you can handle it. The other party chuckled. With my power and status, as long as the money is right, I can take down anyone except the 4 emperors. But then he quickly changed the subject. However, not right now. This guy is still useful to us. After we deal with the Navy, I'll find a way to spare his life. Guild Tezelo narrowed his eyes slightly. He had reached this position not just because of his devil fruit, but also because of his keen intuition. Something big is happening with the Navy? The other party said, you don't need to worry about that. Just know that your payment needs to be in order. This guy will not be your trouble anymore. Guild Tezelo fell into deep thought, and after a long time, his eyes suddenly brightened. If you remember correctly, the Whitebeard pirates' Fire Fist ace had been captured by the Navy. That makes sense. Guild Tezelo smiled. The Navy, ace, Shichibukai. All these factors combined indicate one thing. The Navy headquarters is going to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. If that's the case, Moke will definitely head to the Navy headquarters. Then this matter becomes feasible. Turning to Bakara, he said, Bakara, use the old channels, send over 100 million berries. Then he spoke to the person on the phone bug. I want to see Moke's head after the upcoming major event. The other party replied, he is a Shichibukai, and he has a good relationship with the Navy. Therefore, unless you pay 1 billion berries, you should handle this guy yourself. Guild Tezelo's face darkened at this. However, in the end, he still agreed, nodding, I'll give you the 1 billion, but I want more than just Moke's head. The other party laughed. Don't worry. After the event, Moke and his crew will disappear from this world. Then added, considering the amount you're offering, I'll find a way to make Moke leave your side quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Guild Tezelo nodded in satisfaction. Thank you. On Moke's side, guided by Karina, he quickly arrived at the largest casino in the entertainment city. Before he could step inside, his phone bug rang. Moke raised an eyebrow, and his expression changed slightly. At this moment, someone calling him made him suspect something. Sure enough, as soon as he picked up, the voice of Sengoku came through Moke. Weren't you supposed to go to the Navy headquarters? Why did you end up with Guild Tezelo? Get over here immediately. Moke's pupils constricted slightly, and he muttered to himself. So is this guy doing, but he really has a wide reach. His resolve to stay here grew stronger. He then casually replied, Admiral Sengoku, don't be so excited. Don't worry, I will arrive at the Navy headquarters at the agreed time. But before that, I need to have some fun here. You don't need to worry about that. Sengoku was silent for a moment before his tone became undeniably authoritative. I said, come here immediately. Moke's tone changed instantly. Sengoku, you need to understand. I'm not your subordinate. I will go to the Navy headquarters, but my matters don't fall under your jurisdiction. After saying that, he hung up directly. In Sengoku's office, another phone bug on his desk was still connected, having clearly heard the entire conversation between Moke and Sengoku. At this moment, the other end let out a few strange laughs. So what did I say? This Moke is uncontrollable. Chapter 61. Drought Jack at this moment. A few strange laughs came from the other end. How about that? I told you this Moke is uncontrollable. After saying that, he added, he killed the highest-ranking naval officer in the East Sea as soon as he went out to sea, which shows he has no respect for the Navy or the world government, coupled with his talent and strength, as well as the speed at which he is developing his pirate crew. Once he grows up, he will definitely become a great threat. So, let's take this opportunity to eliminate him. Sengoku couldn't help but frown. Although he knew this guy must have been paid by Guild Tesoro, there was one thing he couldn't deny. If Moke were allowed to develop further, he would surely become a major problem for the Navy and the world government. Because from intelligence, he learned that Moke had already recruited quite a few crew members. Clearly, he had great ambition. Unlike Kuma and Mihawk, who acted alone. Unlike Hancock, who stayed in the Calm Belt, content to be her empress. Unlike Jinbei, who harbored peace. And definitely not like Doflamingo, who was solely focused on money. Therefore, he couldn't help but consider this issue. What did you say? Gil Tesoro once again received a report from Mr. Tanaka. At this moment, his eyes widened in excitement. Mr. Tanaka, Drought Jack of the Beast Pirates, has arrived at the port with Runty and Pejuan. After regaining his composure, Gil Tesoro immediately asked, "Why are they here?" Mr. Tanaka, "They must be here for the animal-type devil fruit being auctioned." Gil Tesoro furrowed his brows. The auction house was Doflamingo's, or rather, a joint venture with him. Every year, there would be 1 or 2 auctions for devil fruits to attract guests. Thinking carefully, today seemed to be the auction day. Devil fruits are the most important strategic resources for any power. Over the years, he had also auctioned a few. The superhuman-type Ponsu fruit chosen by Tanaka and the superhuman-type luck fruit from Baccarat all came from there. Among the 4 emperors, the 2 major pirates, Big Mom and Kaido. Big Mom loves superhuman types, while Kaido is fond of animal types. The devil fruits auctioned over the years have basically been monopolized by these 2 pirate crews. This time, it was an animal-type devil fruit. How could the beast pirates not come? At the thought of this, a slight smile appeared on Gil Tesoro's face. He already had a plan in mind. He turned to Mr. Tanaka and said, "Send the animal-type devil fruit from my stock to the auction house, and create some hype for me. Also, make sure Moke knows about it." Mr. Tanaka and Baccarat exchanged a glance, both feeling delighted, as they understood Gil Tesoro's plan. This was to use a knife to kill someone. Mr. Tanaka, "Understood, I'll take care of it." His speed was quick, and with his abilities, he was much faster than the slow-moving Moke and Karina. So, when Moke and Karina arrived at the casino, they saw the auction house across the street vigorously promoting itself. Today is the annual devil fruit auction at the auction house, and Lord Tesoro is in a good mood today. Therefore, he has also brought out an animal-type devil fruit to share with everyone. So, those who came to bid on the devil fruit today are lucky. The chances of obtaining a devil fruit have doubled. An animal-type devil fruit? Moke looked surprised. "Karina, are you interested?" She added, "If you're interested, you can enter for a fee of 10 million. A 10 million entry fee? Moke was astonished. Karina nodded. It's really shady. Moke couldn't help but marvel at Doflamingo's money-making methods. Although it was indeed very shady. Anyone with a bit of strength and wealth would want to take a shot at it, right? Especially those whose potential had been exhausted and whose strength could no longer be improved. And those who were eager to enhance their strength in a short period. It was simply a fatal temptation. However, what a coincidence. Just after confronting Gil Tesoro, he sent another devil fruit over and made a big fuss about it. The noise was so loud that it was hard not to notice. Was it really that coincidental? Moke was not a fool. It was obvious that Gil Tesoro's actions were meant to draw his attention to this auction. But why? Did he want him to bid on these 2 devil fruits? Then secretly raise the price? Let him buy them at a sky-high price? And then make a huge profit to vent his anger? That seemed unlikely. Gil Tesoro was the Golden Emperor, controlling 20% of the world's berries. Even if the 2 devil fruits were auctioned at a sky-high price, it would be nothing to him. So why? Moke couldn't figure it out for a moment. But regardless, he was indeed interested. "Karina, let's go inside and join the fun." Huh? Karina looked shocked. This was an entry fee of 10 million berries, so the 2 of them would need to pay 20 million berries to get in. Moreover, it was non-refundable, which meant that if you didn't bid on anything, that 10 million wouldn't be returned to you. Moke, however, didn't care and directly handed over 20 million berries to enter the auction house. After entering the auction house, he found that many people had already come in. Moreover, each one looked fierce, clearly not to be trifled with. Most importantly, some of them looked at him with greedy eyes. Moke couldn't help but touch his nose. He had to admit that Sengoku's bounty poster was indeed quite effective. But soon Moke noticed that these people were all changing their expressions. Their eyes filled with a hint of fear. Moke turned to look behind him, sensing that someone else had come in. He hadn't paid much attention before, as it was quite normal for people to enter the auction house. But now, the expressions of these people made him curious. Just a glance, and Moke was stunned. There were 3 people in total. The leader was tall and strong, with a metal jaw, wearing 2 ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders, draped in a fur coat. He also wore a belt with the Beast Pirate's emblem. To his left was a tall, young woman with long legs and an excellent figure. Notably, She had a pair of horns on her head and wore a light pink floral mask. To his right was a young man, also wearing a mask, but his was black and white. These three had such distinctive features that Moke recognized them at a glance. They were Drought Jack of the Beast Pirates, Runty, and Pejuan. At this moment, Moke finally understood what Gil Tesoro was planning. Chapter 62. Mythical Beast Fruit. Huido form this is intended to provoke a conflict between him and the members of the Beast Pirates, leading to a confrontation and ultimately, enmity. Once enmity is established, even if he defeats these three this time, he will still have to face the suicidal maniac Kaido afterward. That guy is insane. I have to say, Gil Tesoro really knows how to play his cards well. Now I want to see what kind of Zoan Devil Fruit you've sent over that makes you so confident he will confront the Beast Pirates for it. Hey, don't block the way. At this moment, the gaze of Jack the Drought fell on Moke, who was blocking their path, his expression somewhat impatient. If it weren't for the fact that this was the territory of Don Quixote da Flamingo and Gil Tesoro, he would have long since slapped away anyone daring to stand in front of him. Of course, it's not that he is afraid. It's just that all three parties have cooperation, and he has to give some face. At this time, Jack's companions, Runmi and Pejuan, recognized Moke, their eyes showing surprise, and then exchanged glances. This guy is the new warlord of the sea, Moke. The new warlord of the sea, Moke? Jack was slightly taken aback, then carefully scrutinized Moke. At the same time, his expression grew a bit more serious. Ever since the Navy established the 7 warlords of the sea, everyone who became a warlord was an extraordinary individual. Therefore, he didn't dare to underestimate Moke. However, he was also extremely confident in his own strength. Kit, just as Jack was about to speak, an auctioneer with a microphone walked up to the stage, followed by a person carrying a box containing a devil fruit. Welcome, everyone, to this year's Devil Fruit Auction. The first devil fruit up for auction is one prepared by the auction house itself, the Zoan-type Black Bull fruit. The starting bid is 100 million berries. Each bid must increase by no less than 10 million berries. Jack, Runmi, and Pejuan's eyes all lit up at the same time. The Zoan-type Black Bull fruit, while not as good as the ancient types they had consumed, was still quite decent among ordinary Zoans. Jack glanced at Moke. We'll talk after this auction ends. Saying this, he actually bypassed Moke and sat down in the front row. 100 million 10,000 berries. 100 million 30,000 berries. 100 million 60,000 berries. At this point, the bidding had already started. The Zoan-type Black Bull fruit had a tremendous appeal to everyone present. Jack's lips curled slightly in a smirk, showing a hint of disdain, and then he raised his hand and shouted, 200 million berries. As soon as this price was announced, the crowd fell silent. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it. Rather, they feared Jack's strength and the Beast Pirates behind him. Everyone was considering whether it was worth it to provoke the Beast Pirates over a devil fruit. However, Moke just sneered. The Zoan-type Black Bull fruit was indeed decent among Zoan fruits, but it still didn't catch his eye. He was more eager to see the one that Gil Tesoro would present. Therefore, he didn't place a bid. Is there anyone else bidding? The auctioneer shouted loudly. The people present exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one spoke. Yes, they wanted this devil fruit, but they felt they didn't have the strength to bear the wrath of the Beast Pirates that would follow. Not to mention Kaido, even Jack, Runmi, and Pejuan could sweep away everyone present. Ha! At this moment, Jack let out a cold laugh and turned his head to glance at Moke. His eyes filled with a sense of superiority and disdain. In his view, Moke entered the venue clearly to obtain the devil fruit, yet he didn't even dare to bid. Trash? Moke had a face full of confusion, thinking this guy must be brain dead. 200 million berries once. 200 million berries twice. 200 million berries 3 times. Bang! The auctioneer brought down the gavel. Sold. Immediately, he gave a signal to the person behind him, who quickly understood and respectfully presented the box to Jack. For now on, this is yours. Jack nodded in satisfaction and accepted it. As for the berries, the auction house would collect them from their pirate ship. Everything was according to the old rules. Next, the auction for the second devil fruit. This devil fruit is a collection piece sent by Lord Tesoro, so it will absolutely astonish you. Clap, clap. At this point, he clapped his hands. Immediately, another person came up carrying a box containing a devil fruit. Then, the auctioneer loudly introduced, It is the Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, Huido form. What? Everyone present couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. When they first entered, they saw the advertisement and knew that Tesoro had sent a Zoan-type devil fruit to auction today. However, they never expected it to be a mythical beast. To know, this is an existence rarer than Logia. The key is that so far, none of the mythical beasts that have appeared are weak. Gulps. Someone couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with greed. Some stood up excitedly, fists clenched. If it weren't for their rationality, reminding them that this is Tesoro's territory, they would have already tried to snatch it. Even Jack the Drought, Runme, and Pejuan's faces changed. The mythical beast type is even rarer and more powerful than the ancient types they consumed. Ha ha! Jack the Drought laughed loudly because, in their view, this mythical beast would definitely end up in the hands of the beast pirates. Holy shit. Moke was completely stunned, really. Huido is a divine beast from mythology, also a disaster beast. Huido, like the Hound of the Heaven, is also a divine beast under a great god. The Hound of the Heaven is the battle beast of Erlang Shun, while Huido is the battle beast of the fire god Juron. Huido symbolizes fire, is completely black, and can spit out raging flames. When it appears, it brings great fires. At the same time, it feeds on flames, usually hiding behind Juron, devouring flames to fill its belly. All right, Moke was tempted. After all, this devil fruit is equivalent to a Zoan and a Logia-type flame fruit combined. Absolutely incredible. The key is that this devil fruit is very suitable for the fighting champion Giza's Bagus. With it, Giza's Bagus' strength would definitely increase significantly, reaching the level of a warlord of the sea. At that time, the strength of his pirate crew would also be enhanced. After the shock, he muttered to himself, "That guy Tesoro truly deserves to be the richest in the pirate world. He brings out a mythical beast." At this time, the auctioneer saw that the atmosphere was almost right. He immediately shouted, "The starting bid for this mythical beast fruit is 500 million berries, with a minimum increase of 50 million berries." Chapter 63. The great battle is about to begin. He struck the hammer hard. The auction begins. Jack stood up directly. 550 million berries. After placing his bid, Jack looked around, his eyes filled with undisguised, killing intent. Those who were already eager to move were all quieted down. The auctioneer frowned slightly. Jack's action was somewhat against the rules. After you place a bid, others are afraid to bid. The auction house had no comment, but standing up to threaten everyone was not right. 600 million. Mock decisively placed his bid. Everyone turned to look at the bidder's position, and when they saw it was Mock, they were all stunned. Especially Jack. To him, Mock had previously been nothing but trash. If not, he should have competed with him for the first devil fruit. Therefore, Mock's sudden bid really caught him off guard. His eyes narrowed. The killing intent in them was evident. At this moment, Peggy-Wan also stood up, staring arrogantly at Mock. "Hey, are you really going to make enemies with our beast pirates?" Upon hearing this, Mock smirked with a hint of mockery. "This is an auction house. The highest bidder wins. If you don't have berries, then get out. Don't keep babbling here." "Hey, kid, do you know what you're talking about?" The hot-tempered Run-T glared with wide eyes, clearly ready to fight at any moment. However, Mock looked at the auctioneer. "Is this auction house not about the highest bidder winning? If that's the case, then I can save some berries." After saying this, Mock also stood up. Karina beside Mock trembled. She was truly scared. Who are these people in front of her? Seeking death. Peggy-Wan was furious and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Jack. "Don't get excited. This is an auction house. And according to the auction house's rules, the highest bidder wins. So let it be the highest bidder." Then he sat back down. Run-T and Peggy-Wan exchanged glances, looking at Jack with some confusion. "Jack, someone is bidding for us. We should be happy." Run-T and Peggy-Wan were slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then couldn't help but laugh. "That's right. Even if this guy wins the bid, once they leave the auction house, they can just take it back. They would save 550 million berries. What a great deal." However, Mock turned to the auctioneer again. "I think no one can bid higher than me. Shouldn't this devil fruit be given to me?" The auctioneer took a deep breath upon hearing this. 600 million berries once. 600 million berries twice. 600 million berries thrice. Bang! The auctioneer struck down the hammer in his hand. "Sold." Then he reminded, "This is your first time auctioning here, so please deliver the berries within a day." Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. Mach chuckled lightly. Don't worry, what is this money? I'll give it to you right now. As he spoke, Mach took a golden ornament from Karina. As a fruit user, he instantly became the user of the gold fruit. Gold manipulation. Mach stretched out his hand, and amidst the astonished expressions of everyone, the surrounding gold elements all began to converge towards him. The gold in the air on the ground underground, as well as the golden items in the auction house and the golden accessories on everyone, all transformed into gold elements and gathered in Mach's hand. Soon, a golden sphere appeared. Moreover, the golden sphere grew rapidly at a visible speed. The range of Mach's ability extended for a full kilometer. At this moment, a strange scene appeared within a kilometer. All the gold transformed into golden sand, converging together to form a golden cloud heading towards the auction house. Taizolo. Anger appeared on everyone's faces, but they dared not say anything. Clearly, their lives were more important than gold. They had clearly misunderstood. It should be known that this was the most prosperous entertainment city in the world, and this was the most prosperous area within that city. One could say that the wealthiest people in the entire entertainment city gathered here. Could there be a shortage of gold? Soon, a golden sphere the size of a tabletop appeared before everyone. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, Mach grinned and said to the auctioneer, "This should be enough." The auctioneer was stunned. This was simply robbing others' berries to pay the bill. This manipulation was too arrogant. Logically speaking, what the hell? Just directly grab people. Do they really think they're made of clay? But he glanced at the Drought Jack, Run T, and Peggy. Taizolo had spoken. It didn't matter how much this devil fruit was auctioned for. What mattered was to make Mach fight against Jack, Run T, and Peggy won. So he waved his hand. The person behind him, holding the devil fruit, immediately delivered it to Mach. After Mach took it, he smiled broadly. Finally, he said to Drought Jack, Run T, and Peggy won. "Thank you for your generosity." After saying this, he picked up the already weak Karina and walked out. Drought Jack, Run T, and Peggy One exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. They never expected that this guy could manipulate gold. Wasn't that Taizolo's ability? TSK, TSK. They then stood up and followed, all smiling maliciously. Drought Jack even said to Run T and Peggy One, "When you make your move, be a bit measured. Don't kill him." Run T and Peggy One nodded, their eyes filled with excitement. Just based on that ability just now, if they captured him and took him back, the beast pirates would never lack for berries again. Everyone present was well aware of what they were plotting. Mach delivered Karina to the entrance of the casino across the street, then turned to look at Drought Jack, Run T, and Peggy One. Conqueror's Haki. A terrifying power erupted from him, sweeping outwards. People on the street fell one after another, without any warning. Those with some strength turned their heads in fear to look at Mach's position. Inside the casino, Weibel, Brook, Perona, Gizes Bages, and Baboon King Burns showed puzzled expressions. A smile appeared, and one raised an eyebrow. Then, with a meaningful tone, he said, "It seems like there's going to be a big commotion here." Baboon King Burns stood up. "I'll go out and take a look. Perhaps the captain has arrived." "Oh, then I'll go see for myself." A smile followed suit and stood up. Weibel, Brook, Perona, Gizes Bages, and Ada quickly rushed to the entrance of the casino, just in time to see Mach confronting Drought Jack, Run T, and Peggy One. Chapter 64. Facing reality. Mach threw the devil fruit in his hand to Gizes Bages. "Just got this from the auction house. It's a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit with the ability to control flames. It's perfect for you." Gizes Bages' eyes lit up. A Zoan-type mythical beast fruit? The Baboon King Burns, Brook, Perona, and Atazi exclaimed in surprise. They then exchanged glances, thinking, can a devil fruit of this caliber really be found in an auction house? They could hardly believe it. If it weren't for their captain saying so, and if the devil fruit hadn't already been handed to Gizes Bages, they would have definitely laughed out loud. Finding a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit at an auction house? Was there a funnier joke than this? At this moment, Mach added, "I spent 600 million berries on this, so after you eat it, quickly raise your strength." 600 million berries? Gizes Bages couldn't help but exclaim, his hand holding the devil fruit trembling. All right. At this moment, he felt a sense of belonging to this pirate crew, and he was filled with gratitude towards Mach as the captain. Not just him, but the others felt the same. Their sense of belonging to this pirate crew grew stronger. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the Calamity Jack, Runme, and Pejuan were getting anxious. Jack said, "Runme, Pejuan, grab that devil fruit from him." Runme and Pejuan replied in unison, "Yes." They then charged directly at Giza's Bagus, who was holding the devil fruit. The Baboon King Burns changed his expression, exclaiming, "The Calamity Jack, Runme, and Pejuan of the Beast Pirates." The Beast Pirates? Giza's Bagus, Brook, Perona, and Atazi furrowed their brows. After coming to the New World, Mach had indeed given them a crash course on the characters of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, which included these 3. Realizing this, Giza's Bagus decisively swallowed the devil fruit. In his view, the only safe way to handle a devil fruit was to eat it. "You dare!" Runme and Pejuan, who were rushing over, instantly transformed into their beast forms, and their speed surged. The Baboon King Burns and Atazi exchanged glances, then flew out to block Giza's Bagus. Runme's spear. This was Runme's signature move, as he charged at the Baboon King Burns with his head but wrapped in hockey. The Baboon King Burns showed no fear, adopting a fist-swinging stance. Fishman Karate, Shark Paw. This was a powerful punch using all of one's strength in Fishman Karate. Their heads and fists collided violently. The Baboon King Burns staggered back 2 steps, while Runme was sent flying 3 or 4 meters into the air before landing back on the ground. On the other side, Pejuan threw a punch at Atazi. Standing still, she seemed unaffected, as if the punch wasn't aimed at her at all. Pejuan's eyes were filled with confusion, but he didn't stop his attack, as his fist was already very close to her. At this moment, there was no time to dodge, defend, or even counterattack. Sure enough, the next second his fist struck her. However, after the hit, Pejuan's expression changed dramatically, as it felt like his fist had hit something incredibly smooth. There was no resistance at all, and he watched helplessly as his fist slid off to the side, failing to injure her. Not good. As a cadre of the Beast Pirates, having experienced countless battles, his instincts and experience told him that danger was near. But it was already too late. Atazi had already anticipated everything, drawing her twin swords, 2-sword style, wolf thrust. She raised her swords, forming a shape, as Pejuan's fist slid past her body. Just as he was about to brush by her, she struck. Swoosh! Pejuan was instantly slashed and sent flying. It should be noted that Atazi's twin swords were wrapped in hockey. Caught off guard, Pejuan had no time to defend with hockey. A wound shaped like appeared on his chest, and blood gushed out. Pejuan, the protective brother Runme, instantly panicked, filled with heartache and worry. After a loud shout, he leaped to catch Pejuan. Meanwhile, Jack had already leaped into the air. He absolutely would not allow this mythical beast fruit to be eaten. The 2 weapons he carried, one resembling a straight sword and the other a scythe, were already drawn and aimed at Giza's Bagus to stop him from consuming the devil fruit. Perona shouted, "Holla, holla, holla! Weeble, cut him!" Swish! Weeble sniffled and then swung his large sword horizontally, targeting the airborne Calamity Jack. Clang! These 2 were both power-type fighters, so their attacks could be seen as a pure collision of strength. Weeble's body shook, and the ground beneath him cracked open, demonstrating the ferocity of his strike. Calamity Jack was knocked back and landed on the ground. At this moment, Giza's Bagus had already consumed the mythical beast fruit. "You bastard!" Calamity Jack couldn't help but curse. Runme was even angrier. No one in this world could harm her brother. She fixed her gaze on Atazi, as if she wanted to tear her apart. Pejuan, however, held her back. At this moment, he had to reevaluate the group before him. Not just him, but Calamity Jack felt the same. First, he glared fiercely at Giza's Bagus, who had just eaten the mythical beast fruit. Then his gaze shifted to Weeble, who had knocked him back, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. He realized that he had actually lost to the other party in terms of strength. After all, he had always relied on overpowering others with strength to win. Finally, he looked at Mach. At this moment, he had no choice but to take Mach seriously. If even his subordinate captain possessed such strength, how could the Captain Mach be any weaker? No, he would only be stronger. This current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. Runme and Pejuan, after all, on their side, with just 2 people, they had easily blocked and even injured one of their opponents. On his side, He was also blocked by one of Mok's crew members. This meant that the other side only needed 3 people to match them. But the other side had more than just 3 people, and even the strongest captain, Mok, had not yet made a move. Under normal circumstances, retreating would be the wisest choice. But who was he? Calamity Jack. He swung his weapon again and charged forward, but this time his target was directly Mok. Mok's face twitched slightly, thinking, truly worthy of being a fruit user. So bold. Chapter 65, Jaiza's Bagus. Fire Fist. Mok's face twitched slightly, thinking to himself, truly worthy of being a devil fruit user. So brave. Then, the 3rd generation ghost slash in his hand was unsheathed in an instant, swinging towards the fist of Drought Jack. Clang! Drought Jack's armed-colored fist clashed violently with Mok's 3rd generation ghost slash. A terrifying force collided between them, forming a powerful aura that swept outward. The clothes of both men rustled loudly, and even the weaker ordinary people on the street struggled to stay upright. It was evident that the level of their clash had reached new heights. Your strength is even less than that of your subordinates. However, Jack wore a look of disdain. He realized that Mok's strength was far inferior to that of Weibel, not to mention himself. Under this punch, the 3rd generation ghost slash in Mok's hand was gradually being pushed back. Yet, Mok's lips curled into a slight smile. Strength is just a part of one's overall power, not everything. Crackle! As soon as he finished speaking, a strong electric current erupted from his body. The electricity coiled around his arm and enveloped the 3rd generation ghost slash, eventually passing into Drought Jack. Even with Jack's formidable body, he could not withstand the terrifying current and fell into a momentary paralysis. Now's the time. One sword style Azura slash. Ghostly energy surged from Mok's body, wrapping around the blade of the 3rd generation ghost slash, merging with its own ghostly energy. In an instant, a purple blade formed from the ghostly energy appeared on the 3rd generation ghost slash. Ha! Mok shouted loudly, unleashing the full power of his body. He forcefully broke through Drought Jack's fist, and the 3rd generation ghost slash struck fiercely against Jack's chest. A deep wound, exposing bone, was cut into Drought Jack's chest, and blood gushed out. Staggering back several steps from the heavy blow, Drought Jack struggled to steady himself. The pain in his chest left him in disbelief. After all, his idol was Kaido, and he had always pursued a body as formidable as Kaido's, one that could ignore all attacks. Thus, he had spent considerable time and energy honing his physique. The results were indeed significant. His body could rank among the best in the New World. There were very few who could severely injure him, and this guy before him had managed to do it. When he looked at Mok again, his expression had completely changed. There was no longer disdain in his eyes, only immense caution. In the distance, Guild Tesoro, Mr. Tanaka, and Baccarat stood at a high point, watching the situation unfold. Guild Tesoro's face had turned extremely grim upon seeing Mok's subordinates easily fend off Drought Jack, Run, and Peggy Wan. Mr. Tanaka and Baccarat also wore serious expressions. Their abilities were special, and they believed they could handle Run and Peggy Wan without issue. But against Jack, only Tesoro could do something about it. Looking at the current situation, they felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, they were deeply relieved that they had not completely fallen out with Mok earlier. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to end things. After a long silence, Guild Tesoro finally spoke. I never expected Mok's crew to possess such strength. Unless a certain Yonko pirate crew gathers all their members, otherwise, no one can rival them. At this moment, Guild Tesoro acknowledged Mok's crew's power. Mr. Tanaka looked worried. We had quite an unpleasant encounter with them before. What if they come after us later? How will we resolve it? Baccarat couldn't help but laugh at his words. In this world, there is no one who cannot be handled with money. If there is, it can only mean one thing. The money is not enough. Guild Tesoro nodded. In this world, those without money will achieve nothing. They will only be at the mercy of others. As long as you have enough money, you can control the whole world. Even the lofty celestial dragons must heed your wishes. Not to mention someone like Mok. And he, Guild Tesoro, possessed 20% of the world's money. Who could he not control? He turned to Baccarat. This battle with Drought Jack, Run, and Peggy Wan is already lost. We need to extend a courtesy to Mok's crew. Doesn't Moke like devil fruits? Then let's send him another one. Baccarat did not object. After all, Guild Tesoro had already achieved his objective, and the enmity with Moke and the Beast Pirates had been established. Baccarat immediately went to prepare. Guild Tesoro then turned to Mr. Tanaka. You go contact the Big Mom Pirates and tell them, I want Moke's head. Let her set the terms. Mr. Tanaka, I'll take care of it right away. After giving his orders, Guild Tesoro's lips curled slightly. Navy headquarters, the New World. Let's see how you survive. Offending me, Guild Tesoro, no matter who you are, there's only one path, death. Meanwhile, after heavily injuring Drought Jack, Moke was ready to press the advantage. Jizes Bages stepped forward, excited. Captain, let me try the power of this devil fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, Jizes Bages immediately transformed into his beast form. He raised his hand, and flames immediately enveloped his entire fist. Seeing this, Moke's eyes lit up, smiling good. I'm also curious about the power of this devil fruit. Bastard. Drought Jack was furious at this last-minute change, especially since they were switching to someone weaker. In his eyes, it was a humiliation. He bent his legs slightly, then with a burst of force, charged forward again, still targeting Moke. Indeed, Drought Jack was Drought Jack. One word, brave. But then again, this guy in the original story had dared to confront Crane, Sengoku, and a smile. So it was no surprise to realize that he was the type who wouldn't back down until he was defeated. Fire Fist. Jizes Bages threw a punch at the charging Drought Jack, with flames surging from his hand, transforming into an enormous flaming fist. It roared toward Drought Jack. Drought Jack's face changed dramatically because he was very familiar with this technique. After all, under Kaido's leadership, he had fought the Whitebeard pirates countless times. He had also battled against Fire Fist Ace. He never expected that this mythical Zoan fruit could possess power rivaling that of Fire Fist Ace. This shocked him greatly. However, his reaction was quick. While still charging, he wrapped his weapon with armed color and blocked it in front of him. Chapter 66. The True Face of Run T-Boom. Drought Jack was directly engulfed by flames. When everything returned to calm, Drought Jack stood there, smoking. Doo! Drought Jack spat to one side. Then he twisted his head and finally laughed maniacally. Ha ha! With his laughter, he had transformed into an enormous woolly mammoth. With a swing of his long trunk, he charged straight at Jizes Bages. Waha! Jizes Bages couldn't help but burst into laughter as well, and finally threw a punch. With a torrent of flames, he met Jack's trunk. In terms of power, Jizes Bages was still slightly weaker. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps before finally stopping. However, that was to be expected. He had just eaten the devil fruit. Although his power had indeed received a huge boost, it was still limited. Once he developed this devil fruit to the next level, his power would take a leap. Flame explosion. Jizes Bages understood this point during their clash. Therefore, he wisely chose to fight using the power of the devil fruit. He bent his legs slightly, then exerted force, propelling himself into the air. Finally, he threw a powerful punch towards the ground, and flames immediately erupted from his fist, forming a fire circle that swept outward. Damn, too excited. Baboon King Burns, Brook, Perona, Ada, and Ihwa quickly retreated. They didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. After all, this was a large-scale attack. Such large-scale attacks usually didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Run-T and Pejuan also realized this. They understood that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Even with the two of them combined, they were far from being a match for Moke's group. The two exchanged glances, and their mind were already made up. Taking advantage of the opportunity to dodge the fire circle, they hurriedly left. They didn't want to accompany Drought Jack in his madness. If Moke remained stationary, he naturally saw Run-T and Pejuan. He then transformed into a current and quickly pursued them. He wasn't worried about Drought Jack at all, although Jizes Bages, who had just eaten the devil fruit, probably was his opponent. There were still Weibel, Baboon King Burns, Brook, Perona, and Ada. Dealing with Drought Jack was more than enough. Whoosh! Moke caught up to the two and blocked their way, his gaze falling on the backpack on Pejuan's back, because that was where the Zoan-type black fruit was stored. He suddenly thought that this devil fruit would be great for Weibel. Even if not developed, just eating it would enhance Weibel's strength. Pejuan naturally noticed Moke's gaze and felt a tightening in his heart. Run-Ti's face also changed dramatically, and she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Earlier, they were thinking about snatching the other devil fruit. Now it's turned into them being robbed instead. At the same time, she quickly stepped in front of Pejuan. Moke's gaze naturally fell on Run-T. Not to mention, she had a curvy figure with long legs. She was indeed a hot girl. Although her face was covered, her big eyes sparkled. It was clear that she was not lacking in looks. Because of this, Moke suddenly became interested in the true face of Run-T. Seeing Moke's attention on her, Run-T turned to Pejuan and said, "I'll hold him off. You hurry and leave. Let us leave together." Pejuan looked determined. The brother and sister had relied on each other since childhood, and their bond was deep. How could they leave each other behind? Run-T's eyes narrowed at Pejuan's words, and she said sternly, "Then let us fight to the death." Run headbutt. Run-T immediately transformed into her hybrid form. She charged at Moke with her headbutt, wrapped in armed color hockey. The power of this move was comparable to a massive artillery shell, capable of cracking a normal person's skull, smashing through the floor, and blowing away those around her. In her hybrid form, Run-T's headbutt was even more powerful. In the original work, she used this move to completely overpower Nami and Usopp. However, Moke was not Nami, nor was he Usopp. He raised his hand, wrapping it in armed color hockey, and directly caught Run-T's head as she charged. Run-T felt embarrassed, because she realized that her head was firmly held in Moke's grip. Her attack was like a joke, doing absolutely no damage to Moke. Not only that, but no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from Moke's hand. "Sister." Pejuan was taken aback. He instantly transformed into a velociraptor and swung his tail at Moke, trying to save Run-T. But Moke used Run-T as a shield. Crash! Pejuan's tail struck Run-T's back hard. Caught off guard, Run-T immediately had blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, though she was seriously injured. "Run-T!" Pejuan exclaimed in shock. He never expected that Moke would use Run-T's body to block his attack. He found himself in a dilemma. If he didn't attack, he couldn't save Run-T. But if he attacked, what if Moke used Run-T's body to block him again? Looking at Run-T right in front of him, Moke curiously said, "I have a question in my mind. Why do you siblings wear masks? Could it be that you're too ugly?" Sure enough, women can't stand being called ugly. Being held by Moke, Run-T struggled and retorted, "You're the ugly one." Moke chuckled playfully. "Oh, really? Then let me take a look." Saying that, he reached out with his other hand towards the mask on Run-T's face. "No." Run-T gasped in shock, and even Pejuan looked anxious. Run-T and Pejuan's reactions puzzled him. It was just a mask, right? What is the big deal? Could it really be that ugly? "No, please, I beg you." When Moke's hand touched the mask on Run-T's face, she suddenly went limp and even started to cry. Moke was momentarily at a loss. What was the big deal? Just a moment ago, she had been beaten and captured, and hadn't reacted this way. It was truly incomprehensible. "You're overreacting. It's like I'm about to do something to you." Pejuan, on the side, had already taken off his backpack and said to Moke, "As long as you don't take off Run-T's mask, I can give you this devil fruit right now." Moke was even more confused. Once this devil fruit was handed over, even if they fled, it would be hard to explain to Kaido, right? The key point was, it was just a mask. Why was it more important than their lives? All right, Moke's curiosity had been fully piqued. If he didn't see her true face today, he feared he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. So he decisively tore off the mask. Damn, just one glance and Moke was stunned. Chapter 67. Capturing Runmi. How should I say this? Runmi's appearance and her personality are completely two extremes. To be precise, she is a lowly with a baby face. In other words, she is a cute and slightly fierce little girl. However, she is not the same style as Perona. Perona is more like a silly little princess type. Runmi, on the other hand, is adorably cute with a hint of babyishness. But that's not the key point, because on her left cheek, there is a tattoo. Although it's quite normal for pirates to have tattoos, this one is different. Because in this world, this tattoo is a taboo. It is the celestial dragon hoof print. It represents the supreme power of the celestial dragons and the humility and humiliation of slaves. No one would tattoo this on themselves. Moreover, anyone with a celestial dragon hoof print is considered the private property of the celestial dragons. No matter where you are, you will be captured and brought back. They might even dispatch the highest combat power of the Navy. Therefore, those with a celestial dragon hoofprint will hide it. 1. Out of fear of being hunted by the Navy admirals. 2. Because they don't want to confront their humiliating past. Or rather, it is the most difficult hurdle in the hearts of all celestial dragon slaves. Because as long as it remains on their body, they will forever be slaves to the celestial dragons. Once exposed, even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, would likely be unable to protect them. Mach placed Runmi down and then looked at Pejuan with a scrutinizing gaze. If nothing goes wrong, you have one too, right? Pejuan seemed to have resigned to his fate and voluntarily removed his mask, revealing his true appearance. This guy is not bad-looking, but the celestial dragon hoof print on his face ruins everything. Mach fell silent. Suddenly, he felt a bit of sympathy for Runmi and Pejuan. The way the celestial dragons treated slaves can be seen in the original work. He initially wanted to solve their problem. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Join my pirate crew, and I will remove this celestial dragon hoofprint for you. 2. Die by my sword. Of course, he is not a saint. Saving them has other purposes. 1. These 2 guys have considerable strength. Moreover, one is 22 years old and the other is 20, still young. And youth means potential. To be serious, both of them could be considered geniuses. Recruiting them means having 2 relatively strong crew members with potential. 2. Considering the time, Hancock, who also has a celestial dragon hoofprint, should be around 28 or 29 now. She was captured as a slave by the celestial dragons at the age of 12 and rescued by the fisherman leader at 16. So it has been about 12 or 13 years since then. Runmi and Pejuan were 7 and 9 years old at that time, or rather 8 and 10. Therefore, it is very likely that they were saved around the same time as Hancock. They might know each other. Using this as a bridge should help gain Hancock's initial trust. Then, by removing her celestial dragon hoofprint to increase goodwill, it would directly raise the chances of capturing her to the highest level. Even if he cannot capture her, once the warlords are disbanded and the Navy attacks, she would no longer be able to stay in the Amazon Lily. She would choose to come to him. 3. The cute lowly Runmi pairs well with Perona, forming a lowly combination. It's also a pretty good choice. TSK. A triple benefit. What? Runmi and Pejuan exclaimed in surprise. The way they looked at Mach had changed. It was no longer the fear and pleading from before. All that remained was shock and expectation. Why would they join the Beast Pirates? 1. Because Kaido is strong enough and they admire the strong. 2. Because once their identities are exposed, with Kaido's character and strength, he might be able to protect them. However, if they can remove the celestial dragon hoofprint, they would be reborn, completely bidding farewell to that painful memory. This is something they wouldn't even dare to dream about. Because the celestial dragon hoofprint cannot be removed, even if someone had the ability, no one would dare to remove it for them. Because once discovered, the consequences would be too severe. Really? Can it really be removed? At this moment, Runmi seemed to have forgotten her fear and was filled with excitement. Mach nodded. This celestial dragon hoofprint should have been applied with iron and then colored with tattoo ink. So, strictly speaking, this is a type of wound. And as long as it's a wound, I can restore it to its original state. Really? Upon receiving a clear answer, Runmi and Pejuan's eyes lit up. They exchanged glances, and the tacit understanding between them was immediately visible in each other's eyes. They nodded in unison. Runmi, Pejuan has met the captain. Ha ha! Mach couldn't help but laugh. And then the strange power from the holy sword fused with his aura, surging from Mach's body. Finally, it gathered in Mach's hand. Then Mach reached out to Runmi. Runmi instinctively recoiled. After all, Mach's earlier forceful methods had left a deep impression on her. Strong, domineering, and terrifying strength. Mach, don't move. I'm going to remove this celestial dragon hoofprint for you right now. Runmi immediately stood still, allowing Mach's hand to rest on her face. She then felt Mach's hand gently caressing her face, and a magical power from his hand made her face feel itchy. The sensation of Mach's hand also made her heart flutter. She instinctively looked at Mach. He was so handsome and powerful, strong, domineering, and terrifying strength. At this moment, also seemed to shine. Her face flushed instantly. As Mach's caress continued, the celestial dragon hoofprint on Runmi's face faded at a visible speed. This scene naturally caught Pejuan's eye. This excited him to no end. because Mach could really remove the celestial dragon hoofprint for them. That's amazing. In the end, he even saw Mach absorbing the color from the celestial dragon hoofprint. Rummy's skin became as smooth and fair as the rest of her face. So, Pejuan eagerly leaned his face closer. Mach! Slap! Then Mach slapped him, and immediately a handprint appeared on Pejuan's face. At the same time, his celestial dragon hoof print became slightly shallower. Pejuan looked aggrieved. Captain. Mach couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you want me to treat you like your sister and rub your face for half a day? Pejuan. He pictured that scene in his mind, his whole body stiffening because that picture was too beautiful. Forget it. I'll just take a couple more slaps. It's not a big deal. Runmi saw Pejuan's reaction and understood that the celestial dragon hoofprint on her face had really been removed. She couldn't help but touch her face. Her excited little face was all red. When she looked at Mach again, her eyes were filled with gratitude. At the same time, her gaze also carried a hint of unusual emotion, because at this moment, she felt a bit of loss. If only the captain's hand could rub a little longer. That kind of tenderness was something she had never experienced before. Chapter 68. Who is she? Captain. This is that devil fruit. Peggy-wan immediately delivered the backpack containing the devil fruit to Moke's hands. Moke received it, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Another devil fruit was in his possession. Quite nice. Boom. At that moment, a violent explosion sounded from the auction house. It instantly captured the attention of Moke, Run-T, and Peggy-wan, and the three turned to look. They saw lightning raging in that direction. Run-T and Peggy-wan couldn't help but widen their eyes, as they could feel the power of that thunder, even from a distance. The intimidation was immense. One could only imagine the fate of those caught in the crossfire. Ha! However, Moke laughed, recognizing this as Anila's handiwork, secretly amused. Was this guy throwing such a fit because something had gone wrong? He then turned to Run-T and Peggy-wan. Come on, let me introduce you to our pirate crew's vice captain. Run-T and Peggy-wan exchanged shocked glances. If they weren't mistaken, this must be the legendary Thunder Fruit, known for its immense destructive power. This meant that their pirate crew had a vice captain on par with a marine admiral. Previously, Weevil, who was capable of matching Jack, had easily dealt with their baboon king. Burns, along with the recently empowered Gizes Bages, after consuming a mythical Zoan. Adding to that were Brooke and Perona, who hadn't yet revealed their strengths. This lineup, in terms of high-end combat power, was already on par with any of the Yonko pirate crews. If their captain was also a Yonko-level powerhouse, then perhaps the New World would soon have another pirate emperor. Who is this guy? Could it be the one that Tanaka mentioned who came with Moke? From a distance, Gil Tesoro had been closely monitoring the situation, never expecting that Gizes Bages and Jack the Drought were in a fierce battle. Suddenly, this guy appeared. Gulyalu. Gil Tesoro swallowed hard because this devil fruit was specifically designed to counter him. He was gold, while the other was thunder. He wouldn't have anywhere to run. One strike could take him out. No, this guy, like Moke, also had to die. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep peacefully. Not just him. The baboon king Burns, Gizes Bages, Brooke, Perona, Ada, and even One Smile, all displayed expressions of shock, especially Gizes Bages, as this person stood right in front of him. When this guy first appeared, the way he was rubbing together thunder nearly scared him to death. He turned to look at the Drought Jack, who was already on the ground convulsing. His mouth twitched because he understood very well. Even with the mythical Zoan, his strength was still a notch below Drought Jack. After all, he had just recently consumed the devil fruit. Although he had exchanged blows with Drought Jack in a prolonged fight, he would ultimately be the one to lose. And if even Drought Jack fell, if he took that hit, the outcome would be even worse. Thus, he was very wary of this sudden appearance. At that moment, Anilu turned to look at Gizes Bages, curiosity evident in his gaze. He had just seen another flame. Indeed, Moke was right. There were indeed many godlike beings in this sea. He then swept his gaze to the side, taking in the baboon king Burns, Brooke, Perona, Ada, and One Smile. When his gaze landed on One Smile, his pupils constricted sharply. With his observation hockey, he could sense that this guy's strength was quite terrifying. Wait, it seemed something strange had mixed in. His gaze quickly returned, finally landing on Brooke. First, he was stunned. Then his eyes nearly bulged out. A living skeleton? Anilu, did you finish so quickly? At this time, Moke returned with Run T and Peggy Wan. Giza's Bages first glanced at Run T and Peggy Wan, then asked, Captain, who is he? Moke replied, let me formally introduce him. This is Anilu, the user of the natural type Thunder Fruit. He is also our pirate crew's vice captain. After saying this, he immediately added, and the two behind me, Run T and Peggy Wan, have also officially become our partners. You all should get to know each other. Natural type Thunder Fruit user, vice captain, these two guys also joined our pirate crew. The Baboon King Burns, Giza's Bages, Brooke, Perona, and Ada were all increasingly shocked. However, they soon began to smile wider, because this meant that the strength of their pirate crew had once again increased significantly. At that moment, Moke's gaze fell on One Smile. Mr. One Smile, it's a pleasure to meet you here. One Smile merely nodded, even showing some resistance. Moke raised an eyebrow slightly, understanding that the Baboon King Burns hadn't yet managed to win him over. So he didn't T-press, keeping it brief to avoid any backlash. At the same time, he exchanged a glance with the Baboon King Burns, who made a gesture indicating he understood and would continue to try to win him over. Karina had now completely understood the strength of the Moke pirate crew and had made a decision in her heart. She naturally walked up to Moke's side, wrapped her arms around his arm, and revealed a charming smile. Captain, should we introduce ourselves? Moke was a bit surprised, though. You agreed? Karina nodded. Good. Moke repeatedly said good 3 times. He turned to introduce everyone. This is Karina, and from now on, she is also one of us. She is the songstress here and is very familiar with this place. So, after we take this place, she will be in charge of its operations. You all need to support her. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Karina's slender waist. This time, Karina did not resist. Instead, she obediently leaned into Moke's embrace. Run T, who was behind Moke, looked a bit uncomfortable at this scene. The others nodded in agreement. One Smile's expression, however, became serious. He had never expected that Moke had already set his sights on this place. It should be noted that even Yonko wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. After all, this place was intricately linked to the world government and the celestial dragons. There were even people from the world government present at all times. He couldn't help but admire in his heart. He really had some guts. Just as One Smile thought, there were indeed people from the world government here at all times. For instance, at this moment, a woman wearing a white flowered hat, a pink dress, and a white shawl stood in a concealed corner, observing the developments. She was an elegant woman with short golden curly hair, blue eyes, a tall stature, and quite a pretty face. Who was she? She was Chapter 69, Bloodthirsty Ancient Zoan Forma. Enel turned his head to look over. With his observation hockey, very few could hide from him. Mock raised an eyebrow. Someone? He knew Enel's proud character. Whoever caught his attention must have considerable strength. Enel nodded. 2. One is high up in front, and the other is hiding in a corner. The one up high, Mock didn't even need to guess. It was definitely Guild Tesoro. But who was the one hiding in the corner? Bakera? Mr. Tanaka? These two probably wouldn't catch Enel's eye. He was a bit curious. So he said, force him out. Enel turned around, raised his hand, and unleashed a bolt of lightning, sending a pillar of electricity straight in that direction. Boom! The powerful electric current forced the person hiding in the corner to come out. A graceful figure leaped out and landed on the street. Swoosh! Mock moved at high speed and instantly appeared in front of the person. His fist had already swung out, but upon seeing this person, he couldn't help but pause slightly. His fist slowed down because this was someone familiar. She was a woman with short, golden curls, and her silky hair gently brushed against her fair cheeks, emitting a faint fragrance. Her eyes were like deep lakes, with blue irises sparkling with enchanting light, as if they could penetrate a person's soul. She had a tall and slender figure, with perfect proportions, exuding a unique elegance with every step. Her appearance was even more stunning, with exquisite features resembling a masterpiece carved by a master sculptor. Her slightly upturned lips carrying an almost imperceptible smile that made one fall for her effortlessly. Her skin was smooth and delicate, like white jade, radiating a faint glow. Every frown and smile, every move she made was full of charm, attracting the attention of those around her. Such a beautiful and elegant woman. Who could she be? She was Stussy. Mock's eyes narrowed because this woman was not simple. She had many identities and could be considered a multiple spy. First, Stussy was a clone, the first successful product of the MADS cloning experiment. For unknown reasons, she had been lurking in the Celestial Dragon's secret intelligence agency CP0 for over 20 years. Her main job was to monitor, infiltrate, and gather intelligence. Then, under the guise of CP0, she infiltrated the underground society for her mission, becoming one of the kings of the underground world, known as the Queen of Pleasure Street. However, she had always been on Vegapunk's side, having betrayed CP0 to protect him. The high-profile Rob Lucci and Kaku were easily taken down by her, demonstrating her strength and cunning. At that moment, Stussy was infiltrating the underground society as a CP0 agent. In other words, she was now the Queen of Pleasure Street. If he guessed correctly, the street that Enel had just enjoyed was Pleasure Street. In the underground world, she and Guild Tesoro should be in a cooperative relationship. At the same time, she was also the person sent by the world government to monitor Guild Tesoro closely. With the commotion caused by him, Enel, Gizes Bagus, Drought Jack, Runty, and Pejuan, how could she not pay attention? Stussy, however, was staring at the approaching fist, her pupils suddenly constricting. With a burst of strength in her legs, she retreated 7 or 8 meters. Then she stood there, staring intently at Mock and Enel. At that moment, her heart was in her throat, because neither of them was someone she could handle. Interesting, Mock chuckled. Huff. Stussy took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Then she revealed an enchanting smile. Don't misunderstand, I am Stussy, the Queen of Pleasure Street. I was just drawn here by the commotion and mean no harm. Mock looked deeply at Stussy and said meaningfully, I hope that one day we can have a chance to cooperate. He truly thought so, because if he built a good relationship with her, he might be able to bring Vegapunk over. Imagine making an entrance with a row of seraphim behind him. Just thinking about it felt impressive. The key was that with those seraphim, he could create whatever he wanted. At that time, it would be quite a sight reminiscent of a young version of a Big Mom. Absolutely marvelous. This was simply the dream of every otaku, far superior to those inflatable or silicone ones from his previous life. Stussy. She felt quite puzzled. Although she was one of the kings of the underground world, in the end, she was just someone dealing with things that ordinary people look down upon. She also recognized this point, which was why she approached from this angle to infiltrate the underground world. Did he really want to open an entertainment venue with her? If that was the case, she wouldn't mind. After all, she entered the underground world to build relationships with various figures and gather intelligence. Mock's level, she had seen with her own eyes. Making friends with him would be welcomed by the world government. Then, let us talk later. As she said this, Stussy attempted to leave. Seeing that Mock showed no intention of stopping her, she was quite surprised. However, she also felt relieved and quickly took the opportunity to leave. Swoosh. Mock and Enel turned their attention to another side simultaneously because both felt someone approaching them. Soon, a person burst through the wall. It was Mr. Tanaka, one of Guild Tesoro's subordinates, holding a box in his hands. He presented it to Mock. This is a gift from Tesoro. I hope you accept it. Oh. Mock was somewhat surprised, but quickly regained his composure. This was an attempt at reconciliation. Of course, Mock wasn't foolish enough to truly believe that Guild Tesoro wanted to make peace. Tesoro's intentions were clear, at least for now. He didn't want Mock to take action against him. Mock smiled, because it was just what he wanted. After all, the Marine headquarters had not yet announced Ace's execution. He still needed to wait. Thus, his gaze fell on the box in Mr. Tanaka's hands. Mr. Tanaka immediately added, this contains 2 Zoan fruits collected by Tesoro. One is the mythical beast type that you bid on, and the other is this one, the bloodthirsty ancient Zoan form fruit. Ancient Zoan bloodthirsty form? Holy crap. Mock suddenly felt that the Zoan fruit he had obtained earlier was no longer appealing at all. Was there anything more suitable for Weevil than this ancient Zoan bloodthirsty form fruit? After consuming this devil fruit, even Green Bull would probably find him a headache. It must be said that Guild Tesoro truly lived up to being the richest man in the pirate world. He pulled out a mythical beast fruit and an ancient fruit in one go. He believed that Guild Tesoro had more than just these 2, at least a Paramecia type. Surely he had that too. After all, it wouldn't make sense to only collect Zoan types. Chapter 70, The Seven Warlords. Meeting Mach's heart grew stronger after defeating Guild Tesoro. Soon, Mach and Enel returned to the group and handed the ancient Zoan-type bloodthirsty diamond fruit to Edward Weevil. Weevil tilted his head, sniffled, and looked somewhat confused. Mach didn't explain but directly said, "It's delicious. Eat it." Delicious? A fruit? A smile appeared on Weevil's face, and he immediately stuffed it into his mouth. He then entered a state of confusion. Mach understood that he was trying to comprehend the suddenly acquired ability. There's no helping it. This guy's mind is too simple. It would probably take a long time for him to adapt. So, Mach turned to the baboon king, Burns, and said, "This devil fruit is an ancient Zoan-type bloodthirsty diamond form. Yours is a diamond form. Just from the name, you can tell they belong to the same category. So you teach him." After saying that, he added, "Be patient. He might learn slowly." Baboon King Burns nodded. "Don't worry, Captain. I'll teach him well." From Champion Island to here, he had spent some time with Weevil, so he understood Weevil's uniqueness. Mach's gaze swept across his companions, finally landing on the fallen Jack the Drought. At this point, Guild Tesoro has probably informed Kaido of the Beasts about our capture of Jack. If we stay here, we will inevitably face the Beast Pirates. Enel and I need to make a trip to the Navy headquarters first, so you all need to leave here temporarily. Or rather, make Guild Tesoro think you've already left, and when the battle between the Navy headquarters and Whitebeard begins, you can immediately take control here. After saying that, he added, "Remember to try not to harm the ordinary people here." As soon as these words were spoken, a smile appeared on Ishiao's face, slightly changing. Although it was just a sentence, it revealed a lot of information. So, the world government and the Navy can do such things. Perhaps this world wouldn't be so chaotic. Baboon King Burns, Jesus Bagus, Brook, Perona, Ada, Runty, and Pejuan all nodded in agreement, because they understood Mach's meaning. Mach then turned to Enel. "Let's go. I'll take you to the Navy headquarters." Upon hearing this, Enel smiled, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Then the two transformed into two bolts of lightning and swiftly left under the gazes of everyone. They chose to pass through the windless zone, as it would save a lot of distance. For them, who could fly in the air, it was both labor-saving and time-saving. How fast are electricity and light? Fast enough to make you question life. This is why Kizaru was dispatched during the Sabeti Archipelago incident in the original work. Because no matter where he is, he can arrive in the first instance. Navy headquarters. Sengoku wore a serious expression. He also received intelligence from Guild Tesoro about Mach and his crew, and it must be said that Mach's growth in strength exceeded his expectations. Even his ability to recruit crew members and develop forces far surpassed his expectations. Another red-haired pirate crew. Back then, red-haired rose to prominence at an astonishing speed. Before you even realized it, he had reached a level that made everyone fearful and helpless. Leading a crew, he snatched food from the mouths of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, achieving the status of the Fourth Emperor. At that time, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, the three pirate emperors, all launched attacks against him in turn. Yet they were all repelled. This shows the strength of Red-Haired and his crew. His subordinates habitually tapped on the table, a habit of his thinking. After a long time, he reached a conclusion in his mind. He turned to Vice Admiral Tsuru and said, "Take this opportunity to notify Don Quixote Doflamingo. Tell him to work with Kuma to capture Mach." Vice Admiral Tsuru pondered for a moment and then nodded. "I'll handle this. Doflamingo has a grudge against Mach, so I'm sure he will cooperate well this time." At this point, she shifted the topic. "However, there is something strange with Moonlight Moria. There hasn't been a response from him. Sending someone to investigate has yielded no results. Should we send Kuma again?" Sengoku shook his head. "Not now. His experiment is at a critical stage. Vegapunk won't let him go. It's already good that he can participate in the battle against Whitebeard." "True. Then let's not worry about him for now." Sengoku squinted. "Remove his title as a warlord. The current warlords are already at full capacity. Kuma, Jinbei, Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Hancock, Mach, and Blackbeard. Moonlight Moria's strength has severely declined. If it weren't for the impending battle with Whitebeard, he would have been used as a combat force. And the moment Blackbeard became a warlord, Moonlight Moria would have been unnecessary." Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded. then turned to look out the window at the sky. Murmuring, calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. Sengoku stood up and walked towards the venue for the Seven Warlords meeting. Whoosh! 2 bolts of lightning landed at the Navy headquarters. Who? The people at the Navy headquarters were startled, all looking at the two with vigilance. However, when they recognized Mok's appearance, they all breathed a sigh of relief as they recognized Mok's identity. One of the majors immediately stepped forward. You are here to attend the Seven Warlords meeting, right? I'll take you to the meeting place now. Mok scanned the surroundings. He saw that the Navy personnel were all spirited and sharp-eyed, clearly elite, with many strong individuals among them, and there were a considerable number of them. He couldn't help but praise inwardly. No wonder they are the elite of the Navy headquarters. At the same time, he nodded and followed the major toward the meeting place. While Mok was observing these Navy personnel, they were also observing Mok. Of course, they also noticed Enel. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. It's worth noting that just moments ago, they saw Mok and this person descend like lightning. Even the major leading Mok occasionally turned his head to glance at Enel. Soon they arrived at the meeting place for the Seven Warlords. The major stepped back, as he was not qualified to enter at this moment. Mok and Enel, however, passed through without obstruction. When they entered, they saw Hawkeye sitting in the center with his legs crossed, exuding an air of disdain for the world. To his right was the pirate Empress Hancock, and to his left was Doflamingo. Next to them were Blackbeard and Jinbei. Mok couldn't help but smile slightly. Kumo was probably still in the laboratory. Moonlight Moria had already been dealt with by him. So this counts as the Seven Warlords all being present. While Mok was observing them, they were also observing Mok. Chapter 71 suggests Hancock, especially Mihawk, after observing Mok's face for a moment. His gaze fell on the autumn water and the 3rd generation of the sword at Mok's waist. His eyes immediately sharpened. Mok also noticed Mihawk's gaze and nodded at him. I am Mok. After this incident, I hope to have the opportunity to spar with you in swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Mihawk couldn't help but smile slightly. I'm always at your service. Doflamingo, let out his signature laugh from the side, and at this moment, his gaze at Mok was filled with meaning. He and Gil did Tesoro share information, so he naturally already knew that Mok had been abandoned by the Navy and the world government. As long as this incident ends, it would be a matter of life and death for him. Still thinking about sparring with Mihawk? Maybe in the next life. At this time, he was in a rather good mood. Mok couldn't help but look over. Doflamingo's gaze also caught his attention, and his heart involuntarily tightened. His eyes narrowed, and his vigilance increased. With his current strength, Doflamingo was no longer a threat. However, Doflamingo's identities as a celestial dragon and the king of the underground still made him wary, because this guy must know some things that he was unaware of. Sometimes, lacking information can be fatal. Then Mok's gaze turned to Blackbeard, and his expression became playful. Blackbeard, immediately let out his signature laugh, but his eyes were filled with caution and killing intent. Oh, isn't this Blackbeard? Last time, you ran pretty fast, Mok said teasingly. You. Blackbeard's face stiffened, nearly exploding with anger. As the saying goes, don't hit someone else's face when you're fighting, and don't expose their shortcomings when scolding. But this guy pokes right where it hurts, truly hitting the face and exposing the flaws. It made him grit his teeth in anger. Oh, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Jinbei, and Empress Hancock all turned their gazes back and forth between Blackbeard and Mok. None of them were fools. They immediately understood the implication of Mok's words. Doflamingo laughed again, this time with a hint of malice in his laughter, and then cast a meaningful glance at Blackbeard. All right, this time, we have another good helper. Mok, you're doomed. Blame your arrogance for offending so many people. Huff. Blackbeard took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. At this moment, Doflamingo's gaze fell on Eneru, who had come with Mok, his eyes filled with inquiry. Then he started to provoke. Mok, you seem to not understand the rules. Look at who here has brought people with him. Besides, everyone present is a warlord of the sea. Does he have the qualification to stand on equal footing with us? Mok smiled faintly and turned to look at Eneru. This guy doesn't take you seriously. Why not find an opportunity to fight him? Let him experience what level the god from Sky Island is. Crackling, Eneru's hands sparked with electricity, and his gaze toward Doflamingo turned very unfriendly. If it weren't for Mok's prior warning not to act in the Navy headquarters, he would have probably already shot a 200 million volt strike. How dare he underestimate him? He could be turned to charcoal in an instant. What? Doflamingo initially seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, but his expression quickly stiffened. His gaze was fixed on the arc of electricity in Inaru's hand. Not only him, but Mihawk, Blackbeard, Jinbei, and Hancock all narrowed their pupils in unison. Ha ha! Moke laughed with a hint of pride. Let me formally introduce my pirate crew's vice captain, Inaru, a Logia-type Thunderfruit user. Hiss! Even though they had already suspected it, hearing Moke's words still shocked them. Doflamingo and Blackbeard, who had grievances with Moke, both gasped in surprise, because they understood very well what a Logia-type Thunderfruit user represented. Even Mihawk couldn't help but look at Inaru a few more times. Everyone no longer questioned whether he had the qualification, because a Logia-type Thunderfruit user indeed had that qualification to stand on equal footing with them. Thus, Moke sat down with Inaru. Doflamingo felt as if he had been slapped in the face, feeling both angry and a bit embarrassed, his mouth twitching slightly. Oh, at this moment, Blackbeard also noticed the unusual atmosphere between Doflamingo and Moke. Although it wasn't as confrontational as the situation with Moke, there was still a hidden undercurrent. His gaze flickered. Moke's gaze then fell on Jinbei. Jinbei was also a remarkable character in One Piece. Later, he became the 10th member of the Straw Hat crew. Most importantly, he was quite a decent person, worth befriending. So, Moke nodded at him, signaling friendliness. Jinbei was slightly taken aback, then returned a smile. After all, everyone present was a big figure, and befriending any of them was a good thing for him and the fishmen. Finally, Moke's gaze landed on Hancock. Tentatively, he said, "Recently, I dug up 2 people from Kaido, Runmi, and Pejuan. Their strength is quite decent. The key is that they said they are familiar with the Empress. I wonder if the Empress still remembers them?" When Hancock heard these 2 names, she first showed a look of confusion while trying hard to recall these names in her mind. Seeing this, Moke added, "Their injuries have been healed by me. Otherwise, how could they have possibly defected from the Beast Pirates to follow me?" Hancock's pupils constricted, and she trembled violently. It's important to know that the Celestial Dragon S mark was not only a taboo for Runmi and Pejuan, but also a taboo for her 3 sisters. It was a lifelong shadow. And now, this man in front of her said he could remove the Celestial Dragon S mark. How could Hancock not be excited? Chapter 72. Should we play it big? Hancock's abnormality was noticed by everyone. But what connection is there between Hancock, Runmi, and Peggy Wan? It seems there isn't one. After all, the former is the Empress of the daughter country in the Calm Belt, while the latter 2 are officers of the Beast Pirates. They are separated by the Calm Belt. Moreover, there hasn't been any news of Kaido's people having contact with Hancock. Wait a minute, did that guy Moke recruit Runmi and Peggy Wan? He really has some guts. Isn't he afraid of Kaido going berserk? Doflamingo couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He felt this was going to be stable, even if the situation at the Navy headquarters couldn't take down Moke. The setup he arranged on the other side could use Kaido's knife to finish him off. This time, he wouldn't even have to pay any price. No, wait. This time, it should be Kaido paying him for helping him regain face. Doflamingo laughed again. At this moment, Hancock was extremely excited. However, she understood the implication of Moke's words. That is, she would have to join the other party's pirate crew to remove the Celestial Dragon's mark from her. So she temporarily suppressed her thoughts and just gave Moke a deep look. At that moment, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru walked in. Everyone turned to look at them. Sengoku surveyed the room and bluntly said, "The purpose of gathering you all here is for the matter of Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Commander Ace. We have decided to publicly execute Ace to draw out the Whitebeard Pirates." Before he could finish a sentence, Jinbei interrupted, "I oppose. Ace." Similarly, Jinbei's words were cut off again by Sengoku. "You don't have the authority to oppose." As he spoke, Sengoku's gaze toward Jinbei had already turned unfriendly. Vice Admiral Tsuru beside Sengoku spoke up to persuade him. "Jinbei, this is a joint decision by the world government and the Navy. What position do you have as a warlord of the sea to oppose? Don't forget, your identity as a warlord has brought benefits not only to you, but also to Fishman Island. If you lose that identity, it would be a huge loss for both you and Fishman Island." The meaning of his words couldn't be clearer. If Jinbei disagreed, then his warlord status would be revoked. and Fishman Island would no longer be an ally of the world government. Jinbe's face darkened immediately. This threat was indeed hitting the nail on the head. Meanwhile, Moke raised an eyebrow. He knew that Jinbe was going to be imprisoned in Impel Down. In the original story, Jinbe was imprisoned in Impel Down before he even entered the Navy headquarters. At that time, Luffy was causing a ruckus in Impel Down. When the Whitebeard pirates arrived, Blackbeard would disappear, secretly going to Impel Down, and then Jinbe would follow Luffy to break out. He couldn't help but turn a look at Hancock. He wondered if the plot had changed so much. Would Luffy still be like in the original story, being knocked flying to Hancock's place? Thinking of this, he glanced at Hancock, secretly noting, "I'll test her later." Then he glanced at Jinbe. His captain was all capable individuals, and he was missing a strong, trustworthy fishman as a partner. He felt Jinbe was quite suitable. If Luffy didn't follow the original plot to reach Amazon Lily, then he wouldn't enter Impel Down, which would give him a real opportunity. At that moment, Moke was in a very good mood. However, Jinbe was extremely conflicted. Fishman Island was very important to him, but his principles were also important. Moreover, the current peace of Fishman Island was not solely due to his status as a warlord. Whitebeard was also a factor. Therefore, he couldn't repay kindness with enmity. Finally, after a lot of difficulty, he said, "Admiral Sengoku, I cannot agree to this. I cannot act against the Whitebeard pirates. I hope you can understand." Sengoku frowned. Understand? From a personal perspective, it was understandable. But he was the fleet admiral, representing the entire Navy and even the stance of the world government, not just himself. Sighing deeply, Sengoku said, "If that's the case, then I can only ask you to stay in Impel Down for a while." The meaning couldn't be clearer. He was absolutely not giving Jinbe the slightest chance to leak information. Jinbe didn't even resist, just nodded, then walked out. His actions had a significant impact on everyone present. Even those like Doflamingo and Blackbeard, who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, or like Mihawk, who acted alone. Yet Moke increasingly admired this. He had secured this crew member. As for Luffy, let him lie down over there. After Jinbe left, Sengoku directly requested everyone present to stay at the Navy headquarters until the showdown with the Whitebeard pirates was over. This made everyone present frown. No matter if it was Blackbeard, Doflamingo, Mihawk, or Hancock, none of them were people who would be humiliated. None of them were individuals who would be easily commanded. Sengoku's tone made them all very unhappy. However, each of them had their own little calculations in their hearts, so no one spoke out against it. Thus it was decided. Soon, they were assigned to stay in a very remote area of the Navy headquarters. Just as Sengoku was leaving, he took a deep look at Enel. Although he had already received information about Enel, he was still wary. Late at night, when it was quiet, Moke's transponder snail rang. As soon as Moke answered, the transponder snail turned into Virgo's face. "Captain, I just received some intelligence. It says that Guild Tesoro, Doflamingo, and the Navy headquarters plan to deal with you after resolving the Whitebeard pirates." Moke was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He immediately thought of the way Doflamingo looked at him during the day. It must be because of this matter. Moke's eyes narrowed. "I understand. Be careful. Don't expose yourself." "Virgo, I understand." After hanging up the call, cold light flashed in Moke's eyes. "Since you want to stir up trouble, don't blame me for playing it big. BRRR. Huh. Unexpectedly, the transponder snail rang again. Moke was slightly taken aback, but immediately answered. The transponder snail changed to Robin's face. "Mr. Zero, we have already confirmed him. Caesar Clown's location. We have sent Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and Mississippi. Golden Week to him. Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Mississippi. Golden Week? Mr. 2's strength is decent. Plus he could transform into anyone, making it easy to approach the target. Mr. 3 in Mississippi. Golden Week, one is a crowd controller, and the other is a strong controller. They can easily deal with them, Caesar Clown together, especially Mississippi. Golden Week, whose attack style is unique. It's probably hard to break, even for a Logia user. After all, her technique doesn't cause real damage, but draws a symbol on you, directly influencing through suggestion. Incredibly powerful. If she were paired with a devil fruit related to emotions, painting, colors, or souls, it would be simply divine. Chapter 73. Hancock's midnight visit, however. He also understood that given Doflamingo's regard for M, Caesar Clown. It was impossible not to have someone by him, Caesar Clown's side. Just like Monet, the Logia-type Snow Fruit user from the original work. Perhaps at this moment, that person was already by his side. If these two teamed up, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and Miss Golden Week could really be in trouble. So he spoke up to remind them, be careful, there should be a Logia-type Snow Fruit user next to him. Caesar Clown, Robin, Captain, don't worry. We've already gathered this information, and to prepare for any eventuality, we managed to get 2 sea prism stone handcuffs. Plus, with Mr. 3's cunning, along with Mr. 2 and Miss Golden Week's unique abilities, it should be fine. After all, their goal is just the devil fruit, not a direct confrontation with the two. Of course, if it comes to that, they want to force it. Mock nodded. Good. I trust you to handle it. At this moment, Anilu, who was sitting aside, had been listening to their communication. Suddenly, he looked up outside and reminded them, someone's coming. Upon hearing this, Mock immediately hung up the call. Shortly after, they saw a graceful figure walk towards their room, swaying with each step. Knock, knock, knock. The door was gently tapped. Mock couldn't help but smile slightly, revealing a meaningful grin. The door's not closed. Come in. As he spoke, he glanced at Anilu, suddenly feeling that this guy was a bit in the way. Because the moment he saw the figure outside the window, he recognized who it was. Creak. The door was pushed open, and with the airflow caused by the opening door, a faint fragrance wafted in. This fragrance was not like perfume. There were no artificial traces. It was truly refreshing and uplifting. Mock understood that it was a unique feminine scent. During the day, they had sat quite far apart, and he hadn't realized that Hancock was still so fragrant. There's a saying, women should be fragrant, soft, considerate, and gentle. The one before him was indeed fragrant and soft and quite ample. Although she had a bit of a queenly personality, once she fell in love with someone, she would become like a delicate bird in front of him. She was simply the perfect choice for a wife. If he could hold her close every night, wouldn't that be bliss? Cough, cough. Mock cleared his throat. Anila looked confused. Mock, this guy really has no awareness at all. He somewhat regretted bringing him along. But he quickly organized his thoughts and turned his attention back to Hancock. I wonder what brings you here at such a late hour? After entering, Hancock's gaze was fixed on Mock. Now, hearing his words, she asked directly, can you really remove? The words celestial dragon hoofprint were about to slip out, but she held them back, because Anilu was still present. She didn't want a third person to know her deepest secret. Mock noticed her gaze and turned to the still oblivious Anilu. You go outside and keep watch. She must have some private matters to discuss with me. Only then did Anilu react, somewhat displeased as he walked out. As he brushed past Hancock, he let out a cold snort, showing no sign of being captivated by her beauty. Indeed, those who could resist Hancock's charm were all oddballs like Luffy and Anilu. Just look at Blackbeard. In the original work, he didn't dare confront Hancock directly, but chose to have his crew attract her attention, ultimately launching a surprise attack. Even after successfully ambushing her, he didn't dare to let go of her for a moment. Blackbeard's own words were that if he let go of Hancock, everyone present would die. This everyone included Blackbeard himself, as he also couldn't withstand Hancock's allure. This shows the level Hancock reached when her abilities combined with her own charm. Hancock returned Anila's cold look with a more disdainful gaze. Anila. Once he left, Hancock's expression immediately turned serious. Her eyes sharpened. Can you really remove the celestial dragon hoofprint? Mock nodded, then said to Hancock, extend your hand, and I'll show you. Hancock looked puzzled, not understanding how removing the celestial dragon hoofprint related to her hand. But she still complied and extended her hand. Mock took Hancock's hand, then traced his nail across her delicate skin. An instant wound appeared and blood flowed down. Hancock frowned slightly, but soon showed a look of shock, because at that moment, a strange power surged from Mock's hand and entered her wound, causing it to heal at a visibly rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, the wound vanished without a trace, and her skin remained as delicate and smooth as ever. If it weren't for the blood on her hand, Hancock would have thought she was seeing things just now. At this moment, Mock spoke. This is one of my abilities. I can heal wounds on myself and others, whether they are new or old injuries. Moreover, I can absorb tattoo ink that is already fused with the skin. Hancock looked proud, Then why don't you help me remove this celestial dragon hoof print? Seeing this, Mach couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this was Hancock's style. However, although he had his own desires, he was different from those who were instantly captivated by Hancock. So he only held a sense of appreciation. After all, when Hancock struck this pose, she would instinctively appear fiercer. The already fierce Hancock immediately became even more intimidating. Mach smirked. Why should I? In his heart, he secretly thought, if this could be done, that would be perfect. Suddenly a thought occurred to him, and his eyes brightened. It seemed that getting hands-on wasn't out of the question. TSK. Hancock, because I'm simply too beautiful, so whatever request I make, you should agree. Mach narrowed his eyes. Put away that act. It doesn't work on me. Seeing that Mach was completely unaffected by her charm, Hancock was surprised, and she began to look at him differently. Because very few people, regardless of gender, could resist her allure. With a serious expression and raised eyebrows, she asked, So how can you remove the celestial dragon hoof print from me? Mach casually replied, Since it's an old injury, it's a bit troublesome. However, it's not too difficult. As long as you let me press and rub for half an hour, it can be removed. Chapter 74. The agreement with Hancock. After finishing, he immediately added, A month of treatment will restore you. As he spoke, Mach leaned in closer with a look of surprise, carefully examining Hancock's face. That's strange, Runny. The celestial dragon's hoof mark is on your face. But I initially thought you had something on your face to cover it. But now that I look closely, your face is smooth and delicate with nothing at all. Hancock instinctively turned her face away, but her heart sank. Then, looking at Mach with a hint of shock, she asked, Half an hour of massage, and it will take a month to remove it? At this moment, her beautiful eyes showed a hint of shyness because her celestial dragon's hoof mark was not on her face, but on her back. However, how could a woman let a strange man massage her back for half an hour? And for half a month, that would be taking advantage of her. She quickly reacted with some anger. You just said you could heal the wound quickly, so why do you need to massage for half an hour? Mach shrugged. That's different. The demonstration I just gave you was just to prove I have this ability. But that was a fresh wound. And it's not the same as a celestial dragon's hoof mark that's over 10 years old. Hancock was speechless. Indeed, old wounds and new wounds were completely different. Finally, showing a conflicted expression, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine, go ahead and remove the celestial dragon's hoof mark. Then she turned her body, presenting herself for him to do as he wished. Mach's eyes first landed on Hancock's shiny, smooth black hair, then on her slim waist, followed by her round and perky backside. Finally, there were her long, straight, white, and tender legs. Hiss! Mach couldn't help but gasp, feeling a bit flustered. Who else had been this close to Hancock? And in such an ambiguous manner? Mach was taken aback because he never expected Hancock to be this straightforward. However, he didn't know that Hancock, facing away from him, had a blush rising on her face. Mach wanted to say, You haven't agreed to his terms yet. But in such a situation, who could remain calm? But the next moment, Hancock gently lifted her top, her smooth and perfectly curved back, and that dazzling hourglass figure. He could even vaguely see. Gulp. Mach couldn't help but swallow. It wasn't that he was lewd, nor was it that he couldn't move when he saw a woman. Just ask yourself, which normal man could remain indifferent in front of an empress like this? Anyway, Mach was feeling a bit parched now. If it weren't for the inappropriate place and timing, he would have wanted to take immediate action. Mach took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Finally, he reached out his hand, channeling the power of the holy sword. The ghostly energy surged and wrapped around his hand. When Mach's fingers touched Hancock's back, her body clearly trembled slightly. Obviously, she wasn't as casual as she appeared. After indulging in the treatment for half an hour, Mach reluctantly withdrew his hand. Hancock dressed herself neatly. Then, without looking back, she opened the door and walked out, but stopped at the doorway, gritting her teeth. I will check when I go back. If there's no effect at all, I will kill you. After saying this, Hancock left without looking back, but she walked hurriedly, appearing somewhat flustered. Mach couldn't help but smile. Seeing Hancock's reaction, he understood he was only one step away from winning her over. When Hancock returned to her residence, she felt like she was on fire. Her face and body were hot. However, she quickly went to the mirror, lifted her clothes, and carefully examined herself. The celestial dragon's hoof mark had been on her for over 10 years. She knew exactly what it looked like. So she could see that the hoof mark had significantly changed. The scar left by the hot iron was much lighter, and the color had faded. It could be said that Mock's massage had indeed had a significant effect. Hancock's lips couldn't help but curl up. The celestial dragon's hoof mark was a lifelong nightmare for her. She murmured, "This is real. That guy really didn't lie to me." Then she recalled the feeling when Mock was treating her wounds. That strange power, entering her skin with his massage, gave her a tingling sensation, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Instead, it was pleasurable. Women naturally have a fondness for men who do great favors for them. If that man also shared intimate contact with her, and this man was the first one she had been so close to, then his status in her heart would rise sharply. If that man was also powerful and handsome, it would be easy for her to fall in love. Just like Hancock at this moment, who had suddenly developed an infatuation for Mock, akin to her sudden affection for Luffy in the original story. At this moment, she found herself captivated by Mock, even feeling a bit reluctant to end that experience. Swish! Hancock's face immediately turned bright red, and her whole body became weak. She fell onto the bed, twisting her body. Her eyes held a hint of confusion. What's wrong with me? Am I sick? In a kingdom full of women, she had no idea what it felt like to love someone, nor did she understand what it meant to miss someone. All she knew was that at this moment, her mind was filled with Mock's heroic face. She only knew that at this moment, she felt very uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that she was sinking into a painful weakness. Time passed quickly, and it was soon the next day. That night, Mock hadn't slept, and neither had Hancock, so they both got up early. When they stepped out, they found each other had also come out. Their eyes met. Mock's eyes were blazing with heat, for Hancock looked tired, yet with a hint of languor, mixed with some affection. This demeanor made Hancock incredibly alluring. Just as Hancock's legs weakened, if she hadn't reacted quickly to brace herself against the door frame, she might have fallen. Her legs tightly pressed together. Mock snapped back to reality and waved to Hancock. "Good morning." Hancock bit her fragrant lips and softly replied, "Morning." Mock continued, "Tonight at the same time, I'll help you with your treatment again." At this moment, Hancock could no longer maintain her composure. A blush appeared on her face. Even her gaze immediately avoided his, not daring to meet Mock's eyes, but she still lightly nodded. However, deep down, she was filled with anticipation. Chapter 75. This woman is really disturbed. Even her gaze immediately avoided, not daring to make eye contact with Mock. That evening, Mock's hand was already wandering on her lower abdomen. The next day, they were climbing up and down mountains. Happy times always pass in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it was already the third day, and according to the previous steps, tonight, Mock would be able to fulfill his wish. However, he never expected that Sengoku had called for a meeting. Damn it, Mock couldn't help but curse inwardly, and then reminded Hancock, "Let's act a little unfamiliar in front of others, because tonight I'm going to do something big, to avoid implicating your daughter country." Hancock was slightly taken aback, then immediately said, "Whatever you want to do, I can help you." Mock shook his head. "This matter is too big. If you're involved, it could very likely bring disaster to your daughter country. So just watch." Upon hearing this, Hancock's brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes flickered as if she had made a decision in her heart. As they walked to the meeting room of the 7 warlords, the two maintained a distant demeanor. "Have a seat." Sengoku was already sitting there early. Not only him, but also Vice Admiral Garp, Kizu, Akainu, Akiji were all present. Even Mock couldn't help but feel a jolt at this lineup. He then glanced at Doflamingo, Mihawk Blackbeard, and Kuma. This time he even saw Kuma. Mock's pupils involuntarily constricted. He understood that the Whitebeard pirates were likely very close to the Navy headquarters. Sengoku wasted no time. "We have discovered the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates, and they are very close to our Navy headquarters. Therefore, I want all of you 7 warlords to join us in confronting the Whitebeard pirates." Given the current situation, no one naturally refused, and they followed Sengoku to the port. Ready for battle, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Blackbeard, Kuma, Hancock, Mock, and Enel stood on one side, waiting for the arrival of Whitebeard and his crew. Not long after, suddenly Blackbeard walked toward Sengoku, said a few words, and then left. Mock's lips curled up slightly. Others might not know, but he certainly did. This guy was just looking for an excuse to break away from Sengoku and the three admirals' line of sight. That way, he could proceed with his plan to impel down. Mach turned to Enel and gave him a look. Enel immediately understood and discreetly blocked the line of sight of the others. Then Mach transformed into mud, his entire being merging into the ground, directly escaping. He left behind a mud clone that looked exactly like him. This ability was developed based on the Cookie Soldier of Cracker. Not only did it look exactly like Mach, but it could also fight like a Cookie Soldier, and it possessed a certain level of strength. Mach quickly moved from underground to the last position of the Navy headquarters, where there were almost no people left. He emerged from the ground and then reached out towards the sun in the sky, transforming into a light-type ability. He became a beam of light and headed straight for Impel Down, because he wanted to arrive at Impel Down before Blackbeard and gather some people ahead of him. Katarina Devon, Bacchus Choate, the Tyrant Bartolomeo, Shiryu of the Rain, Bondi Warden, Douglas Bullet, and Red the Lone, and also Jean Bay, who had been locked up there before. These people were all skilled fighters, especially Jean Bay, Shiryu of the Rain, Bondi Warden, Douglas Bullet, and Red the Lone. Even if he could only successfully recruit one of them, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Moreover, he was quite confident about everyone except Bondi Warden, Douglas Bullet, and Red the Lone. As long as he got these people, not only would it strike a blow to Blackbeard, but it would also allow his pirate crew to take shape completely. He would have the power to contend with any of the four Emperor's pirate crews, while also having manpower to protect his own territory. Mach's ambition was also quite large. After this time, he aimed to establish himself in the New World and become the fifth Emperor. The Navy headquarters was not far from Impel Down, and at the speed of light, Mach quickly arrived above Impel Down. However, unexpectedly, he saw Carp in the air, escorting Ace onto a warship, heading towards the Navy headquarters. Mach narrowed his eyes. According to the original plot, Ace would soon be brought to the Navy headquarters and quickly taken to the execution platform. The live broadcast from the Navy headquarters would also begin at the same time. Then Ace's true identity would be revealed, and the Whitebeard pirates would make their appearance. A great battle would break out. However, this was not currently within Mach's considerations. He saw that after Carp's warship moved away, he directly landed at the port of Impel Down. Then he quickly changed his ability again, merging with the ground, and headed directly towards the interior of Impel Down. When Mach appeared inside Impel Down, he felt a wave of intense heat. It was uncomfortable. The distribution of Impel Down was as follows: Level 1 above, Level 1 underground, Red Lotus Hell. Level 2 underground, Beast Hell. Level 3 underground, Hunger Hell. Level 4 underground, Burning Hell. Level 5 underground, Extreme Cold Hell. Level 5. 5 underground, Newcomer Paradise. Level 6 underground, Infinite Hell. This was the layout of Impel Down. And now, this uncomfortable heat made Mach realize that he had reached Level 4, Burning Hell. Just as Mach was about to descend again, he heard a series of intense and rapid sounds of a whip cracking. The screams were rising and falling. Mach leaned over to take a look. Good heavens, what a sight! He saw a woman continuously whipping the prisoners in front of her with the whip in her hand. Clearly, she was torturing them. However, this torture was a bit special, because Mach recognized at a glance that this woman was Sadie. This Sadie was the chief warden of the underwater prison, the commander of the 4 beast wardens of Impel Down Level 4, Burning Hell, possessing rights equal to that of the warden. She had curly blonde hair, bangs covering her eyes, wore candle-shaped white earrings, a pink tight leather outfit, and spiked high heels with a catchphrase of them. She had a severe, sadistic tendency. As long as she heard the screams of her beaten opponents, she would become quite excited. In the original work, in a battle with the protagonist and his crew, she engaged in a fierce fight with the transgender King Ivankov. And later her beast wardens were defeated by Straw Hat Luffy, the sea hero Jean Bay, and Mr. Zero Crocodile, while she herself fought fiercely with Ivankov and was defeated, ending up tied up by Ivankov and suspended in midair. She is definitely one of the most unique female characters in One Piece. Many fans love to see her tied up and suspended in midair after being defeated by Ivankov. Don't ask why, just know that you understand. Chapter 76, is it worth it? The most crucial thing is her attire, her personality, and her favorite catchphrase, all of which are unique to her in One Piece. Each element stimulates your nerves. If someone has a particular preference, then she will definitely be your favorite. But speaking of which, if given the chance, which man wouldn't like her? Sk. The next moment, Suddy covered her back, looking shocked, and then scanned the entire room. Her pupils contracted sharply as she realized that apart from the criminals she had tied up, there was no one else present. Yes, it should be like this because there should only be her and the criminals here. But who was that person who just faced her? The catchphrase echoed again, but this time it was particularly different. Everyone in Impel Down knew that she had a serious fetish for torturing her opponents and relishing their screams. However, no one knew that she had another kind of fetish, which was the complete opposite. She covered her face, feeling a blush rising. In her mind, she speculated about who had just hit her. She would definitely not let this guy off the hook. Magellan? Hannibal? The names immediately popped into Suddy's mind because, in all of Impel Down, only these two could defeat her and then disappear without a trace. Moreover, she knew that these two were also men who were infatuated with women and had caused quite a few humorous incidents. For example, Hannibal, when he was a rookie many years ago, had a woman named Miss Olive. She was just a bounty of 50 million berries, and her strength was quite average. Therefore, with Hannibal's strength at that time, it would have been a piece of cake to handle her. As long as he stayed true to himself, there would be no accidents. The key point was that the guards had introduced her, saying that Miss Olive was a very cunning and vicious pirate and had warned Hannibal, who was on guard at the time, to be cautious. As a result, Hannibal was directly captivated by Olive's beauty and easily defeated. This became a stain on Hannibal's life. But which of these two was it? She would never have thought that it was merely a moment of carelessness from someone as they were leaving. Meanwhile, Mach had once again slipped into the next level. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Suddy had quite a good touch. If used as a personal XN, it should be a beautiful thing in life. If it weren't for the time constraints, he would definitely enjoy playing with her. Mach quickly passed through the 5th level and arrived at the 6th level. Whoosh! The moment Mach entered the 6th level, all the prisoners turned to look at him. Most of the people here had already been captured, and they knew nothing about Mach, who had only recently gained fame throughout the world. Therefore, everyone looked at him with a mix of curiosity and seriousness. TSK. Is there a new guard coming? A few of them became excited, as they had been trapped here for so long, and bullying the new guard had become one of their few pleasures. Boom! A wave of Conqueror's hockey erupted from one of the cells, sweeping toward Mach. Everyone looked over and smiled. But soon, their smiles froze in place, because the newcomer also emitted a powerful Conqueror's hockey. Conqueror's hockey! Once everyone realized it, they began to exclaim in surprise. It wasn't that they were particularly shocked by Conqueror's hockey. After all, they had been influential figures on the sea and had seen many people with Conqueror's hockey. Just in this 6th level, there were several people who possessed it. What shocked them was how a guard could awaken Conqueror's hockey. It should be known that in the entire Navy, there were only 3 people, Sengoku, Garp, and Steelbone Kong. And these 3 were either the current or former admirals or a pirate hero. Therefore, Conqueror's hockey is extremely rare among the Navy. How could one come to be a guard? It's you. At this moment, Ace, Whitebeard, and Jinbei, who had been worried, were also startled. Upon seeing Mach, they couldn't help but exclaim. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and their hearts were full of confusion. Who is Mach? A warlord? Which person in the world government? Navy headquarters? Or Impel Down would allow a warlord to enter the 6th level alone? Aren't they afraid Mach will release everyone? That would be a big mess. Hey, Jinbei, do you know this guy? Jinbei nodded. Mach, the new warlord with a bounty of 300 million. He is a multi-fruit user and also a swordsman. A bounty of 300 million? A multi-fruit user? A swordsman? A warlord? As expected, everyone's focus was different. However, everyone quickly reacted. Wait, Jinbei, did you say this guy is a warlord? The faces of the crowd filled with shock, their eyes filled with disbelief, but their hearts were full of anticipation. Jinbei nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on Mach. His mind was racing. Is he really a warlord? Then how did this guy come to this infinite hell alone? Mach ignored these people and directly approached Jinbei. You have now been stripped of your position as a warlord and are even standing against the Navy. Have you considered what to do next? What will happen to Fishman Island? Jinbei fell silent. Mock, join my pirate crew, and I will take you out. How about it? Once these words were spoken, Jinbei was slightly taken aback. With a hint of disbelief, he said, You came to this infinite hell, not just to invite me to join your pirate crew, right? Mock nodded and added very calmly, Of course, since I've come this far. It wouldn't be a bad choice to take a few more along. At the end, Mock swept his gaze across the prisons. Familiar yet unfamiliar figures appeared in his sight. I want to join. I want to join too. The previously arrogant guys now all looked a bit pleading. It wasn't that they had lost their fighting spirit, but they had truly had enough of being here. Infinite hell was driving them crazy. Mock withdrew his gaze and looked back at Jinbei. Seeing that Jinbei was silent, he couldn't help but ask, Are you unwilling? Do you want to spend the rest of your life in this infinite hell? Jinbei finally spoke. If you do this, you will be completely at odds with the world government and the Navy headquarters. At that time, your position as a warlord will also be revoked. Is it worth it for me? Chapter 77. Everyone is in hand, ha ha ha. Mock couldn't help but burst into laughter. The position of the 7 warlords has never meant anything to me. And you are worth me doing this. After all, my pirate crew is made up of capable individuals. Upon hearing this, Jinbei's expression froze for a moment. But then he looked at Mock with a hint of gratitude. As Mock's words were clear, he was entrusting his life to him. This level of trust is not something everyone can give. Although many pirate crews have fishmen among them, most of them are marginalized figures. Take Aladdin from the Big Mom Pirates, for example. He was originally the ship doctor and vice captain of the Sun Pirates, and is now the captain of the Sun Pirates. Even though he married Big Mom's daughter, Pudding, and became her son-in-law, he still hasn't become a core member of the Big Mom Pirates. Jinbei took a deep breath and then said to Mock, Can I ask you for a favor? Mock instantly understood what he meant. Ace and Whitebeard, right? Jinbei was slightly taken aback, shocked by Mock's quick wit. With just a single sentence, he immediately grasped his intention. Mock laughed. Don't worry. Even without you, I would still stand on Whitebeard's side this time. Jinbei looked surprised, unable to comprehend Mock's reasoning. Mock candidly explained, Because I've received reliable information that the world government and the Marine headquarters have decided. Once the war with the Whitebeard pirates is over, they will move against me and keep me in the Marine headquarters forever. At this point, he shrugged. In that case, why shouldn't I take the opportunity to stab the Marines hard while they are engaged in a fierce battle with the Whitebeard pirates? Jinbei then realized, That's true, this way. Not only can you eliminate your own crisis, but you can also have Whitebeard owe you a huge favor. Mock laughed again. Of course for me. If Sengoku and the world government dare to scheme against me, they will have to pay the price. After pondering for a moment, Jinbei nodded at Mock. Mock's fingers began to turn into mud, and then he inserted them into the keyhole, directly opening the cell door. Jinbei walked out and respectfully said, Thank you for saving me, Captain. Mock replied, We are already partners, so there's no need for thanks. He then walked to Shiryu's prison door. Are you interested in joining my pirate crew? Shiryu looked at Mock and after a moment of silence, nodded. He certainly didn't want to stay here and rot. Mock warned him, Remember, once you join my pirate crew, you must abide by my rules. On my territory, if you dare to kill recklessly, I will deal with you myself. Of course, I will also let you enjoy the pleasure of killing. At that time, you will be the combat captain of my pirate ship, specifically tasked with attacking other forces. Upon hearing this, Shiryu pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding. Mock then nodded in satisfaction and released him. Following that, Katarina Devon, Bask Choate, and Abelo Pizzuro were successively brought under Mock's command. Next, he approached the 3 cells at the innermost part of the 6th floor, where Bartholomew Kuma, Douglas Bullet, and Bondi Wardo were held. Apart from Bondi Wardo, who was frozen, Kuma and Bullet's gazes fell on Mock. These 2 guys are both Emperor-level powerhouses. The difficulty of subduing them is not ordinary. Even if they agree verbally, what can be done if they later go back on their word? At this moment, Kuma and Bullet exchanged glances. They're the world's top powerhouses. Although both of them desperately want to escape this infinite hell, they really can't bring themselves to serve a younger person. Bullet squinted at Mock. Kid, you can come to me, so I assume you know who I am. So I'm willing to join. Do you dare to believe it? After saying this, he chuckled playfully. Mock waved his hand. I really don't dare to believe it. However, if you join in the end, if you don't want to join, just promise me 2 things, and I'll let you go. At this point, he looked at Kuma. You too. Kuma and Bullet exchanged glances again, and then asked in unison, what is it? Mock. The world government and the Marines dare to scheme against me, so I want to play a big game with them. Therefore, the first thing is I want you to go with me to the Marine headquarters and make a big ruckus with Whitebeard. I want the whole world to know that anyone who dares to scheme against me will be sunk by the Marine headquarters. Allies with Whitebeard to sink the Marine headquarters? Kuma and Bullet widened their eyes in shock, and not just them. Everyone who had already joined Mock's pirate crew was also stunned. Gulp. Someone couldn't help but swallow. Hiss. Kuma took a deep breath. Bullet's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, shaking as if an earthquake had occurred. It was evident how shocked he was. Ha ha! Bullet then burst into loud laughter. I originally thought I was the craziest person in this world, but I didn't expect you to be even crazier than me. Good. I agree. Kuma nodded from his side. All right, consider it a reunion with old friends. Indeed. For him, Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and Whitebeard can all be considered old friends. Mock smiled. The second thing is after the war at the Marine headquarters ends, promise to help me out once. Kuma, you save us, and we'll help you out once. A reasonable request. Bullet nodded from the side. Not excessive. I agree. TSK, TSK. Mock chuckled, then opened the cell doors for the two and released the sea stone handcuffs and foot shackles on them. Once Kuma and Bullet regained their freedom, they were both excited, especially Bullet, who was already eager to go. He then glanced at the others still locked up. Aren't you going to release these guys? Mock's lips curled slightly. Not everyone can join my pirate crew, and not everyone is qualified to cooperate with me. Ha ha! Bullet laughed wildly again and then deeply scrutinized Mock. When we get to the Marine headquarters, I want to see if you have such crazy capital. Mock, you won't be disappointed. Chapter 78, Shocking Everyone. The burning hell on the 4th underground floor. Magellan's office. A guard rushed in. Director Magellan, it's bad. Someone has broken into Infinite Hell and released a prisoner. What? Magellan, who was originally sitting steadily, immediately stood up and exclaimed in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief because, in his view, Impel Down was like a copper wall and iron bastion. Aside from the Gold Lion, no one had ever escaped from here. The most crucial point was that someone had managed to break in, rather than the inmates themselves using some means to escape. This was a serious problem. His heart sank. He hurriedly asked, who has been released? The guard replied, Jinbei, Shiryu, Katarina Devon, Baskerville, Abelo Pizarro, Baroque Works, and Douglas Barrett. With each name mentioned, Magellan's heart skipped a beat. Starting with Jinbei, none of them were simple characters. Even he had to take them seriously. The most crucial were the last two, Redfield and Barrett. The former was a notorious pirate from the era of Joe L.D. Roger, known as the Red of Solitude and the Crimson Count, who was on par with Roger and the Whitebeard pirates all by himself. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. The latter, known as the Demon's Heir, was regarded as a monster by even Roger's crew, having been a member of the Roger Pirates himself. His strength was extraordinary, with no flaws in power, speed, skills, or physical strength. Most importantly, during his years in Impel Down, this guy had not forgotten to train. Moreover, he trained at high intensity every day. So, this guy would only be stronger now. Just the thought of these two made Magellan's head spin. He had no confidence in being able to stop them. Not to mention Jinbei, Shiryu, Katarina Devon, Baskerville, and Abelo Pizarro. Most importantly, the silent intruder. At this moment, Magellan's hands trembled slightly. Soon, his eyes became resolute. He was the director of Impel Down. It was his duty to guard this place. He walked out. He had to stop these guys. Meanwhile, the group that had just exited Infinite Hell wore excited expressions. Shiryu said, Captain, I'll go find some weapons. Moke nodded, then thought of something. By the way, capture that study for me. She'll be our ship's interrogator from now on. Huh? Shiryu was slightly taken aback. But then his smile turned even more sinister, revealing an understanding look that men would recognize. Captain, don't worry. I will deliver her intact to you. He emphasized the phrase intact. Moke did not deny it. Wasn't he just a woman? What was there to deny? Among their group, even the weakest had the strength of a rear admiral. Where can anyone stand in their way? They rampaged through, quickly reaching the 4th layer of lava hell. This was where Magellan was located, and he stood at the exit from the 5th to the 4th layer. The moment he saw Moke and the others, he attacked. Poison Cloud. He released a large amount of poisonous gas from his body, enveloping Moke and his group. Moke raised an eyebrow. One had to admit that Magellan's Paramecia-type poison fruit, despite its significant drawbacks and being jokingly referred to as the toilet fruit, was undeniably powerful. Especially in such a closed space, it was a killing weapon. Even Redfield and Barrett frowned, having suffered at the hands of this guy as members of Impel Down. Therefore, they had a deep understanding of the power of the poison fruit. Jinbei immediately stepped forward to shield everyone, taking an attacking stance, but was stopped by Moke. Then they saw Moke extend one hand forward, activating his fruit. Katarina Devon, Baskerville, Abelo Pizarro, Redfield, and Barrett watched quietly, eager to see Moke's true strength. The next second, they all widened their eyes. After activating his ability, a strange energy appeared in Moke's hand, forming a vortex. Instantly, a suction force emerged, pulling in all the poisonous gas that Magellan had released. It flowed into the vortex without a trace left behind. Then everyone was even more shocked because they noticed that Moke's hand began to change. Soon, his entire body underwent a transformation. That's right. Moke couldn't transform into the Paramecia-type poison ability like Magellan, but at that moment, he transformed into a similar nature-like poison fruit. How could this be? Magellan exclaimed in surprise as he realized that his ability was ineffective against Moke. It was known that he heavily relied on the poison fruit's power. The most powerful aspect of the poison fruit was its poison. When a poison was useless against others, the fruit was basically rendered ineffective. For him, having his fruit's ability nullified meant his strength was severely diminished. Shave! Moke instantly vanished from his original spot, reappearing right in front of Magellan. Boom! His fist, cloaked in armament hockey, was launched with full force. It struck Magellan's abdomen heavily, and with Moke's terrifying strength, Magellan was sent flying. Puffed. A mouthful of blood was spat out from Magellan. Seeing Moke easily knock down Magellan, those present showed astonished expressions and once again assessed Moke. Finally, Jinbei couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Captain, what kind of devil fruit ability do you have? How come you're not even afraid of poison?" Moke did not hide it and straightforwardly replied, "Paramecia-type absorption fruit, capable of absorbing all things and transforming into all things." Paramecia-type absorption fruit, capable of absorbing all things and transforming into all things? Everyone showed puzzled expressions. The next second, they were nearly dumbfounded with shock. They saw Moke lift his hand, and a whirlwind appeared in it. Everyone there was sharp-witted. How could they not notice? This was precisely the poison gas that Magellan had just released. How could Moke use it? Shouldn't that be a technique that only Magellan, the user of the Paramecia-type poison fruit, could perform? Absorbing all things and transforming into all things? They pondered over this phrase again, and soon they all realized its implications. But it was precisely because they understood that they were even more shocked. No, it should be said they were horrified. The few of them exchanged glances, wondering if such a devil fruit existed in the world. Wouldn't that mean simultaneously possessing the abilities of numerous devil fruits? Now, they finally understood why Moke was referred to as a multi-ability user. Chapter 79, The Defeated Magellan. Damn it. Magellan slowly stood up, but he felt his abdomen churning as if it were being stirred by a knife. Clearly, his internal organs had been injured. Yet, he remained steadfast in his beliefs and duties. Poison Dragon. Magellan launched another attack, releasing 3 massive dragon-shaped toxins from his body. This poison was different from the previous gas. While the earlier gas would gradually cause a loss of sensory perception upon contact, it wouldn't kill. However, this poison, once it touched the poison dragon, would immediately corrode the victim with toxins. Unless an antidote was quickly ingested, death was certain. In the original story, Blackbeard and his crew fell to this tactic. Had it not been for Shirey, they would have been completely wiped out. Of course, this was also due to Blackbeard's overconfidence in his dark fruit ability, not realizing it could not absorb the damage from poison. He almost bit the dust. However, Moke did not have this weakness. There was nothing in the world he couldn't absorb. Seeing the 3 massive dragon-shaped toxins rushing toward him, Moke extended his hand once more. A vortex appeared in his hand, a technique he developed based on Blackbeard's dark water, specifically designed to counter such devil fruit abilities. The 3 massive dragon-shaped toxins were once again drawn into his hand. Then, his body underwent another transformation. The toxins within him split into 2 types. Rebound. 3 dragon-shaped toxins, twice the size of before, surged from Moke's hand toward Magellan. Even their speed doubled. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Magellan. How is this possible? Magellan exclaimed in shock, and he had no choice but to cross his arms in front of his chest, adopting the most basic defense. Boom! Magellan was engulfed by the 3 dragon-shaped toxins. When everything returned to calm, Magellan stood there, trembling. Moke's attack had not only inflicted great physical damage on him, but it also dealt a severe blow to his spirit. At this moment, his once steadfast heart began to waver. Faced with an opponent whose physical prowess and hockey far surpassed his own, a devil fruit user that countered him so effectively, he saw no hope of victory. Jinbei, Katarina Devon, Baschote, Abelo Pizarro, Redfield, and Barrett all fell silent. The devil fruit ability Moke displayed was truly extraordinary. Gulp. Jinbei couldn't help but swallow, murmuring, besides the Zoan type, all other Paramecia and Logia types are thoroughly countered, right? The other 5 nodded instinctively. They had spent a long time in Impel Down, so they were quite familiar with Magellan's strength. In such a confined space, he was practically invincible. It was nearly impossible to win in a direct confrontation, as even getting close would result in poisoning. Yet, such a person was being utterly dominated by Moke. Moreover, they could see that Moke hadn't even used his full strength yet. Toxic Giant Soldier, Judgment of Hell. Magellan understood that he had no way out now. It was time to fight with all he had. Even if he couldn't defeat Moke, others absolutely had to survive. He released a deadly poison in the shape of a skeletal giant from his body. Unlike the usual purple poison, this was a specially crafted crimson poison. Any material that came into contact with it would become infected, gradually spreading and corroding everything. A single touch would lead to a slow death. This was undoubtedly his strongest technique. Most importantly, this attack was not a ranged one, which could potentially avoid being absorbed by Moke, thus preventing it from becoming Moke's power. A skeletal giant of deadly poison stood behind Magellan, and his gaze sharpened. Then, with slightly bent legs, he suddenly exerted force, leaping into the air above everyone. With a wave of his hands, the skeletal giant's deadly poison mirrored his movements, launching toward Jinbei, Katarina Devon, Baschote, Abelo Pizarro, Redfield, and Barrett. The 6 narrowed their eyes, coldly sneering. Does he see us as mere fodder to be easily eliminated? All 6 had once roamed the seas. They had never been underestimated like this before. Jinbei was the first to act, swiftly charging forward. Fishman Karate, Coral Vortex Punch. Utilizing the punching motion, he generated a 360-degree shockwave. This technique combined offense and defense, leaving no blind spots. The shockwave protected his entire body while also inflicting powerful damage to the surroundings. Boom! The shockwave collided violently with the skeletal giant's deadly poison hands. Swish! At that moment, a cold gleam flashed. Magellan, still airborne, was struck solidly from behind. He plummeted downwards. He looked up begrudgingly at the attacker, realizing it was his former comrade, Shirey. His pupils involuntarily contracted. It's you? He struggled a few times trying to stand, but unfortunately, having been heavily struck twice by Moke and now hit by Shirey, he had reached his limit. Ultimately, he couldn't rise. Shirey chuckled disdainfully, then turned to Moke, raising an eyebrow. Captain, the mission is complete. Saying this, he glanced aside. Moke followed his gaze and saw Suddy lying unconscious. He nodded in satisfaction. Magellan has already taken care of you. Next, we just need to grab a warship, and we can head straight to the Navy headquarters. Jinbei, you're familiar with the route, lead them. I'll go ahead. Jinbei, yes, Captain. No one opposed. Magellan was the greatest obstacle in Impel Down, and with him dealt with, the rest of the prison would be like paper for them. Even if a general came, they could still take him down. Moreover, at this moment, the Navy headquarters was about to engage in a fierce battle with Whitebeard. How could a general possibly come over? Then they saw Moke touch the ground. Finally, he merged with the ground, disappearing without a trace. Goodness, they finally understood how Moke had silently entered Impel Down. Shirey opened his mouth and, after a long time, exclaimed, "Captain, this ability is really useful." A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Redfield and Barrett exchanged glances, silently thinking, with such a devil fruit ability, he is destined to become a powerful figure above this world. Becoming a powerhouse of their caliber is just a matter of time. Indeed, at this moment, both still believed that Moke's strength was temporarily inferior to theirs. After all, Moke's abilities targeted paramecia and logia techniques. However, one of them was a Zoan-type mythical beast, and the other could reach the top relying solely on physical prowess and hockey. Chapter 80. Whitebeard has made his moves so, from their perspective, Moke's fruit ability was not particularly threatening to them. Therefore, if a fight were to break out, Moke could not possibly display the same dominance he had shown against Magellan. On Moke's side, after leaving him impelled down, he transformed into a beam of light and swiftly headed toward Marine headquarters. Along the way, he spotted the Blackbeard pirates heading in the opposite direction, clearly on their way to impel down. TSK, TSK. Moke stopped above them and let out a strange laugh. Toxic Q, who was lying on the deck resting, widened his eyes as he unexpectedly caught sight of Moke's figure. He couldn't help but stare in disbelief. During the battle in Magic Valley Town, Moke had left an indelible impression on the entire Blackbeard pirates. Toxic Q suddenly sat up, pointing into the sky. "Captain, if I'm not seeing things, that guy up there's the one who fought you in Magic Valley Town." "Huh?" Blackbeard and Lafitte both paused in surprise and followed Toxic Q's finger to look up. They saw a figure standing in midair. Both of their expressions changed, as this person's silhouette seemed etched into their very souls. Thus, with just one glance, they recognized him. "Ha ha ha." Blackbeard let out his signature laugh, but there was a hint of nervousness in it. Among the logia types, the dark fruit could be considered one that couldn't fly, as it couldn't become an element. Naturally, it lost that advantage, and at this moment, they were out at sea. Most importantly, the opponent could fly and had powerful area attacks. On land, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. But this was the sea. The ship beneath him couldn't withstand it. Once the ship was destroyed, as a devil fruit user, he would be doomed. Lafitte. Blackbeard glanced at Lafitte. The meaning clear, among the three of them, only he had the ability to fly. Whether they could escape this disaster depended on him. Lafitte furrowed his brows tightly. His premonition was not good. Although he could fly, could he move faster than light? Clearly not. Moreover, he had to drag two people along. At this moment, Blackbeard pointed at Moke in the sky. It was evident he was ready for battle. Only by using the dark fruit could he control Moke and have a slim chance of survival. But would Moke give him that opportunity? Absolutely not. Falling stars. Under the effect of his ability, a large amount of light elements gathered above Moke's head, forming countless light orbs that fell like meteors, engulfing Blackbeard's pirate ship entirely. Not good. Blackbeard regretted being a step too late. But at this point, it was too late for words. He could only give up his attack and start protecting the pirate ship beneath him. Darkness erupted from his body, rapidly spreading outwards. As countless light orbs fell, he quickly enveloped the entire ship in darkness. Boom! All the light orbs were blocked, and none harmed the ship. Moke in the sky was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Blackbeard had this trick up his sleeve. However, he would not let Blackbeard off the hook that easily. Moke's sword, the third-generation Kitetsu, instantly unsheathed in his hand. At the same time, the sacred sword patterns on his chest glowed. Suddenly, Moke transformed. His hair began to grow wildly, resembling a scion transformation. This was the state of the sacred sword. With complete control over the sacred sword, he didn't even need the help of the blood moon to enter this state. In this state, Moke's strength surged. He then swung down fiercely, delivering a slash from the heavens, as if he aimed to split the entire sea in two. Boom! This was the first time Moke had used this state since obtaining the sacred sword. He aimed for a quick resolution, so this was his strongest slash. At this moment, he was undoubtedly a master swordsman. There was nothing in the world he couldn't cut. Swish! The darkness enveloping the pirate ship was sliced through like paper. The entire ship was then cut in half. Not good. The expressions of Blackbeard, Lafitte, and Toxic Q all changed drastically, their hearts filled with terror. Blackbeard and Toxic Q each grabbed onto Lafitte's legs. Lafitte was taken aback and quickly said, I think flying up is not a wise choice. Because in the air, we can only get beaten. Saying this, he looked at Toxic Q and the horse next to Toxic Q, Blackbeard. Toxic question. Both felt that Lafitte made a valid point. When everything returned to calm, the sea only had some remnants of the pirate ship floating. There were no signs of Blackbeard, Toxic Q, or Lafitte. Moke frowned slightly and murmured, "Did Blackbeard just bite the dust?" Although he was absolutely confident in that slash. He found it hard to believe that Blackbeard was gone just like that. After all, this guy had survived for decades in the Whitebeard pirates, and later meticulously plotted to become one of the 4 emperors. Retaliating. Moreover, among the pirate kings, Blackbeard was definitely one he respected. Moke hovered in the air for a long time, still not spotting Blackbeard, Toxic Q, or Lafitte. He then transformed into a beam of light and continued toward Marine headquarters. Cough, cough. Just as he was leaving, Toxic Q emerged from under a piece of the pirate ship's wreckage. He then struggled to pull Blackbeard and Lafitte out. He himself was coughing incessantly, clearly having swallowed a lot of water. But now he couldn't care about that, as Blackbeard and Lafitte had stopped breathing. He took out 2 syringes and fiercely jabbed them into Blackbeard and Lafitte's chests. Originally, these 2 guys had already lost all color, but now they began to recover rapidly. Finally, both sat up abruptly, coughing violently. Along with their coughing, a large amount of seawater was expelled. It took a long time for them to recover. Blackbeard looked at Toxic question, "This time we owe you big time, otherwise we would have been done for." Lafitte nodded repeatedly beside him. They had almost died today. Moke had already arrived at Marine headquarters, but he didn't rush to the port. Instead, he was recovering his strength in the rear. The upcoming battle would be extremely exhausting. He had to be in the best condition to face it. Boom, boom. At this moment, the entire Marine headquarters trembled, and the surrounding seawater surged as if it wanted to swallow the entire Marine headquarters. Seeing this, Moke's eyes lit up. Whitebeard has made his move. Chapter 81. The Marineford War. Click, click. Immediately, the seawater that was about to engulf the Marine headquarters was frozen solid. Akiji has made his move. Mock couldn't help but smirk, then murmured, "But it's not the right time yet." He quickly flashed to a higher vantage point to observe the unfolding situation. The sea surface was already frozen, and the Whitebeard pirates had rushed into the port. However, Mock's gaze remained fixed on Akainu. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he saw that guy make a move, leading someone from the battlefield to a secluded spot to communicate. Mock chuckled to himself, although he didn't dare to get too close, so he couldn't clearly see the person's appearance. It was likely Squard, the great world spider. It should be noted that even though Whitebeard was old, injured, and sick, he was still the world's strongest man. Even Akainu and Sengoku needed to devise a plan to severely injure Whitebeard first before they had the confidence to fight him. This is the deterrent power of the world's strongest man. This time, he wouldn't let Akainu and Sengoku have their way. As Akainu and the man parted ways and moved away, Mock revealed himself, blocking the man's path. Only then did Mock get a clear look at the man's true appearance. He looked to be in his 40s, with long hair, a spider pattern on his forehead, sharp teeth, sticking out his tongue, and carrying 2 knives, one large and one small. He looked cunning and cruel. Not only was his appearance distinctive, but the 2 knives he carried were also quite characteristic. Just as Mock had surmised, this guy was indeed Squard, the great world spider. In the original story, this guy's pirate crew was destroyed by GOLD, Roger, and Whitebeard had concealed from him that Ace was Roger's son. Akainu had successfully turned him against Whitebeard by exploiting this fact. After believing Akainu's deception, Squard attacked Whitebeard with his giant sword during the chaos of battle, severely injuring him before he even officially engaged in combat. 7 warlords of the sea. Mock. Squard immediately recognized Mock, though he was somewhat puzzled. "What are you doing here if you're not at the port?" Mock replied, "And what are you meeting with Admiral Akainu for?" Squard's pupils suddenly constricted, as the information revealed by Mock caught him off guard. Finally, with a hint of disbelief, he asked, "Aren't you one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" Mock nodded. "So what? By the way, I need to borrow your head." "What?" Squard exclaimed in shock. He then took out a lighter and ignited a flame. The flame fruit was immediately absorbed, and he became a user of its powers. Mock first kicked a nearby wall with great force. Boom! Under the powerful impact, the wall immediately crumbled, debris falling all around. In Squard's confusion, Mach picked up a large stone from the rubble. The next second, flames enveloped the giant stone. Artificial lava. Mach instantly threw it, and Squard was engulfed in flames, covered in burns and injuries from the stone impact. Under Mach's chaotic maneuvering, it was almost as if he had been injured by Akainu's magma. Afterward, Mach carried Squard's corpse and flew above Whitebeard using Moonwalk. Who was that? Mach's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. That was the warlord Mach. Who was he carrying? It looked like Squard. He killed Squard. Truly worthy of being a warlord of the sea. The Navy was all excited. Although Squard was not the captain, he was still a pirate captain under Whitebeard's command, and his status and strength were not ordinary. This was definitely the first important figure to die since the battle began. What's going on? Sengoku had a bad premonition and turned to look at Akainu. Akainu was also frowning deeply. What the hell is going on with this guy? His gaze toward Mach was extremely unfriendly. Squard. In contrast, the Whitebeard pirates were filled with sorrow. Whitebeard's pupils also suddenly constricted, and an endless killing intent flashed in his eyes. Kid, how dare you touch my son? Have you thought about how you want to die? Whitebeard had already made a move to swing his blade, and, at the same time, the Tremor Fruit was activated. A white circle appeared on the blade. Then he swung it fiercely. The target was Mach. Endless devouring. Mach activated the absorption ability of his fruit, and a vortex appeared in his hand, rushing towards Whitebeard's blade. Boom! The blade and hand collided violently in the air. The white circle of the Tremor Fruit rapidly shrank in Whitebeard's shocked expression, finally disappearing into the vortex. Armament Hockey. Mach's hand was instantly enveloped in armament hockey. Ultimately, the blade and hand collided in reality. Mach felt an incredibly terrifying force. He was sent flying. However, Whitebeard did not injure him in the slightest. He flipped in the air and landed steadily back on the ground. At that moment, an extremely burly figure rushed towards Mach. The autumn water sword was drawn instantly, and a slash shot out towards the incoming person. The visitor was momentarily stunned, but did not retreat, firmly catching the blow. At the same time, a colorful bird descended from the sky. Oh my! No need to think it was Marco. What a big deal. He was being besieged by Whitebeard, Marco, and Diamond Jozu. Mach dodged a strike, and then threw Squard toward the incoming Diamond Jozu, taking a closer look at whose handiwork this was. Also, my relationship with Luffy is pretty good. This time I came to save Ace. If you don't believe me, look over there. Luffy, what do you mean a good relationship? You almost killed me. At this point, Mach pointed to the execution platform where Ace was located. There was also a Mach. At this moment, he had already used his finger to unlock the sea stone handcuffs on Ace's hands. That's right. This was the substitute Mach had created. This substitute, aside from temporarily covering his tracks, had the greatest use of allowing his real self to attract everyone's attention while slipping underground to the execution platform, thus saving Ace. As long as Ace was saved, whatever outrageous things he said, Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates would believe. Sure enough, after seeing Ace being rescued, Whitebeard, Marco, and Diamond Jozu immediately showed excited expressions. When they looked at Mach again, they were already filled with gratitude. Whitebeard, thank you. Mach waved his hand, then looked at Squard with a slightly regretful expression. I'm sorry, but when I found Squard, he was already dead. Whitebeard, who was originally excited, froze, then turned to Akainu on the platform with a murderous gaze. Magma Brat, today I will definitely kill you. Chapter 82. A sword shakes the world not good. The Marines present, including Sengoku, Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Akainu, Kazuru, and Akiji, all changed their expressions. They followed Moke's finger and looked towards the execution platform. They saw another Moke unlocking the Sea Prism stone handcuffs on Ace's wrists. For someone as powerful as Ace, once the Sea Prism stone handcuffs were removed, it was equivalent to being rescued. Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, Akiji, Akainu. They were all dumbfounded, their eyes filled with confusion, followed by rage. Moke. Everyone gritted their teeth, clearly aware they had been deceived by Moke, especially Akainu, who was being stared down by Whitebeard. No, everyone from the Whitebeard pirates was fixated on him. If Litz could kill, he would have died countless times by now. Even Akainu was sweating coldly at this moment. Whoosh! This time, Kizaru moved first. As the fastest among the three admirals, he transformed into a beam of light and appeared directly in front of Ace, blocking his path. Crackle! At that moment, a flash of lightning appeared, and Enel was already standing not far away, staring at Kizu. Your opponent is me. He couldn't help it. His entrance was too flashy, drawing most people's attention, including Kizaru and Ace, who had just had his C-Prism stone handcuffs removed. The pupils of both slightly constricted, a Logia-type Thunderfruit user. However, their reactions were vastly different afterward. Ace was overjoyed because this meant their side had gained another powerful ally. Meanwhile, Kizaru felt a sinking feeling in his heart, but his face still wore that leisurely and lewd expression. Oh, so scary. But while speaking, he pointed his index finger at Enel. At the same time, light flickered at his fingertip. Laser beam, 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Enel had long been eager to engage, showing no weakness against the Admiral's attack. He struck the taiko drum on his right shoulder, unleashing the lightning he created from it, forming a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird that flew rapidly towards Kizaru. Light and thunder collided violently in the air. Boom! A violent explosion formed a strong shockwave that swept around, forcing everyone to lower their heads to stabilize themselves. Who is that kid? Even Whitebeard couldn't help but ask aloud. Moke smiled lightly, with a hint of pride. This is my first mate, Enel, a Logia-type Thunderfruit user. Not bad, right? How did things turn out like this? Gulalalala. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, Moke quickly added, logically, Ace should have been rescued already. We should retreat immediately. But since we are already here, it would be unreasonable not to give the Marines a taste of our strength. How about we team up for a big ruckus? We should at least kill 1 or 2 admirals to match our identities. Hearing this, Whitebeard's pupils constricted sharply as he instinctively glanced at Squard, the great white shark. That's right, at this moment, retreating was the wisest choice. But Squard was also his son. This grudge must be avenged. Seeing Whitebeard remain silent, Moke added, my crew will be arriving soon. Moreover, there are 2 of your old friends. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. My old friends. Moke, Redfield and Barrett. Whitebeard's pupils trembled. Redfield was someone renowned alongside him and Roger. Although Barrett was younger, Whitebeard was also aware of his formidable strength. Whitebeard's lips couldn't help but curl up. Then let's make a big scene. At this point, his gaze shifted again to Akainu. Moreover, the grudge against Squard cannot go unavenged. He then swung his large blade towards Akainu. Men, Ace has been successfully rescued. The current target is Admiral Akainu, and today I shall surely take his head. Up! Charge! The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates grew excited. Whoosh! Just then, Hawkeye from the Shichibukai suddenly moved. With the supreme blade Yoru in hand, he swung it fiercely, unleashing a terrifying slash that instantly cut through the ice layer frozen by Akiji. The slash caused no damage, and his target was naturally the man known as the world's strongest, Whitebeard. He wanted to know the difference between the world's greatest swordsman and the world's strongest man. Moke couldn't help but feel excited upon seeing this slash. Then, he noticed the holy sword patterns on his chest glowing with an eerie light. Following that, under the astonished gazes of Whitebeard, Diamond Jozu, and Marco, changes began to occur. They saw Moke's hair start to grow wildly, and his body began to become more robust. The most shocking part was that they felt Moke's momentum rapidly increasing. As the momentum reached its peak, Moke suddenly swung his autumn water. A slash, showing no sign of input from Hawkeye, erupted from autumn water. Boom! The 2 unparalleled slashes collided fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand. The terrifying power continuously clashed between the 2 slashes, creating waves of shockwaves that swept outward. Wherever they passed, even the ice layer began to crack, eventually shattering completely. The final 2 slashes resulted in a violent explosion, directly creating a massive pit in the already shattered ice layer. The seawater immediately rushed in, turning it into a small lake within the ice. Hiss! Diamond, Jozu, and Marco couldn't help but gasp in shock. When it came to Moke, regardless of who it was, the most attention was on his identity as a multi-ability user. Then came the Shichibukai. Even though he carried dual swords at his waist, most people overlooked his identity as a swordsman. Because compared to the first two identities, the identity of a swordsman was too ordinary. However, no one expected that Moke could unleash such combat power relying solely on swordsmanship. Great swordsman. The nearby Vista's pupils shrank sharply. He was also a great swordsman, so he was fully aware of the momentum and power of a great swordsman slash. However, being a great swordsman himself, he was fully confident he could withstand Hawkeye's slash. But to be able to match Hawkeye with a flying slash like Moke did, he couldn't do that. Chapter 83. The world is shaking Hawkeye's title as the world's greatest swordsman is not just a boast. It is earned with every slash of his sword, and all those who question him have already become souls beneath his blade. There are only a few great swordsmen in the world, but the only one who truly caught Hawkeye's eye is Shanks. However, after Shanks lost an arm, Hawkeye has not sparred with him again. In his view, even if he won, it would be a victory without honor. This shows just how proud Hawkeye is. At this moment, Hawkeye's sharp eyes trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a long-lost smile. Finally, in this world, there is another great swordsman who can enter his sight. Sabati Archipelago. Seeing Mork successfully betray and rescue Ace, Enel, a user of the natural type Rumble Fruit, stood against Kizaru. After Mork showcased swordsmanship that could rival Hawkeye's, the situation exploded. Isn't Mork one of the 7 warlords? Why did he suddenly betray? Mork even has a subordinate who is a natural Rumble Fruit user, which is equivalent to having a vice captain on par with an admiral. Oh my god, this guy is actually a great swordsman. It's over. Really over. Ace has been rescued. Kizaru is blocked by the natural Rumble Fruit user. And Mork directly confronts the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. In this back and forth, the Navy has effectively lost 4 top-tier combatants, while the Whitebeard pirates have gained a powerhouse like Ace. The situation has tilted in favor of Whitebeard. If the Navy headquarters loses, then what will the world become? Everyone was filled with fear. The reporters present were equally terrified yet excited. They knew that this was just the beginning of the war. But every piece of information that had come out was headline material. They had already thought of the headlines. 7 Warlord Mork betrays, stands with Whitebeard. Another great swordsman is born. Natural Rumble Fruit user emerges, possessing the strongest destructive power of nature. The new world will welcome the 5th Emperor. The captain is a multi-fruit user, the great swordsman, and the captain is a natural Rumble Fruit user. This war is being broadcast live worldwide. It can be said that every member country of the world government is broadcasting it, including Guild Tesoro's casino. After all, his casino is also one of the member countries of the world government. When he saw Mork boldly standing with Whitebeard on the big screen, Guild Tesoro felt caught off guard. This had completely exceeded his expectations and disrupted the plans he had laid out for Mork at the Navy headquarters. Damn it, Guild Tesoro cursed under his breath. However, he did not notice a ghost-like figure in a corner, observing everything. I never expected the captain to be a great swordsman too. Ha ha! This was none other than Brook, in his soul state, monitoring the Golden City. He did not expect that the battle between the Navy headquarters and Whitebeard would be broadcast live in the central square of the Golden City. Originally, he had some difficulty timing his actions, but now, Brook flew out of the Golden City towards the vast ocean outside. Because Ada, the great ape king Burns, Weibel, Perona, Gizes Bagus, Runty, and Pejuan were hiding in the sea not far from the Golden City. The time has come. It was time to seize the Golden City. At this moment, Akainu could no longer sit still. He leaped up and joined Ace, Enel, and Kizaru, instantly forming a 2-on-2 situation. When Ace saw Akainu, his pupils contracted slightly. He was quite wary of the Navy's main forces. However, he was not afraid. Akainu stared at Ace intently. I will never let you, accursed bloodline, leave the Navy headquarters alive. Magma Dog. Akainu melted his arm into lava, then shaped the lava into a dog head and extended his molten limb toward Ace. Flame Pillar. Ace also activated his ability, transforming his arm into flames and shooting a pillar of fire from his palm to block Akainu's attack. Boom! Ace's strength has often been criticized, but one thing cannot be denied. As long as he doesn't encounter someone like Blackbeard, who is a natural counter to his devil fruit. He can face anyone. In the original story, after the Marineford War, wherever Luffy went, there were tales of him. This shows his strength. The two attacks collided fiercely in the air. Indeed, when it comes to the development of their devil fruits, Ace is not inferior to Akainu at all. Some say that the Magma Fruit is an upgraded version of the Flame Fruit, which is nonsense. Although the Magma Fruit has physical attacks, Magma contains hot rocks. However, flames can reach temperatures of 3,000 degrees, and if developed to the extreme, even temperatures reaching the surface of the sun are not impossible. But the temperature of magma only ranges from 900 to 1,200 degrees, with a maximum of 1,300. In this comparison, who is the superior fruit? Then why did Ace get pierced by Akainu's punch in the original story? There could be several reasons. First, Ace might have developed his abilities in the wrong direction, not focusing on temperature. Otherwise, even if he was pierced in the chest, could magma's temperature really harm him? With physical attacks and elementalization, how could he possibly lose? Second, Akainu used haki. Don't forget, magma and flames are different. Magma is tangible, and when it is tangible, it can be wrapped with haki. For example, wrapping haki around the rocks in the magma. Flames, however, are intangible, so they cannot be wrapped with haki. This is the difference between the two. Mork leans more towards the latter, as Ace has developed the Flame Emperor. The flames have turned white, and white flames can reach about 1,500 degrees Celsius, exceeding the maximum temperature of magma. Of course, this is just Mork's own thoughts and conjectures. Everyone is welcome to share their thoughts and debate. But regardless, at this moment, Ace and Akainu were evenly matched. Perhaps Akainu is indeed stronger than Ace, but capturing Ace is not an easy task. At this moment, Mork turned to Marco. I suggest you support Ace. Although his strength is indeed impressive, he has been exhausted during his time in captivity. He is not in his best condition, and now he has to face Akainu. Upon hearing this, Marco's expression tightened, and he looked at Ace, who was already fighting Akainu. After Mork finished speaking, he no longer cared. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he shot out like a cannonball. His target was none other than Hawkeye. He was eager to know how much of a gap there was between him in the Holy Sword State and Hawkeye. Chapter 84. Demonstrating the Tremor ability. Shocking the audience, Hawkeye's eyes narrowed, and he slowly raised his sword. Just as Moke charged toward him, the sword came down, and Moke swung his autumn water. Clang! Moke took a slight step back. However, it was only a step back. Swish! At that moment, Hawkeye pulled his sword back and then swung it fiercely. The force of this slash made the air tremble, rushing toward Moke. Good timing. Moke gripped his sword with both hands, lifting autumn water to block the attack. However, the immense impact forced Moke back 7 or 8 meters, dragging deep grooves into the ground with his feet. Moke raised an eyebrow, even though his body had reached the level of a famous sword. Granting him the qualification to confront the strong of this world directly, he still lacked in strength. This was his weakness. After all, he was wearing a body, not possessing one. Absorbing a famous sword could enhance his physical strength, allowing him to withstand tremendous damage. Although there was an increase in power, there was still a gap compared to the strong of this world. What could he absorb to elevate his strength? He couldn't just change bodies. Wait, he couldn't change his body, but what about his bloodline? Moke's eyes lit up as he found a new direction in the development of his abilities. As long as this direction was successful, he could truly contend with the peak powerhouses of this world. He wouldn't even need to rely on external forces like the Holy Sword. With a clear goal, Moke's fighting spirit intensified. He stepped forward, leaping into the air above Hawkeye. With both hands gripping his sword, he slashed down at Hawkeye on the ground with tremendous force. Hawkeye's pupils slightly contracted, and he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Then he swung fiercely to meet Moke's autumn water. Clang! The two swords clashed violently once again. Under the powerful force, the ice beneath Hawkeye shattered, scattering in all directions like bullets. The onlookers were unfortunate, one by one falling under the barrage. Swish! At that moment, a figure appeared above Moke. A chill swept over him. Moke's face changed dramatically, and not just him. Hawkeye reacted the same way. The two exchanged glances and almost simultaneously sheathed their swords. Hawkeye looked down on teaming up with others to attack a single person. The newcomer was none other than Akiji, one of the highest combat powers of the Navy. He gathered cold air in his right arm and released an ice bird with powerful impact, freezing everything in its path. His target was Moke. Moke stood still, left hand forming a fist, and then he struck upward with a powerful punch. Crack! Under this punch, the space itself cracked. Boom! In the air, Akiji's ice bird was shattered. Even Akiji himself sustained a wound. Of course, being a Logia user, the wound quickly turned to ice and healed. The power of Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit? Akiji was well aware, having previously endured a blow from Whitebeard. Although Moke's attack was much weaker than Whitebeard's, it was indeed the power of the Tremor Fruit. At this moment, Akiji's eyes widened in shock. Not just him, Hawkeye felt the same. No, the fight between Hawkeye and Moke was already captivating enough. Most people were focused on their battle, so they all witnessed the shocking scene. How is this possible? On the high platform, Sengoku and Garp both changed their expressions simultaneously. TSK. Moke chuckled wickedly, confirming that he had indeed absorbed the tremor power from Whitebeard's previous strike. Now he possessed a similar ability. His fruit ability was quite special. The 3 stages of developing a devil fruit could make an ability permanent. The first stage, the 3rd generation Go Slash, granted him a body at the famous sword level. When he absorbed the holy sword, his fruit ability reached the 2nd stage. He had never absorbed a second ability to make it permanent, all for this day. The Tremor Fruit's ability was definitely offensive. Moreover, possessing a body at the famous sword level and the healing ability of the holy sword. The side effects of the Tremor Fruit had no effect on him. Thus, this Tremor Fruit was perfectly suited for him. This kid, Whitebeard, also showed a look of shock, muttering to himself, "What kind of devil fruit did this guy eat?" He wasn't a fool and quickly realized. Previously, when Moke appeared, misunderstanding that he had killed Squard, he had unleashed that strike in anger. If he had seen with his own eyes the tremor ability attached to the sword being absorbed by Moke's power, he would have thought it was merely a technique to counter devil fruit abilities. Now it seemed it was not just that. He could also absorb the opponent's ability and use it as his own. Whitebeard could see it, so how could Sengoku, Tsuru, and Akiji not? At this moment, their pupils shrank to pinpoints, trembling as if in an earthquake. Looking at Moke, their expressions changed entirely. Sengoku glanced at Garp, who furrowed his brow but understood Sengoku's meaning. With a powerful push, he leaped into the air. Then he dove toward Moke. Seeing this, Whitebeard couldn't help but smirk, shouting, "Garp, let me be your opponent." Before the words had left his mouth, Whitebeard swung his sword. The power of the Tremor Fruit was added to it. Crack! The space was shattered with large cracks, showcasing the power of this strike. Garp, having sensed the attack long ago, halted his assault on Moke midair. He crossed his arms in front of him, haki wrapping around them. Bang! In the next moment, it was as if he had been struck from a distance, and he flew backward. However, Garp being Garp, he performed a flip in midair and landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, his gaze was fixed intently on Whitebeard. These two were old rivals, fully aware of each other's strengths. So Garp understood that it would be difficult to engage Moke now. He exchanged a glance with Akiji, who nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Moke flashed a brilliant smile at Akiji. Boom! Moke threw a punch, and the Tremor Fruit activated once more, launching a strike toward Akiji. Chapter 85. As long as there are enough berries, I can take you down. Crack! Once again, wounds appeared on Akiji's body, and the wounds turned into ice blocks again. It was clear that it was elementalization once more. Moke's brows furrowed slightly. Sure enough, Logia types are troublesome. Otherwise, just the ability of the Tremor Fruit could injure him. But now, he could only use the Tremor Fruit as support. Swish! Haki immediately wrapped around the blade of Chioshui. Against Logia types, Haki was indeed the most suitable. In the next second, Moke used a shave and disappeared from his original position, entering a high-speed movement state. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to keep up with Moke's speed. But who is Akiji? The highest combat power of the Navy, and he was trained by Zephyr. So how could he not know the 6 styles? However, at his level, the fruit's ability was much more useful than the 6 styles. But that didn't mean he couldn't. Akiji stood still, but his eyes were fixed on the rapidly moving Moke. When Moke appeared on his left side, ice time, Akiji released cold air rapidly. Once it hit the opponent, it could freeze them instantly. Shave. Moke disappeared from his position again, and when he reappeared, he swung Chioshui fiercely. For Logia types, close combat is the only way to be effective, because slashing attacks are difficult to wrap Haki around. The same goes for Devil Fruit abilities, unless one reaches the level of Fruit Awakening, to wrap Haki from a distance, just like Doflamingo and Katakuri. Of course, there's another method, which is to emit Haki externally. Unfortunately, at this time, Moke still didn't know how. It seems that after this war on the top, he needs some time to stabilize and improve his strength. Otherwise, facing the 4 emperors and these admirals, he would be somewhat constrained. Akiji saw this, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, at your level. How could you not know Haki? Ice Blade. Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, forming an ice blade, which was then wrapped in Haki. Finally, he swung the ice blade to meet Moke's Chioshui. Boom! The 2 blades clashed fiercely, and Moke was surprised that Akiji managed to block his attack. He wasn't surprised that Akiji could block it, because Akiji had that kind of strength. What surprised him was that Akiji actually blocked it with swordsmanship. He couldn't help but remember that in his past life, many fans claimed that Akiji and Kizuru must both possess the swordsmanship of a swordsman, even a great swordsman. The evidence was that Kizuru fought evenly with the Dark King Rayleigh using the Amatsukatain sword. To be able to fight Rayleigh to such an extent, one must at least possess the level of a swordsman. Likewise, Akiji also had moves like the Ice Blade. If he didn't have strength in swordsmanship, why would he develop such a move? Just like Akainu, he didn't have it. Then both of them exerted their strength simultaneously and under the powerful rebound. They each took a few steps back. Meanwhile, Adder took Weevil, Brook, Perona, Gizaz Bagus, Monkey King Burns, Runme, and Peggywan, and once again boarded Gold City. Mr. Tanaka, who was responsible for the security of the entire Gold City, immediately rushed to the location of Guild Tesoro. He wasn't a fool. At this time, Moke's subordinates came here. It was obvious they were up to no good. What is going on? Guild Tesoro was currently hugging Baccarat, and Mr. Tanaka actually passed through the wall, appearing directly in front of the two. If it weren't for the fact that they had just started flirting, Baccarat would have been exposed. He could have been scared out of his wits. Swish! Guild Tesoro and Baccarat both looked at Mr. Tanaka in unison, their expressions extremely unfriendly. If Mr. Tanaka didn't have a reasonable explanation today, they would definitely teach him a lesson so he would learn how to behave in the future. At this moment, Mr. Tanaka couldn't care less about their expressions and inner thoughts. He hurriedly said, "Tesoro, Moke's crew has already landed on the island. I'm afraid this time." Before he finished speaking, the meaning of his words was already very clear. Guild Tesoro and Baccarat's faces immediately turned even uglier, and at this moment, they completely lost the mood to continue. Baccarat immediately stood up from Guild Tesoro. Guild Tesoro picked up the Den Den Mushi from the side and immediately made the call. It was soon connected. The Den Den Mushi transformed into Kaido's appearance. "Tesoro, you looking for me?" "Tesoro, Moke's group has once again come to my Gold City." Kaido's pupils shrank sharply, and then he said, "As far as I know, Moke should be at the Navy headquarters right now." "Tesoro, that's right. Moke is at the Navy headquarters. But other crew members apart from that Logia-type Thunderfruit user have all come. I think Jack is still in their hands." After all, in such a short time, Moke couldn't possibly send anyone to the Navy headquarters. Ugh! Kaido let out his signature laugh, but his expression was exceptionally grim. The killing intent in his eyes was unmasked. He then asked, "So, Runme and Peggyone are also there?" Tesoro nodded. "That's right." "Kaido, very good." After saying this, he hung up. Hearing this, Tesoro's mouth curled slightly. He understood that Kaido would definitely come to help, whether for Jack or for Runme and Peggyone. However, Tesoro's expression then became serious again because distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. So, he still needed to find someone else. Thus, he immediately dialed another number. The other party raised an eyebrow. "You don't need to be so anxious. Although the situation has changed, I have taken your money, and Moke will die. Even if he survives the battle between Whitebeard and the Navy headquarters, I will arrange something else." Tesoro didn't waste any words. Moke's crew has once again landed on my gold city. I know you always have people on my island, so let them take action. For each of Moke's crew members that you kill, I will give you 500 million berries. The strongest, Weevil, is 1 billion. It must be said that Tesoro truly deserves to be the richest man in the pirate world. But then again, he owns 20 of the world's berries. It was clear that the other party was also shocked by Tesoro's boldness, and after a long silence, he laughed. As long as your berries are in place, I can take out anyone below the 4 emperors for you. Tesoro smiled. This indicated that the two had successfully reached a deal. Chapter 86. The unworthy sons of Big Mom, the world's #1 entertainment city, has even become an independent kingdom. It has also joined the alliance of the world government, becoming one of the allied nations. Its master, Guild Tesoro, possesses 20% of the world's berries. With their strength and confidence, dismantling Stussy's Joy Street is not a problem at all. However, when it comes to facing Guild Tesoro, they feel a bit uncertain. It's not that they think they are weaker than Guild Tesoro. Rather, Guild Tesoro's identity is too sensitive. Once they make a move against him, it would be like completely turning against the world government and the celestial dragons. Otherwise, why do you think Guild Tesoro can stand firm in the new world with such immense wealth? If it weren't for the world government and the celestial dragons, this place would have long been taken over by Big Mom's pirate crew or other Yonko pirate crews. In their eyes, this golden city and Guild Tesoro are like a child running around with gold. If they wanted to, they could have taken everything long ago. That's 20% of the world's berries. Just thinking about it makes them envious. Once they occupy this place, they would never have to worry about berries again. At this moment, a woman stepped forward. She was a young woman who was relatively close to normal height and appearance, with pink hair, yellow eyes, wearing lipstick, fair skin, and red gloves. She wore a red mini skirt, red high heels, and a purple cape, perfectly showcasing her curvaceous figure. Coupled with her mature and alluring aura, she appeared even more captivating. She was Charlotte Galette from the Big Mom Pirates, the 18th daughter and 42nd child of the Charlotte family, the minister of butter in the Tato Land Kingdom, and a user of the superhuman type yellow fruit. She walked up to Stussy and said, "Then I don't understand. What does this have to do with the 4 of us siblings?" The leading man nodded in agreement. This man was tall and muscular, with orange hair styled into 3 fan-shaped sections that darkened from bottom to top. He had thick eyebrows and an orange beard on his chin. He wore no shirt on his upper body, only an orange cape and brown gloves. His lower body was clad in red pants and orange-yellow striped long socks, with orange pointed shoes on his feet. He was Charlotte Oven, the 4th son of Big Mom, and a triplet with Charlotte Karakuri and Charlotte Daifuku. He was the minister of baking for the whole Cake Island and a user of the heat fruit. At this moment, he strongly agreed with Charlotte Castati's words. Although he was unsure what kind of courage Mock had to dare to act here, it had nothing to do with them, nor with the entire Big Mom Pirates. They were happy to watch the show. If it weren't for Stussy having a good relationship with their mother, they would have slapped her away long ago to let her understand the consequences of disturbing their good fortune. Stussy had long anticipated their reaction and immediately added, "Over the years, Lin has been actively trying to win over Tesoro. If you stand on Tesoro's side and help resist Mock's gang, even assisting Tesoro in eliminating these people, I believe Tesoro will appreciate the entire Big Mom Pirates. At that time, will the deep cooperation that Lin has always hoped for still be a problem?" Chapter 87. The 3 stars of the Moke Pirates. It must be said that Stussy truly deserves to be an intelligence officer who has thrived in the underground world and become a king of the underworld. This reaction and eloquence are absolutely top-notch. Just now, Charlotte Owen and Charlotte Catstard have already been mentioned. They couldn't help but glance at the other 3 individuals. The tall and robust figure with short yellow hair and a mustache, draped in a yellow cloak, is Charlotte Daifuku, the 3rd son of the Charlotte family. He is one of the ministers of Totland Kingdom with a bounty of 300 million berries and is a user of the Paramecia-type steaming fruit. The one with long yellow hair, a pale complexion, wearing a red cloak and purple clothes, white pants, and holding a katana is Charlotte Raisin, the 33rd son of the Charlotte family. The slender young woman with brown eyes and short violet hair is Charlotte Catstard, the 6th daughter and 16th child of the Charlotte family. She wears a fluffy light pink shawl with pink polka dots on the shoulders and a tight purple-pink bodysuit that emphasizes her figure. wearing elbow-length gloves and a belt with a long sword hanging at her waist, exuding a heroic aura. Indeed, the 5 individuals sitting here are Charlotte Owen, Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Raisin, Charlotte Catstard, and Charlotte Garrett. As children of Big Mom, they have no autonomy. Their marriages are all meant to consolidate the entire nation of Totland, and they cannot act freely. This has resulted in most of them being single by default, and forcibly so. Otherwise, given Big Mom's age, Charlotte Owen, Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Raisin, Charlotte Catstard, and Charlotte Garrett should already have grandchildren by now. But is there one? Not a single grandchild exists. However, human nature is the same. Everyone has desires in this regard. Some can restrain themselves, while others indulge secretly. Just like the 5 of them. Charlotte Catstard and Charlotte Garrett exchanged glances, then looked at the row of beautiful women in front of them, swallowing hard. Unlike Charlotte Owen, Charlotte Daifuku, and Charlotte Raisin, as women, they can only run to Stussy to have some fun. Otherwise, it would be hard to keep a secret. And it seems that this time, they might not be able to have their fun after all. What a pity for this group of beauties. Otherwise, tonight would definitely have been a wonderful night. Charlotte Owen, Charlotte Daifuku, and Charlotte Raisin also exchanged glances, feeling a bit regretful themselves. Each of the 3 has their own role, and it's not easy to come out like this. They then looked at Stussy in unison, and finally, Charlotte Daifuku said, "What you said does make some sense, but until everything is finalized, it's just your one-sided talk." Stussy fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. "How about this? I will have Tezzalo give each of you 500 million berries. Consider it your expenses. Of course, this is only for the transaction between you and him. He still owes the Big Mom Pirates a huge favor. As for what you can gain from this favor, that depends on you." The implication was already very clear, even though the words were not finished. Owen, Daifuku, Raisin, Catstard, and Garrett exchanged glances and ultimately made a decision. Soon, under Stussy's lead, the 5 of them arrived in front of Tezzalo. When Tezzalo saw them, his eyes were filled with shock. He had no idea that these 5 were right under his nose. He couldn't help but glance at Stussy. All along, he had never looked at Stussy directly. Although Stussy, like him, is a king of the underground world, in his view, Stussy was merely someone living off him. If he was unhappy, he could kick her out at any time. Moreover, he could quickly support someone else to sit on the throne of the Queen of Pleasure Street, like Bakala. However, that Queen of Pleasure Street, although holding the title of king in the underground world, does not sound good for a woman. Most importantly, he looked down on the small amount of berries earned from such flesh trade. But now, he had to look at her differently. The 5 individuals before him, capable of sneaking onto the island and entering Pleasure Street, were clearly Stussy's doing. The most crucial point is that the CP guy just said someone would come to support him. Stussy brought Owen, Daifuku, Raisin, Catstard, and Garrett, and he wouldn't believe for a second that there was no trick between her and CP. At this moment, his gaze towards Stussy changed noticeably. However, he quickly averted his eyes. After all, he knew what kind of identity Stussy had, and there was no need for Owen, Daifuku, and the others to know. He then nodded towards Owen, Daifuku, and the others. "I agree with Stussy's proposal. I could directly raise the bounty. Weevil 1 billion, Giza's Bagus, King of the Apes burns 800 million, Ada, Runny, and Pedroin 600 million, Brooke and Perona 500 million. After finishing, he added, "As long as you bring their corpses to me, the berries will be immediately delivered, and there will be no delays. Moreover, to show my sincerity, after the matter is settled, I will present 2 Paramecia-type devil fruits as gifts to deepen our cooperation." Owen, Daifuku, Raisin, Catstard, and Garrett exchanged serious glances. They were not swayed by Tezzalo's raised bounty or his sincerity. It must be said that Tezzalo is indeed extravagant, but his extravagance made them a bit uneasy. They are not fools. Although Tezzalo has a lot of berries, he is not the kind of idiot who gives berries to anyone he sees. He actively raised the bounty and directly agreed to deepen cooperation with their pirate group. Even to show sincerity, he offered 2 Paramecia-type devil fruits. All of this indicates that many of Moke's crew members have extraordinary strength. Otherwise, Tezzalo wouldn't offer such favorable conditions. Clearly, he is afraid that when they confront Moke's group, they will retreat upon discovering the others' overwhelming strength. Owen, Daifuku, and the others took a deep breath, trying to calm themselves. They did not immediately respond, but said, "We need to discuss." Before they could finish, they saw Atha, Weevil, Brook, Perona, Gizes Bagus, King of the Apes Burns, Runny, and Pejuan, 8 people, walking towards them in a line. It must be said that the aura of these individuals is quite astonishing, especially among them Weevil, Gizes Bagus, and King of the Apes Burns gave them the illusion of facing the 3 stars. Chapter 88. Whitebeard deals a heavy blow to Akainu at this moment. Adder, Weeble, Brook, Perona, and the others had already spotted several people on Tezzalo's side. Tezzalo, Baccarat, and Mr. Tanaka were among those they expected. After all, their target this time was indeed them. Even Stussy and the others had some preparations in mind, considering she had previously shown up and could very well turn to the other side in the face of Tezzalo's wealth. However, the presence of Owen, Dafu, Ryzen, Castad, and Garrett was a huge surprise to them. The group exchanged glances, as these 6 were figures from the 4 Emperor's pirate crew that Mach had recently bolstered, and they were all children of Big Mom from the Big Mom Pirates. This caught them somewhat off guard. It wasn't that they feared their strength. Rather, engaging them meant standing on the opposing side of the Big Mom Pirates. Previously, they had captured Jack and recruited Runny and Peggy Wan, completely tearing ties with Kaido. If they were to create enmity with the Big Mom Pirates again, then once they occupied this place, they would have to face 2 Emperor-level pirate crews and 2 pirate kings simultaneously. They hesitated. Thus, they decided to contact Mach first to determine whether to fight or retreat next. The scene shifted to the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Mach had just clashed with Akiji, both taking a few steps back to create some distance. Brew brew. At this time, the transponder snail in Mach's arms rang. He glanced at Akiji, who surprisingly did not continue his attack. Instead, he wore a look of curiosity, because the timing of the call was suspicious. He wanted to hear what was happening on Mach's side and whether it would affect the situation. TSK. Mach was well aware of Akiji's thoughts. But so what? Far water couldn't quench near fire. Without hesitation, he answered the call. The transponder snail immediately showed Adder's face. "Captain, we have encountered a bit of an unexpected situation. Owen, Dafu, Ryzen Castad, Garrett from the Big Mom Pirates, and the Underground King Stussy are on Tezzalo's side. Should we continue with the plan?" Mach's mouth curved slightly upwards. "Why not? Eliminate them." He added, "Try to capture Stussy alive." Adder, "Understood, Captain." Mach ended the call, while Akiji's pupils constricted sharply. He even doubted his ears, staring at Mach in shock. "Tezzalo, your people are attacking Tezzalo's entertainment city?" This news was explosive. After all, having several of Big Mom's children on Tezzalo's side was already shocking. Tezzalo controlled 20% of the world's berries, thus having connections with various forces both openly and secretly. Everyone knew this, but this guy was too special, so they all chose to turn a blind eye. But who dared to touch Tezzalo? The world government and the Navy headquarters would never allow it, nor would the 4 emperors. Because once any pirate crew obtained Tezzalo's wealth, the balance of the 4 emperors would be immediately disrupted. If the world government and the Navy headquarters obtained it, it would also be extremely detrimental to the 4 emperors. This created a balance that allowed Tezzalo to exist safely in the world. Tezzalo was a flashpoint. Anyone who touched him would face a siege. Yet this guy before him dared to move against him. Moreover, at this timing, it seemed he had already calculated that while clashing with the Whitebeard pirates, he could simultaneously strike at Tezzalo. In this way, the world government would be unable to provide much support to Tezzalo, and with the entire Whitebeard crew mobilizing, Big Mom and Kaido would naturally focus on his territory, diverting their attention from Tezzalo. Truly, he had seized all the advantages of time and place. The only thing he likely did not calculate was that at this moment, several of Big Mom's children would be there. This made it significantly more difficult for Mach's group to seize Tezzalo's territory. Akiji looked at Mach, his murderous intent stronger than ever. Even if he let Whitebeard go today. "You, Mach, must die here." Akiji had made up his mind, willing to pay any price. Because Whitebeard did not possess Mach's grand ambitions. Ice block, 2-pronged spear. After forming the ice spear beside him, he shot it toward Mach. TCH. Mach stored the transponder snail in his arms, then swung his sword, Autumn Water, directly shattering the ice spear and sending a slash back at Akiji. Boom! At that moment, a huge commotion suddenly startled the two. Mach instinctively looked over and saw Akainu, who had somehow shaken off Ace, charging towards Whitebeard and launching an attack. Whitebeard had long harbored murderous intent towards Akainu. So to him, Akainu was delivering himself right to his doorstep. Could he be polite? It should be noted that at this moment, he wasn't T-like in the original story, having been ambushed and heavily injured. His strength was intact, and as he glared, his conqueror's haki erupted instantly. Akainu, being the first to bear the brunt, was significantly affected. Seizing the opportunity, Whitebeard lunged forward and grabbed Akainu's head. The Tremor Fruit activated immediately, enveloping both his hand and Akainu's head in a circle of white light. Not good. At this moment, Akainu, who usually had absolute confidence in his strength, felt a flicker of fear in his heart. The next second, boom, the tremor's power exploded, causing Akainu's pupils to dilate and his eyes to grow somewhat vacant. Blood flowed from Akainu's mouth and ears, clearly suffering immense damage. If it were anyone else, they would have likely already been finished off. Akainu, Sengoku exclaimed in shock. Carp leaped into the air, soaring high, then descended with a punch aimed at Whitebeard. Although he was quite displeased with Akainu, he couldn't allow the Navy's top combat power to be lost, especially in this situation, so he acted to save him. Whitebeard didn't move his body, but his eyes glanced upward. His mouth curled slightly, and with a swing of his large blade, he directly met Carp's iron fist. Crash! The two attacks violently collided in midair. The force from their clash created a powerful gust of wind that swept across the entire port. Some weaker individuals were directly blown into the air, showcasing just how terrifying their attacks were. Not good. In the next moment, Mach's expression changed drastically, as Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, arriving behind Whitebeard. He pointed his index finger at Whitebeard, which was shining with brilliant light. Chapter 89, Doflamingo. Are you seeking death? A laser beam, a pillar of light, shot out directly. Whitebeard's observation haki had already caught it. However, at that moment, he was holding off Akainu with one hand and Carp with the other, leaving him no time to react. Old man. Marco's expression changed drastically as he transformed into a phoenix and rushed forward. But he was still a step too late. The laser beam grazed past his ear. Meanwhile, Diamond Jaws had already charged towards Carp in midair. He understood that only by restraining Carp could Old Man Whitebeard truly unleash his strength to take down that bastard Akainu. However, at this moment, he could only charge forward despite knowing that the Yellow Monkey's attack had landed on Whitebeard. Because even if he wanted to help, it was already too late. Given that, it was better to stick to the original plan and force Carp back first. Swish! The laser beam hit Whitebeard. But at the last moment, Whitebeard moved his body. Therefore, even though this attack hit him, it did not injure a vital point. At most, it was just a superficial wound. Bastard. Marco's leg kicked fiercely against the Yellow Monkey, sending him flying and crashing into the wall of the port hundreds of meters away. At this moment, Marco dared not let his guard down. He stood not far from Whitebeard, constantly vigilant of his surroundings, afraid that Whitebeard would be surrounded and ambushed again. Mach's eyebrows raised. The crisis on Whitebeard's side seemed to have passed. He then looked at Ace and Enel, noticing that both of them were somewhat out of breath. Especially Ace. Indeed, they only possessed strength comparable to that of Vice Admiral, but there was still a considerable gap compared to the admirals. After the battle began, their stamina was rapidly depleting. At this moment, one was entangled by several rear admirals, while the other was ensnared by Smoker. Also, all three of these guys were Logia users, and none of them had awakened their haki. If they only relied on their fruit abilities to attack, they couldn't hurt each other. For example, Enel was very clear that the guy in front of him who could turn into smoke was far weaker than him, yet he still had no way to deal with him. At this moment, his desire to learn haki grew even stronger, because without mastering haki, he couldn't even deal with a guy like this. It reminded him of the rubber fruit user who was immune to his abilities. He had thought that such humiliation would never happen again. Unexpectedly, he encountered this smoky guy again. His heart felt pierced through. Mach, however, was fortunate to possess the Holy Sword. With it, unless he was quickly taken down, his stamina recovery was terrifying, which made him very enduring. Bang! A tear suddenly appeared in Mock's clothing. Mock's pupils shrank involuntarily because he hadn't noticed that attack just now. Observation Haki. It seemed that he had to find a way to awaken it. Otherwise, it would be too disadvantageous in battle. He then turned his head to the direction of the last attack. He saw a guy with an overly long tongue grinning there, but his face was filled with shock, because he saw that his projectile line couldn't even break through Mock's defense. At the same time, he felt some regret in his heart. It had been such a good opportunity just now. Mock's attention was drawn to the commotion on Whitebeard's side. Doflamingo. Mock narrowed his eyes, his gaze extremely unfriendly. Doflamingo turned to Akiji. Hey, how about we team up to take him down? Akiji, I'll leave him to you. After saying that, he didn't care how ugly Doflamingo's expression looked and quickly rushed towards Whitebeard. Because if this continued, Akainu would really die. Ice Age. Crack crack. The freezing power rapidly approached Whitebeard, forcing him to retract the hand pressing on Akainu's head. Akainu was finally rescued. At this moment, he looked quite disheveled, but he still stood up, spitting out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva to the side. His gaze, however, was fixed firmly on Whitebeard. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He truly did not expect that despite Whitebeard being so old and full of diseases, his strength was still so formidable. Boom! At the same time, Carp in the air and Diamond Jaws collided with a punch, forcing Carp to give up continuing to contest with Whitebeard. Using the rebound force from Diamond Jaws' punch, he landed beside Akiji and Akainu. Whitebeard, Diamond Jaws, and Marco faced off against each other. The Yellow Monkey also wanted to come over, but was blocked by Ace, who had freed himself from the Navy Rear Admiral. For a moment, there was no one intervening between Mock and Doflamingo. Doflamingo's eyes twitched. The strength Mock displayed made him extremely wary. He had no confidence in defeating him one-on-one. He turned to look at the other warlords, Mihawk, Kuma, Hancock. Mihawk was out of the question. He was a lone wolf and very proud. It was impossible for him to team up with Doflamingo to deal with Mock. Hancock. Forget it. This woman didn't regard anyone but herself. So, there was only Kuma. Kuma, let's team up too. Before he could finish his sentence, Mock had already moved. He was not someone who only took hits without fighting back. His legs bent slightly, and then his whole body shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Doflamingo, swinging his weapon, Autumn Water, which drew a cold light in the air, heading towards Doflamingo's neck. Spiderweb Wall. Doflamingo's reaction was also very swift. He first swung his arm to the side, and then shot out a very dense spiderweb made of hundreds or thousands of transparent threads. Mock's pupil shrank slightly. In the original work, Doflamingo had used this move before, but the spider silk was very sparse and could only be used as a huge shield to defend against the opponent's attack. Moreover, it was only suitable for blocking large physical attacks. Although this move had strong defensive power, its flaws were very obvious. If the attack was smaller than the gap in the spider web, it could directly pass through without being hindered by the web. However, Doflamingo's move in front of him was indeed different. There were no flaws. The density of the spider silk had formed a real wall. It left Mock no gaps or weaknesses. Mock's eyes narrowed. The ominous energy and Haki erupted simultaneously, wrapping around Autumn Water. The spiderweb wall was directly sliced in half, and the momentum did not diminish. Swish! Doflamingo's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his body. Chapter 90, Doflamingo's Severed Leg, Death List. Doflamingo widened his eyes, watching helplessly as his body was split in two. Mock showed a look of surprise. Indeed, at this moment, he was confident he could surpass Doflamingo. He could even crush him. However, he never expected it would be so easy to take him down. After all, Doflamingo was a prominent figure among the 7 warlords. He was the king of the underworld and had awakened his devil fruit powers. How could he be so easily cut down? Not good. Mock's face changed dramatically. Although he didn't possess observation Haki, he could sense that something was wrong. Sure enough, the next second, he saw Doflamingo, who had been split in two, transform into threads. At that moment, Doflamingo's unique laughter was already behind Mock. Spider thread. Doflamingo created 8 almost transparent threads from his toes, delivering a sharp linear kick through the threads, capable of sending an opponent flying with a single blow. This move was similar to a kicking technique version of the 5 color threads, which in the original work could split a building in half, showcasing its power. Even Luffy, using armament haki, couldn't fully defend against it. But Mach was not Luffy. In an instant, armament haki wrapped around his entire body, and a fierce aura surged forth. Yet Doflamingo's threads sliced through Mach's body as if the haki provided no protection at all. However, Mach's body immediately restored itself. At the same time, Doflamingo's kick struck Mach's back. But oddly enough, Doflamingo found that Mach's body was like a swamp. His kick not only failed to injure Mach, but instead got stuck in it. Not good. Now it was Doflamingo who felt uneasy. Mach's lips curled slightly upward. He had already transformed into a Logia-type mud ability. To make it easier, he had modified his shoes long ago, resembling sandals, allowing his feet to easily touch the ground. Therefore, a Logia user doesn't necessarily have to use their hands to make contact. Just like this, he trapped Doflamingo. He turned around, swinging his sword like lightning. Swish! A cold glint flashed, and one of Doflamingo's legs was severed at the knee. Doflamingo let out a cry of agony. However, Mach did not let him off the hook. Instead, he lifted his leg and kicked Doflamingo in the abdomen. A mouthful of blood spewed from Doflamingo's mouth, and he was sent flying by the immense force. At the same time, Doflamingo's severed leg crashed to the ground. Hiss! Everyone who witnessed this scene gasped in shock. They all understood Doflamingo's power. While he couldn't compare to an admiral, he was definitely stronger than all the vice admirals present. To say he was at the quasi-admiral level was not an exaggeration. Yet such a strong individual was defeated by Mach in just a few moves, losing a leg. This showcased just how terrifying Mach's strength was. Swish! But it wasn't over yet. Mach swung his sword again, unleashing a slash comparable to the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. This strike was Mach's full power, with no reservations. Doflamingo, who had been kicked away and was in pain, suddenly focused his eyes upon seeing this blow. His expression filled with a hint of fear. Boom! At that moment, a bear paw flew in from the side, colliding with Mach's strike, resulting in a violent explosion. Doflamingo was also affected, flying even further away. However, he was spared his life because of it. Such a unique attack method could only come from one person. Mach looked towards the bear. This was also a legendary figure, Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Tyrant, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Hailing from the South Blue, he was of mixed heritage from the Barcanian tribe, the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom. His original bounty was 296 million berries. He was a person who had consumed the pawpaw fruit, becoming a pawpaw man. His true identity was a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. After becoming a warlord, he was transformed by Dr. Vegapunk into a human weapon for the Navy, the prototype of a pacifista designated PX-0. He lost his self-awareness after being completely modified before the Marineford War. After the warlord system was abolished, he became a slave to the celestial dragons. In other words, at this moment, Kuma had lost his consciousness. He could never understand why he was willing to become Dr. Vegapunk's test subject. Wasn't that tantamount to committing suicide? Forget it. Kuma would eventually be rescued by the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, Mach's gaze fell upon Akainu, who had already been severely injured by Whitebeard. In Mach's heart, there was a death list of individuals. Raise your hand if you agree with this list, and feel free to mention anyone else who should be on it. No. Celestial dragons, the celestial dragons, are a group of despicable beings with supreme status, the source of evil in the pirate world. Therefore, he unreservedly places them first on his list of those who deserve to die. No, 2 Momonosuke may look small, but don't be deceived by his appearance. His true nature is very lecherous. He has repeatedly shoved his head into Nami's and Robin's breasts and has often pretended to be pitiful, asking Nami to bathe with him. Relying on his young age, he acts without any bottom line. Despicable. No. 3 Absalom, who has the power of the transparent fruit, is hated by many. The key moment was when he first appeared and used his ability to peep at Nami while she was bathing, even using his strength to pin her down, trying to do something inappropriate. If Nami hadn't managed to kick him in the vital spot and escape, he might have succeeded. No. For Akainu might have had an unbearable childhood incident that led him to become arrogant, sinister, and despicable. He even bombed a ship full of children in O'Hara. He speaks of justice, yet for the sake of justice, he kills even his own people and disregards civilian casualties in pursuit of pirates. In his words, it becomes the price that must be paid for justice. This is what he calls absolute justice. But is that not another form of evil? If he were to become the fleet admiral, it would be a disaster for the entire world. Absalom had already been dealt with by him, and he had no intention of letting the other four go. And Akainu was the target of this Marine Ford war. Therefore, he must die today. Chapter 91. Who is that? Just then, a figure rushed towards him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Ace, who had just been beaten by Akiji. As a user of the Mara no Mi, not only was he knocked away, but he also had frostbite on his body. How embarrassing. Mach took a step forward and caught him securely. Ace finally steadied himself and turned back to look at Mach, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, he was the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates. The last time he was captured by Blackbeard, he could say it was due to carelessness. But now, being beaten by Akiji, there's really no excuse. However, these two battles had made him acutely aware of his shortcomings. Hockey physical skills, he had decided that as long as he returned safely this time, he would definitely train these two aspects. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage against these truly top-tier powerhouses. Ice Block Ice Dragon. Akiji gathered cold energy in his right arm and released an ice dragon that was a full 10 meters long, possessing not only tremendous impact, but also terrifying freezing power. Everything in its path was frozen. Mach's pupils shrank slightly upon seeing this. First, it was Doflamingo's spider web, and now Akiji's ice dragon. Indeed, the moves these characters could perform were far beyond what was shown in the anime. Ace wanted to charge in again, but Mach wouldn't be given the chance to show off. He pushed Ace aside and swung his weapon, Autumn Water, with a sudden force. A terrifying slash erupted, leaving a deep gash in the ground as it passed. Even Akiji's ice dragon was split in two. Laser Beam, Iron Fist, Ice Age, Hellhound. As if they had coordinated, Kizaru, Garp, Akiji, and Akainu all simultaneously abandoned Whitebeard to turn their attacks on Mach. Previously, Kizaru, Garp, and Akainu had been confronting Whitebeard, Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Ace. Their sudden change took everyone by surprise, especially Mach, who was caught off guard. Oh no! Whitebeard, Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Ace all changed their expressions. Even Enel, who was entangled with Smoker nearby, noticed this side and his eyes narrowed. His observation hockey told him that the four attacking Mach were all stronger than him. Gulp. He couldn't help but swallow hard. As proud as he was, he felt a chill of fear, because even he, facing the attacks of these four, would likely be killed on the spot. Damn it. Mach's expression changed dramatically. Each of these four guys possessed the highest combat power of the Navy. Armament hockey. Mach instantly wrapped his entire body in hockey, while also unleashing his ominous energy. He entered the demon form, resembling a slasher-type user. He simultaneously executed the iron block from the six powers. Various abilities fused together, forming his strongest defensive state. Avoid. Facing these four, there was simply no chance. Counterattack. Two fists cannot fight against four hands. In his desperate situation, Mach's eyes grew wild, and his expression became extremely fierce. Boom! First, Kizaru's laser beam struck behind Mach. Ice Age froze the ground, and Hellhound slammed into Mach's chest from the front. Garp descended from above, delivering a punch to Mach's head. Under the combined attacks of everyone, the ice beneath Mach shattered completely. The sea surged. When everything returned to calm, the place where Mach had stood had already turned into a lake. Mach, however, had vanished from there. Akainu sneered. Let's deal with this troublesome guy first, then we'll take care of Whitebeard. Akiji, Kizaru, and Garp all breathed a sigh of relief. This battle with Whitebeard had spiraled out of control because of this guy. The four then turned to look at Whitebeard, Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Ace, who had already rushed over. They had initially intended to save Mach, but it was too late. Now that they were late, saving him had turned into avenging him. Mach had done them a favor, yet they allowed him to be beaten into the sea by the Navy, with his life or death unknown. This was something they absolutely could not accept. Jojo. Kizaru still wore a lewd expression. Akiji, Akainu, and Garp each found their targets. One-on-one. What do they have to fear? Do they think the highest combat power of the Navy was just for show? Only Whitebeard made them feel pressured. The other three, one-on-one. Heh, boom. Just then, a chunk of ice floated up from a sea. Huh. Everyone instinctively looked over, only to see Mock's figure rapidly rising from the ice block, finally standing on top of it. Spit. Mock spat out a mouthful of slightly red saliva to the side, looking somewhat disheveled. If he hadn't absorbed the ice at the last moment and frozen himself before falling into the sea, he would have surely been done for. Moreover, even in his strongest defensive state, he had suffered significant injuries from the earlier attacks. He had wounds on his head, chest, and back, with blood flowing profusely. Whitebeard. Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Ace were first stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Garp, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru had completely opposite expressions. Especially when they saw his injuries healing at a visible speed, they became somewhat anxious. That unexpected ambush attack had only one chance. There wouldn't be another. Mock wasn't a fool. There was no way they would be so careless again. Mock cracked a cold smile. Originally, I just wanted to kill Akainu today, but now. I will not rest until I sink the Navy to the bottom of the sea. You're seeking death. Akainu's killing intent was almost bursting from his eyes. Jojo. How terrifying. Kizuru's eyes also flickered with a rare cold light. Garp, for the first time, seriously assessed Mock. It should be noted that just now, the four of them had joined forces. Even Whitebeard wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. It was unbelievable that this guy had escaped a calamity. Although Mock looked extremely ragged and clearly injured, this guy actually had terrifying recovery ability. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to full health. If it weren't for his torn clothes and the bloodstains on him, it would be impossible to tell that this guy had been injured. Who is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, startling everyone. They all turned their gazes upward, following that person's line of sight. There, on top of the waves that Whitebeard had stirred up and Akiji had frozen, stood a figure. Chapter 92. The Runaway King and the appearance of everyone Moke couldn't help but look over. Just a glance made his pupils slightly constrict, because the straw hat on that person's head was too eye-catching. Luffy? Shanks? Moke's gaze then fell on the other person's arms, discovering they were quite healthy. It must be Straw Hat Luffy. However, he couldn't understand. The plot had completely changed, and this guy still showed up? How'd he get here? He turned to glance at Hancock, certain it wasn't her. Most importantly, he hadn't seen this guy and impelled down. Moke's face was filled with confusion. Luffy? Not only did he recognize the person, but two very timid Navy soldiers were hiding to the side, their eyes almost popping out. These two guys. One had a cross-shaped scar above his right eye, and the other had a chin like a butt, with his eyebrows forming a shape whenever he expressed himself. They were the Runaway King, Kobe, and his partner, Barumabur. Why is Kobe called the Runaway King? Because this guy started off hiding to watch the show with Shiryu. And in the end, he participated, but actually didn't suffer too much harm. Meanwhile, those Navy soldiers on the front lines, even if they were severely injured, lost limbs, or died on the spot, didn't complain. This guy, who was slacking off, couldn't handle the immense pressure of war and directly broke down. A soldier, when the war situation had reached its goal and was about to pursue victory to annihilate the enemy, actually jumped out and said war is cruel and to stop fighting. What the hell? This is just too absurd. To know that he is a soldier. To say such things during wartime not only challenges military authority, but also shakes the morale of the troops. Akainu directly killed him at that time, and even Garp couldn't say anything. Moreover, what right do you have to say to stop fighting? Those who were severely injured, lost limbs, and died on the spot have the right to speak. What qualifications do you, someone who is not fully committed to the war, have to say to stop? He even said that war is cruel. Damn it. ISNT that just insulting those who, for the Navy and for their sense of justice, charge forward without hesitation. It tramples all over the sacrifices of everyone before. This is simply cowardly. The most important thing is that this statement is equivalent to completely denying Sengoku's plan against Whitebeard. It should be known that this war was initiated by Sengoku. Because of him, the Navy missed the opportunity to reap the Whitebeard pirates, which led to the Navy suffering significant losses while the results were unsatisfactory. They were even played by Whitebeard before his death. So, after this war, the losses outweighed the gains, which is the biggest reason for Sengoku's downfall. If the war had continued and the Navy had directly wiped out the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku might not have achieved any merit, but would not have had to step down. Also, if you can't handle the cruelty of war, then what are you doing as a Navy soldier? Anyone can understand that in this chaotic world, being a soldier means you can't avoid war. The most ridiculous thing is that this guy actually became a hero of the Navy. It's so ironic. He is a hero. What about those who charge forward recklessly in war? Kobe's behavior, no matter in which army, is considered a cowardly act that shakes military morale. The second act of cowardice was when Kobe stood up during the capture of Boa Hancock in Amazon Lily, using himself to exchange for 800 Navy soldiers, and was later captured by Blackbeard and taken to Hakanosu. Garp went to rescue him, while Kobe and Barumabur chose to evacuate Hakanosu, leaving Garp to face 5 members of the Blackbeard pirates alone. Akiji, Shiryu of the Rain, the Big Drinker, the giant warship Hungry Wolf, and the King of Evil Administration. Which of them is a top-notch powerhouse? Especially Akiji and Shiryu. The former is an admiral, and the latter has the strength of a vice-emperor. As a result, Garp went missing under the siege of these 5. Only by living and dying with comrades can one be called a hero. Throwing your teacher aside and running away is called coward. And this is still a Navy hero? A bear would be more fitting. No, calling him a bear would be an insult to bears. Garp's eyelid twitched because at this moment, he had a very bad premonition. Luffy, Ace, who had just been rescued, looked confused. He really couldn't understand how this kid got involved. He felt it was tough here. Luffy, not to mention an admiral. Even an ordinary capable vice admiral could take him down. Just then, on the other side of the ice, one figure after another descended from the sky. Who are these guys? Everyone present was stunned, except for Whitebeard, who looked at Moke with a thoughtful expression. Unlike them, the Navy's hearts were in their throats. When these people landed in the middle of the battlefield, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Not just the Navy, but also the pirates and the 7 warlords reacted the same way, because the newcomers were all well-known figures who had once dominated the seas. Isn't that the former 7 warlords, Jinbei, Shiryu from Impel Down? Those who had sent prisoners to Impel Down recognized Shiryu and widened their eyes. Katarina Devil. Wasn't she locked in the lowest level of the underwater prison? She is the most vicious female prisoner in history, a pirate like a witch. The Navy that recognized her felt their scalps tingle. Is that Bast Choate and Abelo Pizarro? These 2 guys, one is a drunkard who causes trouble when drunk, and the other was once one of the most terrifying criminals in the world. Their strength is incredibly frightening. But, like Katarina Devon and Jinbei, weren't they all imprisoned and impelled down? How did they all appear here? Everyone was very confused. But soon, everyone opened their mouths wide. Because these 5 walked one by one behind Moke. The meaning was clear. They were Moke's people. Impelled Down must have been breached. Those with discerning eyes had already seen the problem. But Moke had always been at Navy headquarters. How did he get to Impelled Down? However, the real tough ones weren't these 5, but rather Leadfield and Barrett. Sengoku, Garp, Vice Admiral through the 3 admirals, the 7 warlords, and also Whitebeard, Marco, Diamondos, Ace. At the moment these people appeared, their gazes were fixed on these 2, because they all understood that these 2 had the power to turn the tide of battle. Gurara. Whitebeard laughed loudly. So it turns out the old friend Moke was talking about is you Leadfield. Chapter 92, Absorbing the Power of Space. He then looked at Barrett, as if he thought of something, and said with some emotion, "You must be that kid from Roger's ship, right? It really brings back memories." Raidfield and Barrett's gazes also fell on Whitebeard. Raidfield's mouth couldn't help but curve slightly upwards. Long time no see, Whitebeard. While they reminisced, Sengoku's face was dark and fearful. Who is Raidfield? He is a figure who can stand alongside Whitebeard and Roger all by himself. Barrett is a genius from the Roger Pirates. Probably only Shanks can overshadow him. Just these 2 characters are equivalent to 2 Yonko-level powerhouses. Even if their strength has been affected by being imprisoned and impelled down, they can still handle a Marine Admiral one-on-one without any problem. However, with Whitebeard, Barrett, Raidfield, and Marco, they could hold off Garp and the 3 admirals. While he was calculating the combat power of both sides, Mork directly began to assign tasks. Jinbei, our vice captain Enel will be fighting against Smoker. You go take his place. He is entangled with Smoker and can unleash his full strength. Jinbei nodded and immediately rushed towards the conflict between Enel and Smoker. Stop him. There are no shortage of perceptive individuals in the Navy, and they quickly understood what Mork was planning. Because once that Logia user of the Thunder Fruit breaks free from Smoker, the only one who can entangle him again would be a Marine Admiral. But now, Carp, Kizaru, Akiji, Akainu, which one of them can break free? They have long been locked down by Whitebeard, Marco, Raidfield, and Barrett. So, they absolutely cannot let this guy escape from Smoker. Otherwise, the entire Marine headquarters would only have Fleet Admiral Sengoku to intervene personally. But if that happens, who can suppress Mork, Shiryu, Katarina Devon, Baschot, and Abelo Pizarro? Swish! Marine Rear Admiral Spider Demon pushed back the Whitebeard Pirates Lightning Lord Makugai with a sword. He then charged towards Jinbei, tried to stop him. However, another figure flashed out and blocked him. It was the first great swordsman under Whitebeard, Vista. Boom! On this side, Barrett moved first. His target was the strongest among the Marines, Carp. If you're going to fight, fight the strongest. That S. Barrett style. Bone-shattering punch. At this moment, Carp no longer held back. He came in hard right away. Barrett was still unafraid and threw a punch as well. The two fists collided fiercely. Whitebeard and Raidfield faced off against Kizaru and Akiji, while Marco, Diamond Ace Shiryu, Katarina Devon, Baschot, and Abelo Pizarro pounced towards the Marine Rear Admirals. Only Akainu and Mork remained standing face to face, which was intentional by everyone, because Mork's target was very clear. This guy was left for Mork. Akainu coldly said, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, making you a warlord of the sea was a mistake." Mork waved his hand. "Wrong. I'm still a person who values old relationships. For Smoker and Tashiji's sake, I 1T actively provoked the Marines. This time, if it weren't for the Marine headquarters being seduced by Taizolo, wanting to finish me off here after this war, I wouldn't have turned against you. At most, I would remain neutral and watch from the sidelines." Akainu was stunned. He really didn't know about this. At least at this moment. He didn't know. He turned to look at Sengoku on the platform. His brows slightly furrowed. Then the corners of his mouth lifted. "It seems I misjudged Fleet Admiral Sengoku." At this point, he shifted his tone, staring at Mork with killing intent. He said, "A guy like you should be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, it will definitely become a future threat." Meanwhile, doubts had already arisen in Akainu's heart. How could this guy know something that even he, a Marine Admiral, didn't know? It seems there is a spy within the Marines. Moreover, their identity is definitely not low. But who could that spy be? What he didn't know was that Virgo, as the commander of G1, had already been instructed by Sengoku that once Mork was dealt with here, he would immediately team up with other commanders to deal with Mork's group. This was how Virgo obtained the intelligence that Sengoku was plotting against Mork. The more he thought about it, the heavier Akainu's killing intent towards Mork became. "You must die." Mork also coldly laughed. "What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing." Dog bite Red Lotus. Akainu first turned his arm into lava, then shaped the lava into a dog head and extended the molten limb to attack Mork. This move was very fast. The lava dog head opened its mouth and bit towards Mork. Mork was not afraid at all, throwing a punch. The Shock Fruit activated, directly blasting the lava dog head into pieces. Boom! But the next second, the ground beneath Mork's feet instantly turned into lava. Mork's expression changed drastically, and he jumped up into the air. At this moment, he realized that one of Akainu's feet had transformed into lava. It seems that the ground turning to lava beneath him was precisely because of this. Sure enough, it was a new move. Mork's vigilance surged, and then he punched at Akainu again. The Shock Fruit activated once more, and a wound was directly inflicted on Akainu's body. However, the wound immediately healed under the elemental ability. Although he didn't injure Akainu, at this moment, Akainu's eyes narrowed. He saw Mork's hand touching the space that had cracked from his punch. He suddenly had a bad premonition, and at this moment, as his hand touched the cracked space, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his eyes. Sure enough, this is feasible. Time is supreme, space is king. Fate does not fail, and causality reigns. These four things are undoubtedly revered by all worlds. However, time cannot be touched. Fate and causality are the same. But upon seeing Whitebeard punch out a spatial crack, he suddenly realized The things that are usually seen but cannot be touched have actually presented themselves before him. So what is there to hesitate about? Only, when clashing with Whitebeard, he first obtained the Shock Fruit. After all, with the Shock Fruit, who fears not having the opportunity in space? More carefully savored this. Then he suddenly swung out his autumn water, unleashing a slash aimed directly at Akainu. Akainu looked confused because in his view, this was a completely foolish act. The flying slash could not possibly wrap around armament hockey, and Mork had not mastered the external application of armament hockey. Therefore, such a slash could be completely ignored by a Logia user. Isn't this just wasting energy for no reason? But just when this slash arrived before him, he finally understood the terrifying nature of this slash. Not good. Akainu's pupils trembled. Chapter 93. Tremor, Space, and the Terror of Dual Abilities, because he discovered that this slash continuously carried something similar to Black Lightning. However, it was definitely not the Conqueror's hockey he had seen before. But what exactly was this thing? Akainu felt a bit uneasy in his heart because this thing gave him a strong sense of crisis, as if it could threaten his life. Suddenly, his eyes widened because he thought of the place where Mach had touched the space and caused a crack. Then, recalling that Mach had come into contact with Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit, he immediately possessed a similar ability. A spatial crack? However, the spatial crack created by Whitebeard's punch was white. Right? This is the difference between a crack and a complete shatter. This is a true spatial crack. Cerberus. Akainu quickly extended his lava-formed arm to attack Mach. This move not only had an extremely fast attack speed, but also extraordinary power. In the original manga, Akainu used this move to strike Whitebeard and knock off half of his face. Therefore, this was definitely one of Akainu's strongest techniques. At this moment, he was giving it his all. However, he was horrified to find that when his Cerberus collided with Mach's slash, it was easily cut apart like a piece of paper. Since he had eaten the Logia lava fruit, many had been able to withstand this move. However, no one had ever been able to break through this move so easily until now. No, today he had indeed encountered someone. Then, the slash continued its momentum and was soon right in front of him. At this moment, Akainu dared not take the hit head-on anymore. Shave! Akainu immediately entered a high-speed state. The slash brushed past his ear, narrowly avoiding the attack. When Akainu reappeared, he was already 4 to 5 meters away. However, at this moment, he raised his eyebrows, because he felt a burning pain on his ear and face. Although this pain was nothing compared to his growth through battles with pirates, it still indicated that he had been injured. This shocked him greatly. He instinctively touched his ear, and blood immediately stained his hand. Akainu's pupils involuntarily constricted. How is this possible? At this moment, a chunk of flesh was missing from his ear, and his face bore a wound resembling lightning. Half of his face was covered in blood. The injury wasn't severe, but it looked very frightening. Mach's mouth slightly curled up. That's right. He wouldn't use armament hockey externally, so even though his slash could rival that of Mihawk, it still couldn't harm a Logia user in the slightest. The abilities of a Devil Fruit were the same. However, the Space Fruit was different. Under normal circumstances, why couldn't it harm a Logia user? That's because you couldn't truly touch them. Only with armament hockey could you do so. But with the space ability, breaking the space creates a true spatial crack, which has a powerful tearing force and can devour everything it touches. Even if it's a Logia element, it can still be devoured. Thus, Akainu directly showed wounds on his body. Seeing this attack succeed, Mach couldn't help but laugh. This move is a slash combined with spatial abilities, named the Space Slash. How does it feel? Not bad, right? Looking for death. Akainu was furious, great eruption of fire. He transformed his arm into a massive lava fist made of molten lava and simulated the impact of a volcanic eruption to launch his fist. Powerful enough to instantly shatter and evaporate a giant iceberg dozens of times larger than a giant race. And this time, his target was Mach. Seeing this, Mach smiled indifferently and raised his hand toward the front. Spatial barrier. In an instant, a cubic alternate space appeared, protecting Mach within it. Boom! Akainu's great eruption of fire slammed into it, turning into countless volcanic bombs that shot back toward Akainu himself. Akainu! He knew that after his great eruption of fire exploded, it would turn into countless volcanic bombs, each powerful enough to easily destroy a supersized warship. The power was absolutely terrifying, and he never expected that he would also take this move. Although it wouldn't hurt him, it made him feel a sense of humiliation. He couldn't help but clench his fists and glare fiercely at Mach. At this moment, Mach felt a bit regretful and somewhat shocked. Damn it, I should have absorbed this spatial power earlier. If I had done that, I could have easily defended against Karp, Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu when they surrounded me just now. Because in this world, no one has been able to break space. Even Whitebeard could only create cracks in space or distort it. Why is the barrier ability of the Paramecia barrier fruit so strong? Because it is an inferior fruit to the space fruit, but still possesses spatial attributes. TSK. Mach laughed, suddenly feeling invincible in defense. At the same time, Mach pointed his hand at Akainu's position. The spatial ability activated, and many cracks appeared around Akainu's space. Not good. Akainu's face changed dramatically. Shave. Having learned from his previous experience, he dared not be careless and directly entered a high-speed state, quickly dodging, not even daring to let the spatial cracks touch him at all. However, Mach frowned, because he found that the power was far weaker than he had expected. The spatial cracks that had just attached to the slash were on completely different levels. It seemed that to create large-scale spatial cracks, he would have to keep developing them, unless he never replaced his ability again or turned it into a permanent ability. The former was unlikely. As for the latter, he would need to reach the level of awakening the fruit to have a third permanent ability. And he didn't know when that would be. Let's try this. After sheathing his sword, Mach suddenly slammed his fist to the sides. Crack, crack. The tremor ability activated, and cracks began to appear in the space above his fists. As Mach continued to exert force, the cracks in space multiplied. At the same time, the nearby space began to distort, making this area of space become fragile. Akainu's face turned extremely ugly because he discovered that the distorted space had surrounded him. Although it couldn't harm him, it made him very uneasy. Space shattered. In the next second, Mach seized the opportunity to activate his spatial ability, delivering a heavy blow to the already weakened space under the tremor ability. Crack, crack. A large number of tiny cracks first appeared around Akainu's space, and then these cracks spread rapidly until the space around Akainu was filled with cracks. It looked like a piece of tempered glass that had been struck but had not yet completely shattered. Gulp. Akainu couldn't help but swallow, a chill running from his heels straight to the top of his head. Chapter 94. Akainu devoured by the black hole. He had experienced hundreds of battles, both large and small, and his combat experience was exceptionally rich. He also lacked no experience fighting against the world's top powerhouses, but never before had he felt so helpless as he did now. Counterattack? The distorted space around him surrounded him completely. His attacks, aimed at Mach, would first crash into this twisted space. However, the space around him was already on the verge of breaking apart, as if fearing it would completely shatter in the next second. How could he dare to move? Not good. Sengoku saw this scene from afar and immediately realized Akainu's perilous situation, causing his expression to change dramatically. At this moment, Sengoku could no longer remain calm. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for the Navy. If something were to happen to Akainu, the Navy would lose its strongest fighter, leading to a complete collapse. This war, initiated by him, would end in the Navy's defeat, which he absolutely did not want to see. Although the war had developed to this point, completely beyond his control, he also knew that after the war, he would certainly step down from the position of Fleet Admiral. However, the strength of the Navy headquarters could not be completely shattered under his command. Otherwise, Sengoku's name would become a disgrace to the Navy and a sinner of the Navy. In an instant, Sengoku transformed into a great Buddha. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Jinbe successfully replaced Enel and fought against Smoker. Once freed from Smoker's entanglement, Enel was like a wild horse that had broken free. He quickly dodged and positioned himself behind Mach, facing the Buddha form of Sengoku directly. As long as it wasn't close combat or hockey, Enel feared no one, not even the Buddha form of Sengoku. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Enel unleashed his strongest move, releasing all of his 200 million volts of electricity, surrounding himself with this released electricity, transforming into a gigantic thunder god. In this thunder god form, he was even larger than Sengoku's Buddha. Shock! Enel's sudden explosion caused even the furious Sengoku to momentarily freeze. In that instant, Sengoku completely lost the chance to rescue Akainu. Mach, fearing that he would immediately lose all his strength, felt his legs go weak and almost fell down. His continuous battles had already drained most of his strength. Now, with both abilities exerted at full power, he had exhausted his last bit of energy. He could stand only because of his strong will. Of course, the rapid consumption of energy resulted in an astonishing effect. Boom! The space around Akainu, which had been distorted and filled with cracks, suddenly shattered. The shattered space fell from the sky like broken glass. After the space shattered, a black hole appeared. The black hole generated terrifying suction and tearing forces, pulling the fallen fragments of space back in. This was the self-repair of space itself. For space, this was completely normal. But for Akainu, who was caught in it, it was extremely dangerous. Each fragment of space was like a blade, piercing through his body. Soon, he was left with wounds all over, resembling a beehive. But that wasn't the key point, as these wounds couldn't harm him. The crucial part was that as the black hole sucked back the fragments of space, he also endured the same terrifying suction and tearing forces. Not good. Akainu's expression changed dramatically, as the suction and tearing force was simply too terrifying. Even as an admiral, he couldn't resist it. What seemed slow was actually fast. The fragments of space were rapidly sucked back, restoring the space to its original state. Meanwhile, Akainu, under that suction and tearing force, had already been torn apart. In the end, he completely disappeared into the black hole. Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, Garp, Sengoku all exclaimed in shock. Although they usually did not see eye to eye with Akainu, even belonging to different factions, that was merely an internal matter of the Navy. They absolutely did not wish to see him perish in this war, because the loss of Akainu would be a huge loss for the entire Navy, and it would also deal a significant blow to the Navy's reputation. Whitebeard, Gurura. Akainu's death brought him a sense of relief, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Katarina Devon, Merlu, Baskerville, Abelo Pizarro also wore expressions of astonishment. They knew their captain was powerful, but they never expected him to be this formidable. That was a Navy admiral. Redfield and Barrett also looked at Mach with changed expressions. Previously, although they acknowledged Mach's strength, they still did not place him on the same level. They exchanged glances, realizing they had underestimated Mach. Not to mention them, even Mach himself found it hard to believe. He truly did not expect the combination of the Tremor Fruit and space to be this terrifying. One move had taken down Akainu. My God, before this, he hadn't even dared to imagine. But upon reflection, it made sense, as this was a black hole formed after space shattered. The fact that Akainu wasn't completely devoured was enough to prove his strength. After all, this suction was 100 times more terrifying than Blackbeard's dark water. Of course, upon further thought, this was his first time using these two abilities. Therefore, it was impossible to predict their power. He had caught Akainu off guard, and next time he faced others, they would surely be prepared. It would be impossible to achieve the same result again. After all, no one would allow him to trap them in twisted space like that. Those who had seen this move would not be so foolish again. It's over. The Navy admiral was actually killed. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast of this war was left in shock. The Navy admiral was considered the highest combat power of the Navy, an invincible existence in people's minds. But now, right before their eyes, he was killed head-on by a pirate. In an instant, the tremendous image of the Navy admiral crumbled. At the same time, their confidence in the Navy also wavered, as they could no longer see any hope. This war was destined for Navy defeat. Gulp. Hiss. Some people swallowed hard, and some gasped in disbelief. The Navy soldiers on the battlefield all changed their expressions, their eyes filled with horror. At the same time, many of them began to waver in their confidence of victory. Indeed, Akainu's death had shaken the morale of the entire Navy. Chapter 95, Jinbei versus Smoker Dammit. In the Holy Land, the 5 elders could no longer keep their composure. One of them, dressed in a white robe, bald, and wearing glasses, cursed loudly. He was the only one among the 5 elders who did not wear a suit and had a beard. Holding a katana, he was Saint Nasashir. At this moment, his hand was already resting on the hilt of his sword, and if he were present, he would have likely drawn it by now. Beside him stood Saint Peter, dressed in a deep red suit, with blonde hair and a scar across his chest, looking extremely displeased. He quickly said, "This can't go on. Otherwise, the Navy will collapse entirely." Saint Vochuri, dressed in a dark green suit, bald with 2 mustache curls, stroked his mustache and said coldly, "It seems we have to personally lead CP0 to provide support. Otherwise, once the Navy collapses entirely, even the relatively stable 4 seas will fall into chaos, let alone the Grand Line." Saint Maz and Saint Satan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "We concur. However, the Holy Land cannot be left unguarded. How about we send 3 of us, along with the reserve admirals Momonosuk, Chaffon, and CP0? That should solve the problem." This suggestion received unanimous approval from everyone. At the very least, they could repel the enemy and potentially capture some key figures, thus saving the situation. Gulalalala. Whitebeard immediately noticed that Moke had reached his limit. To Katarina Devon, Baskerville Jot, and Abelo Pizarro, he said, "Protect your captain's retreat. Leave this to us, the Whitebeard pirates." Changing the subject, he added, "Moke has already killed Akainu. Our Whitebeard pirates cannot fall behind." He pointed his sword at Carp. "Kill him. A junior like Moke could take down an admiral." The Whitebeard pirates had to eliminate someone even stronger. Otherwise, where would they put their face? "Yes, old man." The pirates charged forward like they had received a shot of adrenaline, recklessly rushing towards the Navy in front of them. The captains and leaders also lunged at the Navy vice admirals and the 7 warlords. Meanwhile, Enel and Sengoku began a furious exchange of blows. You throw a punch, I throw a punch. It was intense. Enel's ability to match Sengoku's strength surprised everyone. Even Whitebeard, Carp, Redfield, and Barrett watched with interest. After all, they all understood Sengoku's power. As Sengoku fought harder, he was increasingly astonished to find that Enel truly possessed strength that rivaled his own. However, Sengoku being Sengoku quickly realized that Enel had not awakened his haki. This made his eyes light up. Buddha Fist, in his giant Buddha form. He sent a punch imbued with an air wave directly at Enel. The punch was immensely powerful, capable of easily collapsing the execution platform at Navy headquarters in the original story. But this time, he had also wrapped it in haki. At the same time, in his Thunder God form, Enel met the punch head-on. Boom! The 2 fists collided violently, and Enel was sent staggering back a few steps. His expression stiffened. Just moments ago, it had been an even match. How did it suddenly? His gaze fell on Sengoku's massive Buddha fist. His eyes narrowed, gritting his teeth. Another haki. Meanwhile, Jinbei, who had replaced him in battle against Smoker, faced a different situation. Smoker stared at Jinbei, his eyes filled with caution. He was very proud, but not foolish. The main reason he could contend with that earlier Logia-type Thunderfruit user was that they were both Logia types and neither had haki. The attacks from both sides couldn't harm each other at all. He subconsciously glanced at Enel, who was exchanging blows with Sengoku. He clenched his fists. The desire to grow stronger had never been so intense. Fishman Karate, 5,000-watt punch. Jinbei moved swiftly and appeared in front of Smoker, throwing a punch aimed directly at Smoker's abdomen. Most importantly, Jinbei's punch was also wrapped in haki. Crash! Smoker was sent flying, crashing hard into the port wall, exploding into a cloud of smoke. When he transformed back into his human form, Smoker's expression was somewhat twisted. His abdominal muscles twitched intermittently. The last mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. White punch. However, Smoker was not someone who would easily admit defeat. He first transformed his arms and legs into smoke, then extended his smoke-like limbs to launch a flurry of punches and kicks at Jinbei. One had to admit, this move was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Jinbei, but Jinbei did not hold back. His haki-wrapped hand grabbed the incoming fist. Then came another punch. Smoker was once again sent flying. Swish! At that moment, Ghost Spider finally seized an opportunity to push Hanasuk back. Then he blocked Jinbei. Smoker was not foolish. He rushed towards Enel at high speed. He understood that his greatest role in this war was to entangle Enel. That way, he would have demonstrated combat power comparable to an admiral. After all, on the battlefield, besides the admirals, only he, as another Logia type, could tie down Enel. Whoosh! At this moment, Luffy descended from the sky, landing beside Ace. Ace, you're here to cause trouble, right? Carp. Definitely here to cause trouble. Both of them were stunned. Seeing the scene, Moke almost burst out laughing. He then retreated from the battlefield with Katarina Devon, Baskerville-Jot, and Abelo Pizarro. He was not someone who sought to show off. He urgently needed to recover his strength. On such a battlefield without stamina, one would be like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. With Jean Bay, Redfield, Barrett, and Enel's assistance, plus Moke having taken down Akainu, the Navy's morale had already shattered. Now, even without Moke and his group, the Whitebeard pirates held an absolute advantage. Before long, Moke and the others reached the edge of the battlefield. Katarina Devon, Baskerville-Jot, and Abelo Pizarro surrounded Moke to allow him to recover in peace. Moke controlled the power of the Holy Sword to quickly restore himself. Chapter 96 Red-Haired. Give me a favor. When Moke regained his strength and prepared to return to the battlefield, the Navy headquarters had already been shattered by this group of guys. Enel had also withdrawn from the battle because, after all, Sengoku was stronger than him. However, he could leave without anyone stopping him. Of course, Sengoku's defeat of Enel had also consumed a lot of his energy. At this moment, he was a bit out of breath. However, what he had to face now were the fully recovered Moke, along with Catherine, Basque, and Abelo Pizarro. Sengoku's expression turned extremely grim. Raiderfield, Barrett, and Whitebeard had also sustained some injuries by this time. On the Navy's side, Garp Akiji and Kizaru were also not in good shape. But under the leadership of the immortal Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Flower Sword Bista, they pressed the Navy hard. After all, among the Navy headquarters vice admirals, there were very few who could withstand them. Coupled with the numerous captains and leaders under the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy's mid-level combat strength was relatively lower. If it weren't for Sengoku sending out the Pacifista at a critical moment to turn the tide, the Navy would have suffered significant losses in mid-level combat power. Most importantly, the warlords of the sea had quietly retreated to the sidelines, becoming a neutral party. This meant the Navy had lost several important combat forces. It was precisely because of this neutral action that the Navy realized that the warlords of the sea could never be used by them. Therefore, the abolition of the warlords of the sea was put on the agenda. Of course, that is another story. At this moment, Moke stood in front of Sengoku, curiously examining him. His eyes flickered with the phrase itching for action because he was very curious whether Sengoku, a Zoan-type user, could be of any use. Boom! Just then, the ice layer to the side was forcefully shattered. A group of people appeared before everyone. The huge commotion startled everyone on the battlefield, and all eyes turned to look. Moke recognized them at a glance. Leading the group were the three elders, Izambaron V, Nasu Shura, Shepherd X, Peter, and Topman Vacheli. Behind them were the Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and the Admiral T-Pig, along with three masked CP-0 agents. It was the elders. That was Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, T-Pig, CP-0. The morale of the previously demoralized Navy soared, as if they had been injected with a stimulant, and they became fearless once again. The arrival of these people gave them a renewed hope for victory. Whitebeard, Raiderfield, Barrett, and Moke exchanged glances, knowing that the situation had changed again. It seemed they were in for a tough fight. But why should they fear? Everyone's eyes sharpened. While everyone was distracted, Moke swiftly moved to Whitebeard's side. Under Whitebeard's puzzled and astonished gaze, he placed his hand on him. The power of the Holy Sword surged into Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard's body trembled as he felt his injuries rapidly healing. Not only his new wounds, but also his long-standing old injuries were recovering quickly. His expression changed repeatedly, but his eyes were filled with excitement. As he aged, the side effects of the Tremor fruit had become more pronounced. At this moment, he was not only weak due to age, but also burdened by injuries. His strength was only about 70 to 80% of its peak, because under full force, when injuries erupted, he would be the first to die, not the enemy. But now, Gurara, Whitebeard couldn't help but burst into laughter. Raiderfield and Barrett's pupils slightly contracted. Although they couldn't see Whitebeard's old injuries healing, they could visibly see the wounds Whitebeard had just received from Kizara healing. They exchanged glances, and their lips couldn't help but curl up. They really didn't expect Moke to have such abilities. If that's the case, then when they fought later, they could act recklessly. As long as they didn't die, trading injuries for injuries was also an option. What would it be like when 3 emperors acted recklessly? It would definitely be like the end of the world. TSK, TSK. Moke couldn't help but laugh, and Raiderfield and Barrett also laughed. However, sometimes, there are always unexpected characters. For example, the cowardly Kobe suddenly lost his mind. Just a moment ago, he was timid, but now he suddenly ran out and stood among everyone, loudly declaring, "Stop! Don't trample on life any longer." At this moment, Kobe was already in tears. Every battle results in deaths. Their families are waiting for them to return home. We've made too many unnecessary sacrifices. We should stop the endless war. Whitebeard. This little navy, is he not quite right in the head? Raider Field. This kid. Could he be a subordinate of Whitebeard or Moke? Barrett. Useless. Izambaron V. Nasu Shira. Shepherd X. Peter. Topman Vacheli. The 3 remained silent, but their silence was deafening. They all looked at Sengoku, as if to say, "Is this the elite of your Navy headquarters? Are you here to make us laugh?" Sengoku was also rendered speechless. He glared at Garp, but found it a bit tricky. After all, Kobe was Garp's disciple. He had to consider Garp's face. However, in this situation, he had to take action against Kobe. Otherwise, it would be hard to convince everyone. He stepped forward a few paces. At that moment, Moke laughed even more. How well timed. Just when he and Whitebeard were gaining the upper hand, he didn't step out. But as the situation turned again in favor of the Navy and the world government, he stands up to say such a thing. Exactly. This is the cowardly Kobe. Only when the war tilted towards victory did he show his mercy. Haha. But speaking of it, now that the cowardly Kobe had made his appearance, the fearsome king shouldn't be far behind, right? Sure enough, on the other side, a group of figures appeared. His appearance seemed to carry the conqueror's haki, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Red-haired. The moment they saw him, everyone's expressions changed, especially the elders and Sengoku. Garp and the Navy's morale was once again struck down. Each face bore a hint of terror. A fellow emperor like Whitebeard had already given them a hard time. Now, another emperor was here. How could they not break down? Red-haired smiled. "Give me a favor." Chapter 97. What, no face? Then I'll use force to make you submit. Whitebeard. At this point, what face do you want? Raidfield. Who is this little brat? Barrett. Isn't this the little redhead from the ship? Acting all high and mighty now? The 3 elders. We all came out, and you say you want to fight? What do we put our face? Sengoku. Garp Akiji Kizuru. Akainu is dead, and you want face? Is your face worth an Akainu? If you can, bring Akainu back to life. Mock laughed. His goals had all been achieved. Whether to continue fighting and expand the victory or to cease hostilities was irrelevant to him. Then he took a step forward. "I can give you this face, but when one day you need to give me a face, can you do it?" Red-haired Shanks narrowed his eyes at this. He looked deeply at Mock, then smiled, "Of course." Then he changed the subject. "The premise is you have that qualification." Gururara. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Then he said meaningfully, "He really does have that qualification. I fear that you, red-haired, will indeed have to give him face one day." Huh? Red-haired was slightly taken aback. He couldn't help but look at Mock again, but this time his gaze was different. Not just him, but the crew members around him felt the same. If this were said by someone else, they would scoff. But coming from Whitebeard, it had to be taken seriously. Then, they finally recognized Mock, the warlord Mock. They had been on the road, so they truly didn't know the specifics of this battle. They were puzzled, thinking, the warlord shouldn't be working with the Navy, right? Why does Whitebeard seem to support him? Finally, his gaze landed on Katarina Devon, Baskerville Jot, Avalo Pizarro, Inel, and Jinbi. When he saw Jinbi, his eyes flashed. Because Jinbi was also a warlord, and, at this moment, he was standing behind Mock as a subordinate. This information was significant. Red-haired's pupils slightly contracted, and he said with interest, "It's not impossible." Shanks, the one happiest to be there was Luffy, who looked at Shanks with shining eyes and rushed over. "Shanks, you bastard." Garp gritted his teeth. if Sengoku hadn't been holding him back. He might have already charged over and punched Red Hair in the face. A good grandson, and he was fooled into becoming a pirate. Luffy, you're here too. Red-haired was a bit surprised, but at the same time, he glanced at Mock and Whitebeard again, because the meaning of their words was clear. Mock didn't want to fight anymore, and Whitebeard showed support. That made things easier. Then he looked at the three elders and Sengoku. What do you think? The three elders and Sengoku furrowed their brows, exchanging glances. Their eyes held a bit of anger. The Navy had suffered such heavy losses. Even Akainu was dead. Ceasefire? Is that possible? Red-haired raised an eyebrow, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Is this not wanting to give me? Red-haired face? The Conqueror's haki erupted instantly, sweeping across the surroundings. The expressions of everyone present changed. It must be said that Red-haired's Conqueror's haki was truly top-notch in the world. No one present could compare. Barrett, standing in the crowd, was also shocked. He knew that when Roger's crew disbanded, he was already one of the rare, strong ones in the world. But this red-haired kid had just boarded the ship not long ago. He was just an apprentice with another red-nosed guy. Yet he never expected that he already possessed such terrifying Conqueror's haki. This level of Conqueror's haki he had only seen in one person. That was Roger. The three elders, Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, and Akiji, all had extremely ugly expressions. Red-haired's action was a face-off if they didn't want to give face. He would use force to make them submit. Damn it. If it were normal times, if Red-haired dared to do this, they wouldn't mind fighting the red-haired pirates. Let Red-haired experience their wrath. But now, the Whitebeard pirates and Mock pirates had already given them a lot of trouble. If they added another Emperor-level pirate crew, even if they still won, the losses would likely be so great that the entire world government couldn't bear it. So, their expressions changed repeatedly. But in the end, they didn't voice their opinions, just stared hard at Red-haired. Seeing this, Red-haired didn't push them to state their position. After all, silence itself was a form of attitude. Red-haired smiled and turned to Luffy. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let us chat? Luffy, the die-hard fan, nodded vigorously, unable to hide the excitement on his face. Just then, Red-haired also saw Raidfield and Barrett in the crowd, and he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. These two, one was someone Roger had to be wary of. The other was a senior on his own ship. Red-haired, Barrett, long time no see. Barrett nodded, looking a bit incredulous. It really has been a long time. I never expected that the little brat back then would have such strength now. Red-haired, why don't we chat on my pirate ship? Barrett hesitated for a moment, then said, all right. Whitebeard, Mock, and Raidfield exchanged glances. Gurura. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Raidfield, we are also old acquaintances. Come on my ship. I'll show you around. Raidfield nodded. Finally, Whitebeard looked at Mock. You first saved Ace, then avenged Squard. We need to thank you properly. Ace stepped forward. That's right. If you ever need anything, just say it. Ace will definitely help you without hesitation. As soon as Ace said this, Whitebeard, Marco, Jozu, Vista, and others couldn't help but change their expressions, because Ace's promise was a bit too big. However, their Whitebeard pirates would repay any kindness. So, they didn't speak out to stop it, just considered it in their hearts. After all, even a fool could understand. Mock was no longer a warlord. With his and his subordinate strength, once he left here, he would likely compete for the position of emperor, and the targets would most likely be Kaido and Big Mom. But everyone was well aware of the relationship between these two. At worst, when Mock competes for the position of emperor, they would block one of them for him, which would count as repaying this favor. Whitebeard had already made up his mind. Chapter 98. Target Princess. Mock took a glance at Barrett, who was following Shanks, and then boarded the Whitebeard's pirate ship with his crew. The chances of persuading Raidfield and Barrett were too slim, so he was mentally prepared and didn't dwell on it too much. The three groups of Shanks, Whitebeard, and Mock left in a carefree manner. However, the people from the Navy headquarters exchanged glances. The three elders, Izambalong V, Najualang Shung, Shepherd X, Pit Shung, and Topman Vachali Shung, exchanged deep looks with Sengoku. Sengoku's face stiffened, and then he forced a smile, as he already knew his end was near. Mock and his group celebrated for several days and nights on Whitebeard's ship. They had a blast. However, good times passed quickly. A A few days later, Mach and his crew left Whitebeard's pirate crew. Jinbei looked at Mach and asked, "Captain, where are we going now?" Mach replied, "Dressrosa." "Dressrosa?" Jinbei, Enel, Katerina Devante, Baschote, and Abelo Pizarro all showed expressions of surprise. Katerina Devante, Baschote, and Abelo Pizarro had caught up with the outside situation in recent days. They knew that Dressrosa was the territory of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo during the Battle of Marineford. This guy had already lost a leg to the captain. They didn't expect that the first thing the captain wanted to do now was still him. What a huge grudge. Mach, however, had a slight smile on his lips because this time the goal was to completely annihilate the entire Don Quixote family. It should be noted that the Navy had suffered such heavy losses this time. Perhaps there would be another large conscription. By then, Virgo would have the opportunity. Perhaps he could compete for the position of admiral. After all, Akainu was dead, and Sengoku was retiring. Akiji was definitely going to rise to power this time. After all, the position of fleet admiral couldn't go to Kizuru. In this way, just like in the original story, there would suddenly be 2 admiral positions available. Once the entire Don Quixote family was destroyed, he could then devise a way to capture Caesar Clown and achieve a great feat, ultimately devouring the most powerful artificial devil fruit, the dragon fruit, when he obtained the training method for Haki, allowing his terrifying Haki to unleash its true power. With his physical skills, Haki, and his experience in the Navy, he might really be able to sit in the position of Pirate Admiral. TSK. An admiral of the Navy being his undercover agent. What could the Navy and the world government hide from him? Just thinking about it was exhilarating. But then he thought, after all, over at Gold City, if Kaido was still looking for Ada and the others. So he immediately said, "You guys go to the New World to meet up with the other crew members. They have already occupied Guild Tesoro's Gold City. You must hold it for me. That will be our base of operations." Guild Tesoro's Gold City? Jinbei was stunned at first, then shocked, and finally delighted. Except for Enel, who had little concept of money and looked indifferent. Katerina Devante, Baschote, and Abelo Pizarro all had excited expressions. Who doesn't like money? Jinbei asked, "What about Dressrosa?" Mach raised an eyebrow slightly. "I must go to Dressrosa once. So let's split up for now." Jinbei, Katerina Devante, Baschote, and Abelo Pizarro all said in unison, "Captain, rest assured, we will definitely hold Gold City." Dressrosa. Doflamingo had a gloomy face at this time. At this moment, Toripole, Pika Diamante, Laut G. Jura, and Gladius, the high-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, also had serious expressions. Their gazes occasionally fell on Doflamingo's severed leg. They didn't speak, but there were many thoughts in their hearts. Toripole took a deep breath and then tentatively asked, "Doflamingo, should I call him Caesar Clown? With him here, your severed leg can be reattached properly." Doflamingo was taken aback at first upon hearing this. Then he laughed. Finally, he heard some good news these days. Nodding, he said, "Good, have him come over immediately." As he said this, as if he thought of something, he quickly added, "Also, let Monet come back. She hasn't seen Sugar for a long time." Toripole replied, "Understood." At this moment, Doflamingo seemed to be in a much better mood and turned to Diamante, asking, "How's the contact with Kaido going?" Diamante replied, "Kaido was originally going to Guild Tesoro's Gold City to deal with Mach's crew, while trying to rescue Jack and eliminate the 2 traitors. However, Guild Tesoro's Gold City is a ship. Once it starts moving, unless it exposes its position, it's very difficult to track. So, after a few days, we couldn't find a trace of Gold City at all." He paused for a moment. "This is good news for us. Therefore, when Kaido proposed a plan here, I immediately agreed, because teaming up to take down Mach, by then, Mach's crew would have to hand over Jack and the 2 traitors for Mach. However, they never expected that at this very moment, Mach had already arrived at Dressrosa. But Mach didn't rush to deal with Doflamingo. After all, there were 2 princesses he had long coveted, Rebecca and Violet. These are princesses. Just thinking about it makes one excited. Moreover, they're not just pretty faces. Rebecca is a swordsman with decent swordsmanship and good talent. If she had a different teacher and environment, she has the potential to become a sword master. As for Violet, she is a paramecia-type staring fruit user, a woman who can see through all lies. The staring fruit user can see through objects and read what people are thinking when using their abilities. As long as the target is within the user's line of sight, the seen target will be instantly read like they are naked, revealing their inner thoughts. Regardless of whether the opponent is aware or lying, the user can read their current thoughts. Additionally, the user is often in a state of having 1,000-mile vision, allowing them to observe from a radius of 4,000 kilometers centered on themselves. It can be said that her ability is very suitable for gathering intelligence. At the same time, she is also very suitable to be a lookout on the ship. With her around, they will always be able to anticipate the enemy's moves. Even if someone is hiding ambushes at sea, they can discover it in advance. This is also the reason why Doflamingo spared her life, as her ability was too useful. Chapter 98, Different Reactions of the Two Princesses in the Fighting Arena Prison. Rebecca was still beaming with excitement. She had received news that Don Quixote Doflamingo had lost a leg to a man named Mock. This was undoubtedly the best news she had heard in over a decade. How could she not be excited? She wanted to shout out loud to release the grievances she had harbored for so many years. At that moment, a gasp came from the direction of the guards. Rebecca looked puzzled because there shouldn't be anyone coming at this time, and today was not her turn to compete in the fighting match. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, followed by a figure crashing down right in front of her cage. Rebecca's pupils constricted sharply as she recognized that this person was one of the guards. Someone actually dared to kill a guard here. Rebecca was utterly shocked, as this was equivalent to declaring war on the entire Don Quixote family, directly provoking Doflamingo. Who in Dressrosa had the guts for that? Who had the strength? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed, each step seemingly pressing on her heart, making her increasingly excited. To her, someone like this was a good person. Soon, a majestic yet handsome man stood before her. Just one glance, and Rebecca's pupils narrowed to pinpoints. Although she had never seen this man in person, his image and that of his crew had long been plastered all over Dressrosa. It was clear how much Doflamingo feared him, worried that he might infiltrate. But in her eyes, how could someone like him sneak in? He came in openly, and could Doflamingo stop him? Seeing Rebecca's expression, Mock understood that she recognized him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It seems you know me. Rebecca excitedly nodded. You're the one who severed Doflamingo's leg. After her excitement, she quickly added, I wonder, what brings you to me? Rebecca was not foolish. It was clear Mock had come specifically for her, but she genuinely couldn't understand what he found valuable in her. The only thing she could offer was her youth and beauty. Did someone like Mock lack for young and beautiful women? If he wanted, what kind of woman couldn't he have? Mock didn't like beating around the bush and said directly, I'm interested in you and Violet. If you're willing to become my women, then I'll help you reclaim the kingdom of Dressrosa. What? Rebecca never expected that he was indeed interested in her beauty. She was even more shocked to find out that he was also interested in Violet, who was. This man before her actually wanted them to share a husband. This was simply outrageous. Rebecca felt a mix of anger and excitement. She was furious because this man was being too excessive, but she was also thrilled because after so many years, she finally saw hope for her country's restoration. However, she quickly retorted, but even if I refuse, you will still deal with Doflamingo, right? After all, you have a grudge against him. Mock nodded. That's right. Rebecca, then why should I agree? Mock smiled. I came here to deal with Doflamingo this time. But you need to understand, dealing with Doflamingo and dealing with the entire Don Quixote family are two different concepts. Rebecca raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? If you don't agree, I will only deal with Doflamingo. I won't touch the others, because they cannot pose any threat to me. After I eliminate Doflamingo, I can directly take them as my subordinates and use them for my purposes. As he spoke, Mock's eyes sparkled, seemingly very interested. Rebecca's pupils constricted because Mock could indeed do this. Most importantly, for Mock, this was the best choice, because in doing so, he could maximize his benefits, turning everything Doflamingo had into his own. Gulp. Rebecca couldn't help but swallow. She felt a sense of despair, because once Mock replaced Doflamingo, the kingdom of Dressrosa would no longer have a chance for restoration. Seeing that the time was right, Mock added, just to let you know, your father and grandfather are still alive. After saying that, he left without looking back. What? Rebecca gasped, her eyes wide with surprise, her expression a mix of joy and worry. Come back. Please clarify everything. Watching Mock leave, Rebecca was completely anxious. Mock did not stop, but left behind a phrase. I wouldn't stoop to deceive you. So think it over. I'll be back tomorrow, but remember, tomorrow is your last chance. After he finished speaking, Mock disappeared. Rebecca stood there dazed, murmuring to herself, "So, Dad and Grandpa are still alive." As Mock walked away, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Rebecca's attire was indeed, just like in the original story, so revealing. It was convenient for his plans. Of course, the main thing was that her figure was top-notch. She was well-endowed, shapely, slim, with long and straight legs. The key was that she looked youthful and fresh. Violet, with long dark brown hair and beautiful light brown eyes, wore a red flower in her hair and was dressed in a flamenco dance costume, with a flower in her mouth. She was dancing the flamenco. Many people were watching. However, as she danced, her movements suddenly froze for a moment. Because in the crowd, she saw someone. Those watching her dance might not have noticed, but on stage, she spotted him at a glance. A flash of excitement crossed her eyes. Having been under Doflamingo for years, she naturally knew far more than Rebecca and understood how terrifying Mock's strength was. Of course, she also knew what kind of person Mock was. He was the one who had killed Admiral Akainu. At the same time, she understood this was her only chance to kill Doflamingo, annihilate the entire Don Quixote family, and restore the kingdom. How could she not be excited? Her experiences were far greater than Rebecca's, so she understood that to get what she wanted, she had to give something in return. Especially when she saw the look in Mock's eyes, she realized what she needed to offer to gain his help. She lightly bit her lip, hesitated for just a moment, and already made her decision in her heart. She had to make Mock satisfied, at any cost. Chapter 100. Unexpected joy, baby. 5. Mock naturally noticed Violet's abnormality, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then made a gesture, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Violet, who was dancing, changed her expression slightly. However, after enduring humiliation beside Doflamingo for so many years, she had learned to conceal her emotions quite naturally. Even if she was excited or anxious inside, it wouldn't show on her face. After finishing a dance, she found an excuse and left. Alone, she went to a secluded place. Mock was standing there, waiting quietly. He knew Violet would come. She would never let such an opportunity slip by. Violet gave Mock a noble salute. "Hello, I wonder what you need from me?" It must be said that people who have experienced the harshness of society are different from those who haven't. Just look at her posture. She was very humble because she understood that the person standing in front of her could determine her fate, and even the fate of the entire Dressrosa kingdom. Mock said directly, "I have already visited Rebecca in the gladiatorial prison. He preferred to be straightforward. Why beat around the bush? It's not like it's a past life. With his current strength, getting a woman didn't require those troublesome steps. Someone once said that only ordinary people would go to great lengths to pursue women. Those in power and authority only choose women. Another person said that women only ask ordinary people for attitude and emotional value. As long as a man has enough power, even if he has a mistress, she will take care of his emotions and make him happy. Even if the mistress gives birth, she has to be well taken care of during her confinement." "What?" Violet exclaimed. If there was anyone in this world who could make her emotions fluctuate, it would be Rebecca. At the same time, she began to question Mock's intentions. After all, seeking her could still be understood as wanting to know about Doflamingo and his Don Quixote family. But she couldn't fathom any legitimate reason to seek out someone like Rebecca, who had been locked up in a gladiatorial prison for years. Mock once again presented the two choices he had given to Rebecca to Violet. Her expression changed repeatedly. But after a moment, she nodded. "I agree. I will convince Rebecca, but you must first fulfill your promise. Eliminate Doflamingo and his entire Don Quixote family. Then, help my father ascend to the throne of Dressrosa." So quickly agreed? Mock was astonished, and even more surprised that Violet said she would help him persuade Rebecca. He was quite taken aback. However, if it were to be this way, he would be very pleased. So Mock unreservedly gave his promise. "No problem. Now, use your abilities to help me find Sugar's location." Violet's eyes brightened at his words. Excitedly, she said, "I am very willing to serve you, Captain." She then touched the tips of her index finger and thumb together to form a circle, similar to an OK gesture. A thin membrane-like substance soon formed within the circle, created by her fingers, which she placed in front of her eyes. With her ability of X-ray vision and thousand eyes, she quickly found Sugar's location. Then, pointing to the palace, she said, "It's over there. Captain, after you enter the palace, just go straight until you reach the end. That's where Sugar is located, because that's the palace's sleeping quarters." After saying this, her expression became somewhat complicated. She murmured, "That used to be where I lived. Entering the palace and going straight? That should be easy to find." Then, under Violet's shocked expression, Mach dispersed, transforming into an invisible air, heading towards Doflamingo's palace. "Who?" Just as he was about to enter Sugar's sleeping quarters, someone called out sharply. Mach didn't bother to hide anymore and revealed himself. At the same time, he turned towards the direction of the voice. The next moment, his brows furrowed, because there stood a figure draped in a cloak resembling a blanket with circles, holding a scepter marked with a plum blossom, wearing small sunglasses, and perpetually having a runny nose. The top of his hair was a fringe, while the bottom was glue-like, drooping hair, barefoot, with shackles on his feet, stubbly mustache on his upper lip, and sparse teeth. In a word, he looked disgusting. Of course, this image was unique in the entire One Piece universe. He was Treble, a cadre of the Don Quixote family. However, this was not his true appearance. Typically, he hid his body in the slime he secreted, making others think he was a bit chubby. In fact, he was quite skinny. But Mach felt a sense of humiliation. He couldn't believe he had been discovered by such a person. He now wanted to awaken his observation haki even more desperately. Otherwise, he would sometimes be too passive. Mach. Treble immediately recognized Mach, his eyes first filled with shock and then terror. Run. This was his first thought. Very real and very genuine. However, he was not a person skilled in speed. How could he possibly escape? Soon he realized this. Gulp. Treble swallowed hard, looking at Mach in fear. He had never felt that death was so close to him. Mach looked at Treble, who did not run, did not scream, and did not launch an attack. He couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems you were a smart person. In that case, take me to find Sugar. Then take me to Doflamingo's treasury." It must be said that he had been coveting Doflamingo's treasury for a long time. After all, this guy was famous in the underworld for dealing in devil fruits and intelligence. So, his treasury would certainly contain several excellent devil fruits. Upon hearing this, Treble's expression changed repeatedly. The treasury was one thing. Losing devil fruits and treasures was not a big deal. With the strength of the Don Quixote family, it wouldn't take long to regain them. However, Sugar was the core of occupying the Dressrosa Kingdom. She was also the cornerstone of the Don Quixote family's existence. They absolutely could not afford to lose her. Mach glanced at him indifferently. "What's wrong? Unwilling?" Treble's thoughts raced, and finally, he forcibly controlled his emotions and nodded. "Then I'll take you to the treasury first." Oh, Mach was somewhat surprised. It was known that the Don Quixote family members were very loyal to Doflamingo. Treble's easy agreement made it hard for him not to think too much. Chapter 101. Surprises in the Treasure Vault. However, soon after, Moke was left stunned. This guy, Torpole, actually brought him to Doflamingo's treasure vault. Not to mention the jewels and gold, just the famous swords alone numbered several, and there were exactly 5 devil fruits. Each one was a top-tier devil fruit. The Zoan-type mythical beast white tiger form, the Zoan-type ancient species emperor crocodile form, the Paramecia-type bounce fruit, the Paramecia-type spirit eye fruit, and the Logia-type cloud fruit. Although they sounded impressive, he was particularly focused on the Paramecia-type bounce fruit and the Paramecia-type spirit eye fruit. These 2 Paramecia-type fruits, being placed alongside those 3 devil fruits, must also be extraordinary. Unfortunately, the boxes storing the devil fruits only had their names written on them, with no detailed descriptions. Moreover, with the Paramecia-type barrier fruit he had in hand, he now possessed 6 devil fruits. Rebecca, Shiryu, Catherine, Baskerville, Abelo Pizarro, and Karina, exactly 6. At that time, he would let them choose for themselves. Of course, there was also Jinbei. However, a pirate crew always needed at least one member who wasn't a devil fruit user, just in case. Besides, Jinbei was a fishman, and the sea was his greatest advantage. So, why let him eat a devil fruit? Moke looked at Torpole and said meaningfully, "You really did bring me to the treasure vault." Torpole wore a pleasing expression. "I followed Doflamingo back then because he had the aura of a king. But now it seems he is nothing special. Look, he's even lost a leg in your hands. Naturally, I can make another choice. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Moke silently scoffed. At the same time, Torpal's reasoning made sense. After all, there have always been such people in any world. However, he still felt something was off. Should I take you to sugar now? Torpal asked, sounding even more ingratiating, or rather, fawning. Moke nodded, all right. Torpal immediately led the way, as if bringing Moke to the treasure vault, without any sign of abnormality. Walking behind, Moke couldn't help but ponder. This is getting interesting. I want to see what tricks you're playing. Halfway through, a tall woman in a maid outfit approached. Upon seeing Torpal, she first displayed a respectful demeanor and quickened her pace. It was clear she intended to greet him. Torpal, out of Moke's sight, frantically waved his hands, signaling her to leave. However, by the time the woman realized, it was too late. She had already seen Moke walking behind Torpal, and Moke had seen her too. What the hell? Isn't that baby 5? For anyone who likes maids, she would definitely be the top choice among pirates, because she is someone who desperately needs to be needed by others. As long as you say, I need you to her, she will become infatuated with you. It really makes no logical sense. In the original story, it was precisely because of her desire to be needed that she couldn't refuse anyone, whether it was lending money, marriage proposals, or forced sales. She would accept them all, thinking she was needed. This led her to be frequently deceived, ending up with a staggering debt of 98 million berries and subscribing to as many as 50 newspapers. Consequently, she was proposed to by many scoundrels. If it weren't for Doflamingo clearing those guys out, she would have probably already had a bunch of children. Later, after the Dressrosa incident, she was married by the 13th generation pillar of the Tontata tribe, Old Kai, and became his woman while playing with him. Can you believe it? Which man wouldn't want a maid who caters to you in everything and thinks of you all the time? Weapon transformation, gun foot. She transformed her foot into a handgun and aimed it at Moke. Stop. Moke hadn't even spoken yet when Torpal, who was in front, was already panicking. He shouted loudly to stop her. Damn it, he didn't want to die yet. Huh? Baby 5 looked confused. Wasn't he this guy Moke? Wasn't he the enemy? Why was he stopping her? You're Baby 5, right? Moke finally spoke. Baby 5 nodded and questioned. What are you doing here? Are you trying to harm my young master? Moke honestly nodded. That's true, but I really need you. Huh? Baby 5 froze. Torpal's face changed drastically because he had a strong premonition, and it was very ominous. Sure enough, the next moment, Baby 5, who had initially been targeting Moke, changed her expression. She looked at Moke eagerly and said with a hint of excitement, You really need me? Moke replied seriously, Of course, I really need a maid like you. After hearing this, Baby 5 floated with happiness and turned to Torpal. Did you hear that? He said he really needs me. Torpal wore a look of despair. God, can't there be one normal person here? One who comes to kill without a hint of disguise? A person who, upon hearing someone say they need them, immediately wants to defect? Please, he was still in a life and death situation. It was hard for him to maintain his composure. Baby 5, you have to remember, we are on the same side. Unfortunately, he could only say this in his heart. Even if he said it, Baby 5 wouldn't listen to him. Sure enough, Baby 5 happily ran to Moke's side, a bit shyly saying, I'm willing to be your servant. At this moment, not only Torpal, but even Moke was rendered speechless. Knowing something firsthand was a completely different concept. He couldn't help but murmur, this world really has such peculiar women. Moke stared at Baby 5, somewhat entranced. What a good opportunity. Although Torpal wasn't particularly strong, he had been a pirate for decades and quickly recognized the best moment to strike. His hand involuntarily moved, but then he suppressed the impulse. He understood that, regardless of whether he could land a hit, even if he did, given the strength disparity between them, a single strike probably wouldn't harm Moke at all. So, this still wasn't the wisest choice. He decided to stick to the original plan. A cold light flashed in Torpal's eyes. He had to make sure this guy fell into his hands. Chapter 102. He got anxious, so Torpal once again squeezed out a smile and praised Baby 5, saying, Yes, following Captain Moke is the wise choice. With that, he subtly took the lead again. Moke raised an eyebrow, becoming increasingly curious about what tricks Torpal was up to, so he followed along. Meanwhile, Baby 5, who had already taken on the role of his maid, obediently walked alongside Moke. The three of them proceeded smoothly and soon arrived at the palace where Sugar resided. At this moment, Sugar was happily eating a plate of grapes. She was a bit surprised to see Toribol. "How come you?" But before she could finish her sentence, she froze in place. Even the action of bringing the grapes to her mouth stopped, as if she had been hit by a paralysis spell. Because the next second, Moke walked in behind her. Well, suddenly, the grapes in her mouth didn't taste good anymore. Toribol, however, had his eyes light up, and with his back to Moke, he frantically gestured to Sugar, his expression gradually turning sinister. At that moment, Sugar finally snapped back to reality. Though she looked like a child, she was already 20 years old and quite clever. However, she still maintained a naive and cute demeanor. She then bounced over to Moke, even extending her hand towards him, holding grapes. "Uncle, do you like grapes?" As Sugar's hand got closer to Moke, he showed no signs of retreating, while Toribol was so excited he nearly jumped up. Not only that, but Sugar's innocent appearance also revealed a flaw. Just as her hand was about to touch Moke under the pretense of sharing grapes, a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. But at that moment, a hint of purple appeared in Moke's pupils. Sugar instantly froze, a cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Gulp. Sugar swallowed, her legs trembling, because she felt as if she was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Moke glanced at Toribol. "So this is what you were planning?" At that moment, Toribol was also frozen in place, his heart sinking. Moke's gaze returned to Sugar. "Sugar, you are the user of the Toy fruit from the Paramecia class. You can turn anyone you touch into whatever toy you desire. And the type and style of the toy is entirely based on your preferences. For example, you could turn someone into a doll or an animal plush, etc. Moreover, people related to the transformed target, like relatives or friends, will lose all memories of the target as they once were. Those in toy form will work or fight for the Don Quixote family until death under your ability. Now, the toy people all over Dressrosa have made the entire world feel no abnormalities, all thanks to your ability. Furthermore, Don Quixote must have secretly dealt with many people using your ability. After all, some people are inconvenient to kill, but they can be erased from this world using your power. How is that possible? Toribol was horrified, knowing that Sugar had always been the highest secret of the Don Quixote family. Most importantly, no one should have leaked information under her ability. Unless, Toribol's face changed dramatically as he thought of a possibility. But this possibility was something he couldn't accept, because only official members of the Don Quixote family knew of Sugar's existence. If Moke knew so clearly, then there was only one possibility. Someone among them had betrayed the entire Don Quixote family. But the entire Don Quixote family was like family. Baby Five was also stunned, and soon a ruthless glint appeared in her innocent eyes that belied her age, because her hand was already very close to Moke, just a little more forward, and she could turn this detestable guy into a bear toy. However, Moke's next words shattered her resolve. Moke softly said, "If your hand dares to move even a fraction forward, you will soon see your sister Monet's corpse." He added, "I believe your sister Monet will soon return here with Caesar Clown. After all, someone needs to reattach a leg for Don Quixote." Hiss! Toribol felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected Moke would anticipate this. After all, they had only mentioned it today. Moke looked at Sugar. "You're over 20 now, right? Then you should understand why so many executives wanted your sister to keep an eye on Caesar Clown." Sugar's eyes flickered. Moke's words struck her heart, as she didn't want to be separated from her sister. At this moment, she wasn't as naive as she had been 12 years ago. Don Quixote had separated the sisters for a simple reason: to use her to control her sister, while also using her sister to control her. As long as the two were not together, they would be each other's soft spot. For each other, neither would harbor any other thoughts. Even if she had begun to doubt the disaster that had befallen them, she could only bury it deep in her heart. But that didn't mean they were truly foolish. Especially after witnessing Don Quixote and the entire family's methods over the years, suspicions had long since formed in her mind. Perhaps it was precisely because of her ability that Don Quixote had valued or targeted her. Moke immediately added, "Join my pirate crew. That way, not only can you and your sister be together every day, but you also have to be locked in this palace every day. You should go see the outside world." Moke directly extended an invitation. Sugar didn't immediately refuse. Instead, she fell silent. Because Moke's two sentences hit two painful points in her heart. Indeed, she wanted to live with her sister. She wanted to go out and explore, rather than live in this small palace. If she spent her life in this small space, then what was the meaning of her life, and what joy would there be? Although she didn't speak, her silence was deafening. Torbal's expression changed repeatedly, and finally, he made a decision. Because Sugar absolutely could not be lost. At the same time, he secretly regretted. He shouldn't have thought of using Sugar's ability to deal with Moke. He looked at Moke, realizing that Moke's gaze was still fixed on Sugar, his eyes growing increasingly crazed. Chapter 103. Doflamingo went mad sticky chains. Torpol activated his ability, shooting out thick, brown, slippery goo from his body, forming a spherical grid of sticky chains. Once hit, it would directly bind a person. If it were an ordinary attack, such a sudden ambush would indeed allow him to succeed. But he was facing Moke. Most importantly, Moke had always suspected this guy was up to no good, and he never let his guard down. So, how could he possibly let Torpol succeed? In an instant, Moke vanished from sight, causing Torpol's attack to miss. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Torpol. In Torpol's horrified gaze, the autumn water sword was drawn in a flash. The sword gleamed coldly in the air and struck Torpol's chest directly. A wound instantly appeared, piercing through his entire body. Following that, the goo on him quickly disappeared, revealing his true form. The wound also appeared on this true body. Blood gushed out, quickly dyeing his entire body red. Torpol looked down. His frail body trembled. He looked at Moke again, opening his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. In his eyes, there was only despair. Torpol's gaze gradually lost focus, and the expression left on his face was only fear of death. Hiss! Sugar gasped in shock. Her beloved grapes fell to the ground, and she didn't even notice. Great! Since Moke entered the royal city, Violet had been using her ability to watch. So, every move here was in her sight. When she saw Torpol, Baby 5, and Sugar getting along very well, she panicked, thinking something had gone wrong. But when she saw Moke kill Torpol with one sword, the weight in her heart was completely lifted, because she knew Torpol's status in the Don Quixote family. Now that Moke had killed Torpol, there was no room for reconciliation between Moke and the Don Quixote family. However, she was a bit confused. Why did Moke intend to make a move against Baby 5 and Sugar? She muttered, could it be that this guy is also attracted to their beauty? Baby 5 is fine. She's a beauty, but Sugar still looks like a child. Could it be he has such a preference? However, Moke looked at Sugar with a friendly smile. So, have you thought it over? Sugar finally reacted. Her eyelids twitched slightly, thinking, now, besides agreeing, do I have any other choice? Is there? No, unless I want to die. The key is if I die, then my sister Monet will also inevitably face this disaster. Sugar took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Finally, she nodded. Captain, rest assured, I will definitely persuade my sister. Good girl. She quickly adjusted her position. Very good. Moke nodded in satisfaction. Then he issued his first command as captain to Sugar. Release your ability and restore the Dressrosa Kingdom to its original state. Sugar was taken aback for a moment. Hesitating for a second, Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family held a significant position in her life. She had a sense of reverence for Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. She even once thought that Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family were the most powerful beings in the world. However, the person in front of her, her new captain, shattered that notion. Sugar took a deep breath and then nodded. In the next second, all the toys in the Dressrosa Kingdom returned to their original forms. This scene also fell into Violet's sight. Seeing this, she trembled with excitement, because at this moment, she completely understood that Moke had begun to fulfill his promise to her. Then her father and brother-in-law would also appear soon. Wait, Violet turned to look at the direction of the Colosseum, her brows slightly furrowed, because there was still a difficult problem waiting for her to solve. After all, since Moke had begun to fulfill his promise to her, she should also fulfill her promise to him. Oh no, young master. Pika's special voice rang beside Doflamingo. He was a Paramecia-type, stone fruit user. Capable of assimilating with rocks, he comes into contact with and incorporating the rock's appearance, hardness, and other properties into his own power. Thus, The user can transform into a massive stone giant for attacks. However, his ability had another function. It could be used to monitor the entire Dressrosa royal city. Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family could not leave all observations to Violet. So, when he saw that all the toys in the royal city had returned to their original forms, he immediately realized something had happened with Sugar and rushed to Doflamingo's side. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. "What is going on? Why are you so anxious?" Though he said this, his heart tightened. He thought, could it be that Moke's group has come? Kaido hasn't arrived yet. Pika didn't know what Doflamingo was thinking and said directly, "Young master, something has happened. All the toys in the royal city have returned to their original forms. Something must have happened with Sugar. Most importantly, what we have done over the years might not be concealed any longer." Doflamingo's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Only he understood how much he had done using Sugar's ability. A drop of cold sweat seeped from his forehead and slowly slid down his cheek. Not to mention, in the dark prison, there were 7 or 8 Navy majors, and even a Navy rear admiral. Then there were the CP people. In the past, he had acted with impunity, relying on Sugar's ability. Because no traces would be left. As long as someone was turned into a toy by Sugar, it was equivalent to erasing that person from the world, and no one would remember them. He knew that this time, he was in big trouble. He suddenly stood up, his eyes under the glasses glowing red. No one in the royal city, whether civilians or those in the prisons or the dark prisons, can escape. He then exerted force with one leg, and his whole body quickly dashed outside. Birdcage. This move was definitely one of Doflamingo's strongest techniques. He activated his ability, prepared for a moment in his hand, and countless threads erupted from his hand like a volcanic eruption. They shot into the sky, causing thousands of transparent threads to spray into the air and fall like a meteor shower. Chapter 104. A punch for each child when falling to the ground. Threads would extend from a point in midair to the point on the ground, forming a massive birdcage shaped like a curved arc made of countless threads. This move from Don Quixote Doflamingo was so grand that it startled everyone in the entire royal city, including Moke. At this moment, Moke looked at the birdcage in the sky and couldn't help but marvel at its power. The birdcage was undoubtedly a city-destroying level technique. Its vast range enveloped the entire royal city. Additionally, the birdcage itself had extremely sharp cutting abilities. Just a light touch would cause injury. Thus, this move was like a real birdcage, making it impossible for nearly everyone inside to escape. Furthermore, if the user wished, they could disperse the threads that formed the birdcage and use them as parasitic lines to invade the opponent's body, manipulating their limbs to make the people inside the cage kill each other. The threads could even block electromagnetic waves or communication signals, preventing those inside from using the snail phone to call for help. Moreover, it could shrink at will, killing everyone inside the cage. Most importantly, in the original work, even a powerful character's smile could not cut through this birdcage, highlighting its strength. To break this move, one could only kill Doflamingo from within the birdcage. Otherwise, besides those small children, no one could escape from it. Moke turned to Sugar and said, "Doflamingo and his subordinates will probably arrive soon. You should take Baby 5 and leave here, finding a safe place to hide." Hearing this, Sugar was slightly stunned. In her mind, Moke would definitely keep her by his side until he eliminated Doflamingo and his Don Quixote family, not letting her leave for a moment. Her gaze flickered, and the clever girl immediately understood. This was Moke giving her another chance to choose, allowing her to express a clear stance. It could also be seen as a test. Sugar nodded cautiously, then took Baby 5's hand and hurriedly walked in the opposite direction. At the moment she grabbed Baby 5's hand, Baby 5 instantly transformed into a humanoid doll. Moke's pupils involuntarily constricted at this scene. After all, hearing about it and seeing it with his own eyes were vastly different. What shocked him the most was that his memory of Baby 5 had not been erased. This indicated one thing: Sugar could control it. She could control her powers to ensure that certain individuals were not affected by her abilities, thus retaining their memories. No wonder. Moke's eyes brightened because this ability was incredibly strong and convenient. In the future, it would make certain tasks much easier for him. Moments later, Moke noticed that the wall beside him had actually moved. He narrowed his eyes. "Pika? That was fast." Immediately, his brows furrowed. For him, the most troublesome member of the entire Don Quixote family was this guy, because he had not awakened observation haki, and Pika was hiding within the rocks. It would be quite difficult to ascertain his location without that ability. Boom! In the next moment, the rocky ground behind Moke erupted, transforming into a gigantic fist that slammed toward him. However, Moke did not engage. Instead, he turned into air and vanished from the spot, causing Pika's attack to miss completely. Diamante, Lao Ji, Jorah, Gladius, Senior Pink, Dringe, and Mahabais all emerged from the corners. Among them, Jorah looked particularly grim. This guy's ability is really troublesome. However, Diamante glanced in another direction, drawing his long sword instantly. Half Moon Funeral. He raised his sword and swung it, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that effortlessly split the ground in two, as if cutting through tofu. As a swordsman, he had already awakened observation haki, making him the only one among the group able to catch Moke's trace. Just as Moke returned to human form and saw Diamante's half-moon funeral, his eyes lit up. This sword strike was quite exceptional among swordsmen. Unfortunately, in the original work, this was the only skill of Diamante that did not rely on his devil fruit powers. From Moke's perspective, Diamante was wasting his potential. The fact that he could execute this sword strike indicated his innate talent in swordsmanship was undoubtedly impressive. Most importantly, his paramecia-type Flare Fruit was genuinely subpar, and his development of it was even worse. If he focused solely on swordsmanship, his strength would surely be much greater than it was now. Soru. Faced with these individuals, Moke didn't even feel the urge to draw his sword. He directly used the Marine 6 style through, entering a high-speed motion state. He vanished from the spot and reappeared behind Senior Pink. Boom! A punch landed heavily on Senior Pink's abdomen before he could even react. He was sent flying, and under Moke's terrifying strength, his internal organs were shattered, spraying blood mixed with bits of organs into the air. He was as good as dead. This is bad. The expressions of everyone present changed, and their eyes filled with fear. They had initially thought that with their combined strength, even if they couldn't defeat Moke, they could at least hold him off. They never expected the power Moke displayed to be so terrifying, his methods so overwhelming. The helmet exploded. Gladius was the first to launch a counterattack, expanding the helmet on his head until it reached maximum size and then detonating it. The fragments created by the explosion were propelled at high speed due to the blast shockwave, turning the helmet debris into razor-sharp projectiles with immense destructive power. Soru. Moke instantly vanished, dodging Gladius's attack and appearing in front of Dringe and Mahabais. He delivered a flying kick that struck Dringe's head, the terrifying force snapping his neck instantly. Then, without losing momentum, Moke's leg crashed into Mahabais' chest. Mahabais' chest caved in, clearly shattered by Moke's kick. A large amount of blood gushed from his mouth, and his massive body fell to the ground with a thud. Diamante, Lao Ji, Jorah, and Gladius were so shocked that their eyes nearly bulged out. Whoosh. At the same time, the four of them leaped back 7 or 8 meters, creating distance from Moke while also maintaining a safe distance from one another, as if this action could provide them with a semblance of security. Chapter 105. Violet's visual sharing shaving. But what use is this? Mock suddenly appeared in front of Gladius and threw a punch. Upon seeing Mock, Gladius was completely taken aback, his eyes filled with terror. His body began to expand under his ability, taking on a round appearance like a balloon. In this state, if Gladius was attacked by external forces, he would explode, obliterating all enemies within a certain range and shooting out millions of explosive hairs that could hit distant targets and cause damage. This move was powerful both in terms of strength and range, providing damage effects at both close and long distances. Additionally, Gladius's clothes would remain undamaged after the explosion. Mock's pupils shrank slightly. Is he trying to use the explosion to push me back? If it were someone else, it might actually work. After all, Gladius's move was quite formidable. Swish! His armed color instantly enveloped his entire body, and he entered the gear second state. Then, his fist slammed heavily into Gladius. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, creating a massive shockwave that swept through the surroundings. Diaman, Lao Ze, and Jorah were also caught in the blast and had to quickly dodge. However, to their horror, it was not Mach who flew out from the explosion, but Gladius. He was propelled over 10 meters before crashing into the palace wall, embedding himself into it. The powerful impact caused the wall to crack around him. The fissures quickly spread throughout the wall, and eventually, the entire structure collapsed, burying Gladius. When the flames and smoke from the explosion dissipated, Mach stood there unscathed, his gaze icy as he looked at Gladius. Gulp! Diamante, Lao Ji, and Jorah swallowed hard. Since Mach began to attack, not a single person could withstand even one of his strikes. At this moment, they finally understood the vast gap between them and Mach. Mach looked at Diamante, Lao Ji, and Jorah with a cold smile, then turned to survey the surroundings with a hint of disdain, saying, "It seems your young master has abandoned you." What a joke, claiming that everyone in the Don Quixote family is like family. Meanwhile, Rebecca, who had been released in the arena, was using her ability to observe everything here. Watching the members of the Don Quixote family die one by one, she felt an immense thrill. At the same time, she seemed to understand something. Mach could not find the hiding place of Don Quixote Doflamingo. This was unacceptable for her, as Doflamingo was the root of everything. Visual sharing. This was a technique she had hidden all along. As long as it was within her visual range, she could share her ability with anyone. Just as Mach was about to make another move, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes that made it difficult for him to open them. When the pain subsided, he discovered that his vision had changed dramatically. Mach was momentarily stunned, unable to react because the transformation was too significant. His entire world felt different. After the shock, he realized the source of this ability. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "Violet, you have hidden this quite well." However, this also somewhat compensated for his lack of awakened observation haki. He then glanced at the left wall, where Pika was hiding. In the next moment, he saw Pika move within the wall. Pika quickly emerged from the wall, launching a punch wrapped in armed color. However, under Violet's shared ability, every movement of Pika was now visible to Mach. He swiftly kicked off the ground and stomped down just as Pika's punch came crashing up. Crack! The gap between the two was too great, and Pika's wrist was instantly broken. Subsequently, Mach bent down, smashed through the rocky ground, grabbed Pika's head, and pulled him out. He then slammed him down, activating his shock ability. Boom! Pika's skull and brain, along with the ground beneath him, were shattered. Hiss! Pika's strength was well known to Diamante, Lao Ji, and Jorah present. Not to mention, his armed color was only slightly below Virgo's. If Pika was so easily defeated by Mach, how could they possibly fight back? The most crucial part was that Mach's every attack was incredibly swift, leaving them no chance for mutual rescue. Diamante, Lao Ji, and Jorah exchanged glances, and fear was evident in their eyes. At that moment, they were already having second thoughts. If there were even the slightest hope of victory, they would be willing to fight to the death. But now, there was not even a glimmer of hope. Only despair remained. Mach looked at the three before him. These three could be considered the strongest under Doflamingo, second only to Virgo. What a pity. For Virgo's safety, these three had to die. Otherwise, he might have tried to win them over, strengthening his pirate crew further. After all, the more people who knew Virgo's identity, the greater the chance of it being exposed. Virgo was far more important than these guys. It would be a loss that outweighed the gain. Leaving Sugar and Monet was already the limit. If it weren't for Sugar's ability, he wouldn't even keep these two. Swish! At that moment, a figure flashed behind Mach. The colorful threads. The person was none other than Doflamingo, who created nearly transparent threads from each of his 5 fingers, striking a beast claw pose to grab Mach with the 5 threads. Knowing Mach was a Logia type, he had already wrapped armed color around the threads. At this moment, Mach was fully enveloped in armed color and still in his gear's second form, which was his strongest defensive state. So he stood there without moving, just turning to look at Doflamingo with a hint of disdain. Because, with Doflamingo's strength and fruit ability, he simply could not break through Mach's defenses. Sure enough, even with armed color wrapped around the 5 threads, they left not a single mark on Mach's body. Mach's lips curled into a slight smile. Doflamingo, you've finally shown yourself. But is this really all the strength you have as a warlord? Come on, show me your full power. Chapter 106. The Mad Doflamingo. As soon as the words fell, Moke directly threw a punch. In front of him, Doflamingo was instantly turned into a tangle of threads. That's right, this Doflamingo was merely a clone created by Doflamingo's ability. It was the same technique used in the original story to brutally beat up Law. Once the powers of a Paramecia Devil Fruit are rarely awakened, they can affect things outside the user themselves. When a Zoan-type Devil Fruit awakens, the user gains a resilient vitality and recovery ability that allows them to stand up no matter how many times they are knocked down. Doflamingo had already developed his fruit's abilities to the level of awakening. At this moment, Doflamingo himself had not appeared, but everything around, including the buildings, had turned into transparent threads. Seeing this, Moke's face became serious. At the same time, there was a hint of envy and anticipation. However, he believed that one day he too could develop his fruit abilities to the awakened level. At this time, Diamante, Lao Ji, and Jorah exchanged glances. They understood. With their strength, the upcoming battle would likely only become a burden. Therefore, the three decisively retreated. But how could Moke allow that? His goal was to annihilate the entire Don Quixote family. What if these three guys sensed danger and quietly left while he was fighting Doflamingo? Finding them again would be troublesome, right? More importantly, if news of Virgo leaked, that would be even more troublesome. Shave. Moke disappeared once again, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Jorah. Jorah, a Paramecia-type art fruit user, can turn targets into the artworks imagined by the user. They can throw their imagination like smoke at opponents, transforming anything, whether a person or an object, into an abstract art piece at the user's will. Moreover, once a living being is turned into an artwork, they will completely become a real artwork after 10 minutes, stopping breathing and dying the moment the time is up. To be honest, this guy's ability is really special and powerful. However, the one who eats it isn't that impressive. If this devil fruit were given to Marianu, it would definitely be strong enough to make one doubt their life. Thinking of this, Moke narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, just in time to try out a technique he had developed but hadn't tested yet. Let's see how it works on you. With his thought, he didn't hold back against Jorah. A hand chop struck directly at Jorah's neck, knocking her unconscious. At the same time, he kicked her legs, breaking both, rendering her completely unable to escape. Jorah, Lao Ji cried out in despair among the family. The bond between them was the deepest. After all, they had been together the longest and were also card partners, sharing some common hobbies. The Energy Feast. This is a special Qigong technique used in the Ding Fist, where the practitioner forms their hands into the shape of the letter G and delivers various physical attacks to the opponent. The Ding Fist claims that the older one gets, the more it hurts, and the heavier the attacks become, the more pain one feels. It can be said to be a style that grows stronger with age. To be honest, Lao Ji's strength is quite impressive, especially in physical techniques, as not everyone can develop their own unique martial arts. He is getting old. If he were 10 years younger, his strength would only be greater. Shave. Moke once again disappeared from his spot, directly dodging Lao Ji's attack. Then, he appeared in front of Diamante. Diamante had already prepared. Bullfighting cloak. Diamante used his flare fruit ability to pull the cloak behind him forward, wrapping himself in it. Although it looked light and airy, it was actually made of steel. At this moment, Doflamingo reacted as well. He hadn't protected Jorah before. However, he absolutely wouldn't let anything happen to Diamante. The ground turned into threads, rose up to form a shield, protecting Diamante within it. Hidden in the shadows, Doflamingo couldn't help but smile broadly, revealing an extremely arrogant grin in his eyes. Under this double protection, Diamante would definitely be safe. At this moment, Moke directly entered the Holy Sword state. His hair began to grow wildly, and the expression on his face became more manic. His eyes turned crazed. The autumn water was instantly unsheathed. One sword style, annihilation. This strike was imbued with the power of the Tremor fruit, shattering Doflamingo's layer of thread shield. Immediately, the blade of autumn water struck Diamante's cloak. The cloak was made of steel, but cutting through steel was no longer a challenge for a swordsman. Therefore, attempting to block a swordsman's attack with a steel cloak was a foolish thing to do. Sure enough, in the next moment, Diamante's steel cloak was sliced open like thin paper. Finally, the blade of autumn water landed on Diamante himself. Diamante was sent flying, a massive wound severing through his chest, deep enough to see bone, nearly splitting his body in two. Diamante, at this moment, Doflamingo completely went berserk. Giant wave of white threads. This was a technique used by Doflamingo after developing his fruit abilities to the awakened level, turning everything around into threads and sweeping towards Moke like a giant wave. At the same time, he shouted, "Lao Ji, retreat quickly." Moke sneered, "Everyone is almost dead, and now you want to retreat? It's too late." Moke immediately absorbed sunlight, transforming into a beam of light chasing after Lao Ji, who can catch up with light besides electricity. In any case, Lao Ji definitely couldn't escape. Therefore, Moke successfully blocked Lao Ji. Lao Ji understood that at this moment, fighting with all his might was the only chance to survive. DNG Fist Ultimate Secret Technique, Combat Préservation Fist. The essence of the D-ing Fist. Lao Ji stored the strength of his youth to use when he was sick, injured, or aging and weak. Upon using this technique, Lao Ji's size and volume would rapidly increase to several times their original size, with his physique and muscles explosively growing, restoring his power and skills to the peak of his prime. However, this technique also has a drawback. It cannot be sustained for too long. Over time, his physique would return to normal. But as a trump card to turn the tide, it was definitely enough. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Feather strike. Line. Doflamingo, after failing with one strike, launched a fierce attack again. Thousands of entwined, armed-colored threads rose from the ground, surrounding Moke in the shape of flamingo wings, ready to shoot him full of arrows. Chapter 107. Spatial Prismac saw this and sneered. He took a deep breath, raised the autumn water high, and swung down with one final strike. A slash erupted, cutting through everything in its path. Even the ground, which had already been assimilated into threads by